Wait a minute. Have you heard the weird tales of the Whistler?
I'm the Whistler.
Here's the sanitarium, Harvey.
Is he still unconscious?
Yes. Here comes the attendant.
We're all ready for him, Mrs. Jackson. Take his feet, Harold. Oh, had to tie him, eh?
Yes, I had to give him a good one on the chin.
You'll have to watch him. He may try to get away when he comes to.
Don't worry, we've got a lot of tough cases here.
Don't let him know who brought him here.
And don't let him know I had anything to do with it.
Leave everything to us.
It's a 2-hour drive back to the city, Donna.
Yes, sir. Well, I'll phone you tomorrow.
Good. If anything happens, we'll call you.
Thank you. Good night.
Saturday night, and again CBS presents The Whistler.
I, the Whistler, know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales. I know many secrets hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. And so I tell you tonight the mysterious tale of Death Has a Thirst. The long black car with a handsome man at the wheel and the woman beside him returns to the highway and speeds on through the night. The man and woman sit staring ahead, lost in thought. The man is Harvey Davis. The woman, Mrs. Victor Jackson, wife of the unconscious man recently deposited at the sanitarium.
I'm sorry I dragged you into this, Harvey. But I had to have some help, and I knew I could depend on you.
It's all right, Donna. I only hope it'll do some good. Victor never drank a drop while we were in school.
He didn't drink when we were first married. But after his father died and Victor took over the business, he started.
It's a huge concern, and I guess he just couldn't take it. He's always had an inferiority complex.
But the thing that hurts me most is that the drinking has completely changed him. Why, he's suspicious of every move I make. He accuses me of the most disgraceful things. Accuses me of lying to him about everything and of being in love with other men. Oh, countless things.
Other men? What men?
Any man I speak to. Even you, Harvey.
Me? Well, after all, if he's going to be suspicious of any man, it would logically be me.
Why?
You've brought most of your troubles to me. He knows that. I'm as good a victim as any. He knows I'm terribly fond of you.
Are you, Harvey?
From the first day I met you, I said, here's a woman, a strong woman. Maybe she'll develop some backbone in my willy-nilly friend, Victor.
That's very nicely put, Harvey.
Let's hope this sanitarium does him some good.
If it doesn't, I don't know what I'll do.
Don't worry, Donna. Just remember, I'll do anything for you.
Thank you, Harvey.
About midnight, the black sedan arrives at the Jackson mansion. The butler greets Harvey and Donna at the door.
Evening, Mrs. Jackson. Evening, Mr. Davis.
Evening.
Dr. Saunders is in the library, ma'am. He's waiting for you.
Dr. Saunders at this hour? What on earth does he want?
You'd better see him, Donna. Maybe he knows.
Well, how could he? Come with me, Harvey.
Of course.
Oh, good evening, Dr. Saunders.
Good evening, Donna. Evening, Harvey.
Hello, Doctor.
This is quite a surprise.
I can imagine.
Harvey and I, we've just been for a little drive. I felt I needed some air.
Oh, that's so.
Did you come to see Victor?
Victor isn't here,
Really?
but I know where he is.
You do?
He's in a cheap dive of a rooming house downtown.
What?
But that's impossible.
That's where he always goes.
Well, you're wrong this time, Doctor. I took him by force to a sanitarium tonight. Harvey helped me. Maybe they can do something for him.
You told the sanitarium that I was his physician, didn't you?
Yes.
Well, they called me an hour ago. He's escaped.
What?
Oh.
They said he came to and broke away from them. I know where he usually goes, and I can find him. If you want me to find him.
Well, what are you inferring, Doctor?
Donna, I know what you've been through with Victor. I know what a trial it's been. I've tried and you've tried. We've all tried everything we could do to make him stop. Not many women would have put up with what you have. We've dragged him through before. We probably can do it again. I just thought, well, maybe you'd had enough.
You do know where he is?
Yes, I'm pretty sure I know.
Well, then find him. I'm determined to cure him if I have to take him to a desert island.
That's an idea. A long ocean trip might be the answer. Should have to hog time.
I could do that, too.
Very well, I'll have a talk with him. I'll phone you in the morning. Good night.
Good night, Doctor. Oh, Harvey.
No. You've done your best, Donna.
Oh, but I feel so hopeless. I don't know what to do.
Try the desert island.
Why not? Harvey, it might work, mightn't it? You can help. Your yacht. Dr. Saunders may be right. Oh, at least it's worth a try.
I wonder.
Please, Harvey, it may be the answer.
I can't get away just now, but if you're determined, you're welcome to the yacht.
Oh, please, I'd feel better if you came along.
All right, Donna. I'll go. I'll arrange it. But he won't want to come.
We'll take him aboard by force.
Shanghai? Well, all right. Just let me know when you find him, and I'll arrange everything.
He sure was plastered. Well, I'll leave you alone with him, Doctor.
Thanks. That high pole will bring him out of this. Victor. Victor.
What? What's going on here? Who are you? Get away.
Quiet. Take it easy, Victor.
Huh? Who are you?
Doc Saunders.
Doc? Oh, what you want?
I want to talk to you, Victor. It's very important.
Important?
Come on, Victor. Snap out of it.
Hey, what's the idea? What you slapped me for?
To wake you up. I've got to talk to you.
Oh, hello, Doc. What are you after?
Is your head clear?
I guess so.
Well, then listen to me. You know where you are?
Yeah, my old haunt.
You know how you got here?
Well, let me see. No, I can't seem to remember.
Well, I'll tell you where you're going if you don't pull yourself together.
Where?
To the insane asylum.
Did you say asylum?
I did. I haven't told you this, but your great-grandfather died insane.
What?
And that was your father's greatest fear, that he would be a victim.
Oh.
And there's nothing that hastens final mental breakdown more than alcohol.
Insanity. Are you just telling me that?
No, I can prove it.
Good Lord.
Do you want that to happen to you?
Oh, no. Oh, but I just can't seem to quit.
You're going away, Vic.
Away? Where?
I'm sending you on a long voyage with no liquor.
Oh, no. No, you're not. No, I'll get hold of myself.
You said that before.
I can take it or leave it alone if I want to.
But you haven't so far. You've gone from bad to worse. Now you're going where you can't get it.
But, Doc, I can't. I'd die. I couldn't stand it.
You'll stand it and like it. If I have to kill you.
No, I won't be pushed around by anyone. I know who's back of this, Donna. She wants to get rid of me. Asylum, yeah. Yeah, that'd suit her fine. She'd like that. So she can cavort around with Harvey and all the others.
Shut up, Vic.
You're all planning to get rid of me. You don't like me.
You're taking a trip.
Get rid of me and you all share in the estate. Well, you'll see how much good it'll do. Oh.
But you are taking a trip, Victor.
And now, here you are, Victor, several hundred miles at sea. And worried, too, aren't you, Victor? That talk about insanity really upsets you. You believe it, too, don't you?
What's this? Where am I? Donna.
Do you feel better?
What is this? It's moving. I feel dizzy.
I don't think you're dizzy. We're on a boat, darling.
What boat?
We're on a boat in the middle of the ocean.
A boat? Doc Saunders. That's what he said. A voyage. It's his idea.
Oh, now, Victor, everything's going to be all right.
I know what you're planning to do. You're planning to kill me. You want to get rid of me. Want me to die.
You won't die.
Whose boat is this?
Harvey's yacht.
Harvey. Now I know it's a plot. Now I know what it's all about. You and Harvey, that's
Oh,
it.
don't be ridiculous, Victor. Harvey consented to let me have the yacht.
Is he on board?
Yes?
Of course. You and Harvey and me a prisoner. What a perfect setup.
You don't mean that, Victor.
I've been suspicious of you two all along. Who else is on board?
Nobody but the captain and the crew of 4. And Harvey and the doctor.
Where are you taking me?
We're just cruising.
Just cruising. Till you find the right spot.
Right spot for what?
To dump me overboard. No one will ever know, will they? And you'll say I jumped over. I was washed over the side.
Oh, Victor, what has happened to you? You're like a stranger to me. I just don't know you. It doesn't seem possible that you're the man I married. My darling, what's happened to you?
Don't you know?
If I only did.
Why, I'm crazy. Insane. Surely you knew that. My great-grandfather was insane, and my grandfather, and undoubtedly my father, so why not me?
You're talking nonsense.
No. Hasn't Doc Saunders told you what he knows?
No.
Oh, come now. You three are closer than that.
Stop talking such nonsense. I won't listen.
I'm getting out of this cabin. I can't stand to be cooped up like
No,
this.
please stay here for a while, Victor. Please. Here, I brought you some milk. Please drink it.
Milk? Ah. Got a funny color to it. And it smells strange. What's in it, arsenic?
It's just plain milk, Victor. Now drink it.
Do you like milk, Donna?
Yes, I love milk.
Then drink it yourself.
Victor! Oh, all over my dress.
You're trying to poison me, that's it. Now get out of here. Get out.
Oh, Victor, please, darling.
Get out! Oh. What do you want, Doc?
How do you feel, Victor?
They're trying to kill me. They plan to kill me.
Who?
Donna and Harvey. She just brought me some milk, and it had poison in it. I could tell by the color.
I think you're imagining things, Victor.
No, I'm not. They want me out of the way. I can tell.
What made you think the milk was poisoned?
It was a purplish color. Here's the glass. Smell it. Maybe I'm not so crazy
I
after
didn't
all.
say you were crazy. I only want you to stop drinking. Drink may bring it on.
Doc, where would they get poison?
Oh, come now, forget it.
Do you know where they get poison, Doc?
I'll see you later, Victor.
Maybe.
Did you send for me, Doctor?
Yes. Did you take some milk to Victor?
Yes, I did.
What'd you put in it?
Why should I put anything in it?
Victor thinks you did.
You should know me better than that, Doctor.
You did put something in it.
Oh, yes, I did. Some of that red liquid to make him quiet.
Oh, yes, of course, that's what it was.
And he threw it all over me. Oh, I'm thoroughly disgusted, Doctor. I can't go on with him this way. He isn't drinking, but there's something wrong. I decided to give it up as a bad job. I'm going to get a divorce.
Divorce? I'm afraid it's too late for that, Donna.
Too late? Why, what do you mean?
Well, there's something I haven't told you. I've been hoping it wouldn't be necessary. But after today, I've given up all hope.
Why can't I get a divorce?
You can't get a divorce from an insane person.
Insane? Good heavens.
There's been a secret in Victor's family for several generations. Not even Victor knew it. It touched his father ever so lightly, but Victor has all the symptoms. And the liquor has hastened the crack out. I couldn't be certain as long as he was drinking. But today, I realized the truth.
Why, I'm bewildered. I've never been so shocked in my life. I wish you hadn't told me.
I'm sorry, Donna. I wanted you to be on your guard. He has some strange hallucination about you and Harvey. He thinks you're planning to do away with him.
Do away with him? Oh, but that's ridiculous. I've never had such a thought. Never. Oh, but now I am frightened. Doctor, what about Alice?
Your daughter's only 8 years old. There are no symptoms, and it may miss her entirely.
But think what this will mean. If this gets out about Victor, why, it may ruin her whole life.
I understand that.
That must never happen. It must remain a secret.
That'll be difficult. It's going to be hard to handle when that craving returns.
Yes, he will. I'll think of something. I'll find a way.
Doctor,
Come quickly. It's Harvey Davis.
What's wrong, Captain?
Found him in his bunk with a cord around his neck.
Good heavens. Quiet, Donna. Come along.
Is he dead?
No, he's breathing. Found him just in time. He'll be all right in a few minutes.
Thank heaven.
Harvey.
Harvey.
Donna, what's wrong? What's happened?
Nothing much, Harvey. Just a little accident. You'll be all right.
Oh, my throat. What's going on?
You don't remember?
No, I was just taking a little nap. I feel as though I'd been choked.
Better tell him, Donna. Come along, Captain. Be any liquor aboard, Captain?
Yes, Doctor. Several bottles in the locker in my cabin.
Let's have a look.
I keep it locked because, Hey, it's been jimmied. Well, what do you know? It's all gone.
I expected that.
I'll skin those men alive.
Don't blame the men, Captain.
What do you mean? What the devil is that? We've hit something. Come on. Captain! What is it, man? What's wrong with you?
The boilers blew up. We must have hit a reef. All three of the men of the crew were down there. We've got to abandon. I'm hurt bad, Captain.
He's dead.
See to the lifeboat. Round up the others. I'll go below.
Yes, Captain.
Murphy! John! Murphy! Are you there? Good Lord, what a mess. I can't imagine.
Two days pass. The sun beats down relentlessly on the 5 survivors in the open boat. The doctor watches anxiously over the still unconscious captain. And Donna and Harvey keep a constant eye on Victor, who sits alone in the end of the boat staring at the horizon.
How's the captain, Doctor?
Still holding his own. Must have had a bad fall down that companionway.
I don't think he fell.
Good thing you went down after him.
We're running low on water. I hope we sight some land today. How much water have you left in your canteen, Donna?
Half full.
Hey, look over there. What's that?
Why, it's a ship.
No, it's land. An island. Grab an oar, Victor. Come on, Doc. Well, I've looked all around. Places as barren of food and water as the Sahara Desert. I'm afraid if we do locate any water, it won't be fit to drink.
There must be water.
What do you care about water? You've got a canteen full of whiskey.
How much water is left?
I have some, and Dr. Saunders has some.
So I'd better get busy. Although my experiences on these islands haven't been so good.
Here's a chance to put your chemistry to use, Harvey. You know the test for lead and zinc?
Yes.
I'll give you 2 vials, some sodium sulfide tablets, and some potassium chromate. You know the test, 1 tablet of each and 10 cc's with water.
Mm-hmm.
A dark precipitate means poison.
Yes, I know. Thanks, Doc. Well, I'll start off and keep a direct line to the other side. Wherever that is.
Wait a minute, Harvey. I think I'll go with you.
Oh, why?
Oh, maybe I can help.
I'd go with you, Harvey, but I'd better keep my eye on the captain. He's the only one who knows where we are. I've got to pull him through.
That's all right, Doc. I don't need any help.
I think I'll go anyway.
All right. If you insist, come on.
Harvey, wait. I'm going too.
Why?
Because I want to.
We don't need you.
But I'm coming just the same. Please, Harvey, I'd like to come.
All right. Let's go. It's certainly hot. How do you feel, Donna?
All right. How far have we come?
Oh, 10 miles, I should say. This is a pretty big island at that. And nothing but desert.
Are you sure those last 2 water holes were poisoned?
Certainly.
Look good to me. I'm getting mighty thirsty.
Better quit drinking that whiskey. It'll only make you thirstier.
Harvey, can I have a little water?
I'm sorry, Donna, but you'll have to suffer it as long as you can. Please wait.
You suppose we'll ever get out of here?
I don't know.
Oh, it's all my fault. What a shame to get you into such a mess. Please forgive me, Harvey.
There's nothing to forgive, Donna. I'd do it again 100 times over. For you.
Would you, Harvey?
Yes. Poor Victor, what a sad thing.
No one must ever know, Harvey. Promise me if we get out of this. Promise me you'll never let anyone know.
No one will ever learn from me.
I got him. I got him.
What on earth?
Harvey, he's got a gun.
Where'd you get it? Come on.
I got him. Look, a lizard. A big one. I knew we'd find something.
Put that down. You can't eat that.
There must be water around here. There must be.
Where'd you get that gun?
Out of the captain's locker.
Better take it easy with those shells. We may need them.
Yeah. Maybe I will. Have a drink?
No.
All right. I'd sure like some water. How about it?
There's just enough for one of us to get back. And if only one goes back, it'll be Donna.
Donna. How chivalrous. Who's got the water?
I have.
Come on. Let's keep moving.
There's water around here. There must be. And I'm going to find it.
Donna, if we don't find water, he's going to start pleading for what you have. No matter how much he raves or pleads, don't give it to him. Even if he threatens us with a gun. Tell him you drank it all. I want you to have the best break out of this.
Thanks, Harvey. I appreciate that.
I found it. Water. I found water.
Hurry, Donna, hurry.
Well, what about it? What's the test show?
Just like all the rest. It's full of lead and zinc and heaven knows what else.
Poison, huh?
Worst yet.
How about some of that water?
What water?
In Donna's canteen.
There isn't any more.
Who drank it?
I did.
You both did. You left none for me.
You've got your whiskey.
I can't drink whiskey all the time.
Done pretty well on it for several years.
I've got to have some water.
Harvey warned you.
Harvey. Is that all you think about, Harvey? You should have married Harvey.
Perhaps you're right about that.
You sure that water's poison?
I'm not drinking it, and I'm thirsty too.
Maybe you're just waiting.
For what?
I don't know. But I can imagine a few things.
We'd better stop here for the night. Are you very tired, Donna?
Awfully.
Better try and get some sleep. Where are you going, Victor?
Just going to look around. May find something. I'm hungry.
I'm going to build a fire with this brush. Don't get too far away.
I'll be around. Don't worry.
Keep a close watch on your canteen, Donna. I have an idea what he's up to. I'll try not to sleep, but I'm dead tired.
I'll do my best, Harvey.
If he goes to sleep, I'll try to get that gun away from him. Good night, Donna.
Good night, Harvey.
Night comes on. The fire burns low, and only a red glow remains. Donna, in spite of herself, drops off into a sound sleep. Victor stirs from his place 20 feet away, looks about him, and crawls silently toward the sleeping Donna.
Put it down, Victor.
I want some water.
There isn't any more.
I think there is.
You heard what I said.
You're lying. You have got some.
Victor, what is it?
You've got some water and you won't give me any.
Harvey.
I'm wise to you. You don't want me to have any. You want me to die. You're in love with each other.
You're drunk.
What if I am in love with Harvey? What of it?
Donna.
You want me out of the way. Neither of you is very thirsty, no. Because you had some water. And you got it out of that pool. You're lying to me. It's good water.
You're crazy.
You sneaked it out of there while I was asleep. You tried to make me think it was poison. I ought to shoot you both.
All right, Victor, if you're so positive. Go on down and drink out of the pool.
Oh, that gives me an idea. I'll just find out if that water's poison. Go drink some of it, Harvey.
Certainly not.
I'll give you 30 seconds.
It's poison, Victor.
Go ahead, drink, or I'll shoot.
No, don't do it, Harvey.
And supposing you drink some, Donna?
Very well, I will.
Victor, it'll kill her. Donna, wait. I'll drink it. You're a fool, Victor. But come along.
This is going to be very interesting.
Not as much as you think.
Get off of me! I'll kill you!
Oh.
Maybe that'll hold you, Harvey.
Oh, Harvey.
I'm all right, Donna. It just hit my shoulder. I hope you're satisfied now that it is poison, Victor.
Maybe. But you two are getting water for someplace. All right. Hand over that canteen, Donna.
Please, Victor. That's for Donna.
I'll take care of it for all of us. And if either of you make a move toward me, I'll shoot both of you. Good night. And sleep tight, both of you.
The night slowly fades, and the chill of dawn creeps in. Then as the sun comes over the horizon, Harvey stirs fretfully, opens his eyes, and looks for Donna. She sits beyond the dead embers of the campfire, her hands folded before her, staring blankly into space. Harvey raises up with a start and moves quickly to her side. Victor is sprawled on his back, the hilt of a hunting knife protruding from his breast.
Donna. Good. What's happened to Victor?
He's dead, Harvey.
Dead? That knife. Why, it's yours, Donna.
Yes, it's mine. Now no one will ever know. Will they, Harvey?
No.
I had to.
Harvey, hello there.
It's Dr. Saunders.
Here we are.
Well, thank heavens we found you. Sighted a ship, built a signal fire. They're waiting for us. Well, what's this?
Well, Victor must have gone crazy in the night and stabbed himself.
Now, let me see. He's dead, Harvey. How'd this happen?
I told you he must have...
Stabbed himself?
No, he didn't. I stabbed him. It's my knife. I got to thinking and I did it. I crept over and I stabbed him.
I see. When did you do this, Donna?
It was not more than an hour ago. I couldn't help it, Doctor. I couldn't help it.
Please, Donna, please. There's nothing to fear.
I didn't want anybody to know. Because of Alice.
They won't know, Donna. You didn't kill him.
What?
He's been dead for at least 3 hours.
Oh, what do you mean?
Look at his eyes. Look at his lips and his tongue. The swelling of his stomach. Did you test the pool, Harvey?
Yes. Every pool we've come to has been heavy in mineral content. I warned him, but he thought we were lying to him. Last night he pulled a gun and took Donna's canteen. There wasn't much in it, but it was all we had.
He's been drinking whiskey, so a little water wouldn't satisfy him. So he drank from the pool. Poor Victor. I guess it's just as well.
Don't worry, Donna. No one will ever know. We'll lay, Doctor.
There's nothing to tell. Except Victor Jackson poisoned himself in a fit of extreme thirst.
No, Donna. No one will ever know. You did your best. You tried hard to make things work out. But somehow fate seemed to take things right out of your hands. But you know better, don't you, Harvey? You know what happened. Tell us, Harvey. Tell us.
After Victor took the canteen from Donna and drank the few swallows in it, he fell off to sleep. Then I took the canteen and filled it from the poisoned pool. I knew he'd wake up with a greater thirst, and he did. But I'm not sorry. He's better off. And I found I do love Donna. And I'll take care of her for the rest of her days.
There you are. From drama to tragedy. From tragedy to a beautiful love story wherein they will live happily ever after. I know.
CBS has presented The Whistler. Original music for this production was composed and conducted by Wilbur Hatch. The Whistler stories are written and directed by J. Donald Wilson and originate from Columbia Square in Hollywood. Next week, same time,
I, the Whistler, will return to tell you the incredible tale of the Secret Seven. Good night.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. Have you heard the weird tales of the Whistler?
I'm the Whistler.
Gentlemen, we 7 scientists have banded together because the government of Austria is in deadly peril. We have evidence that Austria is being dangerously undermined by the Nazis, and that nothing is being done from the standpoint of the law to prevent it. We have therefore resolved to take measures into our own hands and prevent this chaos. At our next meeting, we shall present the names of those in high places who attempt to divide and conquer, and shall decide then as to what action shall be taken against them.
And such was the organization in which Hans Minkler, the young, mild-mannered biologist of Vienna, suddenly found himself a member. Hans Minkler, whose whole life was dedicated to the preservation and the saving of human life. Hans Minkler, referred to by his classmates as the man who couldn't kill a fly.
Saturday night, and again CBS presents The Whistler.
I, the Whistler, know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales, many secrets hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. And so I tell you tonight the incredible tale of The Letter. Hans Minkler, the young biologist, only half heard the speech of the leader of the 7 scientists, for Hans was dreaming of his beloved experiments. His experiments and the pretty niece of Monsieur Gallet, the lovely Viel, who had been living in Vienna these past 4 years. Kindly Monsieur Gallet was interested in Hans Minkler's theories, and Hans was hoping Gallet might finance them.
Well, Dr. Minkler, I've studied the outline of your proposed experiments, and I've come to the conclusion that you can accomplish great things.
Oh, well, that makes me very happy, Monsieur Gallet.
How much do you think you'll need to carry on?
I feel quite sure that I could get along for a couple of years on 5,000. If my cell experiments prove successful, human life may be prolonged considerably.
I have all the faith in the world in Hans, Uncle.
My niece is certainly sold on your ability, Dr. Minkler.
So are you, Uncle. You may as well admit it.
Young men with your principles are all too scarce today. Europe seems to be saturated with men who claim they want to save mankind. They all seem to want to arrive at it through a destructive method.
Well, it's only a temporary condition.
Who do you plan to have assist you? Kurt Lassner?
Kurt? Well, I haven't decided yet.
Kurt is a fine young man.
Yes, he was a good student, but he's drifted away from his studies. He's become absorbed in politics.
Very well, Hans. I'll start you out with 5,000. Is that the way you want it, Viel?
Yes, Uncle, you're a darling.
I hope that someday I may be able to repay you.
See what that is, Viel. Come into the library, Hans. I'll give you a check.
Yes, of course.
Oh, good evening, Kurt.
Hello, Viel. Well, how are you?
Very well, Kurt.
You're very lovely this evening.
Thank you.
Yes, indeed. The prettiest girl in Vienna. Is Hans here? I said I'd pick him up on my way downtown.
Yes, he's talking to Uncle. Talking business.
I've had a busy day. Not enough hours to go around.
Sit down, Kurt.
Thanks.
Kurt, why have you given up your career?
Biology? Oh, I don't know.
But you could do so much good. You were so well equipped to carry on in science. Think of the things yet to be done.
I'm going to do things. Great things.
I mean things that will really benefit mankind.
Well, that's what I mean, too. You sound like Hans.
Hans is very sad about your dropping your work. He counted on your helping him in his experiments.
Oh, he'll get over it. Besides, those experiments can wait a while.
No, Hans is going ahead.
Who's going to help him?
I am, if no one else.
You? Well, how can you help him?
I can learn biology.
But it'll take a lot of money to do what he plans.
He has the money. It's all arranged. My uncle has financed him.
Your uncle?
Yes.
Well, I wish Hans luck.
And I'm going to marry Hans.
What? You and Hans? Well, what a surprise.
Yes, I've made up my mind.
I see. Well, I guess...
Good evening, Kurt. Glad to see you.
Good evening.
Hello, Kurt. Oh, have you heard the good news?
Yes, Viel just told me. And I wish you both good luck. I hope you'll be very happy. When's the wedding?
Wedding? What wedding? Oh, yes. Me, of course.
Typical absent-minded professor.
See, look, I have the money for my experiments.
Well, Hans, it's 7:45. We better run along. We have an appointment at 8.
Oh, yes, the meeting. I'd forgotten. Yes, I'll be right with you. Goodbye, monsieur.
Bye.
Good night, Viel. Darling.
Good night, Hans, dear. I'll see you in the morning.
So Hans Minkler reluctantly attends his second meeting, and with Kurt Lassner joins the 5 scientists in the darkened room. The single low lamp on the table casts their shadows on the wall. The leader is speaking again.
Gentlemen, we have learned who these 5th columnists are. So it is our duty as loyal citizens to take action against these men. We've learned who the leader is, and naturally he must be the first one to go. In this envelope I have his name. We will now draw lots to select the one among us to carry out instructions which will be read later. Are you ready with the straws, Kurt Lassner?
Ready, sir.
This is an old and simple method, but since there are only 7 of us, it will suffice. Proceed, Kurt.
Yes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. All of us have drawn, sir.
Good. Here is the envelope containing the name of our victim. Who has the short straw?
Well, I guess I have.
Hans Minkler. Here's the envelope. But before you open it, we must tell you what the committee has decided to do about this man. He is to die.
Die?
And that task has fallen to you.
You mean this man is to be murdered?
Exactly.
What? You don't know me, gentlemen. I'm a saver of life. I wouldn't consider such a thing for a moment.
Herr Minkler, you are a member of this group. You know our secrets. It will be best for us and for you if you completely forget your scruples.
Oh, but I can't belong to a society with such diabolical purposes. Why, I didn't realize what this was all about. Oh, no, I withdraw.
It's too late to think about withdrawing.
You mean that you actually expect me to kill someone?
You have been selected.
You are fools. I couldn't kill a fly. I couldn't harm a living thing if the whole country went up in smoke. This is the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard of. You're not scientists. You're a band of madmen. Fiends.
Sit down, Hans Minkler. We're not a band of madmen, and we are not fiends. We are loyal patriots of Austria who are determined to save our country. Any one of us might have drawn that straw.
Well, I don't want to be a party to such a plan. I'll not commit murder.
Unfortunately, you know too much about us now to pull out.
And suppose I refuse?
Then you will accomplish nothing. Not only will we eradicate our selected victim, but we'll see to it that you are eradicated with him.
Who is this victim?
Open the envelope.
Very well.
What?
Why, you are insane. The whole lot of you. Monsieur Gallet is the soul of honor. Monsieur Gallet is one of the most honest men I've ever met.
Monsieur Gallet is the leader of the Nazi party.
I don't believe it. Why, I'm to marry his niece.
Did you say Monsieur Gallet?
Yes, you know that's ridiculous, Court. He'd never do such a thing.
Gallet is the leader. We have proof. He also has a very lovely niece. And I'm sure you'd want nothing to happen to her. Would you, Herr Minkler?
No. No, I wouldn't. But you must give me time. Time to think.
There is nothing to think about. It has been decided. Gallet must be exterminated within 12 hours.
Very well. And there's nothing else for me to do. Good night, gentlemen.
Good night, Herr Minkler. And remember, if you don't accomplish this task within 12 hours, we will be forced to take care of you. And if we can't find you, we will find the girl.
Yes, I understand. Good night.
Well, Hans, what are you going to do about it? You've sat in your apartment for 2 hours now. Which shall it be? 3 lives are at stake. The uncle's and yours and VL's. Hans gets his car and drives to Monsieur Gallet's home.
Well, hello, Hans. What on earth are you doing here? I didn't expect you back this evening.
Where is VL?
Why, she went to some friends. She probably won't be back till after midnight. What on earth's wrong with you?
Get your hat and coat, Monsieur Gallet.
What? Have you been drinking, Hans?
Get your hat and coat.
Now, wait a minute. Suppose you explain
There's no time for explanations. Get your things.
What for?
You're coming with me.
I was just ready to turn in. You better run along, Hans. You'll feel better in the morning.
Put up your hands, Monsieur Gallet.
What? This is the funniest thing I've ever encountered. Have you really got a gun in your pocket?
I have. I hope you don't force me to prove it.
Well, this is certainly a surprise. The meaning of all this?
I've just discovered that you're the leader of the Nazis who are trying to undermine the Austrian government.
Are you serious?
Yes.
Who told you such a thing?
There's an organization which is determined to eradicate all Nazis one by one. And you are the leader. Read this. It says leader Paul Gallet. Death.
This is the maddest thing I've ever heard of. I've been highly active in anti-Nazi work.
They say that's merely a cover-up.
Are you a member of this secret organization?
Yes.
You've been selected to kill me?
Yes.
It's unbelievable that you, Hans Minkler, could be mixed up in such a thing. I think you're being hoodwinked. I am an anti-Nazi. And if you plan to kill me, you must belong to the Nazi organization.
Get your things and come along.
What do you intend to do with me?
That's all planned. Come along.
Very well. You, give me that gun.
You fool.
No, don't. You.
Monsieur. Good Lord.
Hans stands staring at the body of Monsieur Gallet for a few moments. Then in a daze, he turns out the lights, closes the library door, and returns to his apartment. For the remainder of the night, he sits at his desk staring into the darkness, lost in thought. And then morning comes, and Viel at her home opens the library door and...
Well, he's been dead about 8 hours, Fräulein.
Who on earth would do such a thing? He had no enemies.
He was quite active in anti-Nazi work.
Yes.
Here's something we found on the library floor.
A pipe?
Yes. The bowl is hand-carved, has initials on it. As you see, the stem is broken. Have you ever seen this pipe before?
Well, I don't remember.
There's something else we found, a note, which reads, Leader Paul Gallet, death. Do you recognize the handwriting?
No.
Do you know anyone whose initials are H.M., the initials carved on the pipe bowl?
Yes, the pipe belongs to my fiancé, Hans Minkler.
Your fiancé. What time did you return home last night?
I attended a party and got here about 1 o'clock. I supposed Uncle was in bed. I didn't look in the library. I went straight to my room.
What is Hans Minkler's address?
I'm sure Hans had nothing to do with this.
Are you?
He lives at 13 Cronhead Street.
I'll run over there. Please don't touch anything in the library.
I won't.
Good morning.
Kurt, something terrible's happened. Uncle was murdered last night. The police have just left. They found Hans's pipe on the library floor. It was broken. They've gone to his apartment. Please come over right away.
Hello, Hans. This is Kurt. The police found your pipe in Gallet's library. They're on their way to your place. You've got to get out of the country immediately. Don't wait a moment.
Oh, Kurt, it's terrible.
Now, control yourself, Ian.
Oh, Kurt, I can't imagine why anyone would do such a thing. Kurt, do you know where Hans is?
Well, I suppose he's at his apartment. Hasn't he called you this morning?
He usually does, but he hasn't. They found Hans's broken pipe near Uncle's body. Kurt, I must warn Hans. I must let him know what's happened.
Hans' pipe, huh? Yeah, that's bad. By all means, phone him at once.
Oh, you call him.
Of course.
It's Kronigstadt 4347.
Right. It's ringing.
He must be there.
Oh, he would have answered by now.
Where could he be?
I haven't the slightest idea.
But he always called me before this. Kurt, it isn't possible. It can't be.
Now, just try to control yourself, Yale.
Oh, see who it is, Kurt.
Special delivery. Sign here, please.
Well, thank you.
Who's it for?
For you.
Kurt. It's from Hans. Good heavens, read it.
Leaving Vienna on important business. Contact me at 16 Rue de Roche, Paris, under name of Pierre Cabot, H.M.
Well, I don't understand it. What does he mean? What important business? Why should he disappear like this?
I've no idea, but it does look strange. Your uncle is murdered and Hans disappears. Oh, but what motive could he have had?
But they found his pipe near Uncle's body.
You know Hans had nothing to do with it. I'll admit he's always been rather peculiar, never seemed to let loose, always seemed to be on his guard, but I can think of no reason for this.
What could this important business be? He never told me of it.
And why on earth should he go to Paris under an assumed name?
That is strange.
Kurt, that officer said something.
What?
Well, you know that Uncle was active in anti-Nazi work. Do you suppose it could be a Nazi?
Well, why not? But who? Who do we know that's a Nazi? I certainly
Wait
don't.
a minute. You just said that you felt Hans was always on his guard. Do you mean you felt he was concealing something?
Well, there have been times when I've felt that, but on the whole, I've thought of him as a slow-thinking, absent-minded professor.
But it does seem strange that the moment Uncle gave him the check, that this should happen and he should disappear.
Well, maybe he went to visit our old pal, Jean Renault. You remember Jean? He was one of our classmates.
But I have a strange feeling that Hans wouldn't go away like this, without telling me beforehand, unless something were wrong. Do you suppose that Hans has been deceiving us all along?
What makes you ask that?
Well, it suddenly occurred to me that he spoke French without the trace of an accent. And I remember Jean Renault said once that he spoke English without an accent.
So what?
Well, if he did, where did he learn to do that? Certainly not by living in Vienna all his life.
Oh, I see what you mean.
Why didn't he tell me beforehand that he was leaving?
But he wrote you this letter.
Yes, but it wasn't written by the Hans I know.
Oh, I think you'd better forget about it.
Good. I didn't tell you this. The police found a note on the floor. It said, Leader Paul Gallet, death. It must have meant that Uncle was an anti-Nazi leader and he was sentenced to die. And if this ties in with Hans' disappearance, then Hans must have been connected with the Nazis.
Oh, darling, you're getting yourself all worked up.
You don't think Hans was a Nazi?
Well, I'll admit, the way you've got it all worked out, it sounds plausible, but if he was a Nazi and he's left the country, what can we do about it? He won't come back.
But why should he go to Paris?
Well, Jean Renault was a good friend of ours. I'm sure Jean knows nothing about Hans being a Nazi. Jean would never suspect him. Maybe Paris is his next assignment. Nazis are just as busy in France as they are here. Let's see that letter from Hans. He says here, contact me 16 Rue de Roche, Paris. That's Renault's address, 16 Rue de Roche.
Oh, good. I just can't believe it. How could I have been such a fool?
I'll see who it is, darling.
I'm Captain Gruber from police headquarters.
Oh, come in, Captain.
Sorry to trouble you again, Fräulein, but we went to Herr Minkler's apartment. He wasn't there.
He wasn't.
His car has not been in the garage all night.
That's strange.
We found this writing on the notepad on his desk. Is it his handwriting?
Yes.
He's written the same two words over and over again, Gallet and Villiers, as though he tried to make up his mind about something.
But what's become of his car?
The car's been found.
Where?
In a public garage. From all indications, Minkler's left the country, probably for France.
Oh, why France?
We've discovered that Hans Minkler is a French citizen.
A French citizen? Well, he always led us to believe that he was a native Austrian.
Now, we'll want to check things over a little further. We'll be back this afternoon. Please don't disturb anything.
No, we won't.
By the way, what is your name, sir?
Oh, my name is Kurt Lasner.
Good day.
Kurt, what did you see? What were you looking at just then?
Well, what do you mean?
What startled you on Uncle's desk?
Well, nothing at all.
Here, let me see. Good heavens, I see it. Here on the desk blotter, it's Uncle's handwriting. It says, find Hans Minkler. And it was Hans. It was. Uncle was trying to tell us who did it.
Maybe.
Oh, to think that he could be so low as to take Uncle's money and then kill him.
Oh, please, Viel.
I just can't believe it. I won't believe it. I mustn't.
Well, I'm sorry to say that all the evidence is certainly against him. Oh, come, Viel. Try to get this off your mind. Try to get some rest. The police will take care of everything.
Oh, yes, good. I guess you're right.
If Hans did do it, he'll pay. He's the one who'll do the suffering. Believe me.
But during the night, the Nazi hordes rolled swiftly into Austria. Without firing a shot, took over the reins of government. A few weeks later, France declared war. Then one night, Hans Minkler makes his way through the maze of Paris traffic and knocks at the door of number 16 Rue de Roche.
Oh, yes?
Oh, good evening.
Good evening.
Is Jean Renault in?
Who shall I say is calling?
Why, Pierre Cabot.
Won't you come in, Monsieur Cabot? Major Renault has just stepped out. He'll be back shortly. Was he expecting you?
No. Did you say Major Renault?
Yes. Since war has been declared, he's gone on the active service list.
Oh, I see. I've been phoning for a week, but no one answered.
You haven't seen the Major in some time.
No, I haven't. I've been in Austria for several years. Renault and I went to school together in Vienna.
Oh. Are you by any chance Hans Minkler?
How did you know that?
Why are you traveling incognito?
Well, yes. Where is Renault?
I regret to inform you that Renault has been in Africa for some time. He's due back in a few weeks, however. Did you know Monsieur Gallet in Vienna?
Yes. Who are you?
I'm Monsieur Deveau, of the French Sûreté.
Oh, police.
Yes. Did you ever accept any money from Monsieur Gallet?
Why are you asking me these questions?
You never accepted money from Gallet?
No.
Search him, Henri.
No, just a moment.
Sorry, Minkler. I'll take the bill for Henri.
Yes, sir. I don't understand all this.
You understand, all right. Well, so you never received money from Gallet. What's this check for?
Well, that's to help carry on my experiments.
Undoubtedly. Monsieur Gallet was helping you and quite a number of others to carry on experiments.
Others?
I suppose you say you're new at this game.
Game? I don't know what you mean. I had nothing to do with his death. Nothing.
Yes, I believe that. Why should you kill one of your own?
Oh, I don't know what you're talking about.
If you were intending to carry on experiments in Vienna, why is this check drawn on the Bank of Paris?
Well, maybe he had a surplus of funds here.
Indeed he did.
How did you know I was coming here?
We knew. Just what were your plans?
Oh, this is ridiculous. I'm not a spy. I was engaged to marry Galet's niece.
Really?
Some way I got mixed up with an organization which planned to rid Austria of all Nazis. They claimed that Monsieur Gallet was the leader in Vienna. I denied it. But nevertheless, I was selected to murder him.
Oh, I see.
And told that if I refused, they'd also kill me and my fiancée as well. I decided to get them out of the country. I went to Galet's home. My fiancé was not there. I knew there was no time to lose. So I tried to take him away by force. He was suspicious. I mean, we suddenly got into a scuffle. And then someone behind me fired a gun. I don't know who it was. And Gallet fell dead.
I see.
I went to my home. Next morning learned that they were looking for me. I got out of the country and in a roundabout way I came to Paris.
A good story. But it doesn't hold water. Gallet was a Nazi leader, and there's too much evidence against you, Minkler. Come on. Let's go down to headquarters.
2 weeks later, Jean Renault returns to Paris. Then, 6 weeks after Austria surrenders, Kurt and Viel escape from the Nazis and make their way to Paris. Jean Renault meets Kurt on the street and asks him to bring Viel to visit him at 16 Rue de Roche.
Come in, Kurt. Well, Viel. It's been a long time. How are you?
Excellent, thank you.
So you two are married. Well, my congratulations. Though I didn't expect it to work out quite this way.
No? Why not?
Well, I always had an idea that you might marry Hans Minkler.
Well, one never knows.
No, Kurt. One never does.
By the way, have you seen Hans? He's in Paris, been here for several weeks.
Has he?
Yes. Don't tell me you haven't seen him.
Well, he told us he was coming to visit you.
Oh, yes. He's in Paris. I wasn't here when he arrived. He left several notes. I found them when I returned.
But do you know where he is now?
Yes. Would you like to see him?
Yes, I would.
Hans is dead.
Dead?
What? Dead?
Yes. He was executed as a Nazi spy.
A Nazi spy?
Yes. I got here too late to help him. They had conclusive evidence against him.
Why, that's ridiculous.
Hans is dead, nevertheless.
But what happened?
Well, it seems Hans got into some trouble in Vienna and came to Paris to see me. In some way, the Sûreté here was informed that he was a Nazi, was coming here to carry on.
But who on earth would accuse Hans of such a thing?
I wonder. But they received a letter from Vienna accusing Hans. The Sûreté found a check on him from a high Nazi official. There was nothing that could save him.
A check from a high Nazi official? Who was the official?
Paul Gallet, Viel's uncle.
What?
Didn't you know about your uncle?
I don't believe it.
Whether you do or not, he was a Nazi. The Secret Service has known it for years. He may or may not have given the check to Hans for Nazi purposes. But the evidence was against Hans. Then the letter came to the Sûreté saying Hans was a Nazi agent. They found him here, arrested him. That's all there was to it.
But who would write such a letter? Hans had no enemies.
Would you like to read the letter?
Yes.
Here it is.
Hans Minkler, under alias of Pierre Cabot, has given evidence of being a Nazi spy. Locate him at 16 Rue de Roche, Paris.
And that's all that was necessary.
How awful. I can't imagine such a thing.
Notice the handwriting, Kurt.
What? Ah, yes. Viel. This is your handwriting.
It is not.
I'm positive. You wrote this.
No.
Don't lie to me. I know your writing. You wrote this letter.
All right. All right, I did. I was convinced that he'd deceived me. I was convinced he killed Uncle. Yes, I wrote it.
How could you?
I never dreamed Uncle was a Nazi. I thought Hans was a Nazi. I was determined to make him suffer. You believe me, don't you?
Yes, Viel. I believe you. But I'm awfully, awfully sorry for you.
Oh, poor Hans. Poor Hans. Oh, I'll never forgive myself.
Yes, Viel. What a terrible injustice you have done. But someday, perhaps you'll learn what really happened to your uncle. It wasn't Hans who killed him. Hans didn't even have a gun, just a pipe. But Hans wanted to get him safely out of the country. And Kurt knew that Hans would never go through with the order of the Secret Seven. So he followed Hans. And when he saw what was happening, he shot Gallet and disappeared and let you think Hans did it. Because Kurt was in love with you, too, Viel.
CBS has presented The Whistler. Original music for this production was composed and conducted by Wilbur Hatch. The Whistler is written and directed by J. Donald Wilson and originates from Columbia Square in Hollywood. Next week, same time,
I, the Whistler, will return to tell you the strange tale of Out of the Fog. Good night.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Wait a minute. Have you heard the weird tales of the Whistler?
I'm the Whistler.
There's something wrong. Terribly wrong. I'm going to wait a few more days, and when I'm sure, I'm going to take care of you, Joe.
Well, what do you mean?
I'm going to kill you.
Sunday night, and again CBS presents The Whistler.
I, the Whistler, know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales, many secrets hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. I know the nameless terrors of which they dare not speak. And so tonight I tell you the bewildering story of Mirage. Fred Adams is an attorney, a promising young attorney. Fred is a specialist. for his practice has been limited to nightclubs and bars. In other words, Fred is what is called a mouthpiece. He steps gaily down the street tonight, unaware of the two men leaning against the black sedan parked in the shadows between the lampposts.
Hi, Fred. What's your hurry?
Huh? Oh, hello, Joe. What are you and Mike doing in this end of town?
We're waiting for you, Fred. Thought you might like to take a little ride.
Ride?
Yeah, the boss wants to have a little talk with you, Fred.
Well, not tonight. I'm busy. Got an appointment.
The boss would like to talk with you, Fred. Get in.
I told you I'm busy. I'll drop around tomorrow.
What are you so busy about, Fred?
How'd you like a poke in the nose?
Get in the car, Fred.
Let go of me, you hood.
We ain't kidding. Get in.
What'd you two guys do without a gun?
Get in.
Okay.
15 minutes later, Fred makes his way through the crowded tables of the Swank Tripoli Cafe toward a door marked manager. He hesitates a moment, glances at the two men beside him, and knocks. Across the room, a beautiful woman sits behind the desk, toying with a long cigarette holder.
Come in, Freddie. Come in.
Well, we got him, boss. And where do you think he was? Over on Park Avenue.
How fancy. Wait outside, Joe. I want to talk to Freddie. Alone.
Yeah.
Sit down, Fred.
Well, what's wrong? You in trouble again, Gloria?
Would it matter to you if I were in trouble?
Of course it would.
Where have you been the past week?
Has it been a week since I saw you last?
You know it has. And a week is too long to suit me, Freddie.
Well, you know my phone number. If anything had happened, you'd have found me.
Doesn't make me very happy to think I have to go out looking for you. Kind of lets me down.
Oh, for the love of Pete. What happened?
Nothing's happened here at the cafe.
Oh, what's the matter then?
It's you, Fred. It's what you've done.
I haven't done anything.
Why do you think I paid your way through law school?
Well, because you wanted to. And because you needed a lawyer around.
Is that all?
I don't know.
I thought we were together in this thing for keeps.
Well, yeah. I'm still your attorney. What else do you expect of me?
You have the nerve to sit there and say that. You know how I feel about you. You've always known.
We've always been pals, good friends.
Pals? Friends? Oh, Freddie.
Now, what are you trying to say?
I knew for the past 3 weeks that you were changed. Couldn't figure it out. But I found out this afternoon. Here it is in the paper. District Attorney's daughter to wed young lawyer.
Well, what about it?
Are you really in love with her, Fred?
Certainly. Why shouldn't I be?
I don't think you are. I knew you were campaigning for the DA in this last election. I know you're ambitious. I think you've got your eyes on a job in the DA's office, more than you have on the girl.
I tell you, I love Brenda Gibson, and you can think whatever you like.
Is she pretty?
Very pretty. Young.
I don't like the way you said that, Fred. I'm not so old.
I didn't mean it that way. You're a very beautiful woman, Gloria.
Am I?
But, well, I don't know what it is. You've done everything in the world for me. No one could ask for more. And I've always cared more for you than any woman I've ever known. Until now. But there's something about Brenda. That, well, she's so different.
Go on.
I hate to say this to you, but I've got to make you understand. Brenda's intelligent. She comes from a fine family. She has culture.
And I came up from the chorus.
Now, Gloria, I didn't expect you to take it this way.
Well, how did you expect me to take it?
I didn't think you were really in love with me. It never occurred to me that you had any ideas about marriage.
What do you think I am, a totem pole?
I looked at our association more as a business arrangement. You financed me through school, and when I got up in the money, I'd pay you back.
Oh, Fred, don't say any more.
I know I've been blunt, but how else can I tell you? What else can I say?
There's nothing you can say, but I'll tell you something. You're getting out of your element. You don't belong there. You belong here with me. And if you marry her, you'll live to regret the day you met her.
Now, look, don't be like that. Don't be a hard loser.
You'd be better off dead.
You don't mean that, Gloria?
No. No, Fred, I didn't mean that. Oh, darling, please go before I say any more. I know I haven't a chance, but please go.
I'm sorry, Gloria. Terribly sorry.
Bye, Fred.
I'll be seeing you. Goodbye, Gloria.
A week later, the papers are filled with stories and pictures of Fred and Brenda and the district attorney, and parties and dinners and teas. Read them, Gloria. Pore over them. Mr. and Mrs. Frederick Adams this and Mr. and Mrs. Frederick Adams that. Read them, Gloria. Read them and weep. Meanwhile, on a train to Miami.
And Fred, darling, after we spend a few days in Miami, we can fly over to Nassau. Father has a place there, and I know some wonderful people. We can have a great time. Fred?
Oh, what did you say?
Snap out of it, darling. We're on our honeymoon.
Yes, Brenda, I'm sorry. I know we're going to have a swell time.
My sister Nella's spending the summer at Nassau.
Why didn't Nella come home for the wedding? She was to be your bridesmaid.
I told you, dear, you can't always get transportation just when you want it these days.
After all, Nella's your only sister. She could have made an extra effort.
What are you thinking about?
Oh, business.
Business? What business?
I was thinking about my new job. How did your father happen to make a place for me in the DA's office?
I suppose he thinks you're a capable young attorney.
Did you ask him to appoint me?
Well, I may have had something to do with it. I wanted you to start out right. You don't mind, do you?
Certainly not. What's swell of him? I only hope I can make good.
You will. And who knows, maybe you'll be the district attorney yourself someday.
I hope so. At least I'll break my neck trying.
Oh, let's forget about everything for the next 2 weeks, but us.
I love you so very much, Brenda.
Darling, I'll spend all my waking moments trying to make you happy.
Thanks, dear.
You'll never regret the day you met me.
What did you say?
I said you'd never regret the day you met me.
Oh. I should say I won't. Not a chance in a million.
Now the happy honeymoon is over, and Fred and Brenda are back home. Fred is in the district attorney's office and progressing nicely. But Gloria, poor Gloria, still sits in her office at the Tripoli and broods over her fate. She scans every item in the society columns, searching for news about Fred and Brenda. And every item, every picture nurtures her resentment. And her resentment slowly turns to hate. And finally something snaps in her mind and she begins to harbor thoughts of revenge. Yes, revenge.
Joe! Joe!
Yeah? What are you yelling about, Gloria?
I wasn't yelling. Close the door.
It sure sounded like yelling to me.
I said I wasn't yelling.
Okay. I apologize.
No, sit down.
Oh, look, Gloria, what's eating you? Why don't you get out of this office? Go out and visit with the customers the way you used to.
Why should I?
Well, they all miss you. They're all asking, where's Gloria? I run out of excuses.
I didn't call you in here to talk about the business.
Well, maybe not, but I thought it was time I said something.
Where's the evening paper?
I didn't get it.
Why not?
Oh, look, Gloria, snap out of it, will you? Why don't you quit hunting for news about Fred? You're only driving yourself nutty. Fred was a nice guy, but he's gone. He's married. Forget him.
I can't.
Well, you could try.
It's not as easy as that.
After all, he ain't the only man walking around. There's one or two others, you know.
Yeah?
Well, there's one guy in particular who might get your mind off Fred, if you'd give him a chance.
Yeah? Who?
Well, I know I'm not as good-looking as Fred, and I ain't got his fancy manners. But I like you just as much as he did. Probably a lot more.
Sorry, Joe.
At least I wouldn't walk out on you for any other dame.
If you did, I wouldn't blame you.
No?
No. I'd blame the other woman. She had no right to take him away from me. He belonged to me.
Oh, Gloria, please, forget it.
No, I won't. I can't. I've made up my mind.
Huh? What are you thinking?
Where's your car?
Outside.
Where's your gun?
In my pocket.
Some people are giving a party at their country place tonight for Fred and his wife.
But, Gloria...
But Fred was called out of town on business. They're giving the party anyway. And she'll be there. Brenda will be there.
So what?
We'll wait for her. And follow her when she leaves.
Wait a minute. Nothing doing. I ain't bumping off no woman.
Sit down and shut up.
You're crazy. You're gone absolutely nutty. I'm getting out of here.
You're driving me to that house.
I won't.
No? I wonder if the police would be interested in knowing who killed Lefty Hammond.
Gloria, you wouldn't.
Wouldn't I?
Well, okay, you win.
Better. Go get in your car. I'll go out the back way and meet you in the alley.
Gloria and Joe sit in the car in the deep shadows of a spreading tree. The hours drag on, and then about 1:30 in the morning, the party breaks up and the cars begin to leave. Finally, Brenda comes through the gate, driving her own coupe.
There she is. That's Brenda. Get going, Joe.
Is she alone?
Yes, she's alone.
I sure wish you'd change your mind.
Don't get too close to her.
No, I ain't got nothing against her or Fred either. What good's this going to do you?
You wouldn't understand.
I think you've gone off your beam. Maybe you're cracked.
Shut up. I'm not crazy, if that's what you mean.
That's what I mean.
Drop back a little.
They say crazy people never think they're batty. You might feel different about this in the morning, Gloria. Maybe you ought to see a doctor. Oh. Cut it out. What do you get off slapping people?
Move along. You're losing her.
Well, lay off that rough stuff. Or I might decide to change my mind about the whole thing.
Nah, you won't change your mind.
It'd be funny if something happened to you.
If anything happens to me, there's a letter in my safe that tells all about you. So you better see that I get back to the AAA.
Okay. I was only kidding.
Yeah. We're coming along to that long stretch now. No cars behind us and none coming. Step on it now. Run her off the road. Now, run her off in that ditch.
Say, what's the idea? Are you trying to wreck me?
Get out of that car.
What is this, a hold-up?
Get out and shut up.
I haven't anything but a couple of rings.
Take her rings, Joe.
Well, this is a new one, a woman bandit.
Any money in your purse?
A few dollars.
Take the money and scatter the rest of the things around.
Yeah.
Now, ruffle up her hair, Joe. Muss her up.
You take your hands off me.
Oh, have a heart, Gloria.
Okay, I muss her up, but good.
What are you? What's the meaning of this? You've got what you want. Why don't you let me alone?
I'll let you alone, Mrs. Adams.
Who are you?
Start walking.
What?
Start walking off through those trees.
I won't. Oh, stop.
Get moving.
What are you going to do?
See to it that you don't do any more chiseling in, Mrs. Fred Adams.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Walk. Let her have it, Joe. Now, what are you stolen for? You missed her. Give me that gun. Well, and that's the last of Mrs. Adams.
She's dead.
Yeah. There's your gun. Now, let's get out of here.
Oh.
Well, what's the matter? What are you waiting for?
I'm kind of dizzy. Kind of sick. I can't drive, Gloria. You better drive.
And I thought you were experienced at this business.
If I hadn't seen you do it, Gloria, nobody in the world could have made me believe it. Nobody.
Anything about it in this morning's paper, Joe?
No, not a thing about it. And it was the night before last, too. I can't understand it.
Are you sure she was dead?
Of course I'm sure. Oh, what do you suppose could have happened? She couldn't have walked away. Say, maybe they haven't found her or the car yet, huh?
It's impossible. At the main highway, hundreds of cars pass there in the course of a few hours.
Oh, maybe they've seen the car but just thought it was a wreck. Yeah, maybe that's what it is.
Hey, you better lay off that stuff, Joe. You've been drinking for 2 days now.
Yeah, but I need it. I'm jittery. I got the willies like I never had before. Say, maybe I ought to drive by that place and see if the car's gone.
Okay. Get back as soon as possible.
Yeah, sure. I can't get it off my mind. I don't mind telling you, I'm scared.
Go on. And quit talking so much. Gloria, I went out there. Yeah, well, I know. What did you see?
Nothing. The car was gone. I looked all around for the spot. There wasn't a sign of anything. No trinkets, no blood marks, no nothing.
Well, then they must have found her.
But why don't they say something in the papers about it? If they just said something, I could stand it. It's driving me nuts.
Are you going to lay off that stuff?
No, I ain't. I need it.
I don't need it.
Yeah? I don't know what you're made of, but whatever it is, it's sure tough. I never knew a woman could be as tough. I'll never forget it as long as I live.
Ah, you're a jellyfish.
I can understand one guy rubbing out another one for doing something against the gang, but I never thought I'd see a woman do a thing like that. And for no good reason.
There was a reason. And shut up.
I couldn't have done a thing like that. You could have turned me in first. There she was, laying there, covered with...
Shut up.
It's funny, this stuff don't seem to have any effect on me. It's just like some water.
Get hold of yourself.
Poor kid. I never felt so miserable in all my life.
Did you get the late papers?
Yeah. Here you are. Well, anything in it?
No. No? Not a word.
Hey, maybe we didn't do it, Gloria. Maybe it was just a nightmare.
No, we did it all right, and proper.
If I don't hear something soon, I'll go crazy.
Hey, wait a minute.
Huh? What is it? Did they find her?
No. Well, what do you know about that?
Well, what is it? What is it?
Look at this picture.
Holy smoke. It's her. It's her and Fred.
Mr. and Mrs. Fred Adams attend the races.
When?
Yesterday. It isn't possible.
But it's her. I know it's her, Gloria. How could she? She's dead. Hey.
What's the matter?
Maybe it's her.
Her ghost? Don't be silly.
I'm getting out of here. I'm leaving town.
Look. You're in the other paper.
Huh?
Day before yesterday. Fred Adams and wife attend tennis match.
And another picture.
What could this mean? What did they say something about it?
You see, Gloria, it's getting you down, too. Oh, please, Gloria, let's pull out.
It's uncanny. I can't believe it.
If it's in the papers, you gotta believe it.
Did you double-cross me, Joe?
What do you mean?
Did you have blanks in that gun?
Blanks? I'd certainly hate to get hit with what I had in that gun. She's dead, I tell you.
Well, she better be.
What'll we do?
We'll wait. That's all, just wait.
Okay. But I don't think I can stand it, Gloria. I'm going to pieces.
But they did wait. They waited for 2 more days, and Joe, fortified with his bottle, was able to hang on. Then Gloria began to crack under the strain of waiting.
Joe, I can't stand it any longer. I gotta do it.
Do what?
I'm going to call Fred's apartment to see if she's there.
I wouldn't.
Hello? Is this the Adams apartment? Is Mrs. Adams there? An old friend from out of town. Yeah, thank you. She's there.
Holy gee.
She answered. Oh. I heard her. You lied to me, Joe.
I didn't lie. I had bullets in that gun. I saw her and she was dead.
There's something wrong. Terribly wrong. I'm going to wait a few more days. I'll check again. And when I'm sure, I'm going to take care of you, Joe.
What do you mean?
I'm going to kill you.
That's crazy.
I don't think it would be safe to have you walking around and talking.
Gloria, listen.
Come on, we're going to my apartment and wait. The story's bound to break sooner or later.
I'd rather get out of town.
You're coming with me in my apartment. Get moving.
Then 3 more days of sleepless waiting. The tenseness grows and grows. The suspense is almost stifling. Poor Joe can neither sleep nor eat, and Gloria becomes pale and drawn. Then Joe finally emerges and goes on a little scouting tour about town to see what he can learn. Then on the next night, a knock at Gloria's apartment door.
Who is it?
It's me, Fred.
Fred? Wait a minute.
Hello, Gloria.
What do you want, Fred?
May I come in? I'd like to talk to you.
Yeah, of course. Come in.
It's rather late, but, well, I had to talk to you.
What about? I never expected to see you around here again.
Well, I was lonely. I had to talk to someone.
Lonely? Well, sit down, Fred.
Thanks. You look kind of tired, Gloria. What's wrong?
Well, Since you mentioned it, you look a bit weary yourself. What's wrong with you?
Oh, nothing much. I sent you a check clearing up what I owed you. Did you get it?
Yeah. There's something wrong, Fred. What is it?
Oh, little trouble, that's all.
Sort of trouble.
Domestic?
Domestic? What do you mean? That isn't...
It isn't possible? Is that what you're going to say?
Yes, I thought you were quite happy with your wife.
Well, things can develop suddenly. I certainly found that out.
Well, what happened? Or do you want to tell me?
Yes. As a matter of fact, I do. Guess that's why I came here. You're always so darn understanding. You always knew the answers to things.
But what happened?
Well, I guess I really didn't belong in the upper crust. You had it figured out about right. Everything was all right until Brenda started to shape my career.
Shape your career?
Yes. She had everything all planned out for me. She and her father had it all figured out. I wanted to go into the DA's office and move up on my own initiative. They didn't want it that way. They wanted me to start out as a big shot.
Did she leave you?
Well, yes. We just agreed to disagree.
Oh. Well, where's she now?
Her father's place, I suppose.
When did she leave?
Yesterday?
Yesterday. Are you sure it was yesterday?
Of course. Why do you ask that?
Well, no reason, I suppose. I just can't believe it. It seems a shame. Well, I'm very sorry for you, Fred. Believe me. I know how you feel. I was let down with a dull thud once.
Were you?
You should know.
Oh, Gloria, I was such a fool. You were right. I should have listened to you. You could see what was coming, and I was too dumb to realize it. Have you forgiven me?
Yeah. Yeah, Fred. I'd have to forgive you. I love you so much. I've never been able to forget you for one single moment.
I'm sorry, Gloria. Terribly sorry.
Fred, I got a strange feeling. I don't know what it is, but I've got a feeling you're not telling me the truth.
What? You mean you don't believe me?
There is something you haven't told me. What is it?
Why, nothing. I've told you everything.
I don't believe you, Fred.
All right. Gloria, I'm in a tough spot. Brenda hasn't gone away. She's dead.
Dead? What on earth do you mean?
Yeah, she was found dead beside a car a number of days ago. The day after we had a nasty argument, but I didn't do it. There have been many threats against the district attorney and a member of his family. It may have been any one of a number of persons.
Nothing's been said about it in the paper.
I know it. They purposely kept it quiet, hoping the real killer would show his hand.
That's silly. Why should he?
I don't know. Oh, darling, it's all a mess. I'm completely worn out over it. I know they suspect me. I don't know what to do about it.
Gloria! I seen her.
Who?
She was standing under the lamppost at the corner. She spoke to me. She said, "Hello, Joe. How's Gloria?"
Shut up, you're drunk.
No, it was her. It was Brenda. I ran for the elevator, and as the doors closed, she was coming into the lobby. She was terrible. All pale and awful looking.
You simpleton, you got the snakes.
No, it was her. And she's coming up here. It's her. I don't want to see her. I can't look at her. I can't stand it.
Joe, turn on the lights.
I won't.
Turn on those lights.
Never mind the lights. I can see you. All three of you.
Brenda. What do you want?
So you're Gloria. Yes. Yes, I met you for the first time not many nights ago. On a deserted highway.
Joe, it is her.
Come out of the corner, Joe. I can see you. Joe, the man who pulled the trigger.
I didn't.
What do you want?
So, Fred, you were in on the plan, too. You wanted me out of the way because of Gloria. You were back of the whole thing.
No, Brenda, no. I had nothing to do with it.
You decided you'd made a mistake, that you wanted Gloria.
I didn't. I swear I didn't.
Tell him, Joe. Tell him how you shot me down. You had the gun. Tell him or I'll...
No. Give away from me. Don't touch me. I'll tell. I didn't do it. She did it. Gloria did it. I couldn't. I didn't have the nerve.
He's lying. I didn't do it.
Go ahead, Joe. Spill it.
I ain't going to take the rap for this. Gloria went off her beam when you married Brenda. She went crazy with jealousy. She knew about that party, and she made me drive her out there. We followed Brenda and then ran her off the road. She tried to make me do it, but I couldn't. I fired wild, and Gloria grabbed the gun from me, and
and let her have it.
He's lying.
How could she make you do it?
She threatened me. She's got something.
Shut up, shut up!
I don't care. She can tell what she knows about me, but I can prove that she killed Brenda.
How can you prove it, Joe?
I wore gloves. I still have the gun, and the only fingerprints on it are Gloria's.
You dirty little...
I figured she might try to double-cross me.
What about it, Gloria?
All right, I did it. I shot her. I couldn't stand it any longer.
Turn on the lights, Joe.
Hey, she ain't dead. It's her. It's her. Brenda ain't dead.
Good Lord.
Oh, yes, Brenda's dead, all right. Quite dead.
What is she?
You'll find out, Gloria. What a strange quirk of fate. It was your money that caused all this. It was you who put me through law school so that I could defend you. But now, I'm sorry to say I'll be forced to be your prosecutor. Sorry, Gloria. Terribly sorry.
Well, Gloria, you've come to the end of your rope. Things didn't work out as you'd planned. You really killed Brenda that night. But Fred got a brilliant idea. He had Nella, Brenda's twin sister, come up from Nassau and pose as his wife. That's how all the pictures appeared in the papers. And it was Nella who just walked in on you and got a confession. And how did Fred know you were the one? Well, there were several suspects. But you, Gloria, made the mistake of phoning for Brenda too many times. And the police traced your calls. Too bad, Gloria. Jealousy is a terrible thing.
CBS has presented The Whistler. Original music for this production is composed and conducted by Wilbur Hatch. The Whistler is written and directed by J. Donald Wilson and originates from Columbia Square in Hollywood. Next week, Sunday at 9:15...
I, the Whistler, will return to tell you the strange story out of the fog. Good night.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Wait a minute. Have you heard the strange tales of the Whistler?
I'm the Whistler.
I've come to the end of my rope. I've tried my best for 20 years to please Agatha. I gave up my painting and tried business after business and failed in every venture. Now, I can't go on any longer. I'm through.
Another Sunday night, and again CBS presents The Whistler.
I, the Whistler, know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales, many secrets hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. And so I tell you tonight the amazing story of the alibi. Poor Henry Farrington paces the library floor. Through his mind run the events of the past 20 years, from the day when he married the wealthy young widow Agatha Durant. Henry hadn't $1 of his own then, nothing but charm. He still hasn't $1 of his own, and now very little charm. Henry was a struggling artist, but Agatha was a businesswoman and was determined to make Henry a businessman. And Henry had tried hard. Agatha backed him in venture after venture, bossing him, completely dominating his every moment. But Henry experienced nothing but failure, and gradually Agatha's love turned to disgust. And now, 20 years later, his artistic talent long since vanished, he realizes what a wreck Agatha has made of him.
What are you doing in here, Henry?
Morning, Agatha.
I said, what are you doing?
Why, I'm just thinking.
That's what I thought. What are you doing with the lights on in the daytime?
Why, it's cloudy this morning. A bit dull in here.
You don't need lights to think. Turn them out.
Yes, Agatha.
Are you going to do nothing but mope around again today?
What do you want me to do?
Do you know what day this is?
Why, no. What day is it? Perhaps I've forgotten.
You'd forget your head if it weren't tied down. It's the 1st of the month. You go into town and collect the rent on the store buildings.
Very well, Agatha. Shall I deposit it in the bank?
No. Bring it back here. And hang on to it. You lost it last time. Or so you said.
I did lose it.
You need a nursemaid to follow your every move.
You've done a pretty good job of it.
Did you order the garden hose yesterday?
No, I forgot it. I had a lot on my mind.
Yeah? What's bothering you now?
Well, I've got a chance to get in on a pretty good deal. I need some money.
What kind of a deal?
Well, it's an oil lease deal.
Who with?
Why, Joe Hammond. A 50-50 proposition.
Joe Hammond? You know better than to talk to me about Joe Hammond.
He's done pretty well.
Yes, for himself. Double-crossed everybody he ever came in contact with.
He's a good lawyer.
You mean he was? Good thing I caught up with him and had him disbarred. He'd have stolen every dime I have.
It only takes $2,000.
$2,000? Add up all the thousands I've given you to put over business deals, and you'd have a fortune. You haven't an ounce of business sense in your whole body.
I never said I had. That was your idea. You started me on my business career, and you can take the consequences.
What do you mean by that?
I'm going in on that deal. I need $2,000. And one way or another, I'm going to get it.
I wish I knew what you mean.
You'll know later.
Where are you going?
Into town to collect the rents.
You better bring it back with you.
I will, Agatha. I'll bring the rent and...
And what?
And the hose. Of course. Good morning, Agatha.
Threatening me. Well, I'll soon fix him.
Agatha stands staring after him. Terrible thoughts race through her mind. Thoughts of fear, disgust, hatred, money, death, revenge. Her head begins to whirl. She can scarcely breathe. Her eyes bulge in terror, and she clutches at her heart, her throat.
Higgins!
Higgins, the butler, rushes in, realizes at once that Agatha has had another of her heart attacks, carries her to the Davenport, gives her a dose of her stimulant, and calls Dr. Johnson.
I heard her call to me, but she was unconscious when I reached her, Dr. Johnson. I gave her some of her heart medicine.
And I don't remember her having one of these attacks for several months, Higgins.
She's had one a week for the last 4 or 5 weeks, Doctor.
Oh, dear. Well, she'll pull out of it in a few minutes. Her heart's in a terrible condition. She's been under some extreme emotional strain. Oh, yes. She's coming round now. Ah, morning, Agatha.
Huh? Oh, what are you doing here?
Well, you haven't been eating enough apples.
Who sent for you? What's happened?
Well, ma'am, you had another attack. I called Dr. Johnson.
Attack? Nonsense.
No, it isn't nonsense, Agatha. You've had one of the worst attacks you've ever had.
Oh.
Believe me, if you don't drop all this business worry and control your temper, well, you won't have many more.
Oh, bosh.
Tell me, what brought this on, Agatha? Some deal turn out badly, lose a little money someplace?
No, I didn't.
Well, all right, Agatha. But I'm warning you, you'd better slow down, forget business, and control that temper. Do you realize what your blood pressure is?
No, and I don't care.
Oh, dear. Henry must have pulled a dilly.
Who said anything about Henry?
Oh, no. Take it easy, Agatha. You know, you're your own worst enemy. Well, I'll be running along.
Good.
Plenty of rest and quiet, and no temper. Goodbye, Agatha.
Goodbye.
Poor Henry walked walks around town for a half hour and finally gets up sufficient courage to see Joe Hammond, the ex-lawyer.
Well, Henry, have you got the 2,000?
Well, no, that is not exactly, Joe.
When will you have it?
I can raise it, but it'll take a little longer than you gave me.
Now, look, Henry, I bought that lease and gave my check for 4,000. Your check bounced. You didn't have a dime and you knew it. Now I'm caught short because of you. And you'd better dig up the 2,000 or I'm turning it over to the county attorney.
I'll get it, Joe.
How will you get it?
I'll figure it out.
Did you ask your wife?
Yes. But she refused when I told her it was a deal with you.
Oh, you're a sap, Henry. You know she hates me.
I've told her she was all wrong about you.
I couldn't stand to be around a woman like that.
Sometimes I can hardly stand it myself.
I'd kill her.
What did you say?
I said I'd feed her ground glass. She's done enough to me. And if I had to put up with her as you have, well, I'd do something about it.
What would you do, Joe?
I'd wring her neck. I can't stand a bossy woman.
You'd kill her, would you?
Oh, well, I was just speaking figuratively. You've tried hard, Henry. You've done your very best to be a successful businessman. It isn't your fault. So far, you failed, and she's sore about it. Left her entire fortune to her niece, a mere nitwit of a girl just out of school.
I know, but she took out a $50,000 policy payable to me.
Oh, what good does that do you? If you die first.
But she isn't very well, Joe.
She may live for years. You may bump off tomorrow.
Yeah.
Oh, of course, I doubt that. Nothing wrong with you that a bank account wouldn't fix. Is there?
No, I guess not.
She's got all the money she'll ever need. She's not in a jam. She's seen everything. And it'll all go to that niece. Except the insurance made out to you. That's payable in a few days, you know, after death.
Yeah?
I'm in a jam, Henry, and you're in a jam. You better start figuring some way out. I'll give you to the end of the week, Saturday at noon.
You mean you must have the money by then?
Oh, no, not necessarily money. Just some sort of assurance that you know where you can really get it.
I see.
Yeah. Well, think it over. And I'll always be around if you want any legal advice.
Thanks, Joe, for the extension. I'll be in touch with you.
Agatha is in her room now, sleeping. Her niece has come home from college, having graduated, and brings with her a young man. The two young people are waiting for the aunt to wake up.
Well, believe me, Janet, this is certainly a swell place. I had no idea it was like this.
I thought you'd like it, Grant.
I've never lived in a house with more than 6 rooms. This place must have at least 15.
More than that, darling.
Mm-hmm. Your Aunt Agatha certainly must have a lot of money to be able to keep a place like this.
She has. She has more than she knows what to do with.
What'd the butler say happened to her?
Oh, she had another attack. It's her heart. She has a terrible temper and pays no attention to the doctor's warnings about getting excited. According to Higgins, the doctor said he doubted if she could stand another like the one today.
Must be in pretty bad shape. Do you think she'll like me, Janet?
Why shouldn't she? I do. Oh, I warn you, she's a sour face and grouchy. But don't let her upset you. She'll get used to you. I love you very much, Grant. That's all that really matters.
I love you, Janet. More than anything in the world.
Your aunt will see you now, Miss Janet.
Thanks. Come along, Grant.
Right.
You wait outside the door. I want to talk to her first. I'll try to get her in a good humor.
Boy, this is a tense moment. I feel like I'm going before a judge.
Hello, Aunt Agatha. How do you feel?
I feel all right. How long have you been here?
Oh, about half an hour. Sorry to hear you had another attack today. You should take things more calmly.
That's easier said than done.
How's Uncle Henry?
He's in town. Good-for-nothing man.
Oh, I wouldn't say that.
What do you know about it? Nothing.
Oh, I think I know Uncle Henry rather well.
All men are the same. I wouldn't trust one around the street.
Well, that's a matter of opinion. Aunt Agatha,
Well, what's on your mind? What are you trying to say?
I have a surprise for you.
Surprise? What do you mean?
I brought a guest home with me.
A guest? Huh? Least you could do was warn me. Who is she?
It isn't a girl.
Who, then?
Just a minute. Come in, Grant. Aunt Agatha, this is Grant.
Grant? Grant who?
Grant Collins. I'm very happy to meet you, Mrs. Farrington.
What's he doing here?
He's going to stay here for a while.
Why?
Well, because
Because I asked him to.
Well, I didn't ask him.
But, Aunt Agatha, you don't understand.
I understand, all right. And I don't need any explanations. Is this an example of what you've been doing at college, running around with men?
Well, this is different. Grant is more than just a friend.
I have enough trouble around here now without taking on any more. You'll have to leave at once.
What? You don't know what you're saying.
I certainly do.
Perhaps I can explain
You
it.
keep out of this. This doesn't concern you.
I'm afraid it does concern him, Aunt Agnes.
Well, who is he? Where'd you meet him? What does he do?
Well, I'm just an ordinary person. I haven't come from any great family, if that's what you mean. And I haven't any money.
What's your business?
Well, I haven't any regular line. I've done a lot of things. But I'll hit on something.
Another one. Just like Henry. You ought to have more sense than that, Janet.
But I love Grant.
Nonsense.
And I love Janet.
Young man, you better leave this house before I lose my temper. I'm not going to have my niece throwing herself away on a nobody. Now get out.
Just a minute, Aunt Agatha. This is my home, too. Grant is here at my request.
Is that so? Your home, eh? It's your home only so long as I choose to make it so. You're my heir, but if you dare to defy me, I'll change that quicker than you can bat an eye.
Oh, you're jumping to conclusions. After you get to know me better, I think you'll like me, Aunt Agatha.
Aunt Agatha? What do you mean by Aunt Agatha?
I'm your nephew.
Did you say nephew?
Yes, he did. Grant and I are married.
Married?
We were married today.
How dare you? How dare you do such a thing without consulting me?
Now, please, Aunt Agatha, don't let yourself get excited.
Get out of here. Get out.
But please, Mrs. Farrington, give me a chance to explain.
This marriage will be annulled immediately, Janet, or I'm through with you. Do you hear? I'll change the will and leave you nothing. It's final. Now get out. Get out, both of you, and leave me alone. Get out.
Come on, Grant. Let's leave her alone before she has another attack.
What do you think we should?
I'm all right now. Leave me alone.
Say, I never expected anything like this.
Neither did I.
She certainly is in a bad way.
Yes, I didn't realize it was quite this serious. She's in a terrible mental state.
Well, this is a pretty situation for us.
Oh, I don't want you to leave, darling. You'd better wait a few days until she's better. There must be some way to win her over.
I hope you're right.
I'll have a talk with Uncle Henry. Something's happened to cause all this. I'll find out as soon as he comes in. Now, don't worry, darling. Everything will be all right.
I hope so. I'll just keep out of her way for a few days and see what develops.
Now, long after dinner, Uncle Henry sits alone in the library, deeply lost in thought. On the desk before him is a small calibered revolver. His fingers toy with the weapon. And as the door opens, he slips the gun into his desk drawer. Janet closes the door and steps into the room.
Uncle Henry?
Huh? Oh, come in, Janet.
I wanted to talk with you alone.
Talk with me? Very well.
What is your opinion of Grant?
Why, I like him. Fine boy.
Do you suppose it would do any good if you talked to Aunt Agatha?
You know as well as I do how she feels about me. And in her eyes, Grant is an exact counterpart of me. She thinks it's the same situation over again. And she's determined that you won't have to put up with a failure as she did with me.
But how does she know he'll be a failure?
I'm her yardstick for all men without means.
What happened today to cause the heart attack?
Her violent temper.
There must have been a reason.
Yes, Janet, there was. I had a deal on, and I needed $2,000. She flew into a rage and had the attack after I left the house.
What on earth are we going to do about her?
I don't know, Janet. As for me, well, I've come to the end of my rope. I've tried my best for 20 years to please her. Now, well, I just can't go on any longer. I'm through.
What do you mean?
Just that. There's nothing left for me now. I'm too old to try anything new. Too old to go back to my painting, and Agatha is becoming more resentful every day. I'm licked.
Uncle Henry, are you trying to tell me that you're planning something?
Planning something, my dear? What do you mean?
You mustn't, Uncle Henry. Regardless of how you feel, there's still much to live for.
Is there?
You've always been so kind and good to me. I just couldn't stand it if you were...
No, please, darling. I'm much older than you are. Well, I just see things differently, that's all. And it's been terrible lonely in this house since you've been gone. Now it'll become lonelier and lonelier, filled with hatred and greed and resentment, and I couldn't stand it.
Promise me you won't do anything foolish.
Janet, whatever I do will be for the best. Please believe me. Everything will come out for the best.
12 o'clock that night, Janet, Grant, and Henry go to their rooms, and the big house settles down to sleep. Then, 2 hours after midnight, Agatha stirs uneasily in her bed. An eerie figure in white stands beside her. She opens her eyes.
Well, who's there?
I want you, Agatha Barrington.
Aunt Agatha! Aunt Agatha! Good heavens! Grant, Uncle Henry, hurry!
What's happened? I heard a scream. Janet, what was it?
There's the medicine. Give her a dose.
I'll rub her wrists. Oh, she's as cold as ice.
What on earth could have happened? A nightmare?
She's had quite a shock. Well, her pulse is fairly strong.
She's coming to.
Oh. What happened?
Well, you screamed. You had fainted when we got here.
Yes. There was someone in this room. I saw it.
Saw what?
I don't know what it was. It was a figure in white.
Auntie, you must have had a nightmare.
Maybe so. It could have been a nightmare, but it seemed so real.
Look. The window to the balcony is open. Did you open it, Aunt Agatha?
No, I never keep it open.
Look outside, Grant.
You mean it might have been a burglar? My diamonds.
It could have been a burglar. And your scream frightened him away.
Look in the box in the drawer.
I did. They're all here. Not a sign of anyone outside.
Do you feel better now?
What's happened, ma'am? Anything wrong?
No, Higgins, nothing's wrong. Go back to bed, all of you. I'll be all right. And lock that balcony window.
Now it is the next night. Uncle Henry is sitting alone at the desk in the library, lost again in a deep study. Grant and Janet are in the living room.
You really think it might have been a prowler last night, Grant?
Well, I don't know. The window was open. It could have been.
I'm inclined to think it was nothing more than a nightmare. She's been so upset lately.
Well, if it was a burglar, he didn't get anything.
Well, that's true. And he might try it again.
If he does, he's liable to get a good scare.
What do you mean?
This.
Grant, where did you get that revolver?
Out of my trunk.
Oh, please, Grant, I don't like guns. Let them take what they want. If you start shooting, they're liable to shoot back. Besides, jewels can be replaced.
Now, don't worry, darling. I couldn't shoot anyone if I tried. Anyway, there are no bullets in it.
Then what's good is it?
Well, it's a little .32 I use in school for a starting gun. It has nothing but blanks in it. Yeah, see? It won't hurt anyone, but it'll give them a good scare.
Well, blanks or no blanks, I don't like guns around.
Now, don't worry, darling.
Oh, good heavens, it's 7:30. I'd better get dressed or we'll be late for the Morrison party.
Oh, yeah, you better hurry. I'm all ready. I want to see about the car. Oh, Higgins.
Yes, sir. Come in, sir. I was just having a little coffee and a bite to eat. Would you care for anything, sir?
No, thanks. Did Rollins check my tires and gas?
I did, sir. Rollins and the others are all off tonight. I put your car in front.
Oh, thanks.
Excuse me, sir. The Farrington residence? Yes? Oh, yes, Mr. Hammond. He's dozing in the library. I'll get him. What? Oh, I see. Yes, I'll tell him. Goodbye. Joe Hammond wants Mr. Farrington to come over to his place this evening. I'll tell him. Excuse me, sir. Anything else I can do for you?
Oh, no. I'll be running along in a few minutes. By the way, since Mr. Farrington's going out, you'd better look in on Mrs. Farrington once in a while.
Oh, I will, sir.
So Grant and Janet drive to the Morrisons' estate to attend a charity lawn party. And Henry goes to talk things over with Joe Hammond, the ex-lawyer who holds Henry's bad check. Then toward midnight, the lawn party breaks up and Grant and Janet return home.
Well, that was a wonderful party, Grant. I never saw so many people. Friends I haven't seen for 4 years. I was thrilled to death.
Yes, it was quite an affair. I wonder how much they raised. Good many thousands, I imagine. And did that red-headed gal sell war bonds?
I'll run up and see how Aunt Agatha is. I'll be right down.
Right. I think I'll have a nightcap. Want one?
No, thanks.
Hello, Grant.
Oh, hello.
Party over already?
Yeah, big affair. Had a great time.
I got to talking business with Joe Hammond, and first thing I knew, it was almost midnight.
Grant, call Dr. Johnson.
What? Janet, what is it?
Aunt Agatha. Come quickly, Uncle Henry. Call Dr. Johnson, Grant. You can't get him. Call the emergency hospital. Get a police ambulance.
still trying to get Dr. Johnson, Janet?
Never mind, Grant. Police surgeon says we won't need Dr. Johnson.
Did he pull her out of the attack?
No. He couldn't do a thing for her. She was dead when they got here.
Good heavens. Well, she must have had a severe attack.
Well, you see, Grant,
Just a minute, folks. I'd like to ask a few questions, and I'd prefer that you didn't carry on any conversation with each other.
No conversation? Well, what's he mean, Janet?
Never mind. I'll get around to that. Take all their fingerprints, Davis, while I'm talking.
Yeah, Captain.
I demand an explanation. What do you mean, fingerprints?
How long have you known Janet Farrington?
Oh, about 6 weeks.
Where did you meet her?
At a dance, a party.
Did you know all about her? Who she was, her family?
Certainly.
What do you know about him?
well, I just knew I loved him, and that was enough.
I take it your financial condition is not so good, Grant.
Well, no, I haven't any money, but what's that to do with it?
Did Agatha Farrington object to your marriage?
Yes, she did. She threatened to change her will unless we had the marriage annulled, but...
Did you care whether that happened, Grant?
Well, certainly. I didn't want Janet to lose her inheritance. What are you getting at?
Grant had nothing to do with it, I tell you. I know what you're inferring, and it's ridiculous. Grant didn't marry me for my money.
What's this about prowlers around the house?
Well, we aren't sure there were prowlers. Agatha claimed someone was in her room last night. The window was wide open, but we aren't sure about it.
It was a nightmare.
Well, she did keep some jewelry in her room, and from the looks of the room, someone certainly went through it thoroughly.
Who knew about where she kept the jewelry?
Why, all three of us knew. And Higgins the butler knew about it.
Where's Higgins?
Why, I never thought of that. Probably in his room. I'll look. Higgins! He's unconscious!
Yeah. He's been blackjacked.
Higgins!
Farrington, what's wrong?
Who slugged you?
Slugged me? Why, I've been asleep.
That's what you think. Feel the bump on your head.
Good heavens.
Did you hear any shots tonight?
Shots? No, I was in my room. I must have dozed off in the chair.
Then it must have been a burglar.
What goes on here? Anyone would think you were trying to cook up a murder.
No, Grant. The murder's already been done.
What?
Yes. Mrs. Farrington was shot in the chest. Twice.
Shot? But that's not possible. Shot?
Here you are, Captain. We found this gun in the young fellow's room. It's been fired twice.
Oh, this is silly. That's a starting gun. Nothing but blanks in it.
Who fired it?
What? I haven't the slightest idea.
All right, Davis. Take the gun and the bullets from Mrs. Farrington's body and have ballistics check on them. Well, young fellow, according to the ballistics test, the bullets that killed her were fired from your gun.
But it isn't possible, I tell you. My gun had nothing but blanks.
And there were no fingerprints but yours. I'm afraid you're stuck with this deal.
No, please listen.
I couldn't have done it.
You had a motive, a gun, and an opportunity. And furthermore, you left that party for a half hour tonight. We checked on it. We have a witness who saw you leave.
Oh, all right, what if I did? My gun has blanks in it. Oh, please believe me. I couldn't bring myself to do such a thing. I couldn't.
You killed Mrs. Farrington, and you might as well admit it.
I didn't. I didn't shoot her. I swear I never touched her.
I can't stand by and see an innocent person suffer for this. The boy didn't do it. I did it. I had a better reason. I planned it. I'd have enough of Agatha, and I was caught in a jam. I did it to get the insurance she left me. I was desperate. I came back and slugged Higgins while he was asleep, shot Agatha, and left the house.
I don't believe you. You're trying to cover up for him, but it won't hold water. We've got him dead to rights.
But I couldn't have killed her. I only wanted to scare her.
What? Go ahead.
Nothing.
Then you did come back here. Spill it.
Well, all right, I did come back.
Grant, what are you saying?
I had the gun, but there were nothing but blanks in it. I doped Higgins' coffee before I left the house. I came back and went to her room. I fired the blanks.
Why?
Well, I knew she had a weak heart. I figured the shock would bring on her death. I was the figure in her bedroom. I couldn't see Janet lose her fortune, but I didn't want to give her up.
Grant, how could you? I can't believe it.
I tell you, I came back and shot her. If he fired blanks, then I must have fired the bullets that actually killed her.
Look at his gun. Real bullets in it.
What? Why, they are bullets.
Where's your gun, Farrington?
Here.
Open it.
Great Scott. Why, they're blanks.
That settles it. Come on, young fella. We've had enough talk about this. The evidence is all against you.
Yes, Grant. The evidence is all against you. And nothing can save you now. Try as he might, Henry can never convince anyone that he planned to kill Agatha. Although it is true he did come back and fire at her, just as you did, Grant. But it was definitely you and your gun that fired the fatal bullets. Of course, I know what you're wondering. How did the real bullets get in your revolver? You know, don't you, Janet? Tell us what happened.
I saw Uncle Henry put a revolver in his desk as I stepped into the library that night. I was afraid he was going to kill himself. When Grant showed me his gun with the blanks, I switched the shells in their guns to keep Uncle from committing suicide. You see, I never dreamed that Grant had a plan afoot to cause my aunt's death by mental murder.
There you are. Another tale of greed and revenge and hatred, all unraveled as neatly as you please.
CBS has presented The Whistler. Original music for this production was composed and conducted by Wilbur Hatch. The Whistler is written and directed by J. Donald Wilson and comes to you from Columbia Square in Hollywood. Next Sunday, same time,
I, the Whistler, will return to tell you another unusual tale. Good night.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Wait a minute. Have you heard the strange tales of the Whistler? Sunday night, and again, CBS presents The Whistler.
I, the Whistler, know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales, many secrets hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. And so I tell you tonight the strange story, The Nemesis. A big railroad station in America's biggest city. Many people here, many lonely people, many desolate souls, many strange people. Look over there, standing beside that exit, a beautiful girl with blue eyes and blonde hair. Lovely creature. Beside her stands a man, a dark, silent man. The blonde and the silent man search the crowd from the incoming trains feverishly. Then suddenly the beautiful blonde speaks.
Lou, there he is. That's Cartier.
Where?
The swanky one with the Homburg hat and the cane.
Oh, yeah, I see. Okay, Sandra. I'll get him.
See you later. You know what to do.
Yeah, I know. So long, Sandra.
Lou, the dark, silent one, slips quickly through the crowd and steps up behind the man in the Homburg hat.
Your name Cartier?
What?
Cartier the Great? The magician?
Why, that's right. Who are you?
Doesn't matter. Just start walking.
What'd you say?
Out the door. That's a gun in your ribs, Mr. Cartier, so just keep walking.
What does this mean? I demand an
Just keep walking. To that cab at the curb.
Where are you taking me?
You'll be surprised.
Yes, Cartier, you will be surprised. You're going to the very place you planned not to go. But here you are, Cartier, right in front of it. A tall office building on 42nd Street.
All right. Get out, Cartier. You know where you are now.
Grover. It's Grover.
Get out. And no funny moves. I'll go along with you.
Careful, Cartier. Very careful across the walk into the elevator and up to the 7th floor. Well, here we are, the 7th floor.
All right, I'll leave you here, Cartier. Go on in.
What does he want? What does Goldberg want?
I don't know, buddy. But go on in. You'll find out. See you later.
Oh, there you are, Goldberg. Well, what a surprise. I really didn't expect to find you here this time of night.
And why did you come?
Oh, I wanted to see you.
Did you? I sent someone to see that you did come.
Well, now, wait a minute. I resent this. I'm getting a new manager tomorrow.
No, you're not. Not tomorrow or any other day.
Wait a minute. Are you threatening me, Goldberg?
That depends. Where is it?
What?
The $2,000 you owe me.
Oh, well, I had a little trouble.
You used that the last trip.
Well, I'm sorry to say I haven't a cent, but I'll get it now. Give me a little time.
I've given you 2 years.
You'll get it. You act as though I was trying to beat you out of it.
You would if you got half a chance. Now, get this. I need that money, and I need it right away. I'm giving you exactly 5 days to dig it up.
But I haven't got it.
Then get it. I'll be waiting here at 6 o'clock next Saturday night. And believe me, Cartier, you'd better have it.
And if I don't?
And I'll blackball you in every agency in the country. I'll see that you never work in vaudeville again.
You wouldn't dare.
Wouldn't I?
Goldberg, I'll pay you that $2,000. When I get ready.
Saturday night.
No bushy-haired, fat-face like you's going to threaten me. I don't need you. I can get a booking any day in the week.
Try it.
I don't like your nasty attitude. Good night, Goldberg.
Wait a minute, Cartier. How would you like to dig up 3,000 instead of 2?
What do you mean?
Take a look at this. Ever see this check before?
George Welton, $1,000.
Notice your signature. And see what it says? No account in this bank. You know, you shouldn't pay gambling debts with rubber checks.
Where'd you get that?
Georgie Welton needed some money, so I took it off his hands. Georgie's my partner now.
What are you going to do with it?
Keep it till 6 on Saturday night. If you don't hand over the money, this goes to the DA. 6 o'clock, Cartier.
You're a swine, Grover.
You'll get the money?
No. No, not by Saturday, nor 10 years from Saturday.
That final?
Yes, that's final.
Okay, too bad. This is the end of a great career.
And you can go to the devil. Better get booking. Who'll I see first? Matt Rubicam.
Well, here you are, Cartier, standing in his office. It's Tuesday morning. You've got till Saturday.
Good morning. May I help you?
Yes, I'd like to see Mr. Rubicam. Cartier is the name.
Mr. Cartier to see you, Mr. Rubicam. Oh, yes, sir. He says he can't see you, Mr. Cartier. He's in conference.
What?
I'm sorry.
Nat Bromley, there's a swell guy. Tried to sign me up for years.
It's Wednesday now. Not much time left. Hurry, Cartier.
Nat, how are you?
I'm busy.
Look, I want to talk to you about a booking.
Leave your number with the boy.
Bromley, I wouldn't let you handle me if you begged me on your knees. I'm Cartier the Great. I'm big time. I'll show him.
It's Wednesday now. Only 2 days left. Harry Masnick. Tackle him.
Hello, Harry. How goes it?
Oh, hello, Cartier.
I want to talk over that offer you made me.
What offer?
Why, any one of the 10 you made me last year.
You don't seem to remember any offer.
What? Are you kidding?
What do you do?
Now, wait a minute. Get down off your high horse, Harry.
Sorry, magic ain't going this season. I could place a dog act.
If I didn't think you were kidding, I'd take a poke at you. It's Goldberg, that dirty rat. I didn't think he'd do it. Cut me out as clean as a whistle. This is Thursday. Tomorrow's Friday, and the next day is... What was it Goldberg said?
The end of a great career. This is Saturday. Not much time now. Time. That's what you want, Cartier. Time, remember? Hurry. It's 5 till 6. Goldberg's waiting.
Hello, Goldberg.
Oh, hello.
Now, look, Goldberg, have a heart, will
What
you?
do you want?
I didn't think you'd go through with it. I can't get booking any place. Now, how do you expect me to pay you back?
You said you didn't intend to.
I know, but I've got a proposition to make about that check.
Nothing doing. You made your choice.
Now, you're not really going to turn it over to the DA?
With pleasure.
I see. Hey, what's that gun on your desk for?
Gun? Oh. I figured you'd be coming back, but I wasn't sure just what frame of mind you'd be in.
You expect me to believe that?
I don't care whether you do or not.
You know what I think?
I'm listening.
I think your back's against the wall. I think you're broke and you're facing something unpleasant.
Well, if I am, you aren't helping much.
I might.
How?
I've got a ring here that's worth at least $2,000.
Oh, I don't want any ring.
Now, wait a minute. Take a look at it. It's a cat's eye.
Yeah?
Yeah, it looks 4 miles deep. Notice the cut, the coloring, the depth of it?
Yeah.
This ring is worth money, Goldberg. A lot more than that check. I can't pay you all I owe, and maybe you can't pay all you owe, but a little would help us both.
Yeah?
You notice the fire in it? You see? You notice how it flares?
Yeah.
You're broke, Goldberg. You're broke. That's it. You're a failure. You haven't a chance. You're through. Look at this ring. This ring for the check. Okay. Give me the ring. There's only one way out for you, Goldberg. Better take that gun on your desk and use it for a one-way ticket. That's the best way out for you. You're a failure. You're washed up. You're through.
A failure. Washed up. Through.
Sorry, Goldberg. Good night.
Oh, Mr. Cartier.
What time is it?
5 after 6.
Thanks. Good night. See you in the morning.
Yes, sir.
Hello there, Billy. Give me a hand with these buckets, will you?
Sure. Well, what floor are you starting on tonight?
7. Mamie's taking them up to 6. Here we are.
That's got it.
Work. At 65, I should have a place of my own with a garden. And here I am, slaving away at $12 a week.
Ain't much. But I only make 17, and I got a wife who likes clothes.
I heard that before.
Here you are.
Thanks. I'll ring when I'm ready for the next floor. Oh, what's that?
A shot. Come from right across the hall.
Goldberg's office.
Come on. Gee whiz. It's Goldberg.
Shot himself. Holy Mother, get the police.
Now the same night, and we are standing at an open window 8 flights up, still in Manhattan. That wide space out there is Washington Square. Yes, we're on Washington Square South, Greenwich Village. Artists, sculptors, models, actors, poets, and paupers. Behind you, in this cheap apartment, a party's in progress.
Come on, folks. How about another drink?
Okay, make mine a Tom Collins.
I'll have a Cuba Libre. Help yourself in the kitchen. That's the best way. What's wrong with you, Sandra?
Nothing's wrong. Why?
Oh, come on now. Why mope? Cheer up.
Hey, Jerry. Who else is coming tonight?
Oh, quite a crowd.
Do you know who I like?
No, who?
That big, good-looking football player from Oklahoma. You know, the one he laughs all the time.
Ralph Brent?
Yeah, I like him. He's wealthy, isn't he?
Oh, that is why you like him. Who else is coming?
Well, remember Cartier, the magician?
Oh,
He said
yes.
he'd try to come.
Oh, maybe he'll do some of his tricks again. Oh, golly, it's hot in here.
Well, Ricardo, open that window in the kitchen. Get a breeze in there, huh?
Oh, somebody's at the door.
Hello, Cartier. Glad you could make it. You know everybody. Make yourself at home. Refreshments in the kitchen. Help yourself.
Thanks. Hello, everybody.
Oh, hello, Cartier.
I think you know everybody. Sandra Hale. Cartier the Great.
Oh, yes, the magician. Yes, I should say I do know him.
Hello, Sandra. How are you? Will you help me in the kitchen?
Why, can't you pull your drinks out of your hat?
yeah, but it's awful stuff.
Come along, then.
Let's see. What have we? Oh, yes. This is for me. How have you been, Sandra?
I hear you've been on the road a year.
That's right. Didn't you miss me? What have you been doing?
Modeling.
Modeling? Here, watch. There. Drink right out of your sleeve. Ever see that one?
Yes, too often. Better save your tricks for the crowd. They'll be jealous. Come on, let's join them.
All right.
Come on, Cartier. We're waiting to be hoodwinked. What have you got in your bag this time?
Oh, a few oldies, a couple of new ones.
We don't care. I love them all.
Okay. Now, wait a minute. You see the scarf? Now, wait a minute. All right, here's the scarf. Now, nothing in it. I wave it twice in the air, pass it around the room, and then I place it gently on Bella's head. Now, I remove the scarf and... There you are.
What is it? What happened?
Well, feel the top of your head, Bella.
Ain't it there?
Oh, feel.
Okay. That's a dirty trick.
Oh, you did it. Yes.
Oh, she'll get over it. It was a white mouse. Come on in here, Sandra. I want to talk to you. Tell me, who do you model for, Sandra?
I did do some fashion photographs.
Did?
Yes, but lately it's been slow.
How lately?
Well, as a matter of fact, I worked only 4 times this year.
Only 4 times.
Mm-hmm. My books show $100 in the past year.
Really? Well, why don't you try something else? Why waste time modeling?
What, for instance?
Well, why don't you marry me, Sandra? You know I love you. I've always loved you.
Why don't you give me a job?
As what?
An assistant?
Say, I believe you've got something there. I'd like that.
Good. When do we start rehearsal?
Right now.
Now? Oh, this is so sudden.
Oh, there's a lot to learn. It takes several months of hard work.
I don't mind.
I've got several new ideas for next season, but I haven't decided on anything definite.
We could do a hypnotist act. I could be a stooge.
Hey, Cartier, come out of the kitchen. The big championship fight's on tonight. You want to listen? The preliminaries are on now.
Okay, just a minute. We're busy.
We can sure see that.
Sandra, have you ever been hypnotized?
Never. Why?
Well, it would make a terrific act.
Well, how do you know you can hypnotize me?
I could try.
Okay, try it.
All right. Here's a ring. Now, you gaze into it. Don't look away. Just keep gazing. You're going to sleep. The ring. You're getting drowsy. You can hear no sound but my voice. Repeat what I say.
I am going to sleep. I am getting drowsy. I can hear no sound but your voice.
No sound but my voice. Take this pad and pencil. Write. Jerry is a simpleton. Now, wake up. Sandra.
Huh? What? Oh, how do you know you can?
Can what?
Hypnotize me.
I've just done it. Isn't this your writing?
Well, yes, but I didn't write
Oh,
this.
but you did. You did. I saw you, and very good. Say.
But I wouldn't write anything like this.
Wait. Let's try it again. Here, look in the light. Sleep. Sleep. My voice. My voice. You can only hear my voice. You're now asleep. Do you see Madison Square Garden? There's a fight going on. What round is it?
2.
If one man falls, tell me.
1 falls.
Which one? Where are your cats?
Cats, they hold up the other's hand.
Sandra, wake up. Wake up!
Oh. What did I do?
Oh, nothing very important. Come with me, ladies and gentlemen, quiet, please. I wish to make an announcement.
Oh, go ahead and make it.
From this day on, the act of Cartier the Great shall be billed as Cartier and Sandra. Yes, I've discovered a new partner. She is clairvoyant to the nth degree. I shall develop my new hypnotism act, and Sandra is to be my assistant. All right, okay. Come here, Sandra. Take this ring. Sit down. I'm going to show you, pighead, something. Now, all right, now, Jerry, now, I don't know who you've invited here tonight, and if I did, there's no way of our telling who'll walk in the door next. Is that right? Yeah. Well, I'm going to hypnotize Sandra, and she's going to describe the one who'll enter next. All right, now, quiet. Wait a minute. Quiet, please. Sandra, sleep. Sleep. Drowsy. Look into the future. Tell us, Sandra, describe the person who will enter that door next. Speak.
A man. A small, thin man. Curly hair. A slight mustache. Eyes close together. Sunken chest. And he walks with a slight limp.
Hey, that's Georgie.
Georgie Welton.
Yeah, he's coming tonight. That's him exactly.
Did you say Georgie Welton?
Sure, you know him.
Yes, I know him.
The man.
She's saying something else.
The man. Oh, there's something wrong with him. He's in danger. In trouble. Yes, he doesn't know it. But he's approaching something terrible.
Sandra, wake up. Wake up!
Oh, what happened this time? What did I say? Well, why is everybody staring at me so strangely?
Oh, it's Georgie. For the love of Mike, where you been?
I've been busy. Sandra was right. She guessed it. It was you.
Hey, what was me?
Oh, she sure hit
Oh,
it.
it is uncanny. How do you do it, Sandra?
What are you talking about?
That's what I want to know.
Oh, nothing, Georgie. Forget it. Go on out into the kitchen. Help yourself. Anything you want.
Yeah, thanks. Well, what's out here?
Hello, Georgie.
Connie,
What's the matter, Georgie? You look a bit pale.
what are you doing here?
Waiting for you, Georgie. Where you been hiding?
What do you want?
I want to make a little deal about that check I gave you. I'd like to get it squared up.
What kind of a deal?
Well, you see, I'm a little short of cash right now, and I knew you could use some, so I thought I might give you this ring. It's worth a couple of $1,000. Be a good deal. How about it?
Well, you see, I ain't got the check no more.
Where is it?
I sold it to Groberg.
Why'd you do that?
I needed the dough.
Well, you can get it back and still have some left.
Yeah, I could, only...
What's the matter with you?
Ain't you heard?
Heard what?
Groberg's dead.
Dead? Dead? When did this happen?
Well, this evening at his office. Say he committed suicide.
What do you know? Poor old Groberg. I guess he got up against the wall. Huh?
Yeah. Hey, gee, I
What's wrong?
feel kind of sick and kind of dizzy.
It's pretty hot tonight. Come on over to the window. The air will help you. Here, drink this.
Yeah, thanks. Thanks.
Now, about this check. I'd like to have it. Take a look at this ring. This ring would make it more than worth your efforts in getting that check into my hands. You understand? I don't want anything like that hanging over me when I can possibly avoid it.
Everybody happy? That's him. That's Ralph.
Oh, my football hero.
Ralph, where have you been?
Well, I got delayed over in Jersey. Hi, gang.
You know everybody.
Yeah, sure. Say, has the fight started yet? I got to hear that.
Oh, it's on now. Radio's in the bedroom. First round's just over.
Yeah, well, I'm betting kind of heavy on cats. Say, anybody want to bet? I'm offering 10 to 1.
How much you say you were offering?
10 to 1.
I'll take some of that.
Okay. How much?
Oh, I've got 200 to put on Murray.
Well, now, that's a bet. Are you sure you can spare it?
I'm worrying about you.
Don't worry about me. No, sir. Well, turn it up. I want to hear it.
They come into the ring dancing. There goes Katz. He's a little groggy after that last one, but he's working hard now. There. Katz lands a left to the jaw, a right, a left, onto the... Oh, a hard left to Murray's stomach. And Murray looks a little tired, but he's in there punching. Yes, he's in there. Yes, oh, he landed a left to Katz's button. And he's following it right through. Left to the jaw, another one. And there he goes. Katz is down. He's down. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. He's out. Murray is the winner.
Turn it off. Well, you win, fella. Here you are.
Thank you.
$2,000.
Thank you.
Say, where'd you get that hunch, Katya?
I don't know, Jerry. I'm sure I don't know.
Oh, somebody else coming late, ain't they?
Yes?
What's going on here?
A party. Come on in, join us.
Thanks. Come on in, Murphy. Any of you people know George Welton?
Sure, we all do.
You know where he is?
He's here.
Oh, yeah, he's been here for some time.
Where is he?
Why, he's... Hey, who are you? What do you want?
Police headquarters.
Police?
What's he done?
I didn't say he done anything. Where is he?
Georgie? Hey, where is Georgie?
He was out in the kitchen.
Well, get him, Bella. What's he done, officer? You've been here all evening.
Hey, Gary, he isn't here.
Well, look in the bedroom.
He's not here either. But how on earth did he get out?
You want to know?
Well, why keep us in the dark?
He went out through the window.
Well, that's ridiculous. There's no fire escape.
That's right. We just found him 8 stories below on the sidewalk.
Oh,
We found this note on him. Said he was sick and he was going to end it all. That makes it a clear case of suicide.
I
Suicide, huh? I thought he was acting funny.
Poor George. What a shame. I can't imagine what came over him.
Oh, gee, she told us it was going to happen. I thought she was kidding.
Yeah, who told you?
Why, Sandra over there.
She told us before George came in the room that he was approaching something terrible, that he was in trouble.
How'd she know that?
I don't know. We were kidding, and Cartier hypnotized her, and she described Georgie as the next one to enter, and then she told about something going to happen to him.
Oh, is that so? Well, who is she?
Sandra Hale.
Sandra Hale. Are you Cartier?
That's right.
What do you know about this Sandra Hale?
Well, I found that she was a very easy subject to hypnotize.
Hey, I'll bet that's how he knew who was going to win that fight tonight.
Yes, that's right. Under hypnosis, she has an uncanny power to see into the future.
What's the matter with her now? Why is she sitting over there in the corner?
Yeah, what's she staring at?
I just better ask her a few questions.
I'd rather you didn't just now.
Oh, yes? Why not?
I hypnotized her and...
Yeah, why?
I wanted to see if she could tell me the winner in the derby tomorrow, and you came in, and that sort of broke my control. I found it very difficult to snap her out of it quickly. I'll let her alone for a few minutes, and I'll get her out.
What's she staring at? What's she got in her hand?
She's mumbling something.
Wait a minute. Whose ring is this she's holding?
It's mine. In order to put the subject under, he must stare into a shining object.
Miss Hale. Miss Hale.
I asked you not to bother her.
Yeah? Miss Hale. Why, she's in a trance. Miss Hale, did you see George Welton in trouble?
Falling through space. Dying. He's dead.
Did he jump?
Yes. No. He's being forced. Forced to do something.
Against his will?
Yes. He's writing. Writing something.
Hey, Joe, give me that suicide note, quick. Miss Hale, take this. Is he writing this note?
Yes. But he doesn't know it. Someone is dictating to him. I'm dictating to him.
You? What else do you see?
A shining object. It's blinding.
Go on.
Now he's sitting behind a desk.
The thin man? George?
No. He is bushy-haired and fat. He's high up. He is bushy-haired and fat, with a large nose, a mustache.
Sandra, wake up.
Leave
wake
her alone,
up.
will you? Leave her alone.
She's in bad shape. I tell you, something might happen to her.
A bushy-haired fat man at a desk. What's he doing?
There's a gun on the desk. He's staring at something. Something bright. He's saying something. No. Someone else is saying something. I am saying something to him.
Does this fat man have a gold front tooth?
Gold front tooth. Yes.
Hey, that's a perfect description of Goldberg, Georgie's partner.
Certainly is. He shot himself tonight. Is someone dictating to him?
Yes. I am.
You? Are you in the same room?
No. I am standing on the curb below. I'm looking up and mumbling.
What are you mumbling?
Pick up gun. Only way out. Against your temple. Fire.
Let her alone. You're killing her. Sandra! Sandra!
What was the bright object he was staring at?
I don't know. Yes, I see it. I see it now.
Is it a ring?
Yes, a ring. A shining cat's eye. I must escape.
The same ring the thin man saw before he fell?
The same. I must escape.
The same you're staring at now?
The same. Cat's eye! Cat's eye! I killed him both!
What do you know about that? Oh, I never seen nothing. Oh.
Well, Cartier, how do you like that? Hey, where is he?
Why, Cartier's gone.
You dope, why didn't you stay at the door?
Well, I tried to.
Hey, anybody leave this room, Murphy?
Well, yeah, the fellow went upstairs, but nobody went down.
Upstairs, that's him. Murphy, downstairs and cover the elevator. Come on, Joe. He's probably making for the roof. We'll go after him.
Time. More time. One more floor. I need time. Time. One more floor. There it is. The door to the roof. 15 feet's that other roof. I can make it. I've got to make it. 15 feet or 15 stories straight down. 15 feet or 15 stories.
Percy! Stop! Don't jump!
Well, Cartier, there you are, 15 stories down. This is one trick you muffed. Maybe this is what Grolberg meant when he said,
"The end of a great career."
Too bad, Cartier, that you didn't know what I know. A woman was your nemesis, Cartier. Yes, a woman. A beautiful blonde with blue eyes. Remember Sandra? Yes, Sandra. You really hypnotized Grolberg and Georgie, and Sandra, too, the first time, but not the second time. Sandra was faking then. She was too strong-willed for you. She was faking. She suspected you, and for good reason. She had married Grolberg a month ago. It was Sandra who pointed you out to the man at the station. Yes, Cartier, a woman was your nemesis.
CBS has presented The Whistler. Original music for this production was composed and conducted by Wilbur Hatch. The Whistler is written and directed by J. Donald Wilson and originates from Columbia Square in Hollywood. Next week, same time,
I, the Whistler, will return to tell you another unusual tale. Good night.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Have you heard the strange tales of the Whistler?
I, the Whistler, know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales, many secrets hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. And so I tell you tonight the amazing story of mind over matter. Do you believe there is such a thing as sixth sense, that mind reading is possible? Many people believe that nothing enters the mind except by way of the five senses, but I know better. I know there is such a thing as telepathy. Else how would I know the things that I know? Yes, and Herbert Randall knows too. He believes because he's a student of parapsychology. Herbert is highly attuned to extrasensory perception. He believes that a person can learn things without the use of the five physical senses. At the moment, Herbert Randall, a textbook in his lap, is apparently dozing. His young wife, Andrea, reads a magazine in the opposite corner of the room. Herbert is mumbling to himself.
Yes, I understand. I see you. I hear you.
My unfinished manuscript, you must find it. I am Thomas Banning. You must get the manuscript. I am Thomas Banning, my manuscript. The title is Mind Over Matter. You must come to me. You must come.
Herbert.
Thomas Banning. I see you. I'll find it. I'll come.
Herbert.
Huh? What?
Mumbling about?
Oh, Andrea.
You've been dreaming, mumbling to yourself.
I haven't been asleep. I've been wide awake. I saw him. I heard him.
You were dreaming.
No, not for an instant. Thomas Banning, manuscript.
That's what you've been mumbling. Who's Thomas Banning?
Oh, he was a writer of books on psychic phenomena. I've never met him, never seen him until tonight.
In a dream?
No, it wasn't a dream. I wasn't asleep. And the message was too clear. Thomas Banning is trying to reach me. And he did.
Still in the dream?
Oh, dream or not, it was real. I've never met the man, never seen him. How could I dream about someone I'd never seen? I've got to locate Thomas Banning.
Well, why?
He has an unfinished manuscript, and he wants me to have it.
Well, maybe he's dead.
Not necessarily. This is no spook stuff. This is a case of a living mind trying to contact me.
Oh, but why you, Herbert? You said you don't even know him.
That doesn't matter. He must know of me. Thomas Banning. Unfinished manuscript entitled Mind Over Matter.
Well, how can you find him, especially if you don't know what he looks like?
I saw him. I heard him. And I'll find him.
How?
Through his publisher. He's written several books.
I'll find him tomorrow.
So Herbert learns the name of the publisher of Thomas Banning's books, learns Banning's address in the country, and with Andrea drives to the place. As they near the estate, they stop at a gas station for further directions.
Howdy, folks. What can I do for you?
We're looking for the Thomas Banning home. Know where it is?
Yep, I sure do. Why?
We're going there.
Well, it's a quarter of a mile ahead. First gate on the left-hand side. But not many people go there anymore.
Why not?
Well, miss, since the day Thomas Manning's brother disappeared, there's been strange things going on there.
Oh, what strange things?
Noises, weird howls and screams. People kind of think the place is haunted with William Banning's ghost. William was Thomas's brother.
Oh, is William dead?
Oh, nobody knows what happens to William. Just blew in from South America and a few months later disappeared.
Have you heard the screams?
Yeah, and what's more, I don't want even to talk about it. So long, folks. First gate on the left.
Well, this really begins to sound interesting.
Yes? What is it?
Is Thomas Banning in?
What did you want? Who are you?
Why, I'm Herbert Randall for Gregory House Publishers.
Well?
We publish Mr. Banning's works. Oh, this is my assistant, Miss Adams.
I see. Come in. Wait here a moment.
Bit of an icicle, isn't she?
I don't like it, Herbert. Let's go.
No. Thomas Banning is trying to direct me to do something, and I'm going to follow through.
My uncle will see you in the library. This way. This is Mr. Randall, Uncle. And this is Miss Adams. They're from your publisher, Gregory.
Oh, well, come in. Sit down. This is my nephew, Bart.
How do you do?
How do you do?
What did you want to see my uncle about?
Why, I'd like to talk to him about that.
What was it you wanted, Mr. Randall?
You're quite free to speak in front of us, Mr. Randall. I attend to all his business. Don't I, Uncle Thomas?
Yes. Yes, of course, Bart. What was it you wanted?
Well, I'd rather talk to you alone, Mr. Banning.
Come now. If it's about the publishing business, there should be no secret about that.
No? This is your nephew, Mr. Banning?
Yes, of course.
And I'm his niece, Velma Banning. Are you quite satisfied, Mr. Randall?
I guess so.
Then get on with your business.
Very well. When are you going to finish your manuscript, Mr. Banning?
My manuscript?
Yes, the one you haven't finished.
Uncle has no unfinished manuscript.
Why, no. I explained to Mr. Gregory that I hadn't started the proposed book and that I did not intend to write anymore.
Well, Mr. Gregory was under the impression that you'd already started it.
Well, no. That is...
Uncle Thomas has given up writing. He's been having trouble with his eyes.
This is rather an odd time of the night to be on a business call.
Well, I'm sorry if I've inconvenienced you. Please accept our apologies, Mr. Banning.
Quite all right, young man. I'm sorry I can't help you further.
Help me?
I'm sorry I can't write anymore. But if my eyes improve, I may be able to do something again. You understand?
Yes. Yes, I think I do. Well, thanks for the interview, Mr. Banning. Good night.
Good night, Mr. Randall. Come again later on.
Good night. Good night.
I'll show you to the door.
Good night. Well, what do you think of that, Andrea? It's Banning, exactly as I saw him in the vision.
I still don't like it.
Did you get the meaning of the situation?
No. What do you mean, Herbert?
Oh, I sensed it the second I walked into the room.
You would. What was it?
Thomas Banning was lying about that manuscript. Did you notice the way those two butted in and led the conversation? He's afraid of them. They've got him cornered for some reason. He was afraid to speak the truth. Say, look.
Yes. What is that, a grave?
It certainly looks like a grave.
Herbert, it is a grave.
And freshly dug. A small one, but just about right for Thomas Banning.
Oh, Herbert, what do you mean?
And look over there. Another one, but filled in. You can tell by the way the grass is sunken.
Come on, let's get out of here.
There's certainly something strange going on here.
Herbert!
Now, take it easy.
They're killing him. We've got to stop them.
No, wait. There's nothing we can do at the moment. We wouldn't have a chance. Come on, let's get back.
Herbert, what is it? What's wrong?
There it is again. And I'm wide awake. I heard it again.
Oh, I didn't hear a thing.
The manuscript. You've got to get the manuscript. He reached me again.
Oh, please, Herbert, please, let's go.
Yes, Andrea. We'll go now.
So Andrea and Herbert go home. Andrea goes to bed, but Herbert sits up, concentrating, waiting for another contact, another message. But Andrea, try as she might, cannot go to sleep.
Please, Herbert, please come to bed. I can't go to sleep with you sitting there staring into space. Gives me the willies.
Oh, I can't sleep. I couldn't possibly.
Well, he may not appear again tonight.
He doesn't have to appear. This is no spook business, I tell you. He can reach me instantly.
Oh, please, Herbert, at least turn out the light.
Oh, very well. Sorry to upset you, darling. But I've got to follow this through. I've just got to. Thomas Banning. Thomas Banning. Thomas Banning.
Find the manuscript. Mind over matter. Get the manuscript. You must get the manuscript. You must.
The next morning, Herbert is up early after a sleepless night and pays another visit to Mr. Gregory of Gregory House, Thomas Banning's publisher.
I'm Herbert Randall, Mr. Gregory. I was here yesterday to get the address of Thomas Banning.
Yes, I remember.
Well, I'm with the Parapsychology Laboratory of State University. We were interested in knowing if Thomas Banning is planning another book.
Well, we've published all of his works and expected him to do another. About 6 months ago, he wrote us that he had one half completed and hoped to finish it shortly.
And you've heard nothing further about it?
Yes. I talked to him a few weeks ago and asked him what he intended to do about the new book. He said he'd abandoned the idea of any further writing because of his eyes. Said he hadn't even started on the book.
Hadn't started it? But he told you previously that he had it half finished.
Yes. He seemed reluctant to talk about it, so I dropped the subject. Don't like to say this, but it occurred to me that Banning was, well, slipping a little. Mentally, I mean.
Losing his mind? Is that what you mean?
Yes, Randall. So I thought it better to say no more about it. He seemed to be terribly depressed.
Have you any idea what might have caused such a condition?
No. It may have been brought on by the disappearance of his brother. I'd never met the brother, but he had come up from South America. Been living there for many years. A few months after his arrival, he vanished. That's all I know about it.
I see. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Gregory. I guess we'll just have to forget about any further works by Thomas Banning. Good morning. Mr. Hellman, I understand you're Thomas Banning's banker.
I am. What about it?
Well, Randall's my name. I'm a psychologist. I'm working on the case of Thomas Banning.
Then he is crazy.
Crazy? No, but he is ill. Suffering from a severe emotional disturbance.
Oh, I see.
What made you jump to the conclusion that he was crazy?
Well, I don't know. You're a psychologist.
Well, what had he done, Mr. Hellman? That seems so strange.
Well, he came in here in a terrible hurry one day and drew out all his money. Turned all his assets into cash, except the country place, walked out. He acted very nervous, very queerly. I knew something was wrong with him. I figured he was losing his mind.
Mm-hmm. Was that before or after his brother William disappeared?
Oh, I think it was before, but I'm not positive.
Tell me, did you ever meet his brother?
No, I was a bit surprised to learn that he had a brother. But he'd been living in South America for 20 years.
Mm-hmm. Did the brother have any children?
I understand he had a son who came with him, and the son brought his wife. That's all I know about it.
I see. Thomas must have had a considerable amount of cash.
Yes, he left here with something like $100,000 in large bills.
$100,000? Then you would say that such actions indicated that something was wrong with him. That he was decidedly not his normal self.
I certainly would say that. I think he concentrated so much on spooks and the supernatural that he just cracked up over his subject.
Well, thank you, Mr. Hellman, for the information.
You're quite welcome. Oh, by the way, who did you say you were?
Herbert Randall. You can check on me through the Parapsychological Laboratory of State University. Good morning, Mr. Hellman.
That evening, Herbert and Andrea drive once more to the Banning estate. They arrive, turn in at the gate, and as they drive up the lane...
Herbert, look.
Well, what do you know about that? That mound of earth is gone. The hole's been filled in.
Good heavens, and they've already killed him.
Oh, you're probably right.
Oh, they're desperate, Herbert. They'll do anything. Let's don't go in there. No telling what they'll do. Please, Herbert, let's go back.
Well, here we are, Andrea. Come on. I don't remember seeing any servants here last time.
Oh, they probably don't want anybody around. Not even us.
Yes? Oh, good evening.
I wonder if we could see Mr. Banning again.
Do you always attend to business at night, Mr. Randall?
Well, no, it just so happens that I...
Come in. I'm afraid my uncle is retired. He's not very well, you know.
It's quite a long trip down here, if he possibly can. I wish he'd see me now. He's here, isn't he?
Of course. Just a moment. I'll speak to my husband.
Be careful now, Herbert. Anything might happen.
I know that. I'm prepared. I've got my gun.
Will you step into the library?
You stay out here, Andrea.
Come in, Mr. Randall.
Yes, come in, Mr. Randall.
Mr. Banning.
Good evening, Randall.
Well, Oh, well, how are you?
Didn't you come here to see Mr. Banning?
Oh, yes, but
You seem so surprised. What do you want this time?
Oh, I want to talk a little further about the book. Couldn't I possibly see you alone, Mr. Banning?
You're going to start that again, Randall? What are you so worried about? Go ahead, speak your piece.
I'd prefer to talk with him alone.
You're just a bit of a nuisance, Randall.
Very well. I'd like to know why you won't finish your manuscript, Mr. Banning.
He told you he hadn't started it because of his eyes.
He could dictate it.
He's too ill to concentrate on writing a book.
Is that true, Mr. Banning?
Well, yes, I have been ill lately.
But if you hadn't started it, you'd have gone to the extent of completing the research for it. Your discoveries are important, Mr. Banning. We need them. If you'll just outline your research to me, I'll write it for you. You owe that to the profession.
Uncle is in constant pain.
Oh, he is? I'm terribly sorry about that, Mr. Banning.
And he doesn't feel in the mood to have someone around prodding him all the time for information in order to publish a book.
But he does want the book published. And he wants me to help him, I know.
You're a conceited sort of individual, Randall.
I know what I'm talking about. He wants me to help him with that book.
Do you, Uncle?
Well, I would like to write the book, but...
What?
I really don't see how I can under the circumstances.
What circumstances?
His physical condition, of course.
Look, Mr. Banning, maybe I can help you about this so-called physical condition. I don't think it's really a physical condition. I think it's a mental condition.
Mental?
Yes. I think you're really mentally ill.
What do you mean?
I think he's emotionally upset over the death of his brother.
Who said he was dead?
Well, he disappeared. It's presumed that he's dead. Shortly after his brother disappeared, Mr. Banning gave up his work. He wanted to give the benefit of his research to science, but he just couldn't collect his thoughts.
Go on, son.
You loved your brother. And I'm sure that I can help you get at the root of your seeming trouble and enable you to finish your book.
But he hasn't started it.
Then I can help him start it and finish it. Oh, believe me, we need that research. We need the book.
Who is we?
The field of psychology needs it.
So you're a psychologist, Mr. Randall?
Yes.
Then you'd better analyze yourself. Uncle hasn't said a word about wanting you to help him write anything.
But he does, I know. He tried to contact me. Didn't you?
Ridiculous. He hasn't phoned or been out of the house in weeks and weeks.
He knows what I'm talking about.
Now I ask you, Uncle, have you tried to get in touch with this man? Have you?
No.
There you are.
I understand, Mr. Banning. Don't worry.
However, if Uncle wants you to stay and see what can be done, why, that's entirely up to him.
Do you, Mr. Banning?
Yes, I'd like you to stay.
Very well. Whatever you say, Uncle. Velma, put them up in the east wing.
Where's your room, Mr. Banning?
Why,
In the west wing, Mr. Randall.
The hours of the evening pass. Herbert and Andrea sit in their room in the Banning house waiting. Still waiting for another message. Another contact Herbert is confident will come now clearer than ever.
Then you think that he hid the money on the estate and they're trying to force him to tell where it is?
Yes. When I drove up the driveway tonight and saw that hole filled in, I felt sure they'd killed him. But they wouldn't do that until he told them where the money was. Since the hole was filled in, it stands to reason that they've only been digging in an effort to find it.
But what happened to the brother? Why would the nephew do away with his own father?
Well, maybe he didn't. Maybe Thomas Banning had something to do with that. An argument over the money.
You mean Thomas killed his brother because the brother was trying to get the money?
Oh, it's possible. Anything is possible. And if the brother was as nasty as the nephew, I wouldn't blame Thomas Banning. But the climax will come tonight. The nephew and his wife are suspicious of us. They know they'll have to work fast.
Oh, what a situation.
Please go to bed, Andrea. Let me concentrate on this thing, and I'm sure I'll have the answer before morning.
Very well, Herbert. Good night, dear.
Now, long past midnight, Herbert, half asleep, sits in a big armchair in the bedroom in the east wing of the huge house. Then Herbert begins to stir.
Herbert Randall, the manuscript. Mind over matter in the library, law's shelf on the right. Mind over matter, law's shelf on the right. Get it now, get it now, get it now.
Library. Lower shelf on the right. Andrea.
What is it, Herbert?
I got it. I got the message. The manuscript is in the library. Lower shelf on the right. Come on, quiet now. Turn on the lights, Andrea. Lower shelf on the right. Here we are.
Oh, I hope they can't see the light from the other wing. Please hurry. I'm frightened to death of all this. I wish we hadn't come here.
Here it is. Look, here it is. Mind over matter. He did start it. And it's unfinished. Stopped at page 313.
Well, then come on. Let's get out of here before they catch us.
Andrea.
What is it?
Look, Andrea. Here in the middle of the script. 2 $50,000 negotiable bonds.
Good heavens.
Negotiable bonds? Why, it's the same as money. Anybody can cash them. So that's what he did with his money. This is what those two were after. This is why he's been kept a prisoner. This is why they've been torturing him.
Oh, poor man.
Come on. I'm going to the West Wing. Maybe we can slip into Banning's room without them knowing it. It's unlocked. You stay here in the doorway and keep a lookout.
All right, but hurry.
What is it?
Quiet, Mr. Banning. I've got to talk to you.
What is it, Randall?
I finally got the message. It was as clear as could be, and I found it. I found the manuscript.
You found it?
Yes, in the library, just as you said.
Then you'd best take it and leave here quickly as you can. It isn't safe for you here.
But I can't leave, not just yet.
You must leave. Take the manuscript and go.
But it isn't finished.
You can finish it. You must. Please go before it's too late.
But I can't finish it without the research material for the rest of the book.
There isn't time for that. You have the manuscript. Please go at once.
No. I know what's going on here, Mr. Banning, and I refuse to leave. I know what those two, your nephew and your niece, are doing. They're keeping you a prisoner, torturing you to make you tell what you did with the money.
Don't stay here another minute, Randall.
I'll go, but I insist that you go with me.
The manuscript is the important thing. You have it, so get away from here as fast as you can.
Not without you. Now, come on.
I can't. I can't leave.
Why not? What's to stop you?
I can't walk.
Can't walk? What do you mean?
I can't move. They've been injecting something in my back. It paralyzes from the waist down.
What? Then I'll carry you out of the place.
Please go. They might hear you.
I'll have the police here in a matter of minutes. Hello. Oh. Dead as a doornail.
You've seen to everything. Now, do you believe me? You haven't a chance against such desperate people. You have the manuscript. That's the important thing. Get it safely away from here and then do whatever you like about them.
All right. I'll get out now with the manuscript. But I'll be back with the police in half an hour, sooner if possible.
Yes, but please, hurry, Randall.
Come on, Andrea. Back to our room. Get our clothes. Hurry, Andrea. Step on it.
I am. Oh, dear, I wish that phone was working.
Say, maybe this one is. Maybe just that one extension was pulled off.
Does it work?
No, it's dead, too. They're all dead.
Oh.
Come on, Andrea, let's go.
Yes, I'm ready. Oh.
There it is again. Did you hear that?
Oh, heavens, yes.
They must be wise to us. Probably heard us, and they're going to give him the works this time. It's their last chance.
Oh, I can't stand it, Herbert. It's horrible.
I'm not going to let them torture that old man any longer. I'm going back to his room.
Oh, then I'm going with you.
Come on. Careful now, Andrea. Stand back when I open the door. All right. Mr. Banning.
Randall, why haven't you gone? You must go.
I heard you scream. I can't go and leave you to be tortured to death.
But the manuscript...
Oh, hang the manuscript and the money, too. They'll be safe.
Money?
Yes, the bonds. Don't worry, I'll take care of them.
You found the money?
Yes, pasted in the manuscript. But I refuse to leave here without you. Andrea, take this manuscript and go back to our room and lock yourself in. I'm going to wait here for those two to come back. Do you hear me, Andrea?
Yes, I hear.
Well, then hurry.
Herbert.
Wait a minute, Andrea.
Did you hear that?
Yes, I certainly did. It came from another room.
The same scream.
The same scream.
What does it mean?
Give me that manuscript, Andrea. Mr. Banning. Mr. Banning.
Yes, son, yes.
Do you remember the number of the last page of your manuscript?
No, I can't remember. I just can't.
On this last page of your manuscript, you began a new chapter. There are 2 paragraphs here. The last paragraph says, in other words, there are certain positive relations and certain negative ones between extrasensory perception and other processes of the mind. Is that your last paragraph?
Yes, that was the last paragraph. You must carry on from there.
Get up out of that bed, Mr. Banning. You're lying.
No, please believe me.
You're lying. There are not 2 paragraphs here, only one. And the words I quoted are not here. They're from a textbook by Professor Rhine. Get out of that bed and start walking through that door.
Herbert, do you know what you're doing?
You see? He can walk. And don't make a false move, Banning, or I'll shoot. Now through that door and down the hall.
Oh.
All right, Banning. Open that door.
Randall.
Put up your hands, both of you. Now get away from that bed. Who is this man?
Herbert, look. His hands and feet are tied to the bed.
Yes. But take a look at his face.
Why, Mr. Banning.
Exactly. A little thin, but it is Mr. Banning. Untie him and be quick about it. Mr. Banning, can you hear me?
Yes. You're Herbert Randall. Thank God you got my message. I knew I could get through to you. I knew, and you got the manuscript.
Yes, I have it here.
I only got to page 313, one paragraph ending. Therefore, I am positive that thoughts can be transferred from one mind to another, regardless of distance.
Right, word for word.
You have the manuscript and the money, the 2 bonds?
Yes. What do you want me to do with the bonds?
As you see fit, my boy.
Then this man is your brother William?
Yes.
Don't talk anymore. I'll add the rest. These 2 are not his nephew and his niece. They're his son and his daughter-in-law. They came from South America. They knew you had money and decided to get it. You suspected it, withdrew your money, turned it into bonds, and hid it, knowing that even if they did go to the extent of killing you, they'd have nothing but this house. When they learned that you'd withdrawn your money, they held you prisoner to force you to tell what you did with it, where you hid it. That's why they dug holes all over the estate.
You're absolutely crazy, Randall.
You had me all fooled for a while. I thought your father, William, was dead. I figured you 2 were holding Thomas a prisoner. And you were. But all the while, William was posing as Thomas. And he got away with it because Thomas and William were twins. Twin brothers.
What of it? We're still his heirs. The money still goes to us.
We'll let the state decide that. Don't worry, Mr. Banning. Everything will be... Mr. Banning. Mr. Banning. He's dead.
Dead? But we didn't kill him.
The state can decide that, too. This is a wonderful testimonial for parapsychology, gentlemen. And you 3 are going to have the opportunity to bear me out in my statements. It's a shame it had to happen in this way. But since it did, I'm proud that he selected me to help prove his theory. Why he did, I'll never know. But I'm grateful to him. Very grateful.
Yes, Herbert, you're grateful. And as to why he chose you, you'll know when you turn to page 213 of the manuscript Mind Over Matter. There's an insert pasted there. Go on, Herbert. Read it.
20 years ago, my wife ran away with another man, taking with her our young son. I never heard from them again. But last week I learned the whereabouts of my son, who had assumed the surname of his stepfather. Since my brother William has returned from South America, I fear for the safety of my life and my fortune. I know they plan to kill me since they have learned of the existence of my son. So I have turned all my assets to cash and willed them and my unfinished manuscript, Mind Over Matter, to my son, whose address is 214 East 32nd Street, this city.
What?
And whose name is Herbert Randall. Andrea, I'm his son.
Herbert.
If you get this, God bless you, my son, and carry on with our great work, which is destined someday soon to eradicate the boundaries of time and space. Your father, Thomas Banning.
Just a chance coincidence, you say? That's such a convenient explanation for the layman who doesn't understand, and safer, too, to be skeptical and conservative. But one mind can reach another regardless of time or space. And you will agree with me someday. I know.
CBS has presented The Whistler. Original music for this production was composed and conducted by Wilbur Hatch. The Whistler is written and directed by J. Donald Wilson and originates from Columbia Square in Hollywood.
I, the Whistler, bid you good night.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Have you heard the strange tales of the Whistler?
I'm the Whistler.
You can't leave me now, Elizabeth. I need you. I've just come from Dr. Elston. It's my eyes. I'm on the verge of going blind.
Another Sunday night, and again CBS presents The Whistler.
I, the Whistler, know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales, many secrets hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. And so I tell you tonight the extraordinary story of In the Dark. Thomas Northcote was a very busy man, a marine architect, a wealthy shipbuilder. And by the summer of 1940, he found himself working harder than ever and longer hours. He became the victim of severe headaches. So finally he visited his friend and physician, Dr. John Elston.
The pain isn't constant, you say, Tom?
No, it comes and goes. But when it strikes, it's almost unbearable.
Been working unusually long hours, haven't you?
Yes. All day and for the past 6 months till midnight. What do you think is wrong with me?
Well, when a man passes 40, he's subject to a lot more things than when he's younger.
Yes, but what is wrong with me?
Pretty exacting work, yours.
Why don't you tell me? Can't afford to spend the day here.
Oh, don't get excited. Calm down, I'll tell you. But you won't like to hear it.
What? You don't think I'm losing my mind?
I didn't say that.
But that's what you mean.
Please, Tom.
That's ridiculous. Why, I've known all about my family for 200 years back. Not a trace of insanity in one of them.
I said nothing about insanity.
Well, then, what are you talking about?
Well, it is possible, however, to throw yourself completely off balance by overwork. Worry, mental strain.
I know.
Your nerves are shot to pieces. What does Elizabeth think about your working like this?
I don't know. What can she say? It's got to be done.
Well, Tom, you're going to let someone else do it for a while.
What?
I mean it. You're headed for a nervous breakdown. And something else.
What else?
Blindness.
Good heavens.
You have an eye condition which has become aggravated by environment.
What can be done about it?
Stop work immediately, rest, get outdoors, get away.
For how long?
A month at least, maybe longer. Put that yacht you built to some use. It's been tied up for over a year.
Are you sure about all this?
Positive.
All right, John. I've no choice in the matter. I'll drop in again in a few days.
Of course. Goodbye, Tom.
Tom, completely flabbergasted, goes back to his office and tries to finish some plans and specifications. But he cannot keep his mind on the work, so he goes home early.
Well, good evening, Mr. Northcote.
Good evening, Billings.
This is most unusual. I mean, we didn't expect you for dinner.
I know. I didn't feel so well this afternoon.
I'm sorry, sir.
Isn't Elizabeth having dinner here?
No, sir. Mrs. Northcote hasn't had dinner in for several weeks.
I didn't know that.
She's been going out every evening.
Well, I don't want much. Something light.
Very good, sir. Oh, there's a letter for you in the library.
A letter?
Yes, sir.
Thanks, Billings. Letter, eh? Certainly not a business letter. No return address. If your wife Elizabeth doesn't stay away from a certain man, there's going to be a scandal in this town that you won't like. A friend. Good heavens. Stay away from a certain man. Billings. Billings!
Yes, Mr. Northcote?
Do you know where Mrs. Northcote has gone?
No.
Did she say who she was to meet?
No, she never does.
Just goes out for the evening?
Oh, sometimes in the afternoon as well.
I see.
You look a bit pale, sir. Shall I call Dr. Elston?
No, Billings, I don't think he could be of much help at the moment. I'll be all right. Good night.
Tom moves slowly up the stairs to his room and goes to bed. He has difficulty falling asleep, stares into the darkness, and through his mind runs the phrase, certain man, a certain man. But what man? Finally, he drops off to sleep. He rises early and without seeing Elizabeth goes to the office to wind up his affairs. Then arrives home early again. But Elizabeth is not there. Elizabeth is sitting in a cocktail lounge with Charles Carroll, her attorney.
I never see Tom anymore. He leaves early, comes in late. No, business, business, business. I just can't go on like this. It's driving me mad.
You're no different from a lot of women in this country. Production is speeded up, and there's nothing a man can do about it.
But if Tom loved me, he could find a little time to spend with me.
You still love Tom.
I did, but his indifference has made me cold as a cucumber.
Yes, but you have everything. Money, position. Why throw it away? This condition may only be temporary.
I can't understand you, Charles. We went through puppy love together. Went through school together. Then we drifted apart, and I met Tom.
Why can't you understand me?
Because for 3 weeks now, and I've seen you almost every day, you, of all people, have been trying to talk me out of divorcing Tom.
That's right.
But do you want me to go on like this?
I want you to be sure, Elizabeth.
I am sure. Are you afraid you'll lose some business if I divorce Tom with you as my attorney?
Elizabeth, you know I'm terribly fond of you. I always have been and always will be. Your happiness means a great deal to me. That's why I don't want you to take this step until we're sure that you'll not be sorry later.
You're the one who isn't sure.
Darling, it's for your own good. Please wait.
All right, Charles. If that's the way you feel, I'll wait.
Good.
Can you drop me off at my place?
Yes, I can. But...
But what?
Well, look, Elizabeth, I'm going to be very busy for the next 2 or 3 days. And we've talked over this situation for weeks, so suppose you think on it for a while and make up your own mind. And call me.
Why, of course, Charles. I have been taking a lot of your time lately. I'm sorry.
It's all right, darling. Come along.
Charles takes Elizabeth home and leaves her at the door. Tom Northcote is in the library waiting for Elizabeth.
Tom? Huh. What on earth are you doing home so early? Well, I'm certainly surprised.
Are you?
What's happened?
What did you do this afternoon?
The same thing I do every afternoon and every evening. Try to kill time.
I suppose it has been rather boring lately, since I've had to spend so much time at the plant.
Yes, it has.
Been playing bridge a lot, have you?
Yes. Bridge and parties. Oh, there are a number of things one can do when one has to.
I'm sorry, Elizabeth, but this extra heavy load of business is not of my own making. I thought you would understand.
I understand that you work hard, that you're very busy. But even when you're here, you seem to be completely unaware of my presence. You come in late, go to your room without a word, get up with the birds, and leave without a word.
I wasn't aware of that. But I suppose it's true.
I was able to stand it at first. And then I became horribly lonely. So lonely I couldn't bear this house another moment. So I started going out here and there.
That should have helped?
For a while. You had changed, Tom. I did attribute it to business, but when you changed so completely, became so indifferent toward me, I suddenly realized that you no longer loved me. And then I changed.
You changed?
Yes. Finding some way to occupy my time is no longer the difficulty.
No. What is the difficulty?
My difficulty is forcing myself to come back to this empty shell each night.
You think I don't care for you?
What else could I think?
And you're saying you've lost your affection for me?
Yes.
And you found someone who is more attentive?
I have many friends whose company is most pleasant.
A man?
Friends. Men and women. Friends who understand.
Elizabeth, they don't understand. And you don't understand. In another moment, you'll be telling me you want to leave me.
I do. I can't stay here any longer.
Then we'll both leave, together.
What?
This is all a complete misunderstanding, Elizabeth. We love each other, regardless of what you think. This can be remedied very easily.
No,
Please
Tom.
listen to me. I need your help.
Help? What do you mean?
For some time now, I've been ill. I've said nothing about it, but it's grown worse. The pain has increased.
Pain?
Yes, in my head, in my eyes. Flashes of light. I went to see Dr. Elston.
John.
Yes, Dr. Elston. He told me that I must quit work, take a complete rest, or go blind.
Blind? Oh, Tom, how awful.
We'll take the yacht, Elizabeth. A long cruise. It'll save my sight, and it'll help us, too. We can pick up where we apparently left off.
But, Tom,
Please, Elizabeth, I need you.
All right, Tom. I'll go.
We can leave in a few days, and we needn't go alone. If you prefer, we can have some guests along. Oh, would that help?
Yes. Yes, I believe it would.
Very well. Who would you like? You select someone you'd like to have along, and I'll select someone. People we both know.
Yes. Well, I'd like to have
Yes?
Dr. Elston.
John. You'd like to have him along?
Very much. He's charming company, and besides, he may prove valuable.
Then it's John Elston. I'll ask him tomorrow. And say, how about Charles Carroll? Always liked Charlie. And Marge Durant. They're still engaged, aren't they?
Why, I don't know.
By George, Elizabeth, I'm going to enjoy this trip. I feel better already. I wonder if the doctor will join us.
I'm sure he will.
Well, if he turns me down, I'll let you talk to him. I'm sure you can persuade him.
Next day, Tom visits the doctor, John Elston. And after some persuasion, the doctor accepts the invitation. Then Tom runs into Marge Durant in the doctor's waiting room.
Well, hello there, Marge. How are you?
All right.
Haven't seen you or Charlie in some time. How is Charlie?
Oh, all right, I guess.
You guess? Haven't you seen him? Don't tell me you two have broken off your engagement.
Oh, no, not officially. Charles has been exceptionally busy for several weeks.
Well, you mustn't be too hard on us men in times like these. We don't mean to be neglectful.
No?
I'm taking a cruise in the old yacht. Going to leave in a few days. We're gone several weeks. How would you like to join us?
Us?
Yes. Elizabeth and me. And Dr. Elston. He's just accepted.
Well, I'd love to go.
We all need to get away from things now and then.
We certainly do, but I don't...
Oh, I've already asked Charlie. And he said he'd love to go, if I could persuade you to go.
Charles said that?
He did. So you'll have a chance to see him every day.
Well, I'll be tickled to death to join you.
Good. The party's complete. Come aboard Saturday night. We'll sail early in the morning. See you later, Marge.
Now it is Saturday evening, the eve of departure. After an early dinner, Tom, suffering from severe head pains, goes to the library where he dozes in an armchair.
Tom? Tom? Tom, wake up.
Huh? What? Oh, Elizabeth. I must have had quite a nap. Well, the pains are gone. I'm glad of that.
It's 8:30. We better leave for the yacht.
8:30? Good heavens. Turn on the lights, Elizabeth.
What?
Push the switch.
Tom.
What's wrong, Elizabeth?
Tom, the lights are on.
What? Elizabeth.
Yes, I just turned them on.
Good Lord. It's happened.
Oh, Tom, I'm terribly sorry. Shall I call the doctor?
No, wait.
We better cancel the trip.
No, please. I'd rather go on. And I'd rather we didn't say anything about this. I'm sure it'll pass. We'll go ahead. And I'll bluff it through for a while. You'll help me. Won't you, Elizabeth?
Yes, Tom. I'll help you.
Tom notifies his skipper that he'll be late in coming aboard. Then, when he is sure his guests on the yacht have retired, he and Elizabeth arrive, and he goes to his cabin. Next morning, the guests lounge in the sun on the afterdeck. Tom appears and moves along the deck to the stern, stops, and leaning against the rail, lights his pipe.
Morning, everybody. Wonderful day, isn't it?
Yeah, clear as crystal.
Where are we going?
Does it matter, Marge? This is a cruise to nowhere. The less we know about where we're going, the bigger surprise we get when we get there.
Don't you know?
No, my skipper does. Makes it more interesting, don't you think, Doug?
I suppose so.
That was Elizabeth's idea. Wasn't it?
Are you asking us?
Oh, I thought Elizabeth... That is, I thought she told you.
It's a swell idea just the same. Eh, Charles?
Yeah, it's all right with me.
Hope the weather stays like this.
Yes, I was wondering about those dark clouds gathering off there. They mean anything, Tom?
Oh, yes. Well, maybe. Maybe not.
Pretty black, aren't they?
Yes, they are.
Where are you looking? Over here, Tom, on the port side.
Huh? Oh, those. Well, they are dark, but we may see them for days and never contact them.
I hope you're right. I'm not much of a sailor.
No?
How about you, Elizabeth?
Oh, good morning, dear. Sleep well? I've had the best rest in years. You look lovely this morning.
Tom, what's wrong with you?
What do you mean?
Good morning, folks. Sorry to be such a sleepyhead, but I was dead tired. How do you feel, Tom?
Why, Confound it, my best pipe.
I'll get it.
Wait a minute. Tom can get it. It's right at his feet.
John.
Here it is, Tom. When did this happen?
Last evening.
You weren't going to tell me. I'm to bluff it through.
Yes. You knew it was going to happen this soon, but you said if I took a rest, it'd be all right.
I didn't want to alarm you. I hoped my diagnosis was wrong.
But you knew it wasn't. I'm sorry. Tell Captain Baker I want to see him in my cabin. Please forget all this and try to enjoy yourselves.
I'll help you to your cabin, Tom.
No, thanks, Charlie. I designed this ship. I built it. I know every corner and cranny.
What a rotten shame.
Poor Tom. Poor fellow.
That evening after dinner, Elizabeth visits Dr. Elston in his cabin. A half hour later, Tom gropes his way along the rolling deck toward the doctor's room. Elizabeth has just left.
Did you say come in, Doctor? I couldn't quite hear. Storm coming up.
Yes, of course. Come in, Tom.
I wanted to talk with you, John, before I turned in.
Certainly. Sit down, Tom.
Yes. Here we are. Not a bad storm. Not bad at all. This'll blow over.
Yes, I suppose so.
That's strange. That odor. You don't smoke, do you, John?
Why, well, once in a while. Why?
I smell a strong odor of tobacco. The same peculiar aromatic blend Elizabeth uses.
Well, it's quite possible. Elizabeth was just here.
Really? Poor girl. She's terribly upset about me. Came to talk over my condition?
Yes, she's quite worried.
I can imagine. And you're worried, too. Aren't you, John?
Well, I'm concerned.
Well, it's a terrible thing. One can't possibly realize how terrifying it is until it happens to him.
I think I can fully appreciate it, Tom.
Can you? I wonder.
Think you better turn in.
Well, perhaps you're right. I should steel myself against sympathy. Sympathy of others and sympathy for myself. Poor Elizabeth. I feel sorriest for her. What a fate. To be tied down to a blind man for the rest of her life.
She'll understand. I'll look after Elizabeth.
Will you, John? That's awfully good of you. I appreciate that.
Better run along to bed, Tom. Get all the rest you can.
Yes. Yes, of course. Good night, John.
Good night.
The next evening, after dinner, Elizabeth is in her cabin. Elizabeth feigned seasickness and did not appear. So Charlie Carroll goes to her room.
You're not seasick, Elizabeth? You and I have sailed rougher waters than these.
But I don't want anything to eat, Charles.
Now, please, darling, you can't go on like this. You've got to pull yourself together.
I know. But what am I going to do? I'm bewildered. A few days ago, I was positive he didn't love me and I didn't love him. Now this happens and everything has changed.
How do you mean?
Well, now I'm sorry for him. And the indifference has changed to something else.
Changed to pity?
Perhaps that's it.
You mean you don't want to divorce him now? Huh?
I don't see how I could.
Afraid of what people would say?
Oh, no. But somehow it just doesn't seem right. Now Tom's different. Maybe it took this darkness to show him the light. I mean... Oh, I don't know what I mean.
No. Elizabeth. Come on, darling, get a hold of yourself.
Oh, Charles. I don't know what to do. I don't know what to say.
Don't say anything, darling. Everything will turn out all right. I know what to do.
Charles, you're a darling. I don't know what I'd have done without you all these long weeks.
Now just take it easy.
Well, take a look at that, Doctor. We certainly ought to apologize, but we were stricken dumb.
Marge, what are you talking about?
Oh, dear, the sweet little innocents. You give them a lecture on life, Doctor.
Now, wait a minute, Marge.
For 3 weeks, Charles has been busy. And this is why. What a nice way to be busy.
Marge, please. You're jumping to conclusions.
Jumping? Are you kidding? Charles has been avoiding me for 3 weeks, and there's the reason in all her glory.
Marge, you're out of your mind. You can't believe such a thing.
Of course not.
Not unless I heard it, and I heard it and saw it. Tom would just love to hear about this.
Marge, you mustn't.
No? Watch me. Just watch me.
Don't worry, Elizabeth. I'll stop her.
What is it, Doctor? Come in.
Tom, I want to talk to you.
What do you want, Doctor?
I want you to turn the ship around and go home.
Oh, but that's silly. You needn't worry about me.
I think you should turn around.
What are you so upset about?
I insist that you take the ship back.
You seem frightened, Doctor. What do you anticipate?
An unpleasant situation exists aboard the ship.
What?
I'd rather not say.
But I don't want to return. Unless you can give me a good reason. Can you?
I'd rather not say.
You're afraid of me, aren't you?
Certainly not.
I know what's troubling you. You know that I know about you. You and Elizabeth.
What? Well, you're crazy.
You and my wife have been seeing each other for weeks and weeks. You realize now that I know the truth. You're afraid that I might do something drastic. That I might kill you.
Such nonsense. Wait a minute. Is that why you were so insistent that I come on the trip?
Maybe.
I don't know where you got such an idea, but you're all mixed up. If she's been seeing anybody, it hasn't been me.
Oh, come now.
I didn't want to tell what I know, but I see now that I'll have to. You come with me to Elizabeth.
Elizabeth? You expect me to believe that she'll tell the truth?
You come along just the same.
Let's wait till morning. Pretty rough weather tonight. Waves are breaking clear over the decks.
No, I don't want to wait till morning. Now.
Very well, Doctor. If you insist.
I'll lead the way.
Wouldn't want you to get washed over the side. That'd be too bad.
We'll go around by the stern, up the other side. Look out, here comes a big one. Hang on.
Doctor, where are you? Doctor!
I've got him, Mr. Northcott. He almost went over.
Is he? All right, Captain.
He got a deep wound in the back of his head.
Must have struck the opposite rail when the wave hit.
I think he's dead, Northcott.
Dead? Good Lord.
He's dead, all right. I'll get him off the deck before we hit another big one. Better get back to your quarters, Mr. Northcott. Hang on to the rails.
Elizabeth, are you here?
Yes, Tom. What's wrong?
Something terrible has happened. An accident.
An accident? What is it?
It's Dr. Elston. He's dead.
Dead? What are you saying?
He was coming along the afterdeck, and a big wave came over and washed him against the opposite side. Struck his head. The captain says he's dead. Well, why don't you say something? Elizabeth.
Elizabeth.
Charlie, I didn't know you were here.
She's fainted.
Fainted? Really? Well, that's strange.
Elizabeth. You're all right, darling. Here, drink this.
John. John. Oh, John.
Oh, here you are, Tom. You're just the one I wanted to see.
Yes, Marge?
What's the matter with her?
She fainted when I informed her that Dr. Elston had been killed.
Doctor, what happened?
A big wave tossed him across the deck. He struck his head on the opposite rail.
Oh, how dreadful.
Poor John. Let's turn back. I can't go on.
And why can't you go on?
I just can't. Please turn back.
That's ridiculous. We'll have to bury him at sea, of course, but why shouldn't we go on?
Are you out of your mind?
No. Why are you so terribly upset about the doctor? Why?
How can you ask such a thing? You sound as though you didn't care.
Maybe I don't. But it's very obvious that you do.
You're out of your mind.
Would you faint if anything happened to me? No. But the doctor, that's different.
What are you trying to say? What?
You and the doctor. I found out days ago. You tried to blame me, but I know differently now. I received a letter from someone telling me that you were running around with a certain man. That man was John Elston.
I never heard of such a lie. I haven't seen John in weeks. Who sent you that letter?
I did. But I wasn't referring to John.
You sent it. And who did you mean?
I meant you. You and Elizabeth. You've been seeing each other every day for weeks. You and Elizabeth think you're clever, but you're not.
You sent the letter?
Yes.
And it wasn't John?
No, it was Charles. I've seen them. They've been meeting every day for weeks.
We have been meeting every day for weeks.
You admit it, then?
Certainly, but not for the reason you think.
You're both stupid.
Then why were you meeting?
Charles and I are old friends. And he is an attorney, my attorney. We've been discussing a divorce.
Divorce?
Yes, I was determined to divorce you. But Charles tried to talk me out of it. We've been arguing for weeks.
Certainly. Marge, you're nothing but a silly little troublemaker. I've known that for a long time. Now, maybe you know why I broke off with you, why I stopped seeing you. I wouldn't trust you across the street.
Now do you believe me, Tom? Come in.
Mr. Northcott. Dr. Elston just died.
Just died? Why, I thought he was dead when you found him on the deck.
So did I. When I got into his stateroom, he regained consciousness for a few moments.
What?
Yes. I saw the wave strike, Mr. Northcott. And I also saw what happened just before it struck.
Yes, Captain, go on.
This man here is Johnson, one of the crew. He was with me when Dr. Elston regained consciousness. Tell him what the doctor said just before he died, Johnson.
Well, Dr. Elston said that he was walking ahead of Mr. Northcott as he'd struck him on the head with something. He fell, and the wave washed him across the deck.
That's right. Then he died. Search Mr. Northcott, Johnson.
This is ridiculous. I own this ship.
But I'm the captain. Sorry, Mr. Northcott.
Oh. Here you are, Captain. A gun.
Mr. Northcott, you're under arrest.
And you're fired. Both of you.
Yes, Mr. Northcott, that's to be expected, but not until we tie up in New York. It's quite natural that you'll have no further use for this ship after I turn you over to the police.
You're a fool.
Johnson, radio port officials in New York and ask Mr. Svensson to put about.
Well, Tom, you had a plan, a setup for a perfect crime. But like all so-called perfect crimes, it failed. You jumped to conclusions, worked a little too fast. Marge was wrong in her suspicions, and you followed along without investigating the source of the letter. Now Marge has lost Charles forever, and you have certainly, definitely lost Elizabeth. And you deserve what's coming to you. You planned the cruise with a diabolical purpose, and furthermore, you did not lose your eyesight. That was a hoax, a trick to trap the man. But very soon you will lose your sight and your hearing and your speech. In fact, you lose all your faculties because you'll be dead. I know.
CBS has presented The Whistler. Original music for this production was composed and conducted by Wilbur Hatch. The Whistler is written and directed by J. Donald Wilson and originates from Columbia Square in Hollywood. Next week, same time...
I, the Whistler, will return to tell you another unusual story. Good night.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
And now, stay tuned for the program that is rated tops in popularity for a longer period of time than any other West Coast program in radio history. The Signal Oil program, The Whistler.
S-I-G-N-A-L, Signal gasoline.
Signal, the famous Go Farther gasoline, invites you to sit back and enjoy another strange story by The Whistler. For extra driving pleasure, the signal to look for is the yellow and black circle sign that identifies signal service stations from Canada to Mexico. And for Sunday evening listening pleasure, the signal to listen for is this whistle that identifies the Signal Oil program, The Whistler.
I am the Whistler, and I know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. Yes, I know the nameless terrors of which they dare not speak.
And now, the Whistler's strange story, Final Decree.
As the two hunters made their way along the base of the canyon, neither was aware of the figure standing well hidden in the trees on the ridge above them. When Gordon Weller reached the small creek, he turned, looked back at his friend Dr. Perryman puffing up the path behind him. Gordon grinned and picked his way across the creek and started up the mountain. As he circled a huge boulder and came into a clearing, at the sound, Dr. Perryman stopped suddenly. An expression of horror crossed his face as he saw Gordon Weller stretched out on the path before him.
Gordon, are you hurt?
No, I guess I'm all right, Doc.
Great Scott, you gave me quite a jolt. Here, let me give you a hand.
Thanks. Thanks.
I heard the shot. Saw you fall.
I just stumbled, that's all. Lucky thing I did.
What?
Look at that tree there. That branch. Still swaying. A bullet must have nicked it.
Good Lord.
Shot came from somewhere up along that ridge.
Crazy fool. I tell you, Gordon, some of these idiots who go hunting, I've a good mind to chase up there after whoever did this.
No, never mind, Doc.
Well, I'd just like to go up there and give him a piece of my mind, by George. Say, you don't suppose it could be anyone in our party, do you?
No, I don't think so. They're on the other side of the mountain.
That shot could have killed you, Gordon, if you hadn't stumbled when you did.
Sure. Come along, let's go back to the lodge.
But doggone, I'd like to
Don't get excited. It was just an accident.
But you know it wasn't an accident, don't you, Gordon? It was another attempt on your life. You're certain of that. And you didn't tell your friend Dr. Perryman that a split second before the shot was fired, You caught a glimpse of reflected light high on the ridge. The rays of the sun striking a rifle barrel, perhaps. And instantly you dropped to the ground. Hours later, back at your lodge high in the mountains, all your guests are assembled in the huge living room before the massive stone fireplace. The Farleys, Bill Kenny and his new wife, Betty, the Wilsons, Dr. Perryman, and, of course, your wife, Joyce. You enjoy entertaining, don't you, Gordon? The smart parties in town, the weekends here at your fashionable mountain lodge. Yes, you like having your friends around. The feeling of security that goes with it.
I tell you, Joyce, this husband of yours is lucky to be alive.
Gordy leads a charmed life, didn't you know? Nothing could ever happen to him.
Well, that was a close one, all right.
Charmed life,
Joyce?
Perhaps it's just that I'm careful.
Say, who do you suppose that fool was up there on the ridge? Didn't know there was anyone else hunting in this neighborhood outside of our own little group. Didn't see anyone.
Say, Joyce, you were over there on the ridge for a while. Did you see anyone?
No, I didn't, Betty. Not a soul.
I'm telling you, it's getting to be quite dangerous up around this neck of the woods. Isn't a season goes by without somebody getting killed. I certainly hope something can be done about it. Any suggestions, Doc, like bulletproof suits of armor for all hunters?
Oh, wonderful.
Well, now, perhaps that wouldn't be such a bad idea.
Oh, no.
I'd like that idea.
Billy, wasn't a friend of yours killed up here last year, Martin, Martin Benson?
Yeah. Yeah, that's right, honey. Well, are we all just going to stand here holding our drinks? Why don't we, toast, huh? To our host and hostess, the happiest married couple I know.
Oh, Billy.
Outside of us, baby. Oh. To the Wellers, then. Joyce and Gordy.
Thanks.
Thanks.
Now I'd like to drink to you, darling. To you and your miraculous escape from death.
Thanks, Joyce.
You were lucky, weren't you, Gordy?
Not lucky, darling. As I said before, just careful.
You watch Joyce as she smiles at you and then turns and walks away and mingles with the guests. A quarter of an hour later, you manage to slip away, hurry into your den, to the cabinet where you keep your gun collection. Opening it, you remove a dueling pistol. It takes only a few minutes for what you have to do. Then you step out on the terrace and stroll casually along the flagstone walk, puffing quietly on a cigarette. Then voices from the garden reach you.
How did I didn't know?
Sure, baby, sure. So you didn't know. But look, we don't mention the name Martin Benson around here.
Okay, I'm sorry.
It's just that Martin was Gordy's best friend. They were pretty close, and Martin's death sort of knocked Gordy for a loop, that's all.
Okay, but from what I heard...
And what have you heard?
Well, Billy, maybe this Martin Benson wasn't such a good friend after all.
What do you mean?
Well, wasn't there some talk about Martin playing around with Joyce? And Gordy never knew about it.
That's enough, baby.
Well, that's what I heard, Billy.
Okay, forget it, huh? So Gordy never found out, and it's just as well. Let's drop it.
Okay.
They've known all along, haven't they, Gordon? About your wife, Joyce, and your best friend, Martin Benson. But not once did they suspect that you were aware of that romance. That you were responsible for Martin's death. It had all been so simple getting rid of him, hadn't it? A hunting accident. Martin killed with his own gun. And there had never been any question about that, accident. Never a question in anyone's mind, except Joyce. Somehow she knew, didn't she, Gordon, that you had killed Martin, the man she really loved, and she was going to make you pay for it with your own life. You knew long ago that you couldn't run away. She'd follow you to the ends of the earth. And you decided there was only one thing to do. Stay with Joyce and get rid of her before your luck ran out. That evening in your den, as your guests look over your gun collection.
Goodness, I've never seen so many guns in all my life.
Oh, this isn't all, Betty. Gordy's got another room full in town. He's just mad about guns.
Here's a new one I picked up a couple of weeks ago, Bill. How do you like it? Hey, that's a beaut. Real old dueling pistol, huh? Oh, boy.
Let me see it, Billy.
Hey, don't grab like that, baby.
It sure is heavy. It isn't loaded, is it?
Oh, don't worry, Betty. Gordon's very careful about things like that.
Oh, Golly, I don't see how anybody could fire this.
You couldn't very well. Not the way you're holding it.
Well, why, Gordy?
Here, I'll show you. You wrap your hand around it like this.
Uh-huh.
That's it. And this finger goes around the trigger.
Mm-hmm.
That's it.
Well, look at that. I hardly touched it.
Well, that's what they call a hair trigger, baby. Clicks off just like that. Hey, what's the matter, Gordy?
Oh, nothing. Nothing at all.
Well, it's a good thing it wasn't loaded. Gee, it was pointed right at Joyce.
Yeah, it was.
Yes, it was. Wasn't it, Gordon?
Huh? Oh, Joyce.
Darling, you're neglecting our guests. What are you doing out here on the terrace?
Oh, I just wanted a breath of air.
We've all decided to run down to the village for a while. Want to come along?
No, thanks. I think I'll stay here if you don't mind.
All right. We won't be long, darling. Don't get lonesome. Oh, by the way, Gordon,
Yes?
I thought you were the careful type.
What do you mean?
Do you generally keep loaded pistols in your collection?
Of course not.
That dueling pistol you were showing Betty a little while ago. It was loaded.
What?
That is, it was when I first looked at it. Before dinner. I took the bullets out of it then. Good thing I did. I might have been killed.
I guess this is your lucky day, too.
Yes. We've both been lucky today, haven't we, darling? I wonder whose luck will run out first.
The pattern is clear, isn't it, Gordon? For the struggle between you and your wife, Joyce. When Martin Benson died, it didn't end anything. Rather, it was the beginning of the quiet tension, the terror. You knew long ago that there would be no running away. A divorce from Joyce wouldn't settle anything. She'd follow you anywhere. She wants to kill you, doesn't she, Gordon? Somewhere, somehow, someday, she'll kill you. If you don't kill her first. It's been touch and go for so long now, hasn't it? Between two would-be killers who appear to everyone else as a comfortably, happily married couple. But now another way occurs to you, Gordon. A frame-up against Joyce. Something to get her out of the way. If only you can make it look as if she tried to kill you. Give her the opportunity and then take advantage of it. You start to set this up in a conversation with your good friend, Dr. Perryman.
Oh, come now, my boy. The idea that someone is actually trying to kill you is ridiculous. Fantastic.
I don't think so, Doc. And you wouldn't either in my position. But, well, you were along right behind me when that shot came whistling out of nowhere on the ridge yesterday.
Of course. A careless hunter, an accident. You said so yourself.
Yes, but I've been thinking about it, Doc. Thinking about some other accidents, too. What? You remember several months back on the lake, my motorboat, the explosion? I was lucky to get out of it alive.
Well, yes.
Then a month ago, coming down the ridge road, my car suddenly going out of control. Hitting that telephone pole was the only thing that saved me from going over.
The road is dangerous. Hairpin curves. And the way you drive.
Yeah, fortunately, I wasn't speeding.
See here, Gordon. Do you mean to tell me that...
Yes. Then yesterday in the canyon.
But who, Gordon? And why?
I don't know.
Who would want to kill you? You're not disliked. Your friends, your wife, all loyal, devoted.
I wonder, Doc. I wish I could believe that all the way.
You can, Gordon. You should.
Well, I'll try, of course. I'm telling you all this because of the kind of a friend you've been. I wish you'd remember this conversation, Doc. Frankly, I'm worried.
Certainly I'll remember. I'll keep my eyes open, naturally.
But you don't believe such things are possible.
No, I didn't say that. Look, let's stop this talk, Gordon. You got me worried now.
And that's all you want for the moment, isn't it, Gordon? To have Dr. Perryman concerned. Later, his suspicions will be easily aroused. Suspicions against Joyce because of what you're going to do. You wait now. casting around in your mind for some plan of action, the frame. It suggests itself a few days later at the lodge. Just a small thing, involving an open gas jet on a gas heater.
Gordon, are you all right? Betty, shut that thing off.
Mm-hmm. What?
Oh, he was only asleep.
What is this? What's wrong? Say, isn't that gas I smell?
You bet it is. And you better have something done about this jet. It's much too loose. Something must have fallen against it. What's happening? What's the excitement, Bill?
Oh, it isn't anything.
Oh, yes, it is, Doctor. Gordon was asleep here in the chair, and that gas jet was open.
How do you suppose?
Well, it's very loose. Could have been an accident.
I suppose.
Why,
It's dangerous.
Kill someone.
Now, let's stop worrying about it. Just an accident. Don't you think so, Doc? Yeah. Oh, yes, of course.
What's the matter, darling? You're all right.
Sure. We better have this heater fixed. That's all. The jet's loose.
Really?
I can't understand it.
Well, we must have it attended to right away.
Yes. You better, Joyce.
The look in Joyce's eyes is what you want, isn't it, Gordon? She isn't thinking of having the gas jet fixed. Not at all. She's thinking of what a convenient way this could be. After all the guests have seen it. Yes, very convenient. And you smile to yourself, deciding that you'll help her along with her plan. The following evening, you put it all in motion. It begins as your guests prepare to leave for a party at a neighboring lodge.
Look, I'm sorry to back out at the last minute this way, but I've got a headache. A bad one. I better stay here. Just take it easy. Get some rest.
Oh, well, what about you, Joyce? Coming?
Oh, of course, Betty. That is, unless Gordy'd rather I stay here.
No, there's no need for that, Joyce. I'll be all right. You run along.
You rest then. Maybe a little nap, Do you good?
Yes, I'll stretch out in the den.
Well, come on, kids, let's go. You want to come along in our car, Joyce?
No, I'll take mine. I have some things to get in the village first. You run along. I'll join you at the Jellisons later.
Okay. Let's away!
You watch them as they leave. Your guests and Joyce. A moment later, Bill's sedan roars past the lodge, starts down the grade. Joyce's neat little convertible right behind her. She's up to something, isn't she, Gordon? The way she suggested that you rest so all of them could hear. You wait quietly in the den, wait for Joyce to come back, as you know she will. And then...
In here, Joyce.
You don't seem surprised, darling.
That you came back? No, I knew you'd be back.
I thought perhaps you'd changed your mind about going over to the Jellisons. I only wanted to see if...
I still have my headache.
Would a drink help?
Why, how thoughtful of you, dear. Yes, it might help very nicely.
I'll fix a couple.
Let me...
No trouble, darling.
Thanks.
You know, Gordy, sometimes you're hard to figure out.
Oh? And you're not at all.
That sounds sarcastic.
Merely appraising. Joyce.
Yes?
What sort of sleeping pills did you pick up in the village?
Sleeping pills? Whatever are you talking about? Here, your drink.
Joyce, you're getting careless. Clumsy.
Am I?
You wouldn't want to exchange drinks now, would you?
Certainly. Here. Satisfied?
You anticipated that one, of course.
Did I?
Let's stop the game, Joyce. I know what you're up to.
What am I up to?
You want to put me to sleep. Fix it so I'm just sitting here, resting, as you put it. Then somehow the gas jet finds its way on again, and I'm the unsuspecting accident victim. No one will know that you ever came back here from the village. You went directly over to the Jellisons' party.
You have it all figured out, don't you?
Yes, and it won't work.
I guess not. I wouldn't expect such a careless, clumsy plan to work. Well, cheers. Really afraid, aren't you, Gordon?
Of the drink, yes. But not of you. I'm not afraid of you anymore, Joyce. Not in the least.
It sounds ominous.
I might as well tell you how ominous. I intend to take an overdose of sleeping pills and turn on the gas.
Suicide? How nice of you, Gordon.
Not suicide. Attempted murder.
What are you talking about?
You do have a box of sleeping tablets in your purse, don't you, Joyce? Of course. I'll only borrow a few. Put the box back in your purse after I've seen you on your way.
You're out of your mind.
Not quite. But it has to look good, Joyce. Your attempt on my life.
You're a fool, Gordon. I'm afraid we'll both have to check our plans for a while.
Not me, Joyce. But you will. You see, in a few minutes, you're going to have an accident. Your car is going off the road with you at the wheel.
I see. And I'll be found that way with a box of sleeping tablets in my purse.
The ones they'll believe you slipped into my drink. Oh, I fully intend to take them, you know. Then just at the right moment, I'll call the hospital. They'll find me here, unconscious, the gas on, but they'll find me just in time.
After my car accident, you mean?
That's right, Joyce.
You have been thinking overtime, haven't you?
You know, Joyce, you're forcing me to do this.
Am I?
If you'd only tried to understand.
Understand murder?
There was no other way.
You could have given me a divorce when I asked for it.
I didn't want a divorce.
You knew I loved Martin.
I thought you knew you did.
You knew I did. You knew I loved him. With everything I had. That's why you killed him and made it look like a hunting accident. But you didn't get away with it, Gordon. You cheated the law, but you're going to pay just the same. I'll make sure of that.
I'm sorry, Joyce. I hate the idea of punching that beautiful jaw, but you leave me no choice.
You carry the unconscious Joyce down to her car, place her on the front seat next to you. Then you start down the ridge road. And as you reach a sharp curve, you leap clear.
Goodbye, Joyce. Goodbye for good.
Back at the lodge, you pour yourself another drink. Dissolve the sleeping tablets in it. Then you drink. You step over to the gas jet on the heater and turn it on. Sitting in the big easy chair, the telephone at your elbow, you wait. The minutes tick by. You find yourself becoming drowsy. Then you're sinking into a warm, black fog.
To our host and hostess, the happiest married couple I know.
You shake your head. Try to clear the haze from your mind.
I wonder whose luck will run out first, darling.
You're breathing heavily now. The walls are closing in on you.
Gordon was asleep in the chair. The gas was on.
The room seems to be swaying beneath you. The black fog sweeps in again, and you fight to keep your eyes open. Now, Gordon, now is the time. You can't wait another moment. You reach for the telephone. It's going to be close, isn't it, Gordon? Everything's going just the way you planned it. 2, 5, 7.
The Whistler will return in just a moment with the strange ending to tonight's story. Do you want a pleasant surprise? Then the next time you're near a signal service station, drive in and ask the dealer how much trade-in allowance he'll give you for your old tires. The chances are your signal dealer will make you such a generous offer that you'll see the wisdom of trading for safe new tires now. But what's more, the new tires on which signal dealers are giving this big allowance are not substandard second-line or third-line tires. They're first-line Lee tires. You know what that means. For 47 years, Lee of Conshohocken has made only one quality, the finest of first-line tires. In Lee tires, for instance, you get not only cold rubber, but Lee toughens it still further with patented Fill Black O's. This is typical of the built-in extra quality that is making today's Lee tires actually give 30 to 40% more wear than ever before. That's why it's real news when you can save money on tires like these. To remind you of this opportunity, There's now a sign outside every signal station which says, biggest allowance for your old tires on top quality Lee tires. Drive in where you see that sign and find out from the signal dealer just how little it will cost you now to enjoy carefree summer driving on safe, new Lee tires.
The small crowd around the wrecked car included the party guests. Only Dr. Perryman wasn't there as Joyce's lifeless body was lifted from the crumbled mass of glass and metal. The guests were shocked, spoke in low, nervous tones to one another, horrified by what had happened in the space of a few hours. Presently, a police car returned to the scene. Dr. Perryman and the sheriff stepped out and hurried down the path to join the others.
Doc, I thought you went up to get Gordon. Where is...
Up at the lodge, Bill.
Well?
Gordon's dead.
What did you say, Sheriff?
Accident, I guess. The gas was turned on in his den. It's where we found him. Sprawled out on the floor. His hand still clutching the telephone.
He must have tried to phone for help, Bill. But he didn't have a chance.
What do you mean?
The telephone lines were down. When Joyce's car crashed down the bank, it knocked over a telephone pole and all the phone lines along with it.
Let that whistle be your signal for the Signal Oil program, The Whistler, each Sunday night at the same time. Brought to you by the Signal Oil Company, marketers of Signal gasoline and motor oil and fine quality automotive accessories. Signal has asked me to remind you, to get the most driving pleasure, drive at sensible speeds, be courteous, and obey traffic regulations. It may save a life, possibly your own. Featured in tonight's story were John Hoyt and Betty Lou Gerson. The Whistler was produced and directed by George W. Allen, with story by Joel Malone and Adrian Jondeau. Music by Wilbur Hatch, and was transmitted to our troops overseas by the Armed Forces Radio Service. The Whistler is entirely fictional, and all characters portrayed on The Whistler are also fictional.
Have you heard the strange tales of the Whistler?
I'm the Whistler.
Don't. Not again, please. I can scarcely think now. I won't be able to think at all if you do it again. Please, I couldn't stand it. There just won't be anything left if you do. Please.
Another Saturday night, and again, CBS presents The Whistler.
I, the Whistler, know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales, many secrets hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. And so I tell you tonight the weird story of Shadow of a Mind. See that man working there in his laboratory? That's Dr. William Richter. He's brilliant. He works hard at his research because he believes he can do more for posterity through research than he could had he continued his regular practice as a surgeon, a brain surgeon. It's good that a doctor can retire from his practice and have a laboratory all his own, with all expenses paid where he may carry on his experiments. Good also that he can afford an assistant.
Ernest?
Yes, Doctor.
Come here, will you? Think there's something here you should see?
Certainly, Doctor. Yes, Doctor? What is it?
This piece of tissue. I've just taken it out of the solution.
Oh, yes, that's the tissue from the monkey's brain.
Yes.
Seems to be alive still.
Yes, the solution has kept it in perfect condition, at least to all outward appearances.
Of course, we can't really tell until it's tried along with undisturbed tissue.
That's right. That's just what we're going to do.
Today? You're going to try it today?
Yes. Remember the little chimpanzee we brought in last week?
Yes.
Prepare him, will you? We'll try the experiment at once.
Oh, it will be wonderful if it works. Wonderful for humanity, I mean.
Well, that's why I'm doing this work, Ernest. Because of the great benefit it will be to mankind if I can find a way to keep tissue living when completely severed from a body.
And then replace it. That will be wonderful.
I don't mind telling you, Ernest, that if this experiment is successful, we will have gone a long way toward proving the feasibility of tissue transplantation. Then there will remain only to try it with larger sections of tissue. Who knows? Perhaps sometime, due to our experiments, man will be able to perform this operation on complete sections of the human brain.
It's a great work you're doing, Doctor.
Yes. Now, prepare the animal, will you?
Yes, Doctor.
Yes. A great work, Doctor. Such a benefit to mankind. And such a benefit to you if it's a success, and to those whom you love.
Come in. Oh, Elaine. Hello, I'm glad to see you.
Oh, I didn't want to disturb you, Father, but I've wonderful news. Terribly important news.
Wait a minute. Don't you think you should give me an opportunity to at least say good afternoon to your young man?
Oh, I'm sorry, Father.
How do you do, sir?
Hello, John. And now, Elaine, what is this news that is so vital?
It's about John and me. That's why I brought John along. We're going to be married.
We came to ask your permission, sir.
You're in love?
Oh, yes, Father.
Very much, sir.
Oh, at least that's what you think now.
But, Father...
Oh, I know. Love hits you hard when you're young. I just want you to be sure, my dear. You see, this comes as rather a surprise to me.
A surprise?
Yes, a surprise, and I might say a slight disappointment.
Disappointment?
Yes, I'd hoped you'd finish your school and then come here to help me.
Oh, I know how you feel about your work, Father. I know how important it is to you. It's important to me, too. I want you to continue it, but, well, I don't want to give up love simply to assist you. Don't you see, it's your work, not mine. Marriage is what I want.
Yes. How soon do you wish to marry?
As soon as possible, sir.
Then I can only tell you that I advise strongly against it. As you know, Elaine, I cannot order you not to marry this man.
No, Father, you've been wonderful to me. I want to repay your kindness. And I think I can do so better if I'm leading a happy, normal life.
I hope you're right, Elaine. I can still only advise against this marriage. If you do it, you will do so against my will and judgment.
The specimen is ready, Doctor.
Huh? Oh, thank you, Ernest. And now, if you'll excuse me, I'm in the midst of a rather important experiment.
Just a moment, Father. If there's something about John to which you object, I think it's only fair that you should tell us now.
Oh, my objection has nothing to do with John. I admire him. I've always considered him a brilliant young man.
Oh, thank you, sir.
If I wished you to marry anyone at this time, I should as soon it were John as anyone else.
Then why? What is it, Father?
It is simply my wish that you do not marry at this time. You see, my dear, I'm not young, and the thought of losing you perhaps makes me slightly selfish about you. I only ask that you consider my request. I do not demand that you obey it. Oh, I'm talking too much. I must go. Think it over. Carefully.
Oh, I'm sorry, Johnny. I had no idea he'd behave this way about it. I thought he'd be glad. He's always been so nice to me. I thought, of course, he'd be happy to see me married.
Well, he didn't seem much concerned over your happiness. He seemed more interested in the effect your marriage was going to have on him, or his works.
But if I were happy, you'd think he would be. I don't see how marrying you could have any adverse effect on him.
I wonder.
Several days have passed during which John has thought about it. Wondered why the doctor doesn't want his daughter to marry. Thought and searched for a reason. And he's found that reason. But he hasn't told Elaine. Not until he has another talk with the doctor privately. John and Elaine are driving along the twisting highway to her home.
Why on earth did your father ever have his laboratory in such an out-of-the-way place?
Oh, he works a lot with animals. They might disturb people if he had close neighbors.
Yes, I suppose so. Looks as though he might have picked a straighter road.
Johnny,
Why are you so certain that you can convince Father our marriage is the right thing?
Well, the only reason he objected was because of what it might do to him. I know what that was. And I can assure him that the result of our marriage won't be what he feared.
But why won't you tell me?
Oh, no, darling, don't you worry about that. Here, give me a kiss.
Oh, Johnny, Johnny, look out! The bridge! Look out, we're going over!
You were careless, John. You needn't have had that wreck if you'd been watching. Even in your haste to settle things with the doctor, you should have been more careful. More careful with the life of the woman you loved. Now her father works feverishly trying to bring her to.
Will she?
Quiet. Looks pretty bad. I'm afraid it's a concussion.
Yes, but will she?
I suppose you are satisfied now. Should have forbidden her seeing you rather than suggesting it would be better for her not to marry you.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm terribly sorry. I wouldn't have had her hurt for the world.
And why did you insist on going out?
I love her.
Oh.
I do love her. And I hope she loves me. And if she's still willing, I'm going to marry her just as soon as she's able.
Well, looks as though it will be some time before she's even able to discuss such a matter.
But she will be all right, won't she? I mean later. You'll do all you can now, won't you?
She is my daughter. I shall do anything in my power to help her. However, I shall undertake it because I want her to get well, not because you do.
Oh, I know how you feel about me. I came here to tell you that our marriage would make no difference in your plans. But that's not important now. The only thing of importance is her recovery. I want you to know if there's anything I can do, you can count on me.
What you can do probably will not be much. However, we shall see.
Not much you could do, John. If you'd only realized then just how much you would do, maybe you wouldn't have been so anxious. It hasn't been pleasant, though, has it, all these days of waiting while Elaine came out of her coma and then lapsed back in again. And when the doctor operated on her, that was hard on you, too. These short visits you've been allowed with her. Does it seem strange that the doctor won't let you stay too long in the room with her?
You will have to leave now, John. Remember, I told you you could only have a few minutes.
Oh, yes, all right. I'll come again soon, Elaine. And don't you worry. Everything will be all right.
Goodbye, John. I hope you can come again soon.
What does he mean everything would be all right?
Oh, just about us.
Well, what does he know about it? What does he know about your condition?
He thinks as I do that I'll soon be well.
Oh, does he?
Yes. Won't I?
We shall see. What else did he tell you?
That he loved me enough to give up anything in the world for me.
Are you still as much in love with him as you were?
Oh, yes, Father. More so.
Then I want you to tell him that you will marry him.
Oh, Father, Oh, Father, I knew you'd see. I knew you'd want me to be happy. I knew you'd see what was best.
Yes, I do see what's best. Probably better than you.
Well, what do you mean?
Elaine, you know how much you've always meant to me.
Yes, you've always been very good to me, Father.
Then believe me when I tell you I know what's best for you. Tell John you will marry him right away.
But why so soon?
Because it is important.
But your attitude has changed, so... Have you grown to like him?
Oh, I've scarcely seen him.
But then what's the reason for this sudden reversal of your feelings?
I was looking at it before from the standpoint of an ordinary marriage with the average benefits and drawbacks. But now, my dear, we must look at it differently.
I don't understand.
This will be no ordinary marriage, Elaine. It will be a marriage in which you alone will benefit.
I don't understand.
Oh, my dear, I would rather do anything in the world than to tell you what I have to, but your accident, well, it left... Well, you're just not improving satisfactorily.
What do you mean?
A growth has started where I removed that clot. I've got to operate again, and I cannot say how successful I'll be.
You mean you're afraid it won't be a success? And that's why you want me to marry John?
Yes, because I know what may happen if it isn't. And I want you to have all the things you want while you have the chance.
But that wouldn't be fair to him.
He's always said he would give up everything. Well, now he will have the chance.
Oh, no. I won't do it that way. I wanted to marry him because I thought we'd have a happy life together. I don't want him to do all the giving.
You've got to, Elaine.
No.
But you are going to need him, Elaine. Need him more than you can possibly imagine. And so that is the way way things are, John. She told me how much you love her, and now's your chance to prove it.
Oh, Elaine, the poor girl. It's awful.
Oh, there's not a thing I can do except try and prolong the final outcome. She may go on for years this way, but someday she will crack and her mind will become a complete blank. She's going to need somebody then. Somebody that loves her as much as you say you do.
Oh, there's no question about that. Of course I love her.
And you will still marry her after what I've told you?
Well, yes, of course. That can't make me love her any less.
Then you will try and convince her that it is best that she marry you?
Yes, I will. Because, you see, regardless of what you think, I do think it's best. I always have.
I think so, too. Now.
But don't you see, darling, this can't make any difference in my love for you. Simply that you've got to undergo another operation.
Yes, but Father said he couldn't be certain how it would turn out.
I think he's pretty certain.
He told you then?
Yes.
And it doesn't really make any difference?
Except that I've waited longer. Well, now I love you more.
Oh, John.
So please, darling, say you'll marry me.
You still think it's wise?
Yes, I know it is.
All right, John. I'll marry you.
When? How soon?
Any time you say, John.
It's good to know that someone loves you enough to marry you even when you're ill, isn't it, Elaine? Only you don't know what John knows. You think you have a chance, but John knows better. The doctor told him. He loves you enough to give up anything, though. Yet he doesn't suspect what he's going to be called upon to do, and neither do you, Elaine. Neither do you. But the doctor knows. He knows what sacrifices both he and John must make for you.
Oh, Doctor? Doctor, can I speak to you for a moment?
Oh, of course. What do you want?
It's about Elaine. She seems to be getting worse. She's been in a coma every time I've seen her in the last several days.
Yes?
Is she really worse? Do you know what's causing the comas?
I do.
Well, isn't there something you can do, some way to stop them?
I have something in mind. I shall have the opportunity to try it soon.
And you think you can?
We can only hope. Oh, by the way, I may need your help in the morning. I suggest you get a good night's rest.
Well, are you going in to see her now?
Yes.
Then may I go in with you?
You're very nervous tonight. I don't think your presence would be good for her. Besides, I want you to rest. We have quite a task ahead of us in the morning.
Oh, yes, but...
I suggest you go to your room now. Oh, here. In this envelope are some sleeping powders. Be sure you take them. You'll need a good night's rest.
Yes, but Elaine,
If you will cooperate, I think I can assure you that Elaine will improve rather rapidly from now on. Now, please do as I say.
Well, all right, then. And good night. And please let me know in the morning.
I shall. Elaine? Elaine, dear, are you awake? Elaine?
Oh, Father.
Wake up, Elaine.
I didn't realize I'd been asleep.
Didn't you?
No, I don't feel as though I'd been asleep exactly.
Oh, don't worry about that. I want to talk to you.
What about?
Please, my dear, don't let this upset you too much, but I'm afraid we have to operate again.
Oh.
That is our only way out, otherwise you lose your mind.
My mind? Oh, Father.
Easy, Elaine. I told you there's a way out.
Way out?
Yes, you see, I have known for a long time this was going to be necessary. The growth has started again, and it's spreading. And wherever it's spread, that part of your brain is dead. So I must remove that part.
But I must trust you, Father. I know if any surgeon can do it, you can.
I can remove it, I'm certain of that. The question is in what condition it will leave you.
What do you mean?
Well, it's too large a part of your brain to leave you, well, entirely the same. It's the part that controls your will. We can't just remove it and leave you that way.
But how?
That is where John and his willingness to sacrifice for you comes in.
I don't understand.
I'm going to perform the same operation on John.
But there's nothing wrong with John's brain.
No?
He has a brilliant mind.
I know. That's why we chose him.
We chose him? I don't understand.
I told you once that you were going to need somebody that really loved you. Somebody willing to give up everything for you.
Then that's why you wanted me to marry him.
Yes. You see, it was the only way to save my little girl. He seemed like a very intelligent young man. That was important because, you see, I didn't want just anybody's brain taking the place of that part of yours which I shall remove.
You mean you're going to...
Yes.
Oh, Father, listen to me. I love John. You can't do this thing to him. Oh, let me die. I don't want to live if it means this. Please, Father, listen to me.
I'm probably the only brain surgeon in the world who can do it, and I've prepared well. Everything is ready, including John.
Father, please.
Oh, you mustn't become overwrought, Elaine. Here, I'll just give you this hypodermic. There, as it will quiet you.
Oh, but Father...
Don't you see, my dear, if I succeed in this, it will be just like handing back life to the little girl whom I love.
But if you fail... If you fail, Father...
There's no reason why you should fear any ill effects.
But, John...
I'm perfectly confident that the operation will be a success from John's standpoint as well. But even if I do fail, it will be better than letting you live on without a mind.
Father, you can't do this. You're mad. That's it. You're mad. Father, you're mad. You couldn't dream of such a thing if you weren't.
I not only can dream of it, I'm going to do it. And when it is over, you'll be glad you had a father who was willing to do this for you.
Father...
Quiet, Elaine. Soon the medicine will take effect and you'll be unconscious. And when you waken, a part of John's brain will have taken the place of that part of yours that's diseased.
The operation was a success, a complete success for Elaine. A fine piece of surgery, Doctor. You must feel highly pleased with your ability. A pity this operation can't become a contribution to surgical science. But I doubt that you'd want the world to know. And you, Elaine, you look so different since you've been up and around. Your will seems so strong. And your attitude toward John. What's happened to your love for him?
Elaine, what are you getting ready to do?
I'm going out.
You're going out again?
Yes, do you mind?
Well, I thought maybe you'd stay with me tonight. You were out last night. It's awfully lonesome just sitting here in this room. Never getting out, never seeing anyone.
You're in no condition to see anyone.
But I'd like to see you, Elaine. When you stay home, I like to see you.
Well, I'm not staying home. I'm not sitting around here spending another dull evening with you.
I suppose I am dull. I can't think. I had something I wanted to tell you. I remembered it this afternoon, something I intended doing before we were married. I can't remember what it was.
Oh, you can't remember anything. All you can do is sit around and whine.
Oh, why do you talk to me like that, Elaine? You used to love me. I remember you said you loved me once. And I love you, Elaine. I've always loved you. What have I done to make you stop loving me?
Don't you know?
Well, it seems like there was something I did that concerns you, but I don't just remember what it was.
You really don't remember, do you?
No.
I wonder if you ever really knew.
You're very smug about it, Elaine. Is that a normal way to treat a man who gave up so much for you? Oh, but you're not entirely normal anymore, are you? Maybe that's because you're no longer completely Elaine. You have parts of two minds, yours and John's, his will. You couldn't be expected to have completely normal reactions. No, not with two minds.
Elaine, may I come in?
Certainly.
Thank you.
Not at all. What do you want, Father?
Elaine, I hardly know how to say this, but I've got bad news for you. About your trouble. Those X-ray pictures we took, they show a return of the growth. We didn't get it all last time.
Is it bad?
Well, it's very small now. If we get it soon enough, we should be safe.
Then you're going to have to operate again.
Yes, if we're to save your mind.
And what about Elaine? What's going to happen to her?
What did you say?
I said... Funny, I don't remember what I said.
Never mind. Do you think John will be agreeable?
Oh, he's agreeable to anything I want. He doesn't seem to do anything of his own volition. Just what I wish him to do.
Then you had better tell him.
All right. John, come in here.
He's been a very good husband for you, Elaine.
Yes, hasn't he? Not as husbands go, perhaps, but...
You tell me to come in here, Elaine?
Yes.
Well,
John, do you still love me?
Oh, you know I love you. I always have.
Then you can do something more for me.
Oh, well, that's good. What can I do for you, Elaine?
The same thing. Again.
The same thing? Well, I don't remember. Oh, no. No, I didn't do anything for you. You did something to me. Don't do it again. Not again, please. I can scarcely think now. I won't be able to think at all if you do. I couldn't stand it. There just won't be anything left.
Oh, yes, there will. There will be me. And you love me. Remember, John?
Another good job, Doctor. Another great piece of surgery. No one else could have done it. The first time, taking just the part of John's brain which controlled his will, giving that to Elaine and making her will so strong she cared nothing for anyone but herself, and leaving John so that he'd resist no more. That was well done. And this time, just a little bit more. Only this time you made a mistake, Doctor. This time you took too much of John's brain. This time you took the part that remembers. You took too much, Doctor. And now John is dead. You've given his will to Elaine, and now his memory. And the part of John's mind that remembers also hates Doctor.
Come in. Oh, Elaine, my dear. Come in, my child. I didn't expect you so late. Elaine, what are you doing with that gun?
I have something to settle with you, Doctor.
Why, I don't understand. You have never called me doctor before, Elaine.
It is not Elaine you're dealing with, Doctor.
What do you mean?
This is John. You killed my body, but you put my mind in this body. My will and my memory. This body is Elaine's, but these thoughts are John's.
That is impossible.
Not for you, Doctor, not for the great brain surgeon. For this time you've gone too far, you and Elaine. You took my mind, only you took too much of it. And now it is no longer Elaine. It is I, John, who controls the actions of this body. And the mind of John hates you for what you did.
I only did it to save my little girl.
Had you not objected to the marriage in the first place, nothing would ever have happened.
What do you mean?
I remember now. Now John's thoughts remember what it was he found out about your objection to the marriage. That's what we were coming to tell you when we had the accident. John found out about your wife's will.
What?
The money that made it possible for you to continue your work would all go to Elaine when she married.
Oh, but...
You didn't want that, did you, Doctor? Because you weren't her real father.
But I've always loved you as a real father. I've done everything for you.
Excuse me, Doctor. For Elaine. You forget you're dealing with the memory of John. And with his will and his memory in this body, you can see why it's perfectly natural to kill you.
Wait, now listen to me. For a long time I've known that something went wrong, and I didn't intend it that way, but I have prepared for it. I have a signal bell connected with this room to the laboratory. Ernest has been instructed to come here immediately upon hearing it. Well, I've just rung it. He'll be here in a second. You wouldn't dare to kill me because you'd be convicted as a murderer.
How many times do you think a man can be afraid of death, Doctor?
Oh?
Remember, you've been through the process of killing my body for a long time now. I shall be easier on you. I shall kill you quickly now with this gun.
What is it?
That gun, stop her.
Good heavens. Stand back, Ernest. I have no desire to harm you. He's the only one my memory hates. The only one my will says to kill.
You killed your father.
No, Ernest, I didn't.
But I saw. I stood here and watched you kill him.
Yes, but Elaine didn't pull that trigger, and he was not my father.
I'll call the police.
Stop. Stand over there in that corner. Now throw me the keys to the car. That's it. Now stay here. If you try to follow me, I'll kill you.
And so you've settled scores, haven't you, John? Your mind, together with Elaine's body, have made him pay for his greed. But where are you going? It's really over. Why do you hurry so? Why do you drive so fast? Do you know where you're going? Remember, this is a crooked road, and that bridge ahead, that's where it all started, remember? The wheel. Is something pulling on it? Pulling it off to the left? Pulling harder than you can pull? What could have a hold of it? You're alone. But something is pulling the wheel around, isn't it? Pulling it until... That's really the best way. They couldn't go on with John's mind and thoughts in Elaine's body, and now they're all dead. John, William, and Elaine. John, the innocent victim. Elaine, the guilty accomplice. And William, the great brain surgeon who tried so hard to save Elaine. You think so? Well, what neither of them knew was that there was never anything wrong with Elaine's brain in the first place. Her comas were induced by medicines administered by William in his efforts to convince them that something was wrong with her. Because that way, he'd have a reason for attempting his fiendish experiment in brain surgery. He was a good surgeon. He was too good. But he didn't think his transplantation of brain tissue might also carry with it the will and memory. And when a will as strong as John's combines with the memories he had, well, you could hardly blame him for killing the doctor, could you?
CBS has presented The Whistler. Original music for this production was composed and conducted by Wilbur Hatch. Tonight's story was written by Dwight Hauser and directed by J. Donald Wilson. The Whistler originates from Columbia Square in Hollywood. Next week, same time.
I, the Whistler, will return to tell you another unusual tale. Good night.
This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Have you heard the strange tales of the Whistler?
I'm the Whistler.
She wants me to leave, wants me out of the way. Sure, so she can have everything for herself. Well, I ain't gonna let her. I'll kill her first.
Saturday night, and again, CBS presents The Whistler.
I, the Whistler, know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales, many secrets hidden in the hearts of men and women who stepped into the shadows. And so I tell you tonight the unusual story of justice. Elderly John Henderson, a well-to-do farmer in the Middle West, a widower with a son of 18, has recently married a young woman named Marta, a girl from the city. The coming of the war placed extra burdens upon Mr. Henderson, and in the past few months, the shortage of hands and overwork has been too much for his aging heart. It has been necessary for him to take to his bed and trust the actual running of the farm to his eccentric son, Matthew.
Father, I want to talk to you.
What's wrong now, Matt?
I got to talk to you.
Well, come in and talk.
I'm not staying here any longer. I'm leaving.
Now, don't start that again.
I ain't going to stay here and be bossed around by that woman. I ain't gonna.
Don't I have trouble enough without you squawking all the time? What is it now?
I know more about this farm than she does. Who does she think she is?
Marta is my wife, Matt. She's a good woman, and she's trying her best to be a mother to you. But you're too pig-headed to give her a chance.
Mother. She's nothing but a nasty...
Now, Matthew, that'll be enough out of you.
She don't like me, and I don't like her.
Shut up. Or I'll get out of this bed and whale the daylights out of you.
Maybe she's got you, Buffalo, but I know she's here for no good. Did you hear me? Oh, she's making a fool out of you. Do this, do that, do this. I hate her. You better shut up, Matthew. Oh, she's a devil, a scheming devil. You lazy, good-for-nothing brat. Get out of here. I'm not lazy. She's been telling you that. She hasn't said a word that isn't the truth. She wants me to leave. Wants me out of the way. Sure, so she can have everything for herself. Well, I ain't gonna let her. I'll kill her first. You what? Nothing. Get out of this room, you little fool. Get out. Get out of this house. I won't. That's just what she wants. She wants me out, so you can leave everything to her. So you'll change your will. I'll change my will. I'll change it first thing in the morning. To think that I should have such an idiot for a son.
What on earth is going on in here? What's all the shouting about?
None of your business.
Matt, what's wrong with you?
You ought to know.
How do you feel, John?
I was all right, Martha, till this crazy whippersnapper come in here.
You better leave the room, Matt. You know better than to excite your father. You know he has high blood pressure.
Yeah. I can't seem to remember that, but I notice you do. All right, I'll go. I wish I could understand that boy. He's certainly a problem.
Oh, forget about it, John. He's very young.
Oh, I can't understand why he dislikes you so much, Martha.
He's determined that no one will take his mother's place. I've done everything to win him over. I suppose it's because I'm so much younger than his mother would have been. If I could just gain his confidence.
Yes, Martha, that's the problem.
He's really a good boy, but he's made up his mind to dislike me.
I know.
He thinks I'm driving him. There's so many things to be done around here, and with a shortage of hands, it's almost impossible to carry on.
Yes, I know. And I appreciate your interest, Martha. I know you're doing your best. I only wish I could get up from here and do something.
Don't worry, darling.
I got this letter this morning. Henry Jacobs, he was with me for 10 years. He was wounded in action, and he'll be released from the hospital in San Francisco in a week. Says he's coming back here.
Back here to work?
I don't know. I hope so. We could certainly use him.
Oh, John, that would be wonderful.
He's been discharged, but I've no idea what condition he's in. But he's welcome any time.
Whatever his condition, he can do something. You better try to rest now. Matthew has upset you terribly.
Yeah.
2 weeks pass, and all the while the enmity between Matt and Martha grows worse and worse. Then one morning, the long-awaited arrival of Henry Jacobs becomes a reality.
Well, things don't look the same around here. What's happened, man? Things ain't the same around here, Henry.
Say no, it looks kind of run down.
Yeah?
Well, that can be taken care of in short order. Can it?
I don't know.
What's wrong with you, sourpuss?
You'll find out. You just wait.
Well, let's get out of this jalopy. How many hands you have now, Matt?
Just me.
Just you? Well, no wonder things are run down.
What do you mean by that?
Where's your pop?
Upstairs in bed. He ain't well.
Oh, hello, Matt. Well, you must be Henry Jacobs.
Yeah, that's right.
I'm certainly glad to see you.
I'm glad to see you. Who are you?
Well, she lives here.
Matt.
Lives here? Oh, that's nice.
I'm Mrs. John Henderson.
What? Mrs.
Yes, that's right.
You mean your pop's married?
Yeah, the old fool.
Matt, please.
Well, congratulations, Miss Henderson. Pop sure knows how to pick him.
No, she did the picking.
Well, where is he? I'd like to have a talk with him.
He's upstairs in bed.
I'll go right up. By the way, what's your first name, Miss Henderson?
Why, Martha.
Martha, huh? Well, I'll run up and see Pop.
Yes, he's waiting for you. And lunch will be ready in just a few minutes.
Well, I'll be ready, Martha.
Well, Henry, you're certainly a sight for sore eyes. I'm glad you're back safe. And I want you to know that I'm proud of you.
Thanks.
How do you feel? Were you hurt bad?
No, not too bad. I can still do things. I have to go back in a year or so. It's still going on. In the meantime, I plan to stay here.
Good.
From the looks of things, you sure need someone.
I certainly do. Oh, you met Martha, of course.
Yeah, nice woman. What's wrong with Matthew? You don't seem to like her.
I don't know, Henry. He's got some idea in his head that she doesn't like him.
Well, Matt always was a peculiar kid.
He's worse now than he was.
Well, maybe he'll get over it.
You like Martha? You think she's a good woman?
Why, of course, she's wonderful. How'd you finagle it?
Oh, I don't know.
Well, don't matter. She's a swell gal.
Glad you like her, Henry. She's trying hard to run things, and with no one but Matthew.
Don't worry, Pop. I'll pitch in the morning, and in a few days, no one will recognize the place. I'll see you later.
And so Henry pitches in. And in 3 weeks, things are, as he predicted, unrecognizable. Everything has changed, taken on a new appearance. Henry has worked like a dog all day long, every day. At the edge of the field, by the stream, Henry pauses for lunch. A lunch brought to him every noon by Marta.
More chicken, Henry?
No, couldn't eat another bite, Marta.
I fried it just for you.
Yeah? I couldn't. I'm full up to here.
You're a sissy.
Well, maybe so, but I just can't eat anymore.
When do you think you'll be going back?
Back where?
Why, back to the army.
Oh, I don't know. Haven't the slightest idea if they'll want me.
Really?
Would you miss me?
Why, yes, of course. We miss you very much. You've meant a great deal to us.
Who's us?
John and me.
Let's see. You know something? When I came here, I was counting the days until I could get back into action. But for some reason, I'd like to stay here a while longer. Wonder what that reason is.
What do you think it is, Henry?
Well, I have an idea.
Yes?
I think it's because of you, Marta.
Me? But...
Yeah, you.
But that's ridiculous.
Yeah, I know it is. But that's the way it is.
Henry, look at me. Do you love me? Is that what you're trying to say?
Well, I don't know just what I'm trying to say, but... Well, I'm just a little punch drunk.
Why don't you tell me?
But you're married, Marta. Married to John.
You want to say it. Why don't you?
All right. Yes, I do. I do love you.
Henry.
Now, I better get back to that tractor. Got a lot of work to do.
Henry. Kiss me.
Huh?
Now, you better get back to your tractor.
Hello there, Miss Anderson.
What? Matthew.
How's everything?
Why, what do you want?
Nothing at all. Just wondering how Father'll take it when I tell him what I just saw.
And what did you see?
You and Henry kissing. I wonder how Father's going to like that.
He wouldn't like it, Matthew. It would upset him terribly.
That's just what I figure.
You wouldn't dare.
And why'd you do it?
Because Henry's a good man. He's worked hard. There's no harm in kissing him.
Well, maybe Father'll see it differently. I think I'll tell him right now.
Matthew, wait.
Huh? Wait for what?
I want to talk to you.
All right, talk.
You mustn't tell your father. Well, he wouldn't be able to...
They're able to take the shock, that is?
Please don't say anything about it.
Then you clear out of here by tomorrow, or I'll tell him. You're a devil. You made a fool out of Father, now you're starting on Henry. You clear out of here and I'll say nothing.
Matthew, listen.
No, you get out, or I'll spill the whole thing.
Well, Martha, now you are in a precarious situation. Matthew really has something to talk about now. And he means what he says. Better think fast, Martha. What are you going to do?
Henry?
Yeah, Marta? What are you doing here?
I've got to talk to you.
Sure, but what? What's upset you?
It's Matthew.
What's he done?
Henry, he saw us.
Saw us, so what?
He was standing in the bushes behind us. He saw us, and he heard every word we said.
How do you know?
The second you walked away, he stepped out. He saw you kiss me.
Oh. Well, Marta, no harm in that, is there?
Well, for some reason, he's never liked me, Henry. Now he's threatened me.
Threatened you?
Yes, he says he's going to tell his father all about it. Naturally, he'll exaggerate everything.
Where's the threat come in?
Well, he's going to tell John unless I leave here by tomorrow.
Leave here? It's ridiculous. Why should you leave here? You belong here. You worked hard around this place. Why should you give it all up and walk out just because of what Matthew thinks?
What he thinks doesn't make any difference. The trouble is what will happen when he tells Father.
Yeah, the meddlesome little yap.
You know what will happen. John will be furious. He'll probably order us both out of the house.
Think so?
Well, of course he will. He'll believe everything Matthew tells him. He'll cut me off without $1. He'll get a divorce. Do you realize what this means?
Yeah. It wouldn't be so good, would it?
I have an interest in this place. I've worked hard, and I don't intend to give it up. Certainly not because of Matthew. He'd like nothing better than to have his father turn against me.
Confound that good-for-nothing little troublemaker. Well, I don't want anything to happen to you because of me. Maybe I can explain to the old man. Just say Matthew was imagining things, that there was nothing to it.
And you think John would believe you? Do you?
Probably not. Shame the old man has to have such a half-baked son.
Yes, but there's nothing to be done about that.
Well, in this condition, the old boy is liable to depart any day. He's pretty bad off.
Yes.
Yeah. As it stands, half the property will go to you and half to Matthew.
That's right.
But if Matthew stirs up trouble, you'll get nothing. Matthew will get it all.
Yes. That wouldn't be fair, Henry. Wouldn't be right. What can be done about it?
Well, I don't know right now, but something can be done. I'll tell you what. You have a talk with Matthew. Tell him he's mistaken. Try to talk him out of telling John. If that don't work, then tell him that... Well, tell him you'll do as he says, that you'll leave as soon as possible.
I'll try.
In the meantime, some way will turn up to work out of this. You understand?
Yes, Henry. I understand.
Here he comes now. I'll get out of the way and leave you alone.
Hello there.
Matthew, have you said anything to your father yet?
Father? What about?
You know. About me and Henry.
Oh, that. No, but I'm a-gonna in a little bit.
Please don't, Matt. Think it over. You misunderstood everything. It isn't the way you think.
No, you can't pull any of your tricks on me.
I'm not pulling any tricks, Matthew. You're mistaken about everything. Oh, please don't tell him. You've upset him enough. You're constantly at him about something.
Am I?
Yes. Anyone would think you had no regard whatever for his health, that you didn't care whether he lives or not.
That's so.
And if you tell him this, it may kill him.
Yeah? Well, I'm going to tell them just the same.
All right, Matthew, you win.
Huh.
You don't need to tell him. I'll leave.
When?
Just as soon as possible.
When is that?
A couple of days. I just can't walk out in a few minutes.
Okay, I'll give you 3 days. That's next Saturday night. Afternoon, Miss Jenkins.
How are you, Matthew?
Well,
what can I do for you today?
Well, let's see. Got a list of things here someplace. Oh, yeah, here it is. I want some spirits of camphor and some tincture arnica and some...
Here, just a minute. Give me that list and I'll get the articles.
Oh.
You have me making 20 trips all over this whole drugstore.
Okay.
Camphor. Arnica. There we are. Quinine. Toothpaste. And your father's prescription refilled. Well, you'll have to wait a few minutes for that, Matthew.
Oh, yeah, sure.
And, what's this? Arsenic.
Yeah.
What's that for?
Well, for rats. Rat poison.
Well, I'll just give you a package of rat poison ready prepared.
That's all right. Yes.
There you are. Here. You'll have to sign this register for the rat poison.
Oh?
On this line.
Yeah, sure. There you are.
I'll have the prescription ready for you in a couple of minutes. Just take it easy, Matthew.
Yeah, sure. Oh, hello there.
Oh, hello, Matthew. I was wondering if you were going to get back in time for dinner.
You mean supper?
Yes, supper.
Why shouldn't I be come back for supper?
Well, I don't know. No reason.
Where's Henry?
Why, he's in the parlor reading.
Yeah?
What are you staring at?
Nothing. I'm not staring.
Did you get the things from the store?
Yeah, they are back in the back porch.
Dinner will be ready in a minute or so. As soon as I fix this tray for your father.
I'll take it up to him when it's ready.
All right.
In the meantime, I'll go ahead and have a talk with Henry about that tractor bell.
Oh, got back, did you?
Yeah, went to a picture show. Full picture.
That's so?
Yeah, Sherlock Holmes.
Oh? Murder story, I suppose.
Yeah. Good show. I had it all figured out, though.
Oh, is that so? Can't fool you, huh?
No, I was way ahead of them.
Here you are, Matthew. Better take it up to your father while it's hot.
Sure. Parsnips night, huh? Gee, I like parsnips. I'll be right down.
All through the meal, Matthew and Henry and Marta say little, but each out of the corner of his eye constantly watches the others. Matthew is the most silent and refuses to engage in conversation. Now dinner is over, and as they rise from the table...
John.
Something's wrong.
It's another attack. Hurry! John, what is it?
Mary medicine.
I'll get it.
Hurry, Marta.
Here it is.
John! Quick, Matthew, call the doctor. Hurry!
Yes, Matthew, call the doctor. But it's too late for the doctor because John is gone. But the doctor comes, pronounces John dead, and leaves. And the next morning after the body is removed, two men drive up to the farm.
Yes?
Miss Anderson?
Yes?
My name is Houston. I'm the sheriff.
Yes, Mr. Houston.
May we come in?
Of course.
Oh, this is Deputy Sheriff Baker.
How do you do, Mr. Henderson?
I'd like to talk to you regarding the circumstances of your husband's death.
Circumstances? Well, what do you mean?
Your husband's doctor refused to sign a death certificate.
Refused?
Yes.
But why should he refuse? Why, Mr. Henderson has been ill for some time.
Nevertheless, the doctor suggested that an autopsy be performed.
An autopsy? Why an autopsy?
Because your husband didn't die of a stroke.
He didn't?
No.
Well, then what on earth?
Well, it seems that...
Oh, come here, Henry. You too, Matthew.
Why? What's wrong, Marta? Henry Jacobs? That's right. I'm Houston, the sheriff. Sheriff? And, how are you, Matthew? I'm all right. All right, sit down, all of you. What are you doing here? We'll get to that in a minute, Matthew.
Sheriff says that John didn't die of a stroke.
What? That's right. The doctor suggested an autopsy. It was performed, and a content of arsenic was found. Arsenic? Good Lord. John Henderson was poisoned. The doctor recognized the symptoms. He examined the food served John last night and became suspicious. He brought some of it with him. Arsenic was found in the parsnips.
Parsnips?
Did you prepare the food, Mrs. Henderson?
Of course.
Did you by any chance put anything in the food?
Certainly not. Where would I get arsenic?
Do you have any arsenic or rat poison on the place? No, not a bit. I'm out of it. I'm going to get some tomorrow. You better check the premises thoroughly, Baker.
Yes, sir.
Did you serve the food to your husband?
Well, no. Matthew took it to his room.
But I didn't put anything in it. Why should I?
According to Dr. Stevens, you and your father have been quarreling a lot.
Oh, but I didn't put anything in the food. I didn't.
And why did you buy a box of rat poison at the drugstore yesterday? A single little box of rat poison for a farm of this size. Why?
Well,
Come on, why?
Because she wanted it. She told me to get it.
Well, you signed for it.
She did it. She told me to get it. She's the one who did it.
Matthew.
She did it.
I never said a word about rat poison. We always buy it by the pound.
Oh, she's a lying. She wanted Father to die. She couldn't change his will, so he couldn't divorce her.
All right. Where's the box of poison you bought, Matthew?
I don't know. I gave it her.
Come on. What is it?
I never even saw Sheriff. He's lying.
Matthew and his father been quarreling.
Yes. I'm sorry, Matthew. You forced me to tell the truth.
Oh, she's a devil. I knew she was here for no good. She did it. She's going to kill me, too. I know. She's a devil.
Stop yelling, will you?
Oh, Sheriff, I couldn't find a speck of arsenic on the place excepting this.
Rat poison. Where'd you find this box?
In that room there. In the bureau drawer.
Whose room is that? Matthew's room.
I didn't put it there. She did. She put it there.
You didn't know such a thing.
I got all against me. You all want to get rid of me. I know.
All right. Come on, Matthew. You're a bit too hot under the collar. We'll take you where you can cool off for a while. Yes, you were too hot under the collar. You walked right into it, Matthew. Everything points as evidence against you. You shouldn't have bought that little package of rat poison for so large a farm. You should have known better than that. But you did, and now you're trapped. Yes, the trial is over. Matthew's been convicted and sentenced to life.
Several months have passed, and Martha and Henry are still running the farm. Martha has inherited all the property, even Matthew's share. And, too, Martha and Henry are now married.
Enjoy your dinner, Henry?
Oh, yeah. Very good.
You didn't eat very much of it.
Well, just wasn't very hungry, Martha.
Oh. Why not?
I don't know. Just not hungry.
What's on your mind, Henry?
Nothing. Nothing in particular.
Something's bothering you the last few days.
Oh, I don't know. Just get to thinking about things.
What things?
Things in general. The farm and us. And Matthew.
Matthew?
Yeah. Poor kid, I can't understand it. He's just all mixed up on everything. In the life of me, I can't figure out why he should want to kill his father.
He probably doesn't know himself.
What good did he think it'd do? His father died before the will had been changed, before he told him about you and me. What did he hope to gain?
Oh, he was, well, psychopathic, I guess.
Huh? Crazy?
Must have been. How long would you account for it?
Well, I hate to say it, but things turned out all right for you, regardless of how it came about.
Yes, Henry. For you and me.
I guess this is the way it was meant to be.
Yes. Fate or providence, something.
Kind of like to leave here. Get away from it all.
Sell the place?
Why not? There are plenty of other places. Besides, farming's a tough thing these days.
But somebody's got to run the farm.
Yeah, but, well, not under the conditions which we happen to be running this one. I feel ashamed. Kind of guilty.
Guilty? Guilty of what?
Oh, nothing exactly. Only I'd rather leave here. How about it?
Well, I'd rather stay here for a while.
Why?
Well, I just would. You mind?
Yes, I do mind. I don't want to stay around here any longer.
Henry, what on earth is happening to you?
Well, I just told you I'm leaving.
Henry,
Matter.
I don't know. I've got the funniest feeling. I'm getting dizzy. I've felt this for several days now.
Have you?
Yes, I can't understand it. This time it seems worse.
Does it?
Yes. Oh, pain. Pain in my heart. Henry.
Pain? In your heart?
Yes, it's getting worse.
In your heart, Marta? Are you sure it's in your heart?
Yes, it must be. Oh, I can't. Henry, I think you better
call a doctor? Why?
Why? God heavens, Henry, what do you mean?
I don't think it's your heart, Marta.
What?
No, I think it's your stomach.
Henry!
And I don't think a doctor can help you. Not now.
Henry, what have you done? Henry!
What do you think?
You fool, you crazy fool. You've been putting something in my food. That's what the sparrows have been.
Rat poison, Marta. Ever hear of it?
Why, Henry? Why?
I've been suspicious of you all along, Marta. I never believed Matthew was guilty. He didn't put that poison in his father's food. You did. And you told him to get it at the drugstore. Like a poor fool, he got it and signed for it.
Henry, you don't know what you're saying.
I have proof of it right here. Look, I got this note from Jenkins, the druggist. It's the order list you gave to Matthew. It's in your own handwriting. Look. You see that? It says arsenic for rats. Can you deny this?
All right, I did write it. I did tell him to get it.
And you opened the package. Who put it in the food? Then placed the box in Matthew's room. You might as well tell the truth, because you're dying, Marta.
Yes. But I did it for you. For us, Henry.
For us?
I'll confess. Oh, get the doctor. Please.
Oh, no, you're not confessing to anybody. Matthew can stay right where he is. I'm your husband now, and everything will go to me.
You filthy. I'll fix you. You won't get away with it. I'll call the police.
Oh, no, not that.
They'll get you. They'll know what you've done.
No, they won't. My car's parked in town. I have an alibi. I'll just tip over this lamp and beat it back to town. No one will ever know what happened.
You've got a big surprise coming, Henry. A big...
Have I, Martha? Everything is yours now. Yes, everything. Martha thought she was clever. And you think you're much cleverer, Henry. But Martha said you had a big surprise coming. And you have. Yes. Get ready, Henry. Here it is. In the form of a letter in Martha's safe deposit box. In Martha's own words.
For several days I've had a strange feeling. Resentment. Premonition of doom. I can't explain it. But I feel that it can be traced to my husband, Henry Jacobs. If anything should happen to me, in case of my death, I wish to make this confession. Matthew Henderson did not poison his father. I did tell him to buy the rat poison. I did it purposely. I put it in the food, and I placed the open container in Matthew's room. This will vindicate Matthew, restore his freedom, and return to him all the property of his father, which is now held in my name. Martha Henderson.
Well, Henry, that is the big surprise. And by reason of the tone of Martha's letter, you still have another one coming. Yes. That will be when they examine Martha's body and find the traces of arsenic. Too bad, Henry. Too bad.
CBS has presented The Whistler. Original music for this production was composed and conducted by Wilbur Hatch. The Whistler is written and directed by J. Donald Wilson and originates from Columbia Square in Hollywood. Next week, same time.
I, the Whistler, will return to tell you another unusual tale. Good night.
This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Have you heard the strange tales of the Whistler?
I'm the Whistler.
No, it wasn't a dream. It was too real. This is what I've been afraid of. I know you don't believe me. You think I'm insane, both of you.
Friday night, and CBS presents The Whistler.
I, the Whistler, know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales, many secrets hidden in the hearts of men and women who stepped into the shadows. And so I tell you tonight the weird story of the Avengers. In the great Southwest, a range of high mountains extends as far as the eye can see. This is mining country, silver and gold. Halfway down the mountain is a tiny village, the mining town of Rainbow, a raucous sort of place composed of a number of stores, many saloons, and the federal land office, where the fortune hunters file their claims. 15 years ago, Rainbow was a rip-roaring village, and in a back room of the Crystal Palace bar, a young man and a young woman hold an earnest conversation.
Tell me, Miss Martin, how long have you been in this town?
Oh, about 2 years. Came here from Kansas City.
And you know my brother, John Maddox?
Well, I certainly do.
How well do you know him?
Well enough. He came out here a year ago, and he's been hiding out up on the mountainside ever since. Got a cabin up there.
Prospecting, of course.
Who isn't?
How well do you know him?
Oh, he used to come into town quite often. I got acquainted with him in here. First, I fell for him in a big way, but he seemed to resent it. Finally gave me the cold shoulder.
Well, he has a wife and a 5-year-old daughter back east.
That's what he said, but I didn't believe him. He's a bit nutty, isn't he?
Nutty? No, I wouldn't say nutty. He's a smart boy. He's an engineer. Graduate of the State School of Mines.
He is? Well, what's he doing here, living like a hermit?
I wonder. So he gave you the cold shoulder, huh?
He certainly did.
Well, John is an educated mineralogist. He came out here to make a strike. And if anyone does, he should be that one. Maybe he's located a vein of ore.
What do you have on your mind, Mr. Maddox?
Well, I thought maybe you'd seen him visiting the assayer's office a little more often than usual.
And what if I have?
Or the land office?
Go on, Mr. Maddox.
Well, I wouldn't be interested in knowing the activities of an ordinary prospector. But a graduate mining engineer like John, well, he may have a lead on something good.
Yes?
And I thought, that is, I heard, you might be more or less familiar with his activities.
That's right. I am.
And maybe you'd like to come in with me.
What do you mean?
You know where he's been working. You know the area he's most interested in, so if you let me know, I'll beat him to it. We'll split.
Split?
That's right. How about it?
Sure. Why not? You know, I think I'm going to like you, Mr. Maddox.
Frank is the name, Alva.
All right, Frank. This is it. He has found a spot. It didn't mean much to me until now, but he's been working on the same location for a week or more. I'm sure he's hit something.
Good. That's all I wanted to know. I'll just drop in and surprise him. See you later, Melva.
See you later, partner.
And so that night, John Maddox is working on some maps and papers. The meager lamp throws a dim light about the room. For an hour, he sits at the table. Then suddenly the silence is shattered by a sound from the kitchen.
Who's there? Come out of there. Come on. What are you doing here? What do you want?
Nothing.
How long have you been in that kitchen?
Why?
So you're the little thief that's been stealing my things, huh? What are you after this time?
Nothing.
I know who you are. You're Tony Watson.
So what?
Just this. You're the one who pinched my camera, my binoculars. Yes, and several other things.
I didn't know.
And I'm turning you over to the sheriff right now.
Sheriff? No, I didn't take him. I didn't. I didn't steal anything, but...
But what?
I know who did.
Why, you little liar. You're the one. And believe me, you're caught on the job this time, and I'll... just a minute, Sheriff.
I didn't.
Hey, come back here. Why, that little devil. Just a second. Well? Hello, John. Frank. That's right, your brother Frank himself. Come in. What do you want? What are you doing here? Oh, just dropped in town. Thought I'd see how you were doing. Getting along all right. But you might like to hear about your wife and your daughter. Is that why you came here? Your wife is very well. Your daughter's just 5 years old today. I'm still wondering how you're getting along and when you're going to send for them. I know all about that. I'm going to send for them very soon. Are you? All going to live in this little shack? Certainly not. There's something a lot better by the time they arrive. Will you? Oh. Didn't have a dime when you left. Yeah, thanks to you and your lies. I know who's responsible for Father's cutting me off with only $1. You. Have you struck pay dirt here, John? No. What are all these interesting papers and maps on the table? Nothing. Oh, but they must mean something. Get away from that table. Let them alone. Put up your hands and stand back. If you touch those papers... Get back there. Uh-huh. Interesting. So you have struck something. All ready to be recorded. Frank, if you dare, I'll kill you. Why do you think I came here? Don't worry, I'll settle up later. I'll see you get a share. My wife and my daughter, Doreen, they haven't a cent. I've not been able to give them anything in months. You can't do this. Do what? You put those papers down, Frank, or I'll break your dirty neck. You'd better stay where you are. Oh, no, I'll kill you. First, I'll kill you. John, you're crazy. Keep back. Keep away. You crazy fool. I told you I'd shoot. You're the fool, Frank. You're the fool. You won't get away with this. I'll see to that. You'll pay, Frank. I'm not through with you yet. You and everything you hold dear will be taken away. You will pay it back, Frank. To me and mine. If I have to climb out of my grave. John!
Frank stands for a moment, then stuffs the papers and maps into his pocket and rushes to the door and into the night. A few seconds later, a face at the window disappears and suddenly reappears through the back door. And a boy stands looking at the inert figure on the cabin floor.
Huh. Serves him right. He won't tell the sheriff anything about me now.
15 years have passed, and now the little mining village of Rainbow is a thriving city of mines and smelters. And the richest mine of all is the one owned by Frank Maddox. And Frank Maddox rules the city. Frank is married now and has a child, a girl of 5. The child has been ill for days. And tonight, as Frank Maddox steps through the door, his wife meets him with a strange, vacant stare.
Melba, what's happened? How is she?
She's... Oh, Frank.
All those doctors, and they couldn't save her.
No. They said she didn't have a chance. They did their best.
Fools, what good are they? What are they paid for? They don't even know what was wrong with her.
No, Frank. But, well, whatever it was horrible. She died in agony.
Specialists. I told them they could name their own price. The sky was the limit.
It didn't seem to make any difference.
Oh, the poor little thing. The poor baby.
It didn't seem to be anything serious at first. It was just a week ago. She was sitting at her desk, drawing pictures, and then all of a sudden she started to gasp for breath and fell to the floor in a faint.
Yes, I know.
And then she lapsed into a coma. Oh, Frank. Frank, what was it? What? I couldn't say...
What is it?
I can't get my breath.
Here, drink this.
Frank, I didn't want to tell you, but I'm frightened. I've had it for several hours. It's just like the baby. The same thing.
The baby and now you. I know what it is. It's him. It's John.
John? Your brother?
Yes, I knew this was going to happen. John told me.
But John's dead.
The night the baby took sick, I saw him in a dream. He told me something was going to happen to us, and last night I saw him again. He was grinning and laughing. He told me that...
Told you what?
He told me that he'd finally reached through to me, that he'd finally made contact.
That's crazy.
He said tomorrow would be a sad day for me. Today.
But it's a dream.
I know. But he said something else. He said that now his wife was dead, that the sooner I made things right with his daughter Doreen, the better.
Frank, that's nonsense.
No, there must be something to it. I'll find the girl. I'll get her down here. I'll try to fix things up. Maybe that'll stop all this.
Frank, please use your head. It was a dream.
I've got to find that girl. I'll send Anthony to find her. I'll explain the whole thing to him. He can find her.
But why tell him about it?
Well, he's my assistant. I confide in him. He'll find her.
Very well, then. Tell Anthony. Tell him to find her and bring her here. Because if you... Frank.
Melba, darling.
Please find that girl. Doreen.
Frank Maddox carries his stricken wife to her room and calls the doctor. The next day, he explains in a way to his young assistant, Anthony Watson. Anthony rushes to the east to locate Doreen Maddox, and needless to say, he does. Before she knows what it's all about, she's aboard the train with young Anthony.
Didn't you even know you had an Uncle Frank?
Oh, yes, of course. But I didn't know much about him.
When did your mother die, Doreen?
5 years ago. She committed suicide.
What became of your father?
Oh, he went west to prospect for gold or silver or something. But he got into trouble. Someone shot him, and that's all I know about it.
Has your Uncle Frank ever offered to help you?
No, not that I know of. Mother never mentioned it if he did.
He's a very rich man, you know, and, as I've told you, very ill.
Ill?
Well, he's sort of mentally ill, as well as physically.
Oh?
Doreen, are you... That is... Well, a girl as lovely as you should be engaged, or in love.
But I'm not.
You're not? Really?
No.
Well, that's wonderful. I can't believe it.
Well, it's the truth, whether you believe it or not.
Oh, I believe you. And, well, I'm glad to hear it.
And so you see, Doreen, I'd completely lost track of you. I wondered about you and your mother since the tragic death of your father.
Mother died several years ago, Uncle.
Yes, I should have attempted to locate you long ago.
Should you?
Yes, you're my brother's child. It was my duty to look after you. See that you want for nothing.
Oh, but I've been getting along all right.
I've not been well, Doreen. I've been quite ill lately. I've been terribly upset my nerves.
Perhaps you've been working too hard.
No, it isn't that. Doreen, I'd like you to stay here. Make this your home. And I have a check for you, a little present, $5,000.
No, please, Uncle. That isn't necessary.
You must accept it, Doreen. You must.
I don't need it. I'll be glad to stay here with you until you're better. But really, I don't know what I'd do with $5,000.
I'd feel better if you accepted it. And perhaps your father would...
Father would what?
Doreen, I must tell you. I've got to tell you. It's driving me mad. John is trying to kill me.
Oh, Uncle. Father's been dead for years.
I know, but he died hating me.
Hating you?
He blamed me for his having been cut off with only $1 in our father's will. But he was wrong, and... well, now he's trying to kill me.
Oh, I can't believe such a thing.
I have horrible nightmares. John appears to me, always threatening me. He came to me the night my little daughter became ill, and then after she died. He came again when my wife was stricken, and said that after she was gone, it would be my turn.
But that's just your imagination, Uncle. Well, get it out of your mind.
I can't. I'm afraid to go to sleep.
You only see him in your dreams?
Yes, but each time he comes nearer, closer, more real. Oh, it isn't just imagination. I'm afraid that one of these days I'll see him when I'm not asleep.
And you think my being here will help matters? Is that it?
Yes. If he knows you're here, that I'm taking care of you and have your welfare at heart, perhaps he'll let me alone.
Prove to him that he judged you wrongly?
Yes. I must make him understand. I can't go on this way. I'm a physical wreck. I'm afraid my mind will snap.
I understand, Uncle. I'll try to help you. But you must try to get this off your mind.
Yes, I'll try.
You'd better go to bed now, Uncle.
Please, take the check.
Very well. Good night.
An hour passes, and in spite of himself, Frank drops into a fretful sleep. He moans and tosses about, and as usual, he dreams of John again. Sees him come through the wall and stand in the center of the room.
You won't get away with it, Frank. Everything and everyone you hold dear will be taken away. You'll pay it back, Frank, to me and mine.
No. Leave me alone. Anthony. Doreen.
Uncle, what is it?
What's happened? Doreen, he was here just now. I saw him. I heard him laughing.
But, Mr. Maddox, that isn't possible.
I heard him, I tell you. You could hear his laugh all over the house.
I heard nothing, Uncle, not a sound.
I woke up, I tell you. I heard him.
But, Uncle, you must have been dreaming. Well, I haven't been asleep since I left you. I've been reading. I didn't hear a sound.
You didn't hear anything, really?
No, not a sound.
You, Anthony?
I heard nothing. You were just dreaming.
Oh, no, it was too real. This is what I've been afraid of. I know you don't believe me. You think I'm insane.
Uncle, please.
Yes, maybe I am.
Come, Anthony.
No, Doreen. Don't go, please.
But, Uncle, there's nothing I can do. It's up to you. You must convince yourself that it's all imagination. Good night, Uncle.
And then the next night comes, and Frank dreams again, the same frightful dream. John appears, repeats the same words, and laughs in the same way. Frank is wide awake now, shaking with fear, and all the while trying to convince himself that it's only his imagination. Then the bedroom door opens suddenly. Doreen steps into the room. Her face is white with fear. She trembles as she moves slowly toward the bed.
Uncle.
Doreen, what is it? What's wrong?
Uncle, just now, I heard something.
What? Doreen, what did you hear?
I must have been dreaming. I must have. But it was so clear.
Your father?
Yes, I heard him. And he was laughing.
Then if you heard him, it must be true. He has come back.
Oh, did you hear it, too?
Yes, he was here in this room. What did he say to you?
I can't remember. I was so frightened. But I heard him. And that laughter.
Now you believe me. Now you know I'm not imagining things.
Oh, Uncle, I don't know. I'm so frightened I don't know what to think. I can't stay here any longer. I've got to leave. I can't stay another night.
Oh, Doreen, please, don't go. Not yet. Promise that you'll stay just a while longer. Please.
But, Uncle, All right, I'll try. I'll stay.
Then comes the next night, another dreadful night of horror. Frank tries his best to control his mounting fear as evening passes and midnight comes. He fights sleep, the sleep that brings him nothing but horrifying dreams and the voice of John. But finally he can hold out no longer, and his eyes close. A half hour goes by, then...
Frank, you're not asleep, Frank. You're wide awake, and this is real.
John, what do you want? Tell me. I'll do it. I'll do anything.
I told you you'd pay. Everything and everyone dear to you would be taken away. At this very moment, your wife is dying, Frank. First your daughter, now your wife, and then you.
John, please, I'll do anything.
Then sit down at that table and write. Write a will. Everything to the one it belongs to. My daughter, Doreen.
Yes, I'll do it.
And a confession, Frank.
Confession?
A confession that you came to my cabin that night and killed me.
Oh, no, I can't, John.
You can and you will.
They'll hang me.
They won't hang you.
No?
Write the will and the confession.
Yes, but I'm afraid that...
They won't hang you. Because in just 1 minute, you will be dead.
John,
Hurry,
no.
Frank. You haven't much time to save your soul. You're going to have a stroke, Frank. In just a minute, you'll feel a sudden beating of your temples. A stroke is what they'll call it. And you'll be dead. Hurry.
Yes, I'll write it. I will.
Your conscience will be clear, Frank, and that'll be best for you, I know. I said I'd write you if I had to crawl out of my grave.
There it is. Now, please leave me alone, Frank. Please.
Too late, Frank. You're going back with me. Look at the clock. 15 seconds left. Now it's starting. Your head is beginning to whirl. Strange sounds beat in your ears. Faster. Do you hear?
Yes. Please don't, John.
5 seconds. There it is. You're dying, Frank. This is the end. The end of Frank Maddox.
No, John. No.
Uncle Frank! Anthony!
Doreen, what's happened? I heard him screaming.
Anthony, I think he's... Feel his pulse.
I can't find it. Not a trace.
Anthony, is he?
I don't know. He's had a stroke, I think.
I'll call the doctor.
Yes, I'll have to go after him. His car is out of order. Come on. It may be too late for the doctor, but we'd better get him anyway. Use this phone and tell him I'll be there in a few minutes.
In here, doctor.
What happened to him?
I think he had a stroke.
A stroke, eh? Well,
We heard him screaming, and when we got here, he was unconscious.
Well, he's dead. But he didn't have a stroke.
What?
You can see for yourself. He's been stabbed in the heart. You don't need me. You want the police.
You say, miss, that you heard your uncle screaming?
I did.
What did it seem to be? A scream of pain?
No, I couldn't make out what it was. But it sounded as though he was horribly frightened. It seemed as though he was pleading with someone.
Did you hear him, Anthony?
Yes, it sounded just as Doreen said, as though someone or something were after him.
What do you mean by something?
Oh, I just used that as a form of expression.
And when you reached him, he was on the floor, unconscious?
That's right.
Was he dead?
We didn't know. I couldn't find any pulse, but that doesn't necessarily mean anything. That's why I went for the doctor.
And you didn't notice the knife wound in his chest?
No.
Did you see it, miss?
No, it may have been there, but I didn't notice it.
Are you sure he didn't have a stroke, Doctor?
Positive. He may have had a collapse, fainted, but there was no stroke. He died from this stab in the heart.
What sort of instrument would you say was used?
Well, I'd say a long, thin knife about a half-inch wide.
Like a letter opener?
Yes, sort of a stiletto.
Doctor, had you been treating Mr. Maddox lately for any particular ailment?
Well, I've been attending him frequently of late.
What was troubling him?
I don't know.
Oh, you don't know. Are you sure?
Well, I couldn't find any definite physical trouble, but he was becoming terribly run down. Seemed to get worse each day. He couldn't eat nor sleep. Extremely nervous. Hypertension. I gave him sedatives and tonics, but they seemed to do no good, so I finally came to the conclusion that it was mental.
Mental? What do you mean?
I think he had developed some sort of phobia, a fear. What, I was never able to determine. In time, it would have resulted in insanity and finally death. Or perhaps a stroke and death. But in this case, it was not a stroke.
You've been attending his wife?
Yes.
What is her ailment?
Carcinoma. But she doesn't know it.
There's nothing more I can do for her, except alleviate the pain.
Miss Maddox, from the tone of your uncle's screams, would you say that there was some person in the room with him at the time?
Yes and no.
Yes and no. What does that mean?
I mean, he may have thought someone was here with him.
May have thought someone was with him.
Yes, that is...
Well, from all appearances, there was someone with him. The someone who stabbed him. Anthony, was Miss Maddox in this room when you came in?
No, we met in the hall and came in together.
Neither of you saw the knife wound.
I'm sure I didn't.
Doreen, you just said that he may have thought someone was here in this room. What do you mean?
He was afraid of...
Afraid of what? Afraid of who?
Afraid of my father.
What? Why, your father's been dead 15 years.
Yes, but that's just it. I may as well tell you. He was afraid my father was trying to kill him. That's what was wrong with him, why he couldn't sleep.
Oh, bosh, now it spooks.
No. He said that father appeared to him every night and threatened him.
Threatened him? Well, all right, so he threatened him. Why?
He said father hated him, that father thought Uncle Frank had caused him to lose his inheritance.
Well, Doctor, do you think that's what was wrong with Frank?
Could have been. Quite possible.
All right, I'll grant you that. But no spook produced that knife wound. Doreen, do you believe that your father lost his inheritance because of your uncle?
No, I do not.
Are you sure?
I'm sure father did not lose his part of the estate because of Uncle Frank.
Are you sure? Could you prove that?
Well, no, I couldn't. I never heard father mention it. I never heard him accuse Uncle Frank.
What brought you here?
My uncle sent for me.
Why?
Because he was afraid of my father. He thought my being here might help matters.
That's right, Captain. He sent me for Doreen. I located her and brought her here.
Oh, me. Oh, my. This gets worse and worse. You know all about it, too, did you?
Yes, Mr. Maddox confided in me. He had the idea that if Doreen were brought here and he showed good intentions toward her, that John would leave him alone.
Oh, poor John. What a busy guy.
It isn't funny.
You said it. Frank Maddox has been murdered, and it wasn't a spook. I know who did it, and I know why.
What are you talking about?
Frank Maddox didn't send for her. She came here of her own accord and for a definite reason.
She did not. I brought her here.
You're lying. You're trying to cover up for her.
I am not.
Because you're in love with her. Anybody can see that.
Well, what if I am in love with him? That doesn't have anything to do with this.
Frank Maddox sent me for her.
He did not. She knew that Frank was the cause of her father losing his inheritance. So she came here to kill him, and she did.
Well, that doesn't make sense. Why would she kill him? What would she gain by that?
Ever hear of revenge? If it hadn't been for Frank, her father would have been wealthy, and so would she.
But she didn't know about her father's accusations until Frank Maddox told her himself.
Oh, then you admit that she does know about it now.
I knew nothing about it until Uncle Frank told me. But I still think father was wrong.
Whether you knew about it before you came here or learned it after you got here, what's the difference? It's a motive. You stabbed him. You left the room, and then you met Anthony in the hall. You stuck Miss Maddox, and you haven't a chance.
Wait a minute.
Mrs. Maddox, don't come in here.
And why not? Why shouldn't I come in here?
You shouldn't get up. You should...
I know all about it. I know what's happened. I've heard every word.
You're very ill, Mrs. Maddox.
I know. I heard you. And now I know what's wrong with me. I know what carcinoma is, Doctor.
Please go back to bed.
No, not just yet. Well, this girl, Doreen, you're wrong. She's innocent. She had nothing to do with it. That is, not directly.
What do you mean, Mrs. Maddox?
She didn't kill Frank. I did.
You?
She's perfectly innocent. Frank did send for her. He was afraid of John. He dreamed about him every night. He did think John was trying to reach him from the grave, trying to kill him. It was his imagination, I know, but he really believed it. And he had a good reason to believe it.
What reason?
I've heard Frank moaning and yelling for weeks and weeks. I heard him tonight. I came in here and found him on the floor. He'd made a will, this paper, leaving everything to Doreen and explaining why. Oh.
Sit down, Melba.
Yes, well, he came out of his faint, and I found this will. I went wild when I saw it. He tried to get it away from me. He said it had to be that way. We struggled for it, and I took the paper knife and stabbed him. I went back to my room, but I've been standing outside the door. I heard everything, particularly what you said about me, Doctor. So what does it matter? This girl is innocent.
What is this paper? Let's see it.
I'll tell you what it says. It leaves everything Frank has to Doreen. And the reason why? Frank killed John.
What?
Yes. It was all my fault. I knew John had made a strike, and I told Frank about it. Frank went to John's cabin and killed him, took the maps and the papers and filed them a claim. I was the one responsible for everything. But it all rightfully belongs to Doreen. And now... Well, now that I've heard the doctor's sentence, what does it matter?
Well, Doreen, that was lucky for you. Lucky that Melba was standing outside the door and heard the doctor. But oh, what I know about you, Doreen. You and Anthony. Anthony did bring you down here, but on the way he fell madly in love with you. He told you about your uncle's fears, and so between the two of you, you decided to make his dreams more than real. Anthony arranged a little radio speaker in Uncle Frank's room. Yes, it was Anthony who spoke to Frank, not John's voice from the grave. Anthony merely amplified Frank's dreams, yes. You and Anthony planned to work on Frank psychologically in order to get that will and the confession. But how did Anthony know the exact words to use? The words John used when he was dying that night in the cabin? Why, because Anthony was the little boy John caught in his cabin that night. The boy who heard every word said between Frank and John. The smart little boy who saw it all.
CBS has presented The Whistler. Original music for this production was composed and conducted by Wilbur Hatch. The Whistler is written and directed by J. Donald Wilson and originates from Columbia Square in Hollywood. Next week, same time,
I, the Whistler, will return to tell you another unusual tale. Good night.
This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System. Have you heard the strange tales of the Whistler?
I'm the Whistler.
I sifted the whole thing down to you 4 people. I know one of you is the murderer of my brother, and I'll not turn this ship about until that one is discovered.
Friday night, and again, CBS presents The Whistler.
I, the Whistler, know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales, many secrets hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. And so I tell you tonight the strange story of Eye for an Eye. Just before dawn of a day in 1940, a small seagoing yacht with a crew of 4 and a passenger list of 5 puts out from the Honolulu Yacht Basin and heads southwest into the open sea. This is the yacht of Dr. Paul Durant, scientist and marine biologist, for many years a resident of the islands. Dr. Durant is already in the wardroom as one by one his guests arrive for breakfast.
Keep your course there due southwest, Captain.
Due southwest? This summer weather is treacherous.
Due southwest. I'll tell you when to put about.
Yes, Doctor. Just as you say.
Morning, Doctor.
Oh, come in, Professor Mallory. Breakfast in a few minutes.
I've been on deck for some time, Doctor. I can't understand it. We seem to have lost sight of land.
Have we? Well, fog, perhaps.
No sign of fog. I thought we were going to cruise around the island.
Oh, well, it gets too rough when you stay close to shore.
Does it?
Good morning, everybody. Where on earth are we? I don't see land anyplace. What goes? I have a feeling we're miles out to sea.
Do you, Owner?
I had the same idea, Owner.
I ordered the ship out to deeper water so we could do a bit of hunting.
Hunting?
Hunting for a nice school of big fish. A lot of killers out here now. We should be able to catch one of them.
Good morning. Doctor, I'd like to ask you a question.
Yes, I'm sure I know what it is, and I'm sure I can answer it. Why are we so far out to sea?
Yes.
Well, Karen, it's because I want
to... I want to talk to you.
Oh, come in, Hal. I know what you want to ask me. Karen just asked me the same question, so I'll answer you both at the same time.
Okay, what is the answer?
Well,
This happens to be the season for catching the big ones. The killers, we call them. So I decided to put out a way in order to get a crack at one of them.
Killers?
Yes. Apparently you're not a fisherman, Hal. But I'm sure you'll find it interesting.
Hey, look, Doc, what's on your mind? I've been suspicious of you ever since you invited me on this weekend cruise.
Have you, Mr. Norton? Why?
Why should you ask me on this cruise? I don't know you that well. I've seen you many times. Your brother introduced us at the gambling joint, but, well,
I wouldn't think too much about it, Hal.
I must say this is a peculiar group for you to select, Doctor.
You think so, Professor? You all knew each other, didn't you?
Well, yes, in a way.
I know the professor, but I've never been friendly with Hal Norton or Ona Raymond. I know Hal Norton's a gambler, and Ona's a nightclub singer.
I've known Ona for several years. I know Miss Karen Somerset's a social deb, and the professor's John Mallory. I've seen him at various times.
Then if you all know that much about each other, I should think this is an opportunity to really get acquainted.
Who said we wanted to?
Doctor, please turn around and go back. Please.
No, I can't.
Why not?
I'll tell you. You all know that 3 months ago my brother Gerald was murdered. The murderer was never found. You 4 people were the ones selected.
Selected for what?
I've sifted the whole thing down to you 4. The ones with the most likely motives for wanting to kill him. I know that one of you 4 is the murderer. I'm not going back until the guilty one is discovered or confesses. I won't turn about, even if I have to kill you all. I can blow this ship to pieces with a touch of a button, and I will. Well, now that you know why you're here, each one of you had best guard himself carefully. For if the killer is exposed, he'll try to protect himself.
Breakfast is ready, Doctor.
Oh, yes. Let us forget the situation for the moment and enjoy our breakfast. Come, friends.
Well, Dr. Durant, now you have set up a situation in which each one of the 4 suspects the others. And each one knows that if he is to return alive, the guilty party must be discovered as soon as possible. Because the doctor is serious. Now, for some strange reason, the gambler Hal Norton seeks out Karen Somerset, the society girl.
Well, Mr. Norton, what's on your mind?
I want to talk to you.
What do you want?
Look, Doc's serious. He's got us out here, and he means what he says about blowing all of us up. Now, let's straighten this thing out. There's no use all of us being killed.
Oh, you think I killed his brother, Gerald?
Well, you certainly had a motive. You were in love with Gerald Durant, and you knew he'd fallen for Ona Raymond. You were afraid he was going to marry Ona and ditch you, so you killed him.
That's a lie. I knew about him and Ona, but I didn't kill him.
Well, it's a good motive, a strong motive.
Well, I'll admit I was madly in love with Gerald. When I learned he was smitten with Ona, I was wild, but I didn't kill him. If I'd killed anybody, it would have been Ona.
I can imagine.
What about you? You had a motive, just as good as the one you attribute to me.
Don't be silly. What motive?
You were in love with Ona. You figured she was tossing you over for Gerald. You couldn't take it, so it was only natural that you killed Gerald. I know how you gangsters think.
What do you mean, gangsters?
Yes, Hal Norton, you had just as good a motive. So you better forget all about it.
A clever bluff, Karen. But I don't fall for that stuff.
And I don't fall for your type of bluff. You think I had a motive, and I think you had one. So we're even, understand? Even, Mr. Norton. Good night.
Well, so that is the situation between Karen Somerset, the society girl, and Hal Norton, the gambler. Now let us see what Professor John Mallory and the nightclub singer Ona Raymond have to say about it.
Oh, hello, Professor. What do you want?
I'd like to talk to you, Miss Raymond.
Don't be so formal. My name is Ona.
Of course. You're aware that the situation existing aboard this yacht is most serious.
Maybe.
Dr. Durant means exactly what he says. I think he's temporarily unbalanced. He's convinced that one of us killed his brother.
And what do you think should be done?
I think the guilty one should confess and save the lives of the ones who are innocent.
I agree. So, why don't you confess, Professor?
What?
You certainly had a motive. You were in love with Karen Somerset. She refused you because she was in love with the doctor's brother. Turned you upside down and you couldn't take it, so you killed Gerald.
What are you talking about?
It's a good
pure imagination.
It's a good motive.
Motive? If anyone had a motive to kill Gerald, it was you.
That's sure silly.
No, Ona. You. You had the best motive of all of us. And I can tell you what it was.
What?
You, for the first time, decided you wanted to get married. You asked Gerald Durant to marry you. And he told you he had no intentions of marriage. You were furious. You knew then that he wasn't in love with you. That he was really in love with Karen. So you did the only thing one of your kind could think of. You killed him.
You. Why, you get out of here. Get out. You did it, and I know you did, and I'll prove it if I die in the attempt.
But that night, Ona Raymond tosses on her bed. She cannot sleep. All she can think of is the professor's accusation. Then, toward midnight, she leaves her cabin. And finally, after wandering about the deck, she makes her way to the doctor's quarters.
Doctor, I've been making investigations, and I've learned something.
What have you learned, Ona?
I know now who killed your brother, and I can prove it.
You seem to be very frightened, Ona.
But I know the one who did it.
And who is it?
I'd rather not tell just now.
Why not?
If you put the ship about and return to port, I'll tell you.
Why not now?
No, I'm afraid.
Afraid? Afraid of what?
The guilty one knows that I know.
I see. Well, then suppose I fix it so that no harm can come to you if you tell who it is. What then?
Can you guarantee that, Doctor?
I can. You tell me and nothing will happen to you. I'll see to that. Who is the guilty one?
Well, it's... Doctor... Oh...
Who's there? Who's out here? Well... now that leaves just 3.
What is it, Doctor?
Yeah, what's up now?
Come in, Karen. Come in, Hal.
What's that on the floor? What's happened?
Remove the sheet, Captain. Let them see what's happened.
Very well. Good Lord.
Why, it's Ona Raymond.
Ona? When did this happen?
Just 15 minutes ago. Surely one of you knows all about it.
Where did it happen?
She was standing right there. She was just about to disclose some information regarding the killer of my brother when there was a shot from that window. I ran to the door, but there was no one in sight.
Where were you, Karen, 15 minutes ago?
Well, I was in my cabin.
And where were you, Professor Mallory?
I was on the deck.
On the deck, huh?
And now may I ask, where were you?
Are you crazy? Why should I want to kill Ona? I was in love with her.
That may be true, but maybe she was about to tell the doctor something you didn't want to know.
Oh, you're nuts.
Just where were you 15 minutes ago, Hal?
I was in my cabin.
In your cabin? And you didn't hear the shot?
I did not.
You say you were in love with Ona. But did you love her enough to let her reveal the murderer of my brother? Especially if you were the murderer?
You'd better be sure before you start accusing me, brother.
I merely asked a hypothetical question.
Well, why don't you try some hypothetical questions on Karen and the professor here? They had just as good reasons to get rid of your brother. And Ona, if she was going to spill something.
Ona is dead. That obviously eliminates her.
Yeah? How do we know? Maybe you figured she was the one who killed your brother and you let her have it. And figure you can blame it on one of us.
Dr. Durant, this is getting out of hand. I insist that we put about and return to port before anything else happens. If there's a killer on this yacht, let's go back and allow the authorities to handle it.
And I refuse to do so, Captain. This is my yacht.
And I am the captain.
Are you? Well, if you interfere in my plan, I can very easily take care of that. I'll not put about until I'm satisfied that I know who the killer is.
But that's ridiculous. A murder has been committed.
I'll stay out here in the ocean till I learn the identity of the killer, even at the expense of the life of everyone on board. We have enough fuel to keep running for more than a month. And if the engines are turned off, why, we can drift for many months.
What about food and fresh water?
If it's necessary to stay out that long, then when hunger and thirst come along, maybe one of you will be ready to talk.
Why, you're crazier than I thought.
Oh, Captain, have this body removed and placed in ice. I want to take back all the evidence. Well, I think you may all return to your quarters. Good night.
Yes. Good night, Doctor.
I'll go along with you, Karen. I'd like to...
Professor, I'd prefer that you didn't.
Didn't what?
That you didn't talk to Miss Somerset. Go to your own cabins, if you please.
Very well. Good night.
Well, what are you waiting for, Hal?
Look, Doc, are you really serious about this business of staying out here until we run out of water and food?
If necessary.
Look, suppose I tip you off to something.
Tip me off? I'd rather have something definite, Mr. Norton.
Yeah, I discovered something. I know who killed Ona. So whoever killed Ona must have been the one who killed your brother. Right?
It sounds logical. Go on.
Well, if I'd killed Gerald because of Ona, it doesn't make sense that I'd kill the girl I loved.
Go on, I follow you.
The one who killed Ona certainly didn't care about her. Therefore, it must have been one of the other two. Either Karen or the professor.
Yes?
Well, I discovered something.
Who is it?
In view of what happened to Ona when she tried to tell you something I'd rather not say just now.
And when would you like to tell what you know?
You turn this boat around, head for home. And just before we reach port,
I'll tell you.
Oh, I'm not that stupid. You're stalling for time.
I'm not. I know who shot Ona.
I'll tell you what, Hal. I'll wait another week, and if nothing happens, if the guilty one isn't found, then I'll turn around and accept your proposition. But you'd better know what you're talking about.
Don't worry. I know. I know plenty. Good night.
Good night, Hal.
Hal Norton steps out of the doctor's cabin, completely unaware of the figure in the shadows by the open window, and goes to his cabin confident that he now has complete control of the situation. A few moments later, the captain in his cabin is manipulating the radio phone, attempting to make contact with the mainland.
Hello? 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 Hello, this is the yacht Mongoose calling. The Mongoose calling. Hello? Hello, Mongoose to mainland. Yacht Mongoose calling Globe Radio. Come in. Emergency. Skipper of Yacht Mongoose calling Globe Radio. Yacht Mongoose, emergency. Yacht Mongoose, position 10 degrees north, 170 degrees west. I can't understand why I can't... What do you want? What are you doing here? Get out of here. Keep away from me or I'll... Oh.
Now, with 2 murder victims aboard, the ill-fated yacht and its strange cargo pushes on south and west. Ona Raymond dead, and now the captain, and the radio phone damaged beyond repair. The captain's body is not discovered till sunup, but immediately following the discovery, the doctor calls his guests to his cabin.
What's happened now, Doctor? Why rout us out at this early hour?
Why, don't be so excited, Professor.
I'm not excited.
Sit down, Professor.
Have a cigarette, Doctor?
Yes, thank you.
Light? I think, Dr. Durant, that you had best sit down and take things easy.
What do you mean?
The way your fingers and hands are trembling, something's upset you considerably.
Is that so?
Yes. Well, what's happened now? Someone tried to kill you during the night?
I'll wait till Miss Somerset gets here, if you don't mind. And Hal Norton.
Have you decided to go back, Doctor?
No. No, I'm not going back. And of that, I'm determined.
Do you know what I think? I think you're somewhat unbalanced.
What is it, Doctor? What's going on now?
Well, come in, Karen. The doctor wants to talk to us. But he won't talk till the 3 of us are here.
Sit down, Miss Somerset. Sit down and be calm. Why are you trembling, Miss Somerset?
Oh, why shouldn't I be? To be waked out of a sleep and... Well...
Go on, Miss Somerset.
Well, this isn't the most pleasant voyage I've ever been on.
What has upset you, Karen?
Why, nothing. Nothing but the whole idea back of this trip.
Don't worry, Karen. I just asked the doctor the same question. For some strange reason, he didn't want to say what made him upset.
I prefer to say no more about this until Hal Norton gets here. Hal Norton and the captain. I want the captain to be present. He said he'd be right in.
All right. All right, Doctor. We'll just wait till they get here.
And you, Karen, you don't mind waiting for the captain?
Certainly not, but I...
What were you going to say?
Oh, nothing.
I'm going to have the captain radio phone the mainland.
Radio phone? What?
That the murderer of my brother is aboard. That I know who it is.
You should radio that you have a lunatic aboard. You yourself.
One of you knows that the radio...
One of us knows what? What about the radio?
I'll wait till Hal Norton gets here before I continue.
Well, what's keeping him?
Doctor, I just went after Mr. Norton and he's dead.
Dead?
Yeah, dead as a doornail. He's been stabbed.
Dead?
Yeah. He's cold as an icicle.
I see. Will you tell the captain to come to my cabin at once?
The captain? Well, I don't think he can. I mean...
You heard what I said, Johnson.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Well?
What's the matter with that sailor?
I haven't the slightest idea.
He seems startled.
Did he?
Doctor, you're lying. What's happened to the captain?
He's dead.
What? Doctor?
Yes. Someone killed him and smashed the radio phone. The same one who later killed Hal Norton.
Why were you stalling?
I wanted to watch your reactions when I said the captain would be here in a few moments.
He's trying to frighten us.
Unfortunately, neither of you reacted in the way I'd expected.
Well?
But now that Hal is dead, it obviously narrows down to just you two. You, Karen, and the professor. One of you And the sooner you give up, the better. Because as sure as I'm standing here, one of you, the guilty one, will kill the other.
Nonsense. Suppose I did kill your brother because I loved Karen. Why should I kill Karen, the one I love?
Wait a minute, John. I hate to say this, but you did have a motive for killing his brother. You were in love with me, and I told you definitely that I could never marry anyone but Gerald Durant.
I know.
You could have killed Gerald, and then when you came aboard this yacht and learned the situation...
Karen, what are you trying to say?
Ona Raymond could have learned something about your having killed Gerald. And when she was about to tell the doctor, you could have killed her. And maybe Hal, maybe he knew in some way who killed Ona. And you learned that, so you killed him.
That's very logical. But on the other hand, take yourself, Karen. This is purely hypothetical, understand. You learned that Gerald, the doctor's brother, was madly in love with Ona Raymond, the chorus girl. So you killed him. Then, when Ona started to tell the doctor who it was, you killed her.
Yes, that's logical, too, but...
Wait now. Hal Norton discovered who had killed Ona. And when he decided to tell the doctor who did that, well, you could have killed Hal.
Oh, very well. But Hal said he knew who killed Ona, but he wouldn't divulge the name until this yacht had reached its home port.
Probably because he was afraid of the same thing that happened to Ona when she started to tell what she knew.
But it's now reduced down to two suspects. You, Professor, and Karen.
That's right.
So I'll leave it as it is, for the two of you to figure out. And will not return until the score is settled.
It might have been Ona who killed her brother, or it might even have been Hal Norton. And another thing, do you know whom I consider another suspect?
Whom?
You, Doctor. You could have killed your brother.
Why should I go to all this trouble if I had killed him?
To place the blame on someone else.
Why, you're mad. Stark raving mad.
I think you're the one who's mad. I think you're a diabolical maniac.
Get out of here. Get out.
Come on, Karen, let's go. And it's my opinion that we'd better not close our eyes tonight. Not once.
A few hours later, the professor steps up to the doctor's cabin door, tries the knob, works a key in the lock, and steps inside.
Who's there?
Put up your hands, Doctor, and stay where you are.
What do you want, Professor?
Pick up that phone and order this ship to head for the nearest island.
I'll do no such thing.
Do as I say or I'll kill you.
All right. But you won't get away with this.
Yes, sir?
Set a course for the nearest island at once.
Yes, sir, at once.
And order all hands to abandon ship within 1 hour.
What?
Because I have a time bomb set in a certain place and the ship will blow up in an hour. Go on, tell them.
All hands abandon ship within 1 hour.
Why, sir, what's happened?
Tell him not to stop the engines.
Don't stop the engines.
I understand, sir.
That you yourself have hidden the bomb and the ship will blow up in an hour. Go on.
I've planted a time bomb in the yacht and it'll blow up in an hour.
What? Why, yes, sir, I'll give the orders at once. Doctor, what?
Abandon ship. Hang up.
Abandon ship.
Now, Dr. Durant, you might as well sit down on that bed and relax.
Relax? How can I relax?
Like this. That will keep you quiet, Doctor. Abandon ship! Abandon ship! The doctor's gone crazy!
He just phoned me. What does he mean?
He's lost his mind. Says he planted a time bomb to blow us up.
Well, why should he do that?
He's insane. It may go off sooner than an hour.
Abandon ship! Abandon ship!
John!
Abandon ship!
John, what's wrong? What's happened?
Get back to your cabin. Get back and stay there. Hurry.
What do they mean, abandon ship?
Get back to your cabin. I'll be there in a minute.
The hands abandon ship, and when they are well away from the yacht, the professor rushes below deck and opens the seacocks, and as the water rushes in, he hurries to Karen's cabin.
Karen, come on.
No, not until you tell me what's happened.
There isn't time for that. I'll explain later. Hurry, up on deck. The ship's sinking.
What?
Come on, we haven't a moment to lose.
John, it is. It is sinking. What's happened?
The doctor went crazy. He tried to sink the ship with a bomb and kill us both. Come on. There's a raft. We'll get off before it blows up. Hurry.
Karen and the professor make themselves fast aboard the raft, and a few minutes later the yacht throws its bow in the air and shudders for a moment. Then... Two weeks pass, and Karen and the professor, much to their sorrow, have found they selected a raft short on provisions, little water or food. Now the tropic sun is slowly devouring them.
John.
Yes, Karen?
Are you sure there's land around here?
I thought there was. Or
what, John?
I wouldn't have done it.
Why don't you tell me the truth, John? What happened?
Well, I did it. I sank the ship.
You? Why?
The doctor was insane. I knew that. It was the only way to save ourselves. I made him order the hands to abandon ship. Then I opened the sea cocks. It blew up the boilers.
And what became of the doctor?
Well, he went down with the ship. Believe me, Karen, it was the best way.
Best way. And here we are, our food gone, the water exhausted.
I was positive there was an island near here. We must be caught in the current and have been drifting in the opposite direction.
I can't stand this sun. It's driving me crazy. I can't stand it.
Karen. Karen, darling.
Yes, John.
I love you, Karen.
I know, but what does it matter now?
I've got to tell you something. Got to. I know now that we haven't a chance.
What?
For a while, I was certain of our position. Now, well, I want to tell you this. I did kill Ona.
John.
I killed her, and I killed Hal Norton.
What are you saying?
Because I knew you were the guilty one. I knew you were the one who killed the doctor's brother. But you were justified in killing him, Karen. I knew Ona had discovered the truth, so I killed her. I knew that Hal knew what had happened to Ona, so I killed Hal. The doctor was insane with revenge. So I blew up the ship, and that took care of him. Now, no one will ever know.
Oh, but you're wrong, John. I didn't kill Gerald Durant.
But Karen, who else could have?
I don't know, but I didn't.
What does it matter now, Karen? The ship has gone down with all the evidence. Ona, Hal, the doctor. The crew is ever picked up. Everything will be blamed on the doctor's insanity.
Whether I'm guilty or not, what does it matter now? You know we haven't a chance. I can tell by the way you talk. I know what's going to happen. This Thursday, it'll get worse. And we'll go out of our heads and start drinking salt water.
Please, darling.
You see, it's getting you, too.
Yes. I'll have to admit it. Can't last much longer. Karen, it's going to get worse and worse. It'll be torture. So, here's a revolver. Why prolong the agony? It's bad enough now.
Oh, but John, I wouldn't have the nerve. I just couldn't. I'm a coward.
You'll not suffer. You'll never know what happened.
No, I can't. I'm afraid.
Karen, look. What is that? Over there.
I don't see anything. Just a bit of fog.
You sure? Are you sure?
No, John, there's nothing. It's just... Well...
I thought for a moment I saw a ship.
I can't see a thing.
No, I guess it was just my eyes.
Is that the way it starts, John?
Yes, it won't be long now.
There are sharks all about us.
Yes, Karen. If we were to jump in, it might be a prolonged death. Horribly painful.
All right, John. Whatever you say.
Then turn around, Karen.
No, I'll do it myself, but I want to be sure.
Very well. I'll go first. Will that convince you that it's painless?
Yes.
All right.
John. John.
Professor John Mallory had killed himself. But an hour later, the ship John thought he saw pulled alongside the raft in response to Karen's frantic signals. And on the raft were a woman and a dead man, a suicide. Yes, it was the ship John thought he saw. The ship Karen said she didn't see. But she saw it. She knew it was there. But she lied so that John would die first. Very clever, Karen. You are now safe aboard the ship. And no one knows but you and I that you were the one who killed the doctor's brother. And the captain of the yacht. And now all those who might threaten your freedom are out of the way. Not one remains. Most ingenious, Karen.
CBS has presented The Whistler. Original music for this production was composed and conducted by Wilbur Hatch. The Whistler is written and directed by J. Donald Wilson and originates from Columbia Square in Hollywood. Next week, same time,
I, the Whistler, will return to tell you another unusual tale. Good night.
Here is a bulletin from the CBS News Bureau. Allied Headquarters, North Africa. General Dwight D. Eisenhower has just officially announced that the Allies are invading Sicily. The communique reads, Anglo-American Canadian forces under command of General Eisenhower began landing operations in Sicily. Landings were preceded by an air attack. Naval forces escorted the assault forces and bombarded the coast defenses during the assault. Stay tuned to CBS for late developments. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The Whistler, another signal mystery.
I am the Whistler. And I know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales, many secrets hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. Yes, I know the nameless terrors of which they dare not speak.
Tonight, the Signal Oil Company, marketers of Signal's famous Go Farther gasoline and motor oil, bring you another in a series of strange tales by The Whistler. A story of darkest Africa and two strangers who brought it no light. Listen to Black Magic. But first, I'd like to read you what the driver of a 1929 LaSalle thinks of Signal's Go Farther service. Wilfred Pollard of Los Angeles writes, naturally, when a car gets 15 years old, parts wear out and are difficult to replace. My radiator cap, for instance, is rusted so it no longer holds tight. Pop Figgett, at my signal station on Western and Harold Way, has on 3 occasions spent considerable time with pliers and wire repairing it. Pop does it without asking, and with a smile that makes you feel like you're doing him a favor. It's this kind of service, over and above the line of duty, that makes me like to trade with Signal oil dealers. Many folks are surprised these days to find Signal dealers going out of their way like that to please a customer. But there's a reason for it. Each Signal dealer is permanently in business for himself. He knows that the best way to keep his business good, year after year, is to give you thorough, reliable service that will keep you his steady customer. Such service is the reason so many drivers who want their cars to go farther are switching to Signal stations. Why don't you drive in and get acquainted with your neighborhood Signal dealer this week? Now, the Whistler.
In the vast wilderness of equatorial Africa, a land of violent rains and oppressive heat, a small village huddles at the mouth of an American-owned mine. Carefully set apart from the squalid native huts stands the house of Paul Arnold, manager of the mine, master of the village. On this sticky afternoon, Paul is busy with his reports. Suddenly his door is opened and a tall man in dirty whites enters.
Yes? Just wanted to tell you 4 more in the last hour. Maybe you want to add that to your report.
I can take care of the reports without your help.
So? Perhaps you can run the mine without my help. Perhaps you can run the mine with half the natives dead of malaria.
I told you I've done everything possible. Dr. Kent should have been here days ago. Until he arrives, there's nothing more we can do.
We could have forced the native to take the quinine.
Coming from you, that's a laugh. You've been here long enough to know you don't force these devils into doing anything. When Kent gets here, we'll take care of it. Until then, I don't want to hear anything more about it.
Eh bien. But I think this doctor must have taken one look at Africa and turned back.
Yes, Ahmed.
You pardon, Mr. Arnold. The automobile from Gianna.
Oh, good. You'd better give up thinking, Pepe. That's Kent now. Come on. Oh, Ahmed, stir up some of the natives to help with the luggage.
If I can, Mr. Arnold?
Never mind ifs. Do as you're told.
Yes.
Now, Pepe, be careful what you say to this doctor. You understand?
You make it very clear.
Oh, welcome, Dr. Kent.
Hello. Well, we got here finally.
Well, we'd almost given you up. I'm Paul Arnold, of course. Let me...
Well, don't look so startled. This is my wife, Nora Kent. Paul Arnold.
How do you do, Mr. Arnold?
How do you do? Well, this is something I hadn't counted on.
I'm sure it must be.
I mean, of course, your letters, Kent. You didn't say anything about bringing your wife.
I know. Nora decided to come at the last minute.
Well, this is an honor, an unusual honor. We'll do our best to make you comfortable, Mrs. Kent.
I'm sure I'll be able to manage quite well.
Yes. Yes. Well, come along into the house. It keeps out a little of the heat, some of the rain, and none of the bugs. Pepe will see to unloading your equipment, Doctor.
Well, thanks, but that's something I make it a rule to see to myself. Can't afford to have anything broken out here. If you take Nora in...
Of course. This way, Mrs. Kent.
Thank you, Mr. Arnold.
Nora Martin.
Surprised, Paul.
Surprised? Good Lord.
Oh, Paul, it's worth it. It's worth every unbearable mile of the trip out here just to see the look on your face.
Yes, I must be very amusing. Just a clown.
Don't have to be nasty.
You, married to Kent. When did that happen?
When do you suppose? After you ran away so suddenly.
I ran away. You're not going to pretend my leaving had anything to do with it.
I'm not pretending anything.
No, this is all very open and above board, isn't it? Your husband, does he know anything about me? I suppose you've told him all about us?
I've told him nothing. I didn't even know it was your mine we were coming to until after we'd left.
Otherwise you wouldn't have come.
I didn't say that.
You thought it.
You hate me, don't you, Paul?
What do you expect? To be welcomed with flowers and kisses after the way...
It's all past, Paul. Perhaps we weren't just right for each other then. But, well, I know it'll sound crazy to you, Paul, but I need you now.
You need me?
Oh, you have no idea why I'm out here. You couldn't possibly know... Oh, Roger's coming. I better warn you, he's very jealous.
Now it's my turn to laugh. Jealous. I pity him.
Well, everything's all set.
Oh, good, Doctor. I'll see about some coffee. After your wife's description of the trip, you can probably use some.
Thanks. Sounds wonderful.
Just make yourself comfortable.
Right. Seems like a nice guy, Arnold.
Very.
Of course, this isn't exactly paradise, but I'm sure we'll be able to manage quite well.
You're enjoying this, aren't you? Enjoying it immensely.
And aren't you, darling?
Oh, sometimes I could kill you. Dragging me out to a hellhole like this.
When you'd much prefer to stay in New York with your many friends. No, I'm sorry, darling, but you happen to be my wife.
Roger, I won't stay in this horrible place.
You'll stay wherever I want you to stay. Besides, it's too late to think about getting out now.
I'll get out of here more easily than you can imagine. Much more easily.
I don't think so, darling. It's really going to be almost like a second honeymoon. Just you and me.
Just you and me, Roger. And Mr. Arnold.
So Paul Arnold's guests, Dr. Kent and his lovely wife, Nora, begin a delightful stay in Africa. They unpack, eat sparingly of a dull dinner, and spend the evening in equally dull conversation. Now it's the following morning, and while Nora sleeps late, Paul and Dr. Kent begin the work at hand.
How far to this building you say I can use for a clinic, Arnold?
It's there, just ahead through the grove.
Not too well isolated from the village. Not too large.
This is Africa, Doctor. You can't expect to find everything exactly to your liking.
I realize that. But I'm alarmed about the death rate. From your reports to the company, I didn't gather it was nearly this bad.
Most of the deaths have occurred since you and Mrs. Kent left the States. By the way, where is Mrs. Kent this morning? I'm surprised she's not with you.
What do you mean by that?
Well, you did insist on bringing her out here.
Do you think it was a mistake, is that it?
Since you ask, yes, it is. If I were you, I'd send her back as soon as possible.
Perhaps. But Nora happens to be my concern. If you don't mind, I'd rather not discuss it.
As you say.
Hey, who's that fellow making all that noise?
The native medicine man. He's calling off the evil spirits.
My competition, eh? Well, so far, he hasn't been very successful.
No, but don't underrate his influence with these people. What's that? I don't know. Sounds like trouble in the village. Come on. Right. Pepe, what's the trouble?
The usual thing. This fellow refuses to work.
All right, take care of it.
Just a minute. I'd like to talk to him.
Go ahead. You others, go on. Get back to your houses.
You. What's your name?
Me, Nebo.
Why aren't you at the mine?
Digging in earth evil. Bring curse. Big sick.
But we're going to take care of the big sickness. You go back to the mine.
Nebo, go to Mazaka.
Mazaka? What do you mean?
No evil in Mazaka. Nebo, go.
But I'm trying to tell
You're
you
wasting your breath, Kent. You can't reason with them. Take him away, Pepe.
Come on, you.
What was he talking about? This Mazaka?
That's a village on the plateau. They'll all run there if you don't watch them.
Why?
Oh, some more of their magic, I suppose.
He said no evil in Mazaka. What did he mean?
The natives have an idea there's no malaria there.
It's possible. An area of immunity, maybe.
I don't know. Let's get back to the house.
Might as well. These people, they don't seem to be too fond of you.
I'll take care of that. You stick to your test tubes.
Yes, Kent, stick to your test tubes. There's not time to lose. The mine's output, you know. Besides, Nora's beginning to act strangely. Almost as if some kind of a plan were beginning to take form in her pretty head. And you really can't watch her properly while your job is yet to be done. Can you, Doctor?
Still experimenting, eh, Kent?
No, hello, Arnold. Glad you're here. Just tried to call you at the mine, but I couldn't seem to make the phone work.
Maybe you didn't crank it right. Anyhow, what's up? Find out something?
Have you heard of blackwater fever, Arnold? It's a form of malaria, particularly deadly form.
And that's what hit us?
No, that'll be easy. I've treated blackwater cases, but the worst of them was nothing like this.
What are you getting at?
I'm telling you that we're up against something. This is a form of malaria worse than anything I've ever seen before. Frankly, I don't know exactly what it is. But I do know that the usual treatments, quinine, arsenical salts, and the rest don't even touch it.
What do you intend doing?
I'm going to Mazaka.
Mazaka?
If it's an area of immunity, as the natives seem to think, there must be some reason.
You'll go up there alone.
That's what I intend.
And you won't find the natives too cordial to white men.
I know that. I have to take my chances.
It's your funeral, Kent.
Maybe. I'm starting for Mazaka this afternoon. And if you should happen to run into my dear wife, you might tell her that. Well, Nora, I see you've packed my toothbrush. Anxious for me to leave?
You don't have to be crude. I don't think you should make this trip, Roger.
Oh, don't worry. I'll be back. At least there's no fever in Mazaka.
Oh, stop it. I'm sick of hearing about it.
Get hold of yourself.
Oh, ouch. Don't, you're hurting my arm.
You listen to me.
I don't want to listen.
This time you're going to. While I'm gone, I want you to stay away from Arnold.
Your jealousy again?
You think I've forgotten? Just wipe the slate clean and start over?
No, Roger, you don't forget. You're like an elephant.
I don't want to forget. Night after night, you running around while I planned how to do away with myself so I could stop thinking.
You were always so busy. You resented the fact that men found me beautiful.
We'll see how much good your beauty does you out here.
Oh, Roger, can't you give up this trip to Mazaka? Can't we both get out of here? I'll change. I'll do anything you say, only let's leave this place.
After you've learned your lesson, Nora.
All right, Roger, have it your way. You make me glad for every hour I've made you suffer.
Yes, come in.
The guides are waiting, Kent.
Fine, I'm ready.
Why don't you give up this insane trip?
Still trying to talk me out of it?
It's for your own good.
I wonder if all you're worried about is my health.
You're a stubborn fool. Remember, I told you.
You too? That's my second warning in the last few minutes. Well, I'm off. Oh, yes, one thing more, Arnold. While I'm gone, see that Nora doesn't leave this house.
Don't worry. I'll be here, waiting.
You are listening to The Whistler, another Signal mystery brought to you by your friend, the Signal Oil Company, marketers of Signal's famous Go Farther gasoline and motor oil.
Fine send-off. And Dr. Kent is on his way to Mazaka, leaving two people with very much on their minds. To help things along, rain has begun to fall. Cold, drizzling, clammy rain, falling without stop for 3 long, dreary days. Now it is night. Nora's pacing the room like a caged tigress. Arnold is trying to get something on the radio.
With that thing.
Static's pretty bad tonight.
Turn it off!
My, what a case of nerves we're developing. Why don't you relax?
Oh, this everlasting rain.
You'll get used to it in
I
time.
don't want to get used to it. He had no right bringing me here.
Well, that's your affair. Why don't you try to get some sleep?
Oh, sleep. Lie there in my room listening to the rain, feeling the decay that's all around.
There's no use getting all worked up again.
It's easy for you sitting there so calm.
You think for 1 minute that I like it here? 10,000 miles from nowhere, day after day, with nothing but filth and disease?
I can't understand why you stay, Paul.
I have my reasons.
You could go back where there are people. The theaters, the cafes. You could be happy.
Let's not talk about it.
Oh, Paul. Oh, we meant so much to each other once.
You killed all that.
We could go away together. Anywhere. Start all over again. Well, I promise I'll make you happy. Like we were before.
You couldn't make any man happy.
You love me. You still love me.
Stop it, Nora.
We're meant for each other. Our meeting here again proves
Keep away from me.
We'll go away now. Tonight. I love you. I swear it.
Very pretty. Fine performance.
Paul.
You never could love anyone. Men are just something that you fit into that world you've built around yourself.
But it's true. I do love you.
It isn't going to work this time.
Oh, can't you forget what's past?
Oh, no, because I know what you're after. You want to get away from here, and I look like a convenient return ticket home.
How can you say that?
You're afraid. Afraid of being out here with him.
No. Roger will do anything I say.
I overheard your little love scene when he left. Looks like he's finally onto your tricks.
Oh, stop it.
And now he's going to make you pay. I'm your last hope, but it isn't going to work.
You know everything, don't you?
I know you, Nora. You're bad medicine. Just a minute, we have visitors. Who is it?
Ahmed, the chief of the natives is here to talk to you.
Just a minute. Nora, go to your room.
Gladly.
All right, come in. Why are you here, Chief Usman?
My brother, the fever has him.
What do you want from me?
The new one. When does he return from Mazaka?
Oh, 2 or 3 days.
You send for him now. Maybe he save my brother.
I've got my own troubles.
You told me the new one will help us.
Can't you understand? It takes time.
Too much time. The fever very bad.
I'm sick and tired of hearing you complain. Get out.
For so long you do nothing, bring no help.
I said get out.
You tell company nothing. You want my people to die, I know.
What did you say?
You want mines to be bad. Company, go away. Leave the mines.
Shut up.
You want to take mines. I will tell the new one.
I'll stop your blabbing tongue.
No, don't. You're joking me. Take your hands on his
Never talk after I
get
get
to him.
through with you.
The curse of Legba on your head.
All right, now talk, you stupid fool.
You killed him. Chief Osmond.
He threatened me. You heard him?
The curse is evil. You should not have killed him.
He deserved it, always talking. All right, take him out of here. Make sure they won't find him. And if you say anything about this...
I shall take him.
Remember, Ahmed. Not a word to anyone.
So, Paul, that's your little scheme. Let the natives die off so the company will abandon the mine. Then you will take over. Very clever, perhaps. Oh, Ahmed won't dare talk, and Osman can't. Now there is only Kent and his beautiful wife, Nora. Another day passes, and still another. Now it is night. The rain is gone, and a quietness has come. The sort of quiet that creeps into the bones and ferments in the mind. But now suddenly the silence is broken.
Ahmed, the drums. They're beating the drums.
It is the village.
They haven't done that for days. I don't understand.
What's happening?
The natives, something's wrong.
It began so suddenly. Oh. They're shouting.
Listen to them like wild savages.
It's strange.
I don't like it. Come on, Ahmed, let's see what's wrong.
You can't leave me here alone.
You'll be safe.
But I'm going with you. I won't stay here.
Oh, all right. Look at that glow in the sky. They've got a fire going.
The drums. They can seep right into your blood.
It is Chantasora.
Some more of their stupid magic.
To my people, magic is important.
What good does it ever do you?
It can save. That we call white magic.
White magic?
It can also kill. That is black magic.
That's enough of that kind of talk, Ahmed.
Oh, look there. Under the trees. You can see them dancing around the fire.
Wait a minute, this is close enough.
Yes, it is better that they do not see you.
Oh, I'm afraid. Let's go back.
Stop your whimpering. Be quiet.
Look at those two. They're tying him to that post.
No. It is not a man.
Well, what is it?
An effigy, a straw image of one who is evil. We call it a legba.
A legba?
Paul! That effigy. It looks like you.
No, you're imagining it.
That man holding the white spear. He's walking toward the legba.
Ahmed, what's he saying?
He says, O Osman, great chief, thy death shall be avenged.
Osman! They found him.
He says, with this white spear, I call black death upon the evil one who killed our chief. The curse of Legba upon him.
Throw the spear into it.
The curse of Legba! No, not me! They'll never get me! They'll never get me!
That's right, Paul. They'll never get you, not you. That's right. Hurry madly back to the house. Now get your things together. Hurry, there's no time. You've got to get away.
I've got to get away. I have to hurry. There's no time. Who's there?
It's us, Paul. What's the matter?
I'm getting out of here right now.
But there is no boat for 3 days.
I'll hide out in jail. Now hurry, Ahmed. Help me.
Oh, listen to me.
Don't bother me. There's no time.
I'm going with you. You can't leave me here.
Don't be a fool. Your husband...
My chance. I'm going with you.
I'd be crazy to take you. You're poisoned.
No use, Paul. You'll never get on that boat without me.
Why not?
Because I know why you're running away. That effigy. It was you.
No, I tell you, it wasn't.
You killed their chief. Unless you take me, the police will be waiting for your chair.
You'd tell them?
You know I would.
Get your things. Hurry.
I'll be ready in a minute.
Ahmed, bring my other bag.
I have it here. And your gun.
Good, I may need it. Oh, what else? A car.
Someone is coming.
Kent, you're back.
I heard drums, natives on the road. What's going on here?
They've gone mad. I don't know what...
Arnold, your bags. What's happened?
I'm getting out. They're after me.
What are you talking about?
They'll kill me. The curse of Legba.
Calm down, man. Listen to me.
I'm all ready, Paul. We can... Roger.
Nora. And your bags. You were going with him.
Now, wait, Kent. I can explain.
Yes, I'm going with him. We love each other.
Nora, she's lying. Can't you see she's
We've
lying?
loved each other for a long time.
That's not true.
And now Paul is taking me away.
No, he isn't. I'll kill him first. Keep away from me. I've got a gun.
You sneaking rat.
Stay back! Stay back, I tell you. Don't.
Kill him.
You made me do it. Ahmed, quick, the car.
Yes, I'll go.
No one can stop us now, Paul.
Stay here and rot.
Paul, you can't. You can't. I'll go mad.
No, you won't. Here, my gun. Use it on yourself.
No, Paul. Paul, wait for me. Wait, Paul.
No use, Nora. He's gone.
Oh, Roger. I thought you...
Just cut me in the shoulder.
He will come back for me. He will.
Couldn't get away. Just a telephone call. They'd stop you at the boat. Bring you back.
You think you've got me now? That you'll keep me here?
Come here.
You think I'm beaten that everything will go just like you wanted?
Listen.
Well, you're wrong. You're wrong.
Nora.
You better start changing your plans.
Nora.
Beginning right now.
Ah!
Hello? Pepe? Paul Arnold is on his way to Jana. Catch him. He just killed my husband.
Now, in just a moment, the Whistler will return to give you the strange ending of tonight's tale. But first, I'd like to recall for you Oliver Wendell Holmes' poem, The One-Horse Shay. It lasted 100 years to a day, and then the whole thing fell apart. That's a lot different from the way cars wear out today. Only one vital part that can't be replaced has to wear out, and the whole car goes off the road. Uncle Sam says that will happen to 1 in every 12 cars this year. Well, so that no vital part on your car will wear out from lack of lubrication, signal dealers take special precaution when they lubricate your car. They use the famous Signal safety chart, on which the maker of your particular car shows every lubrication point and the exact oil or grease it should have. Before your Signal dealer returns your car to you, he checks every point on your car against the safety chart. Not just once, but twice, so not a single part can be missed. That's your guarantee that every part on your car will have its full share of the lubricant that will help it last out the duration. Yet you pay no more for this finer, longer life lubrication. So if it's been 1,000 miles or 2 months since last lubrication, why not protect your car by driving it into your neighborhood Signal dealers for a Signal safety chart lubrication? And now, back to the Whistler.
Well, everything has worked out fine, hasn't it, Nora? Only a few minutes now, and you'll be saying goodbye to Africa forever. That's right. Sit down at your stateroom dressing table. Admire your beauty in the mirror. You did get away after all. Of course, poor Paul. But he's getting just what he deserves. And now the boat is moving. You think you played your cards well. Of course, you couldn't know that Roger had found the answer to the strange form of malaria, that he was planning to take you away. You couldn't know that. So admire yourself in the mirror. Oh, what's the matter? No use breaking the glass, Nora. It's too late. You've seen it. That strange pallor to your skin. The fever is in your beautiful body, Nora. The fever Roger said was much worse than Blackwater. But of course, Roger is dead. And he can hardly save you now.
Broadcast for your entertainment by Signal Gasoline and Motor Oil and your neighborhood Signal dealer at your service to keep your car running for the duration. The Whistler was produced and directed by George W. Allen. The story by Salstein and Martin Ward. Music composed and conducted by Wilbur Hatch. This program is being transmitted to our troops overseas by the Armed Forces Radio Service. Listen again next Monday night at 9 for The Whistler. Bill Pennell speaking. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
I am the Whistler. And I know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales, many secrets hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. Yes, I know the nameless terrors of which they dare not speak.
The marketers of Signal's famous Go Farther gasoline and motor oil invite you to hear another strange tale by The Whistler. Tonight, the story of a wild night on foggy Seal Rocks and the girl who was married to murder. But first, I'd like to take a moment to tell you about Clyde Davis, a Signal gasoline dealer in Alameda, California, who's been working on cars since 1910. War or no war, Davis' motto is service, the kind that keeps cars running and customers smiling. The 1st and 15th of each month are battery days at Davis Signal Station, and the battery of every customer is given a complete free inspection. Another thing Davis is a crank on is clean car windows. If the chamois alone won't do the job, he uses Bon-Ami. Davis doesn't run a repair shop, but his long experience as a mechanic has helped many a customer avoid a repair job. Such service surprises many folks these days, but Signal gasoline dealers have a reason for going out of their way to please. For them, running a service station isn't just a job, it's their permanent business, and they're interested in making it grow by keeping customers satisfied. Fortunately, the same services that keep drivers smiling are the ones that help cars last out the duration. Wouldn't you say that's a mighty good reason for getting acquainted with your neighborhood Signal gasoline dealer soon? And now, The Whistler.
In the night, the convoys form, ship by ship, slipping into line, moving out past the Golden Gate, past the fog-enshrouded Seal Rocks in a cold dawn, past rocks where the tourists go, where the lovers go. You heard a scream? Yes. But the ships are not disturbed. They move on out into the Pacific, leaving far behind the body of a girl lying face down on the rocks, their wash reaching for her hair. Just a girl who fell off a cliff. Fell or was pushed. The finding of a girl's body on rocks creates hardly a stir in the bustle of the city the next day. A brief item in the afternoon papers. A call for the coroner. Another entry in the police records. There are only a few people who notice. If we were to look for them, we might find them down on Montgomery Street, in a dirty little bar where artists and would-be artists and slummers hang out. Yes, there are a lot of people here who might know something about a body twisted on the rocks. For instance, that blonde giant at the end of the bar, sitting with his head in his hands, or the girl walking up to him now, sliding into the seat beside him.
Rick, I thought I'd better tell you, they're looking for you.
Huh? Oh, hello, Cassie. Who's looking for me?
You know who. The police. They're asking questions about Maureen. They know you knew her.
So what? Why should they ask me questions about her? Women like her have jumped off cliffs before.
Don't try to kid me, Rick. Remember, I'm Cassie, Maureen's roommate. I knew her better than even you did.
Yeah, I guess you did. Maybe I never really knew her very well.
Well enough to break her heart. Maybe well enough to want to get rid of her.
What are you talking about?
You needn't pretend with me, Rick. Maureen had no secrets with me. She told me everything. And I told the police. I had to, Rick. They kept pumping me. I had to.
What did you tell them, Cassie?
And I told them that you loved her once, that another woman had taken her place, a society dame gone bohemian. A blonde and beautiful heiress looking for a thrill by flirting with a poor, struggling artist in a turtleneck sweater.
That's enough, Cassie. Leave Sally out of this.
She's in it up to the neck. Maureen was too good to take a back seat to any Miss Moneybags.
I said leave her out of it.
Okay. Only one more thing. I told the police about last night.
What do you mean?
You and Maureen had a quarrel last night, just a few hours before she died.
Yeah? Okay, so we quarreled. That doesn't mean she had to go jump in the ocean, does it?
No, it doesn't. I'm pretty sure of that. That's what I told the detective.
You throw your accusations of murder around pretty freely, don't you, Cassie?
No, not usually, Rick, but I liked Maureen. She was more than a fine sculptress. She was a swell person. She was just about the best of this bohemian melting pot down here, and I don't like to think of her being pushed off that cliff. Just remember that I'll do anything I can to help them get to the truth of it.
I'll remember, Cassie.
Yeah, I guess you will. Okay, Rick. Better get your answers ready, because if I'm not mistaken, that Dick who just walked in is looking for you.
Yes, Rick. He's looking for you. You know that. You've been expecting it. You've been curious to see what he'll look like, what expression he'll have on his face. In a minute you'll know, so gulp down that drink. There, that's better. And there he is. You can see his face sliding into the spot in the mirror where Cassie was a minute ago.
You Rick Carlson?
That's right.
I'd like to ask you a few questions.
Yeah, I know. Okay, go ahead. It's about Maureen.
That's right. You knew her pretty well?
Of course, you know I did. She was in love with me. I didn't love her anymore. I took her to dinner last night. We quarreled. She left, that's all I know.
What about Miss Blair?
What's she got to do with this?
I don't know. Maybe you lied.
Sally had nothing to do with it. She didn't even know Maureen. Leave her out of it.
I'm not sure we can. This Maureen, they tell me, was a jealous girl, unpredictable. Liable to do a lot of things, say a lot of things. Blairs are a fine family, good name. They wouldn't like their daughter mixed up with a...
Go ahead, say it.
A bohemian crowd of artists? Maybe you didn't want Maureen to go to the Blairs with the story. And it'd be so easy to keep her quiet, just a shove at the right time. Simple in the fog out there. Simple and sure.
Listen, you, whoever you are.
Okay, take it easy. I was only guessing. But it all fits pretty well, doesn't it?
It fits, only I wasn't there.
Oh, that's right. You said she left you after the quarrel. Where was that?
At a little fish restaurant at the beach.
Near the rock?
Not very far.
I see. But you didn't go with her to the rock?
No.
Then you might have to prove that. I suppose you can?
Yes, he can. Go on, Rick. Tell him it's all right. You needn't worry about dragging me into it. Tell him you were with me.
Sally.
Oh, this is Miss Blair, I presume.
That's right. And you see, officer, you're on the wrong track if you're suspecting Rick. He couldn't have pushed Maureen off the cliff because he was with me last night, from 10 o'clock on. You see, Rick's painting a portrait of me, and we worked through most of the night. It was after dawn when we stopped.
I see. Okay, I guess I was wrong. Thanks for your time. You're a lucky man, Orson. And I guess you know that.
Yes, I know. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Well, aren't you going to invite me to have a drink? I'm simply burning with thirst, and your glass is empty. Good. Let's have 2 old fashions.
Sally.
What, darling? Don't you want another one?
Sally.
What, Rick? What is it? You look so upset. Oh, of course, how thoughtless of me. Naturally, you're upset about Maureen. Wasn't it dreadful? And then, you were very friendly with her at one time, weren't you? Before you met me, of course.
Sally, why did you do it?
What, dear?
Tell him you were with me last night.
Oh, that. Well, after all, you're the man I love, and naturally, I'd hardly want anything to happen to you that would take you away from me. Just because you couldn't prove where you were.
Thanks, Sally.
It's all right, Rick, darling. Let's just forget it now. It's all over.
No, Sally, that's just what I'm afraid of. It's probably not over. They won't give up so easily. Now you'll be dragged into it. I don't want that.
It's all right, Rick. I don't mind. It might even be fun. Yes, an investigation right here in our own group. All our secret lives exposed. And nothing can happen to you. You were with me.
I mean that much to you.
After all, you're the man I'm going to marry.
Sally, you mean you really will?
Of course. I intended to all along, didn't you know? And after all, a girl can't say yes too quickly, can't she?
Oh, Sally! No, but darling, think this marine business may be messy, a scandal in the papers. What about your family?
Oh, never mind about them. I'm determined to marry you, Rick, especially now. And nobody can stop me. Don't worry, darling, about me. I think it's going to be thrilling.
Thrilling? Everything's thrilling to you, isn't it?
Yes, because I live that way. I couldn't stand it just living like most people without any excitement or danger. What's the good of living if you can't have any fun?
No, of course not, darling, of course not. And when this mess is over and forgotten, I'll make you happy. Very happy.
Oh, yes, Rick, I'm sure you will. When it's over.
When it's over. But it's not over yet, Sally. In spite of your loyal attempt to save Rick, he's not quite safe yet. Some people are so suspicious. Some people aren't yet convinced of his innocence. Yes, there's going to be a trial for murder. The murder of Maureen. The date has been set, and as the district attorney prepares his case, he finds that each way he turns, there's a barrier. One barrier between him and conviction. Sally.
Oh, good afternoon, Miss Blair. Sit down.
Thank you.
I called you in because I just wanted a few words with you before the trial.
All right, I'm here. What is it?
Miss Blair, I'm going to be very frank with you. All the evidence in the Morrison girl's case points to the guilt of Richard Olson. The coroner's jury believed him guilty. I believe him guilty. Any jury in the world would convict him on the evidence, except for one thing. Your word.
Yes. I know he's innocent because he was with me.
That's your story.
You don't believe me?
That's beside the point. It's my job to convict Richard Olson if he's guilty. I'll try to do that. But I said I would be frank. I haven't a chance if you testify that you were with him. The jury will take the word of Miss Sally Blair, the daughter of a powerful and famous family.
Yes, of course.
But it's for that very reason, Miss Blair, that I ask you to stop and think a moment.
Think of what?
Of yourself, of your family, of your position. If it should turn out later that Richard Olson was indeed guilty, could you forgive yourself for having aided a murderer?
But he's not guilty. He was with me. Perhaps you haven't heard that Richard Olson and I are going to be married.
Married?
Yes, as soon as this farce is over. So you see, Mr. District Attorney, you're wasting your time.
I see. And you think that you, the daughter of one of the best families in San Francisco, will be happy living the rest of your life with a murderer?
Crime has to be proved. Rick will be acquitted.
Yes, I guess he will. And so, Miss Blair, you will go that far for another thrill.
I don't know what you mean. I'm marrying the man I love. He's accused of a crime of which I know he's innocent. I will testify to that effect. Rick was with me.
Very well, Miss Blair. And may I wish you a very happy married life?
And so, Rick, you're going free, thanks to Sally and her testimony. And when the trial is dismissed and you're free, you'll take her to that dirty little bar that was your rendezvous. And you'll tell her about all the things in your heart.
You don't know what it is, Sally, to be free. You know, I used to sit in that cell and think about you and your portrait. Wonder if I'd ever see you again. I wondered if I'd ever finish my picture of you so that everybody could see your beauty. Darling, it'll be a great portrait. Really great.
Of course it will, darling. And after we're married, you'll have all the time in the world to paint it.
Yes, after we're married next week. Darling, let's go down and get the license right now.
Wait. Rick, just one thing. You do love me, don't you?
You know I do.
More than you did Maureen?
Much, much more.
I just wanted to be sure. Rick.
Yes?
Rick, why did you do it?
What?
Why did you kill her?
Sally.
Oh, don't look so startled. I knew all along. I just wondered why you did it.
Let's not talk about it. Let's leave it as dead as Maureen is. Let's be happy and not talk about it ever. Or maybe you'd rather not go through with this now.
Of course, darling. I made my choice. You love me, I love you. That's enough. We'll both forget Maureen. If we can.
so Rick, acquitted of murder, and Sally, who saved his life even though she knew he was guilty, were married. Not a very happy start for a marriage, was it, Rick? It somehow changed things to know that Sally knew. But then it was only Sally. Charming, beautiful Sally, who got a thrill out of life. After all, she wouldn't have saved you, wouldn't have married you if she hadn't loved you. Would she?
Sally, hurry, come see.
What, dear?
The portrait. I finished it. It's wonderful. Come and see it.
Just a minute. I'm doing my hair.
But aren't you excited?
Of course, darling. Can't you wait?
No.
Oh, all right, Rembrandt. Where is it?
Don't joke, sweet. This is my masterpiece, cast not upon it a jaundiced eye.
It's very good, Rick. I think it will sell.
Sell, by Jupiter, the woman's a commercial money grabber. Sell nothing, it'll be famous.
Do you really think so? I'm glad.
It's a great painting, Sally, because you're in every line of it. You and my love for you.
That's very sweet of you, Rick.
You're so cool. Why?
Well, I thought you said the portrait was of me.
Yes, and so a composite of all the loveliness of the world.
Rick, I don't have green eyes.
Neither does the... So she does. Do you know I didn't realize it? I meant to make them blue.
And my nose doesn't turn up like that. I'm not complaining, you understand. If someone
Now,
else...
don't start that again, please.
Rick, are you really happy with me?
My gosh, what a question.
But you never go out. You just sit here night after night and brood.
I like to stay home.
Rick, are you in love with a girl with green eyes?
Don't be silly. I love only you, and you know it. Besides, you yourself say I haven't left this studio in weeks. A fine clandestine love affair, that is.
Let me see the picture again, huh?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Didn't Maureen's nose turn up that way? And if I remember, her eyes were green. Just that shade of green. Is your conscience bothering you, Rick?
Shut up. We weren't going to talk about it.
Why don't you want to talk about her? What are you so afraid of? Does she haunt you?
Stop being jealous of a corpse, Sally. Can't you stop hating her now that she's dead?
I'm not jealous, Rick. And it was never Maureen I hated, never.
That has a chilling sound. What are you driving at?
Or is that what killing someone does? Does it make you fall in love with them? Let go of me, Rick. Don't hurt me. I'm your wife, remember? You don't have to be afraid of me. You know that, don't you?
I'm not sure.
You're so afraid. I thought it would be exciting being married to a murderer. That we'd have a deadly secret to share as no one else could. But it's dull. We can't do this, and I can't say that, because you're afraid. You'd like to hate me, but you don't even dare do that. Loving me is all that keeps you together. It's dull, Rick.
I imagine that you'll manage to find some amusement.
I imagine I will, sooner or later.
Well, Sally, is being married to a murderer beginning to bore you? But as Rick says, I imagine you'll find some amusement, even if it's only with Tommy Melvin.
I need a drink. Come on, Tommy. Buy me one.
Oh, where's Rick?
No, he's at an art dealer's. He'll be along. You know, sometimes I think he loves that painting better than me. Let's have zombies, huh?
Oh, that's pretty strong.
I like strong things, exciting things.
You're bored, aren't you?
A little.
You're not very happy with Rick, are you?
Not very.
Well, it's none of my business, of course, but why did you marry him? He's hardly your type.
Marrying Rick was the biggest thrill I've ever had.
You'd do anything for a thrill, wouldn't you? I like that.
I bore easily, Tommy, and I don't like being bored. I want to feel everything I can, every emotion, every experience I can crowd into my life, good and evil.
You're without conscience, Sally. You could do anything and not look back. I like that, too.
Thanks.
But I don't quite see you're marrying Rick in that light.
I didn't think you would.
You could leave him, you know. I'm going to New York next week, and you could come along, Sally. I'd like to have you.
Thanks, Tommy. You're sweet. It might be fun. Give me some time to think it over. I'll let you know.
Tomorrow?
All right. Here comes Rick. You better leave. Oh, Tommy, here's a nickel. Drop it in the jukebox, will you? Number 17.
Sure. You won't forget, Sally.
No, I'll call you in the morning. Hello, darling. I've been waiting for you.
So I see, but not alone.
Rick, you're not jealous of Tommy.
No, I guess not.
You have a drink?
No. Sally, listen, I've got to talk to you. We've got to come to some understanding. I found my painting on the back porch this morning. The fog might have ruined it. That painting is great. It will hang in the Metropolitan. It's more important than my life, Sally. Remember that.
I'm sorry. You're so morose lately, dear. What's wrong?
I don't like it, Sally.
What?
I don't see you anymore. You're never home. You're always here or out with that Tommy Melvin. And when we are together, you ask questions like, how does the tide sound at 2 a.m? Or you wonder what that murderer in San Mateo feels, and you watch me. When we pass Marine's old apartment house. When I hear a police siren in the street, you watch me. You watch me and watch me. I don't like it.
How suspicious you are.
I'm not kidding, Sally. I've walked around and around the streets, making up my mind, and now I'm determined to say it out. You married me for the thrill of marrying a murderer, nothing more. Isn't that true?
Hold your voice down. Rick, I think you're afraid of me.
Maybe I am.
You needn't worry. I won't tell the police. I'm your wife, remember?
That's not what I'm afraid of.
What then? Perhaps you'd like to push me off a cliff, too, but you can't do it. You love me far too much to hurt me.
You're right. Lord, how I wish I didn't.
I don't mind. Let's go to dinner, darling. Down at the beach. I want you to take me to that fish place down on the cliff near the rocks, huh?
Sally, you know I don't want to go there.
Why not? Because you took Maureen there that last night? Rick, you must get over that silly fear. Besides, I want to go there. We'll have dinner, and then I want to take a walk along the beach. I love the sound of the surf at night. Don't you, Rick?
There's something strange here, Rick. Something very strange. You sense it, too, as you sit opposite her at dinner. Just like you sat opposite Maureen that night. Only there are things you don't notice. Like those pills she slipped into your coffee cup. And when you leave and start walking down the beach, you aren't really aware of where you are.
Sally? Sally, slow up. I can't seem to keep up with you.
Come on, dear. We're almost there.
I feel sort of strained. I don't understand. Sort of sleepy and tired, huh?
Come on, Rick. Here, give me your hand.
Huh?
There. Now, sit right over here.
Where, Sally? Where are we? This place seems familiar, but I can't...
Of course it's familiar, Rick.
Huh?
Down below there are the rocks.
The rocks? Sally, why did you come here?
No particular reason. I like the moonlight on the rocks.
There's no moonlight. It's foggy.
Never mind. I like it here.
I don't.
What's the matter, dear? Does your conscience bother you? I thought hardened murderers got over that. Are you afraid, Rick?
I don't know. I can't seem to think. I'm tired, but I think I'm afraid. Yes.
You'd like to push me off, wouldn't you? To see my body on the rocks down there with the tide reaching for my hair as it did for Maureen's. But it won't work twice, Rick. You know that. And besides, you love me too much.
Sally, what are you doing? Let's get away from here.
Wait, I want to tell you something.
Let go of my elbow.
I'll tell you first. I'm going to leave you, Rick. I'm going to New York with Tommy Melvin.
What?
But you won't care, Rick. Because, you see, I'm not going to fall off this cliff tonight, Rick. But you are. You were right. I married you only for the thrill of being married to a murderer.
Sally, what are you saying?
But that's a thrill that paled very easily. Murder itself will be a much bigger one.
Are you crazy? Do you think I'll let you push me over?
You can't stop me, Rick. You see, you can't even stand up without weaving. You won't be able to lift a finger to stop me. I put your own sleeping powders in your coffee. It's nothing a doctor will turn up, but it's enough.
Sally, you can't get away with it.
Why not, Rick? They'll say your conscience bothered you, that you returned to the scene of your crime and killed yourself. It will be very neat. You weren't a very good killer. I'll be a much better one.
Oh, Sally, in God's name.
Goodbye, my darling. You'll be with your green-eyed love in the water, and I shall be free of you both.
Let go of my arm.
It was fun, but you were afraid. You won't be afraid anymore, Rick.
Sally, Sally, stop.
Goodbye, Rick. Goodbye.
But that's not all of this strange story. In a moment, the Whistler will be back to tell you what really happened. Meantime, I think you'd like to hear how science has finally defeated the great cause of gasoline waste and motor troubles, carbon. Motor experts say carbon causes noise, overheating, loss of power, and often the destruction of expensive motor parts. After years of research, engineers have found a formula that actually dissolves carbon. And that priceless formula is incorporated into every quart of Signal's famous 4-star motor oil. As a result, Signal's 4-star motor oil helps motor performance in not just one, but two important ways. First, its rich paraffin base protects moving parts with a tough, lasting film of lubricant that resists heat and wear. And second, Signal's 4-star oil actually dissolves out carbon to help your motor run better and your gasoline go farther. Since both gasoline mileage and motor performance are doubly important these days, one of the greatest favors you could do your car, and your ration coupons, is to switch to Signal's finer carbon-removing motor oil that costs no more than ordinary oils. So, if it's been 1,000 miles or 2 months since you changed oil, drive into your neighborhood Signal dealers and say, "Drain and refill with Signal 4-star motor oil." And now, back to the Whistler.
Yes, Sally got her biggest thrill at last. She gave Rick sleeping powders and pushed him over the cliff. But then something went wrong. For a girl who had committed murder for a thrill, she suddenly lost her nerve. It was only a little light from a Coast Guard boat, but it sent her running along the cliff, slipping, sliding, taking the wrong turns, and finally... Yes, over she went. They found her body next morning. Rick told them where to look. Yes, Rick. He didn't die. He was only injured on the rocks. It was Sally who died, by her own hand, you might say. But the police didn't see it that way. They didn't know Sally was the girl Rick loved too much to kill. So they said she was pushed. Twice was enough. So Rick was sent upstate for a permanent change of address. Only just before he left, a strange thing happened. The committee from the Metropolitan Museum of Art came to see his painting. They were a little surprised. It was very beautiful, but there had been an accident. Someone had been a little careless with some paint remover. The girl in the picture had no nose, and you couldn't tell if her eyes had been blue or green. Sally might have known, but then the rocks don't tell their secrets. The tide doesn't testify.
Next Monday at 9 o'clock, the Signal Oil program will bring you another strange tale by the Whistler. The Signal Oil program is broadcast for your entertainment by the Signal Oil Company, marketers of Signal's famous Go Farther gasoline and motor oil, and by your neighborhood Signal oil dealer, who is at your service daily to keep your car running for the duration. The Signal Oil program was produced and directed by George W. Allen, with story by Robert Libet and music by Wilbur Hatch. Is transmitted to our troops overseas by the Armed Forces Radio Service. Bill Pennell speaking for your friend, the Signal Oil Company, and suggesting once again that you let every go signal remind you that you do go farther with Signal gasoline.
Signal remind you that you do go farther with Signal gasoline. The Signal Oil Program. The Signal Oil Company and your neighborhood Signal dealer bring you another curious story by The Whistler. Tonight, Death Walks a Tight Wire.
I am the Whistler, and I know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales, many secrets hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. Presently I'll tell you of the nameless terrors of which they dare not speak.
But first, Signal Oil Company has an urgent message from your government. It's really a message from about 11 million friends of yours in uniform. If they could take time out tonight from the smoke and hell of battle, they'd say to you, it takes more than our hands alone to fight Japs and Nazis face to face. It takes guns and tanks and ships and planes, and it takes your bonds to buy them. Yes, we know how expensive war is. A lot of us in uniform are giving what we'll never get back. An arm, a leg, a life. But you'll get back the money you put into bonds with good interest. So back us up. Buy another bond, the biggest one you can. By keeping the weapons flowing to us on the fighting front, you're helping us get the war over the earliest possible minute. And in this bloody business, minutes mean lives. And now, the Whistler.
The corrosive emotion of hatred seeks its effect in strange places. For instance, you'd think there would be no place for it among the spangles, the gaiety of the big top, where heavily painted faces wear perpetual smiles, and the band is raucous in its 4/4 happiness. Here, laughter reigns supreme. But have you ever seen the circus as the late evening breeze whips up the dust of the old county fairground, as the last customers straggle across the track to the waiting cars, and the big top begins to come down? The air is thick with dust churned from the feet of straining men and animals. The air is blue with the shouts of sweating men working feverishly. The circus is moving on.
Come on, you roustabout. Hey, get those wagons rolling. We got a long jump to Mercersburg in the morning. Come on, get them rolling. Check the animals, Lefty.
Okay, boss.
Hello, Michael. Better hurry up. We're pulling out in a hurry.
Okay, Mr. Morgan. How was the show tonight?
Good audience. If we just keep this up, we got nothing to worry about. Oh, by the way, your act was good. Getting better all the time.
Thanks, Mr. Morgan. Well, wait till you see our new routine. Marie's going to be sensational.
Good. Will you have it ready for Dalton?
Gee, I don't know. Well, that's only 3 days away.
Yeah, I know, but that's our most important show. We always try to do our best there.
Okay, we'll try it. I'll get her up on the wire first thing in the morning.
Good. Hey, look at that sky. I hope this weather holds out for another 3 days. Well, hurry up, Michael. Get ready to roll.
Right, Mr. Morgan. Good night.
See you later.
Yes, another stand is played and the circus is starting to roll. Everything's going fine. There's a smile of satisfaction on the face of Mr. Morgan as he glances over the night's box office report in his little private wagon. Everything's going well. Maybe too well, Morgan. Maybe right at this moment a shadow is creeping over the big top. A menacing shadow of hate.
Who's there? Well, who is it? Who is it? What do you want?
Hello, Morgan.
Who? Enrico! I didn't recognize you. The light. Come in, my friend.
Thank you, Morgan. I am happy that you remember me.
Remember you? My glory, man, how could I forget you? Enrico, the greatest tight wire artist in the business.
That was long ago.
Yes, but, man, where have you been for the last 10 years? Why, I've looked for you. Ask everyone. Advertised in the billboard. Well, you disappeared right off the face of the earth.
Yes, I have been away. I have worked at many things, my friend, with my hands. Worked at any job I could find where I could grip hard with my hands.
Grip hard?
A complex, no doubt. A desire to hang on to something. Perhaps to steady myself in a world that has turned upside down for me.
You've had a bad time. Why did you disappear so none of us could find you? We wanted you to
I know, Morgan, I know. But perhaps you do not remember what happened 10 years ago.
You mean... Oh, yes. Tony, your son.
Yes. Tony, my only son. Tony was killed just 10 years ago last month.
Yes, of course. I remember now. He was working on the high trapeze with Savini.
Yes, with Savini. The great Savini.
An unfortunate accident. All at one time, the greatest trapeze artist of them all and the most promising youngster. It was a blow to the circus, and of course to you.
Yes,
But then, those things happen in our business, Enrico. You can't let them get you down. The show must go on, in spite of accidents.
Accidents. Everybody always says accident. But that was no accident.
Enrico, what do you mean?
My son's death was no accident. It was murder.
How can you say that, Enrico? I saw it myself. So did you. They were trying a very difficult trick. It missed. They both fell. How could it have been murder?
Because it was Savini's fault. His egotism. Always trying those impossible tricks. Tony worshipped Savini. Would do anything he asked. If Savini wanted to kill himself, that was all right. But he killed my only son, too.
But, Enrico...
If he hadn't died himself, I would have killed him with my bare hands. That's why I've been gripping these last few years, working with my hands, gripping Savini's throat.
Enrico, get hold of yourself. You can't let such thoughts get you. It was unfortunate, but Tony's dead, and so is Savini. The whole thing is over, done with, closed. You've got to forget and go on.
Yes. I suppose you are right.
And if I can help, you know all you have to do is ask me.
Thank you, Morgan. And perhaps I will.
Just name it.
I want a job with the circus.
With the circus?
Oh, no. Not on the high wire, of course. I've lost that long ago. But any job. Just a helper, a roustabout, just to feel the circus in my blood again.
Well, of course, Enrico, if you really want it. You can sleep here in my wagon tonight, and tomorrow morning I'll introduce you to the foreman.
Thank you, Morgan. Thank you. Oh, you do not know what you have done for me.
I wonder if Mr. Morgan caught the look in Enrico's eye when he said that. I wonder if he felt the gnawing hatred in the tortured face. I wonder if he felt that menacing shadow grow larger and spread across the circus. No, I suppose he didn't. Nobody felt it yet, except Enrico. Next day, he took up his new duties, but once the big top was up and he had a chance to look around, he headed for the performer's tent. There was purpose in his walk, and his hands gripped tightly into a fist. Into the tent he went, his eyes darting at the familiar sight. Makeup tables, mirror, grease paint, the heavy chests in which performers kept their belongings, their names painted on the sides. He scanned each one anxiously, intently. There was a frown on his face until, suddenly, off in a corner, he saw it. Just another chest, but it was the one he was looking for. Yes, there it was, the name he'd thought he'd heard yesterday at the show. The name on the chest was... Marie Savini.
Hey there. What are you doing in here? Don't you know it's against the rules?
I was just looking for someone.
Oh? Who?
Marie Savini.
Oh. Well, you'll find her out in the ring. She and her partner are rehearsing a new act.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Marie Savini, the child of the great Savini. That's what brought you back to the circus, isn't it, Enrico? The child of the man who killed your son. And now you're standing in the shadow and watching her. A beautiful young girl, graceful and agile, just like her father. And your hands are working convulsively. Marie Savini. Savini, even the name you hate.
All right. Try it again. Steady. Steady. Go. Steady. Careful.
Oh, darn. I don't know what's the matter with me, Michael.
If you just relax.
I can't. I don't know what it is, Michael, but I feel so funny. As if someone was staring at me. It's making me uncomfortable.
Nonsense. There's no one in the tent. That's funny.
What?
There is someone over there, standing in the shadow, watching. I didn't notice him before.
Who is it?
I don't know. Oh, yes, it's that new man, Enrico. The man the manager was telling us about this morning.
Oh.
He used to be a great wire walker himself. Remember?
Oh, yes. No wonder I was nervous with him looking on.
Oh, but he hasn't done anything for years. We don't have to be nervous about him. Come on.
Oh, but Michael, the way he was staring, Let's go for a walk and then come back. Perhaps he'll be gone.
Now, Marie, what's the matter? We have to keep practicing, especially if you expect to get this backward somersault perfected in time to do it in Dalton.
I can't help it, Mike. I don't want him staring at me. It may be my imagination, but there's something about him that scares me.
Yes, Marie, now you feel it too. The hatred reaching out like a shadow to engulf you. But it's only a shadow, and you can shake it off. You've almost forgotten the incident by that night. And now you're sitting in your compartment on the circus train, getting sleep when...
Who's there? Michael? Oh.
I hope I have not frightened you, Miss Salvini. I knew you were busy all day, and I thought it would be better to visit you here tonight.
What do you want?
I just want to talk to you. You must not be frightened of me. My name is Enrico. I was a tight wire walker once, and I was very impressed with your ability today.
Oh, thank you.
The backward somersault on the high wire was my specialty.
Oh?
And I was surprised to see such a young girl performing it, and so well.
Oh, thank you, sir. We're practicing so hard because we want to try it in Dalton. And only 2 more days.
I see. That is time enough, I'm sure.
Do you really think so?
Oh, I do. With the proper help. Oh, tell me. You have no people with you who could help you?
No, I'm alone.
Oh.
Except for my partner, of course. I have no family. I've had to learn for myself.
I see. Well, would you allow me to help you? It would give me great pleasure to see you perform such a difficult trick on the high wire. It would be a little like doing it myself once again.
Oh, it'd be wonderful to have your help.
Oh, good. Then we will begin tomorrow morning.
Yes, thank you. It's so funny.
What?
Well, I had the strangest feeling about you, but... Oh, it was nothing. And now you're very nice.
Oh, thank you, my dear.
I hope that I shall be a good pupil.
Oh, I am sure you will, Marie. I'm sure that I will accomplish what I wish. Good night.
You are listening to The Whistler, brought to you by your friend, the Signal Oil Company, marketers of famous Signal gasoline, your best buy today. Remember to let every go signal remind you, you do go farther with Signal gasoline.
Well, it would seem that Marie Savini should choose her teachers more carefully. Especially since the trick she's trying to learn is one of the most difficult of all on the high wire. The next morning, with everything ready, Enrico starts Marie on her lessons.
Good morning, Enrico.
Oh, there you are, Marie. I was afraid this would prove too early for you.
Oh, no.
I had the men rig up the high wire. I was hoping we could get started before anybody else was around.
But the high wire... Do you really think I'm ready for it, Enrico? Don't you think I should practice on the low one for a while
You have
yet?
only 2 days to perfect it. I'm sure you can do it now. You are not afraid, are you, Marie?
Oh, of course not, Enrico. If you think I'm ready, I'll try it. I'll probably fall into the net the first few times.
That is the only way you will learn.
Yes.
Now, come, let's hurry. I will give you a boost to the ladder.
But I feel nervous, Enrico. Perhaps I shouldn't go up right now.
Nonsense. By the time you reach the wire, you will be over it, Marie. I will watch you from down here.
Oh, all right.
There she goes, Enrico. Up to that dizzy height from which your son fell. Marie Savini. As you watch her, the tent spins in your eyes. She's there now, limbering up, walking out on the wire, unsteadily, nervously.
You had better walk the wire a few times just to limber up. Hold yourself steady. That is fine. Now, come back once more, and we will try the somersault. Good, good. Are you ready now?
I guess so.
All right. Go to the middle of the wire. Relax yourself. All right? Now.
I can't, Enrico. I can't do it. I never realized how it'd be to do it from up here.
Go ahead, Marie. You cannot stop now. You want to be a great star, do you not? You must try it now. Jump!
Enrico,
Hello there. What are you doing, Marie?
Oh, hello, Michael. I'm sorry, Enrico. I'll try it again.
That is quite all right.
What's the matter, Marie?
Enrico's helping me with my backward somersault, but I'm afraid I'm not such a good pupil.
Marie, you've got to come down now.
What?
The manager wants to talk to you right away. He's at the ticket wagon.
All right.
Come on down. I will hold the rope.
Thank you. Here I come.
I've heard a lot about you, Enrico. Marie is fortunate to have you to help her.
Thank you.
Yes, thanks, Enrico. I'll be right back. I promise not to fail again.
Do not worry about it. I will wait for you here.
Will you wait too, Michael?
Sure, Marie. Hurry.
Marie is going to be a great star someday, son.
I hope so, Enrico.
You are very fond of her, are you not, Michael?
Yes, I am. She and I grew up together in the circus. One of these days, we're going to be married.
Oh, I did not know that. Congratulations. I'm...
Enrico! Look.
What is it?
The net. Look at it. Every rope on that end is untied and hanging loosely. Good heavens! If Marie had fallen, she would have been killed instantly.
Oh, I should have checked it. Those stupid riggers. Oh, Michael, do not tell Marie about this. She might lose a nerve and never want to go up again.
Yes, you're right, Enrico. Hurry, we've got to fix it before she comes back. Oh, thank heaven she didn't try the somersault.
Yes. It is fortunate, is it not?
Yes, it is fortunate, is it not? There might have been a very regrettable accident, mightn't there, Enrico? Did I say accident? Well, who knows? Those things do happen in a circus. But it was avoided, thank goodness. And the next morning, Michael is there to see that it doesn't happen again. And so now Marie is ready for her debut as a star.
Enrico, I want to apologize for the way I almost failed you yesterday. I hope you'll forgive me.
Oh, of course I do, Marie. I understand just how you felt up there. The important thing is the fact that you came back again and did it perfectly.
Oh.
And this morning, you performed like a veteran. I admire your courage.
It was all because of you, Enrico. This means so much to me. I've always looked forward to the day when I'd be a featured star in the circus.
Oh, you will be the star of the show tomorrow, Marie. I can just see you on the high wire. The ringmaster will introduce you, and then you will climb to the platform, confidently knowing that you will be doing one of the greatest tricks on the high wire. I remember saying all this to my son.
Your son, Enrico?
Yes, my son, Tony. He was killed while working on a trapeze 10 years ago.
Oh, I'm sorry. Well, the trapeze, but I thought you said he worked the high wire.
Someone else persuaded him to give it up and become a trapeze performer. That's when he was killed.
How terrible, Enrico. Didn't he use a net?
A great artist does not use a net, Marie. It is a sign of utmost confidence in oneself, the thing that makes people admire a performer even more. Someday, you will work without a net, Marie. And then you will be truly a great performer.
After today, Enrico, I could never be afraid of anything. I know I could perform without a net tomorrow if you wanted me to.
No, my dear. You could not do that. It is extremely dangerous. But, of course, it would give you great prestige if you performed without a net in Dalton. You would indeed be acclaimed as a great tight-wire artist.
I'm going to do it, Enrico.
No, but Marie, you cannot.
Enrico,
No.
I know you want to help me, but I can't help feeling that you still think I'm a coward.
Oh, no, Marie, I do not.
Tomorrow, when I perform the backward somersault without a net, I'll prove to you that I'm not afraid.
You are very wrong, Marie. But I admire your spirit. If you are determined to do this, I know I cannot stop you. I shall be at your side when you go up.
I know you will be successful.
And now the shadow of hatred engulfs the circus. The day has come, and if you'd watched closely, you'd see Enrico's hands working convulsively, gripping hard on a dead throat. Marie Savini is going onto the high wire today to do a backward somersault without a net.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, you are about to witness a performance of Great Mary. Marie Savini is going to attempt a backward somersault on the high wire above. This will be the first time that this feat has ever been attempted by a woman. To add to the already present danger, Miss Savini is going to perform right before your eyes without the aid of a life-saving net. Presenting Marie Savini.
Now, Enrico. Now watch, Enrico. Stand there in the shadow you brought and watch.
Miss Savini is approaching the center of the wire. She's ready now. Her body is poised for the spring that will spell success or doom. She's about to jump. She does.
Good Lord, the wire broke!
I can't believe it. I can't. Marie, dead.
Buck up, son. These accidents happen sometime.
I'm afraid this was no accident, Mr. Morgan.
What do you mean?
I just examined the wire. It didn't just break, it was filed halfway through.
No.
You sure, Johnson?
Yeah, you can see for yourself.
Oh, no. Who would want to kill Marie Savini? Good heavens, I never thought of that.
What's the matter, Mr. Morgan?
Who checked this wire before Marie went up?
Well, I usually do, but Enrico said he'd do it.
That's what I thought.
Enrico! He's the one who persuaded her to go up without a net.
Yes, he is. And he checked the wire.
You mean... Wait. Yes. Something else happened, too. The other day, I discovered the net was untied while Marie was practicing. Enrico blamed it on the hands who put it up.
That's not true. I supervised that myself. It was all tied perfectly. But Enrico ordered us out. He said he'd check everything himself.
And then he untied the net. Mr. Morgan!
Come on. Let's find Enrico. Enrico, we want to... Enrico, what's the matter?
Nothing, my friend. Everything is all right now.
Enrico, you killed her.
When I was a little boy, Morgan, a priest once told me that revenge brought no satisfaction. But it does, Morgan. It does. That's why you find me smiling, laughing, yes. Yes, Morgan. I killed Marie Savini as I could not kill her father. And now my son's death is avenged.
The Whistler will be back with a strange ending of tonight's tale in just a moment. Meantime, here's a timely reminder about two important parts on your car: your transmission and differential. Because these gears need their lubricant changed only once every 5,000 miles, they're often forgotten. And then here's what happens. Tiny bits of metal are pulverized by the tremendous pressure of the gears, and the lubricant gradually becomes a gritty, grinding abrasive that can cause costly damage. That's why now, when you take your car to your Signal gasoline dealer to have him lubricated for winter protection, it's a good time to also have him change the transmission and differential lubricants. His famous safety signal chart shows the exact type of Signal lubricant the maker of your car prescribed. to give your expensive gears maximum protection. Incidentally, if your old windshield wiper is leaving blurring streaks on your windshield, your Signal gasoline dealer has just received a fresh stock of the famous Rainmaster blades that will keep your vision clear through the rainy season. Helping you to go safely is just another way your Signal gasoline dealer is prepared to help you go farther. And now, back to the Whistler.
Yes, Enrico had his revenge. He killed Marie Savini. At last, the hated name was wiped from the pages of the living. But wait, Enrico. What does this mean? The expression on the face of your friend Morgan.
Good Lord, Enrico, you don't know what you've done.
I've done what I had to do.
But you don't understand, Enrico. Savini never had a daughter.
What? What do you mean?
His child was a son. There never was a Marie Savini. I gave Marie that name.
Next Monday at 9 o'clock, the Signal Oil program will bring you another strange tale by the Whistler. The Signal Oil program is broadcast for your entertainment by the Signal Oil Company, marketers of Signal's famous Go Farther gasoline and motor oil, and by your neighborhood Signal Oil dealer, who is at your service daily to keep your car running for the duration. The Signal Oil program, produced and directed by George W. Allen, with story by Hal Wexler and music by Wilbur Hatch, is transmitted to our troops overseas by the Armed Forces Radio Service. Bob Anderson speaking for your friend, the Signal Oil Company, and suggesting once again that you let every go signal remind you that you do go farther with Signal gasoline. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System. Let every go signal remind you that you do go farther with Signal gasoline. The Signal Oil Program. The Signal Oil Company and your neighborhood Signal dealer bring you another curious story by the Whistler. Tonight, Seascape.
And I know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales, many secrets hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. Presently, I'll tell you of nameless terrors of which they dare not speak.
But first, Signal Oil Company wants to pass along this timely warning. During 1943, according to the National Safety Council, 97,800 persons were killed right here in America in accidents. Of the deaths caused by autos, 1 out of 5 occurred when roads were wet or slippery, 1 out of 5 when drivers' vision was obscured. Fortunately, precautions can be taken to help prevent these two types of accidents. For instance, tires that are worn smooth tend to skid more readily. But a deep, heavy retread job, the kind Signal gasoline dealers are prepared to give your tires, will restore their grip on the road, help you stop more quickly. And if a worn windshield wiper is leaving streaks across your vision, Signal gasoline dealers will install a fine new Rainmaster blade while you wait. So have your tire tread and your windshield wiper checked the next time you're at your neighborhood Signal gasoline dealers. You'll feel a lot better knowing your car is prepared for the wet weather driving ahead. And it may help save a life. Possibly your own. And now, the Whistler.
The Atlantic coastline from the Gulf of St. Lawrence south to Cape Hatteras and beyond is a treacherous one, an ever-present threat to the thousands of vessels which have for centuries moved in streams in and out of American ports. And the keepers of the lighthouses there are men with an awful responsibility. Men who must not only fight the perils of the storm, but must battle continually against the loneliness and despair of their vigil. It's not a very attractive life. No, especially for a girl like Madeline Murray, who 6 months ago came to live with her new husband, Richard, at their lighthouse on a rocky island off the coast of northern Maine.
Good Lord. Just listen to that wind.
Yes, Richard, I hear the wind.
Things have been quiet for too long. I got a strange feeling something's going to happen.
I wish it would.
Oh, now, Madeline.
Well, I do. Tell you, I can't help it, Richard. I'm so weary of the same old rocks and ocean I could almost scream. It's been 6 months, 6 long months.
I know. But I tried to tell you before we...
Yes, you did. I admit everything. You were honest and above board. You said it would be lonely and cold and silent, and I said it didn't matter. That doesn't help me now. It's driving me crazy, I tell you.
Oh, please, Madeline.
All right, I'm sorry. Just like all the other times.
But I've done everything I can.
Yes, what?
Well, for example, why didn't you go into Bengal for a vacation that time? I told you were free to go, and Aunt Elizabeth would have been glad to have you.
Oh, I just didn't feel like going.
But why? It's just what you want.
Oh, don't ask me why. I just didn't feel like going, that's all.
Madeline, look at me. You don't love me anymore, do you?
No. Furthermore, I never did.
Well, you can go if you want to, Madeline.
I can't go, Richard. That's why I'm going crazy. I want to, but I can't.
Why did you marry me?
You want the truth?
Yes.
All right. I can't go. I've got to stay here for another year. Maybe longer than that. It's the last place in the world they think of looking for me.
Looking for you? What do you mean? Who?
The police.
Police?
I killed a man, Richard.
Oh, no, you couldn't.
Yes, but I did. You have to believe it. And after I killed him, I ran away. I didn't know which way to turn. That isn't until you arrived on the scene with your lighthouse.
Who was it?
Man I loved once.
A murderess.
You surprised? That's why I married you, Richard. Now, what are you going to do about it?
Why did you have to tell me?
Because I don't care anymore. Do you understand? As a matter of fact, I think the state prison has a lot of advantages over an acre of rock and a flock of seagulls.
They'd hang you.
Maybe. It has its advantages, too.
You'll find out very soon. There's only one thing to do, Madeline.
All right, fine. Radio the police. They'll send me to prison, Richard, but at last I'll be free. That's a laugh, isn't it? I'll be free of this rock and you.
Yes, Richard. There's only one thing to do. Radio for the police to come and get her. That's the law, Richard. To do otherwise would be to shelter a fugitive from justice. That's what you're thinking as the long hours tick away in the stillness of your bedroom. You remember a lot of things now. The night you wandered into the Staghorn Inn 6 months ago and found her there at a table, looking as if she'd been crying. And how you had tried to comfort her without much success until, at last, you had explained your lonely existence at the lighthouse. It was a different story then, wasn't it? Almost as if she'd suddenly got an idea. She was interested then, yes. Enthused about the paintings you brought to town. The seascapes you'd painted during the long, lonesome days there at the top of the point. Remember how she said she was tired of the city and longed to get away from it all, just as you did. And it didn't take her long, just 2 days to be exact, before you were sailing back to the lighthouse with your new bride. But that was 6 months ago. And now you know the truth. Madeline is a murderess. It's the next day. The nor'easter hits with full fury, but you hardly hear it as you sit and stare out of a window at the top of the tower.
Hello, dear. Lonesome?
Madeline, please.
Oh, why so gloomy? After all, I'm the one who's going to prison.
I still can't believe it.
Oh, you will in time. Now, if you were a good husband, you'd be bustling around the house arranging a going-away party for me.
You're not going away.
You mean you didn't send the radio message?
No, I couldn't.
Oh, you love me. That's why, isn't it? Isn't it?
Go away, will you?
Well, certainly that's it. You couldn't bear to see me go. You couldn't take it, could you?
All right, so I couldn't. But nobody else will get you, at least. You'll be mine.
Look! Out there off the point.
Good Lord. There's a man out there in a skiff. He won't last 5 minutes in that surf.
What's he doing?
He's waving an oar. Give me that megaphone. He needs help. Take the lee side! You can't land on those rocks!
That wave!
Yes, he's going to get it. I'm going down there. Maybe I can help. All right, here you go. That's it. He'll be okay in no time.
Thanks. Yeah, I'm okay.
Yeah, here you are. Sit on the couch. Gotta get these clothes off.
Cold. I'm cold.
Oh, he's passed out. Better cover you up, old man. You're all in. There you are.
Where's the hot water? Is he hurt badly?
What's the matter?
I don't know.
Yes, he's hurt pretty badly. Bad gash on the head. Give me the brandy, quickly.
Yes, the brandy.
He's chilled to the bone. Lucky, though. That sea seemed to pick him up and toss him over the reef.
Here you are.
Ah, that's it. This'll warm him up in a jiffy. What's the matter with you, Madeline? You're shaking like a leaf.
Can't be.
Huh? What are you talking about?
Not a coincidence. Not here. There must be a reason.
You know him?
Yes. His name is Adams. Blake Adams. He was with me on the night I killed a man.
Yes, Madeline, the night you killed a man was a night neither you nor Blake Adams will forget for a long time. You're thinking now, as Blake lies there unconscious, of the afternoon the wire came from Maxie, saying he was just passing through town. Casual he was, just as if he hadn't run out on you, as if nothing had ever happened, just as if he were looking up a dear old maiden aunt. And when you told Blake about it, you were glad you couldn't read your mind, because it was full of murder. The way to do it didn't come to you, though, until Blake suggested you ask Maxie up to the apartment for a drink, just for old time's sake. Then it was as clear as a blueprint. Maxie was strictly a one-drink man, but this time one would be enough. So it's natural you're wondering about Blake and how he came to crack up right on your doorstep. It's been 6 hours now since Richard brought him in, and you, Madeline, haven't left his side, and he seems to be stirring.
My head. What happened? Where am I?
Don't sit up now. Don't sit up. There, that's it.
I can't see very well.
You're lucky to be here at all. Here, take a drink of this.
Thanks. How did you... Madeline?
Yes. Surprised?
Not exactly.
I'm surprised to see you, Blake.
Oh, what happened?
Lie back now. You're a good patient. You've got a bad gash over your eye.
Yeah, the rocks, now I remember. That skiff.
You must have been out of your mind to go out in a storm like that.
I had to see you, baby.
What's about Maxie? That's it, isn't it? They know about Maxie.
What do you mean they know about Maxie? He died of indigestion, that's all.
Maybe. Maybe not. I hope that's what they think. I don't know whether poor Maxie could stand a post-mortem.
Wait a minute. I remember now. You mixed the drinks that day. Yeah, the glass with the red ring on the top. I was to make sure he got it.
Who examined him?
Doc Cranston. He treated him before for indigestion. Same symptoms, same everything. So you poisoned them. In the drink.
What's so funny about that?
I'm sorry, baby. Couldn't figure out why you ran away. Yeah, it's funny. I didn't see you do it.
You poured all of our martinis out of the same shaker.
There were olives in the glasses already, weren't there?
Yeah. I get it. Poison in the olives. So that's why you're here.
You don't think it's because I like lighthouses, do you? You tell me why you're here. What happened? Did you get on the wrong streetcar or something?
There's no use telling you, baby. You wouldn't believe me.
You try me and see.
Okay, here it is. I traced you here through the guy who sold your house for you.
Mm-hmm. Why?
Well, with Maxie gone, I mean,
Well, come on.
You're making it tough. We were pretty good pals once after he ran out on you that time.
Wait a minute. Are you trying to tell me?
Yeah. I'm trying to tell you that I love you, baby. Since way before you met him, I tried to tell you a couple of times, but I guess I'm not the Charles Boyer type. It's twice as hard now.
It was all my fault, Blake. I couldn't see very well in those days.
I know.
I don't know what to say.
I know I'm not much of a prize, Madeline, but you could do worse.
Blake.
Yeah?
This is on the square.
What can I do to show you? Honest, baby, I'll do anything.
Oh, if this is another blind alley, I'll die.
It's not a blind alley, honey. It's a 4-lane highway.
And there's one thing you can do.
What's that?
You can kiss me.
You are listening to The Whistler, brought to you by your friend, the Signal Oil Company, marketers of famous Signal gasoline, your best buy today. Remember to let every go signal remind you do go farther with Signal gasoline.
So Blake and Madeline have found each other out in a lonely lighthouse off the coast of Maine. And it doesn't seem to matter now that it took a murder to place their feet firmly on the 4-lane highway leading over the horizon. No, Maxie's death doesn't matter to them now. They only think of leaving the lighthouse and the cold gray ocean and Richard. What about that? What about Richard? The only other one who knows about Maxie. He's just returned from a trip to the mainland for supplies, and Madeline greets him at the entrance of the lighthouse.
Well, back on time.
Hello, Madeline.
I was a little anxious for you. The channel's so rough today.
Anxious for me? Afraid I wouldn't make it or that I would?
Oh, please don't, Richard. Not today.
I'm just being practical, my dear. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'll change my
wait,
clothes.
just a minute, please. Something I want to talk to you about. About Blake Adams.
Oh, yes. The patient. How is he?
Well, he's almost well enough to go.
Too bad. You seem to be quite fond of him.
Yes, Richard, I am. I love him and I want to go with him.
What?
We haven't told you because we planned to simply take the boat some night while you were asleep.
You're out of your mind. You'd be picked up in a minute.
They don't know about the murder, Richard. He died of natural causes.
You mean you're free?
I mean that the three of us are the only ones who know. That's why I'm telling you we're going.
Huh. A worm turns, eh? What was it you said a while ago? What am I going to do about it?
You wouldn't go to the police now, would you?
So I'm holding the strings at last. I'm a little more important to you now,
Richard,
huh?
Richard, I love him. You've got to believe me.
You don't know what love is. You can take your choice, Madeline. Stay here with me or hang.
Nice, huh?
What?
It's hard to believe today that I cracked up right out there, just like a mill pond. What's eating you, Madeline?
I don't know. Maxie, I guess.
Oh, forget it. You know, we ought to take off tomorrow. I'm feeling pretty solid.
What about Richard?
I'll leave him here with his lighthouse. He'll never miss you.
I told him about us. Doesn't want me to go.
So what? What can he do?
Well, he could tell the police what really happened to Maxie.
What? You mean he knows?
I told him about it the night at the wreck. He says if I leave, he'll go to the police. Did you see, dear? How could I know you were coming? It didn't seem to matter whether I lived or died.
He couldn't testify against you, but... Listen, does he know you poisoned Maxie?
I didn't tell him how.
Good. He won't be suspicious of his coffee, for instance.
What do you mean?
Yeah. It's a gamble, but we got a chance. We need 24 hours. Listen, It's about 3 hours from the dock on the mainland to the airport. I got a pal over there with a plane. We can make Miami in 9 hours with luck and catch the Clipper to Rio. I'll leave tonight and get everything set up. I ought to be back here by 8 in the morning. That's where you come in.
You mean Richard?
Yeah. You gave me some sleeping powder when I first got here. Is there any left?
Yes, I think so. It's in the medicine cabinet.
Okay, you take care of his breakfast. A good long doze won't hurt him. When he wakes up, we'll be halfway to Rio. Just one thing. Don't give him too much. He's got to live.
And so, all that night after Blake's departure, Madeline thinks about the job she must do, and of his strange interest in Richard's welfare, the way he emphasized his warning about an overdose. Richard must live, he said. But why? Blake had never been so humanitarian. No, Madeline, you don't sleep much that night, and it's about 5 o'clock in the morning when your eyes finally close. Suddenly you wake. You jump into your robe and slippers. Yes, it's 7:30 and Richard's bed is empty.
Oh. Good morning, Richard.
Oh. Hello. The door is missing. Our good patient has left. Or am I telling you anything?
Are you sure?
Yes, I'm sure. Don't try and play innocent, sweetheart. Just what have you got up your sleeve?
Well, he must have left after our talk yesterday. I told him I was going to be detained here.
Oh, I see. Well, he's an ungrateful wretch sneaking off that way after I saved his life. So you've decided to be a good wife after all, eh?
I'll fix your breakfast.
No, don't bother. I've had it.
What about coffee?
No, thanks. I had a rotten night. I couldn't sleep a wink. Sorry to leave you alone, my dear. I'll be up at the light.
Well, darling, I was hoping you'd have breakfast with me. Won't you?
Well, aren't we considerate?
I'm sorry about everything, Richard.
You know, I could almost believe you. If I didn't know you better.
I was so wrong, Richard. I lost my head, I guess.
Very well. Have your breakfast and come up to the light. There's something I want to tell you. And if you're still bent on being the perfect wife, you can mix me a bromide for this headache.
Yes, Richard. Right away.
Has a sour taste.
This is a different brand.
I guess so. Now, about Blake. He knows all about your past?
Yes.
Are you sure of him?
Well, what do you mean?
This.
Well, an article's been torn out.
Now, off the front page. Can still make out the tips of the top headline. Go on, look at it.
Well, what about it?
It said reward offered. Does that suggest anything to you?
I don't know.
How sure are you that your little escapade is a dead issue?
Oh, you're wrong. He wouldn't do it. I know him.
Oh, I don't know. People do strange things for money, Madeline. For instance, at this very moment, he could be telling some interesting things to the police.
You brought that paper yesterday. What did the article say?
Unfortunately, I hadn't got around to reading it. You know, it wouldn't surprise me a great deal to discover you might be a bit hotter than you think. Well, I think I'll go down and take a short nap. Wake me at 10, will you?
It's almost 9 and still no sign of Blake. Madeline tries to shrug off the suspicion in her mind, but it's there to stay, and it keeps growing, growing, growing. It's 10 now, and while Richard sleeps downstairs, you pace the floor. No, he wouldn't do that to you, but where is he? What could keep him this long? It's a double cross. It must be. Yes, or why did he warn you against the overdose? Richard is precious to him, that's why. They don't pay rewards on arrest. They pay off on conviction. And Richard knows enough to convict you. Blake isn't coming back. The next thing you will see is a boatload of police. Yes, that's it, the launch, down at the landing. Your only chance. Maybe you can make it before they get here. You can just get to the mainland. Now to find your small pistol and slip it in your purse. And now down to the launch. But wait a minute. There's a boat coming in. It's Blake, and he's alone.
Grab the line, honey. Here you go.
have you been?
No fancy knots this time. We won't be here long. You all set?
You're late.
I know. It wasn't as easy as I thought. You take care of him?
Yes?
What's the matter?
I don't know.
Come on,
I
snap
don't
out of
know.
it. The plane's all fixed. We'll be in Miami tonight. Cost me $500, but... Wait a minute. You were careful with the sleeping powder, like I said.
Yes, just like you said. Why did you say it?
What do you mean?
Why were you so interested in Richard's health?
No. One murder rap is plenty in my league, baby. Come on, we gotta go.
Wait a minute. I've been thinking, Blake. Now, wait a minute. Something I found up in the house started me thinking.
Well, think on the way. We haven't time to be standing around passing the time of day. Come on.
Just a minute. It was a newspaper with an article cut out about a reward.
Where did you find that?
You tore it out, now didn't you? They're offering a reward for me.
No, you're wrong, baby. They're not offering a reward for you. There was something in it I didn't want your husband to see. Here, look. Does this make you feel any better? Receipts for the charter plane and 2 reservations to Rio. Does that look like a double cross?
I don't know.
You gotta believe me. We can't stand here arguing.
All right, I'll get my bag.
He's meeting us down the coast a few miles with a car. I thought it'd be safer.
What's that boat back there?
Where? Oh, fishing boat, I guess.
It's following us?
No, it couldn't be fun. Holy smoke!
No!
For sure. That's a Coast Guard cutter.
Oh, I was right, wasn't I?
What do you mean?
You thought you could lie your way out of it, didn't you? I've heard of some rough tricks, but this one takes the prize. You think you're all set now with the police moving up and your star witness back at the lighthouse?
Madeline, you're wrong. Listen. Put that gun away. You're way off the beam, I tell you. I'm straight, baby. I'm for you.
Oh, you're for me, all right. For the money I can bring you in court.
Look, I had nothing to do with this. Look, I'll tell you now, it won't make any difference to either of us. That article and... You're making a big mistake, baby. Just give me a minute.
I'm fed up with your lying, Blake. You and your 4-lane highway to Rio.
Come on, Driver.
They won't need a detective for this one. You're a lying rat. Right under the nose of the Coast Guard.
Madeline.
The Whistler will be back in just a moment with a strange ending of tonight's story. Meantime, here's the answer to a question many drivers have asked. Does motor oil have any effect on gasoline mileage? The answer is yes, definitely. It's only logical that anything that helps your motor run better will also help it deliver more power from the gasoline it uses. That's why the 7-way protection which Solvent Refining gives Signal 4-Star Motor Oil is doubly important today. You see, because of Solvent Refining, the latest, most costly process known to oil engineers, pure paraffin-based Signal 4-Star Motor Oil has triple-strength film that clings to motor surfaces, seals in power, retains its lubricating quality for longer miles, and actually forms less carbon. Best of all, while you're enjoying this improved performance, you're profiting in 2 extra ways. 1, in longer motor life, and 2, in helping your gasoline go farther. So make your next oil change a change to solvent-refined Signal 4-Star Motor Oil. It's one of the famous Go Farther Signal products featured by that lubrication specialist whose permanent business is helping cars go farther. Your neighborhood Signal gasoline dealer. Now, back to the Whistler.
It was too bad that Madeline didn't wait a few seconds longer, or she would have saved herself a great deal of trouble and a long term in the penitentiary. But that's the way Madeline always did things. Jump first and think afterward. That's why she ran away a few minutes after poor Maxie took the drink and died, before anyone noticed that he had drunk the martini, but had left the olive she had poisoned untouched. And that's why she shot Blake, before he had a chance to tell her that it was he the police wanted for Maxie's murder. Yes, he had had the same idea that day, and he put poison in Maxie's martini, too. And that was the poison that killed him, because it was in the drink itself. You see, he really loved Madeline, and Maxie was the only one between them and the 4-lane highway over the horizon. And when at last the poisoning was discovered, the poison traced, and the reward offered for his apprehension, Blake knew he'd have to run away. That perhaps there in the lighthouse she hadn't heard of it and would go with him. That's why Richard had to live. Because after all, it wouldn't do to have a murder rap hanging over her head, too. Would it?
Next Monday at 9 o'clock, the Signal Oil program will bring you another strange tale by the Whistler. The Signal Oil program is broadcast for your entertainment by the Signal Oil Company, marketers of Signal's famous Go Farther gasoline and motor oil, and by your neighborhood Signal Oil dealer, who is at your service daily to keep your car running for the duration. The Signal Oil program, produced by George W. Allen, with story by Vic Kushner, music by Wilbur Hatch, is transmitted to our troops overseas by the Armed Forces Radio Service. Bob Anderson speaking for your friend, the Signal Oil Company, and suggesting once again that you let every go signal remind you that you do go farther with Signal gasoline. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System. Signal gasoline. Let every traffic signal remind you you do go farther with Signal. Yes, you do go farther with Signal. The Signal Oil Company and your neighborhood Signal dealer bring you another curious story by the Whistler. Tonight, Danger is a beautiful blonde.
I am the Whistler, and I know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. Yes, I know the nameless terrors of which they dare not speak. Danger is our next-door neighbor through all the days of our lives. And sometimes we meet it in a most casual way. Take, for instance, Van Stevens, young, unmarried, an engineer with a construction company, temporarily employed on a defense job in a small coast city, and bored in his strange surroundings. It started casually that Saturday night after he came out of the movie. It was early, a beautiful night, and he had no desire to go back to the drab hotel room just yet. But there was no place else to go, so he just strolled down the main street of town, slowly, leisurely, pausing on a corner to light a cigarette and puff it slowly. He noticed the car because it was one of those big, slick-looking convertibles, the kind he wanted when the war ended. The second time it went by slowly, he saw her. She was very nice. Young, blonde, lovely. He waited. Back around the block she came, and this time she pulled up to the curb near him and stopped.
Hello?
Hello.
You've opened the door before, no doubt.
Oh. In other words, isn't it a beautiful night for a drive?
Well, isn't it?
Yes. That's what I said.
You weren't going somewhere important?
No, not at the moment. In fact, I was faced with a rather gloomy prospect of going back to a lonely hotel room.
it is a beautiful night for a drive. I suppose it was on the golf course at Biarritz?
What?
Where we met.
That's as good a place as any.
Yeah, only I've never been there. But I have a good imagination. I remember so well those evenings at Monte Carlo when you'd say to me, Van, you must sit beside me at the casino tonight. You'll bring me luck. You called me Van in those days, remember? Never Mr. Stevens. And I used to call you... what was it I used to call you?
Well, it might have been darling, mightn't it?
Yes, might have been at that. Or maybe the mystery woman. Beautiful, fascinating, and unpredictable. Especially unpredictable.
That's not very flattering, Mr. Stevens. You might have said especially beautiful.
Yes, I might have. And meant it. Okay, you win. You're not only beautiful and fascinating and unpredictable, but you're too fast a worker for me. How come?
How come what?
All this.
You're not happy about taking a drive with me, Mr. Stevens?
I'm delirious, but why me?
Well, you're not unattractive, you know.
Yeah, but, baby, didn't your mother ever warn you about picking up strange men on the street?
My mother was rather unusual, Mr. Stevens. And she taught me that when I wanted something, there was only one thing to do. Go out and find it.
Okay. Who's kicking? Drive on, baby. Drive on.
Well, Van, you never know what's going to happen to you on a Saturday night in a strange town, do you? You relax on the upholstered seat of the convertible and watch this blonde young lady as she drives. It's just about too good to be true, especially when she pulls up in front of a beautiful home close to the sea, a regular mansion, and says...
Would you like a drink?
You're driving.
Come on. We'll go in.
This is the swankiest roadhouse I ever saw.
It's not a roadhouse. I live here. Come on.
Inside, it's even more unbelievable. This layout cost $100,000 anyway. There's probably twice that on the walls and art treasures. And as she helps you out of your topcoat, Van, you say...
Not a bad little place to hang a hat.
We like it.
Probably have 2 or 3 more scattered around the country.
No, just a cabin up at Anderson Lake.
I gather you're not worrying much about any wolves howling at your door.
Not that kind, anyway.
Touché. Hey, isn't that a Picasso?
Oh, you're interested in art, Mr. Stevens?
Oh, at times, yeah.
Well, then perhaps you'd like to take a look around. We have some very nice paintings scattered all over the house.
You think we can find our way without a guide?
There's no one else here, that's what you mean. We have only one servant left, and this is her night off.
Cozy, isn't it? Whole place to ourselves. All 50 rooms.
Oh, it's not that bad. We'll take a look as soon as we have that drink I promised you.
The tour starts. Room after room of rich furnishings. Only you're not thinking so much about the beauty on the walls, but more about the beauty walking beside you. Finally, you're standing in her room and she's saying...
I did this one all by myself. I studied interior decoration.
Very nice.
You're not looking at the room, Mr. Stevens.
I don't have to see a beautiful sight.
Thank you. May I excuse myself for just a minute?
Sure. Take your time.
So you relax on the satin-upholstered chaise longue. If this is a dream, you say to yourself, just let me go on dreaming forever. And then you open your eyes again, and there she is. But she's changed her clothes.
Sorry to take so long.
Okay. I see you changed into something more comfortable, as they say in the movies.
You like it?
What man wouldn't, baby? perfume you wear, eh?
You like it?
I like everything about you.
I'm glad.
Come here. Oh, I like that, too.
You're not bad yourself, Mr. Stevens.
Don't go away, baby.
Well, you do something for me.
Anything you ask, baby.
Look under the bed over there.
Under the bed? Okay, I'll play games.
Just lift up the cover there.
Okay. Hey! I thought you said we were alone.
We are, Mr. Stevens. Because you see, the gentleman under the bed is quite dead.
With the prologue of tonight's story, Danger is a Beautiful Blonde, the Signal Oil Company brings you another of the strange tales of the Whistler. Now, before the story continues, a word about a boy who's mighty important to you. A boy in uniform. Maybe he's your kid brother, your son, your husband, or that friendly kid who lived down the street. Today, he's in a hospital in the Philippines, his shattered arm in a cast. But a Red Cross worker is writing the letter he wants to send home. Or he's been wounded on the battlefront and is receiving a life-saving transfusion of blood plasma secured by the Red Cross. Or he's a prisoner of war in a German camp and, oh, so grateful for the boxes of food furnished by the Red Cross. Yes, in 100 ways, our boys in uniform depend on the services of the Red Cross. And because the calls for those services are greater than ever today, the Red Cross needs your help more than ever. Give all you can now during the remaining Red Cross week. And when you do, remember, you're not giving to the Red Cross. You're giving to the most deserving guy you know, G.I. Joe. And by the way, there's another friendly way you can make life more pleasant for our G.I. Joes right here at home. When you're driving and you see a serviceman on leave waiting for a ride, pick him up. Remember, short lifts make longer leaves. And now, back to the Whistler.
Well, Van Stevens, you really got yourself into something, didn't you? And not exactly what you expected. A strange girl picks you up on the street, takes you to her swank home, leads you to expect something romantic, and then shows you a dead man hidden under her bed. And now she's saying to you...
All you have to do is help me hide him permanently.
You mean you want...
There's a place out in the garden where some newly turned earth wouldn't be noticed. But I'm not much good at digging graves.
Oh, baby, you can count me out. I don't know how this guy happens to have a hole in his head, and I'm not asking any questions, but count me out on any part of it.
You said you'd do anything for me.
Yeah, but I don't go off the deep end for any woman. Oh, no, lady, pardon me, but I'll be seeing you.
I think you better wait, Mr. Stevens.
Oh. Yeah, I see what you mean. I didn't think there was enough to that outfit you're wearing to hide a gun.
I warn you, I know how to use it.
How can I doubt it with the evidence staring me in the face?
Good. And if you'll just pick up our late departed friend and come with me, I'll show you the place.
Yes, you really got yourself in for something, Van. And there's not much you can do about it now. Not with that gun in your back. So you pick up the corpse and carry it downstairs and out into the garden. She gives you the shovel and shows you where to start digging. There's just enough light from the deserted street to see her standing over there with a gun on you. You look around. There's no house within shouting distance. Only a gas station down the street, and it's closed. In the back of the garden, there's a drop-off, an arroyo running on down to the sea a few hundred yards away. You're stuck, Van. And then the awful thought comes to you. What will she do with you? She can't let you go to spill the story. There's only one answer, and you remember something she said. Make it plenty big. And you know she meant big enough for two. You'll be in there too, Van, yes. Unless you do something. And so you do it. A shovel full of dirt right in her face. Yes, a shovel full of dirt in her face knocked her off her feet, eh, Van? And at the same time you were rolling down the arroyo, through the brush and cactus, over the rocks until you landed at the bottom. Then you take off for the beach running. There are no shots, no footsteps following you, and you're away, free. Down the beach to town, catch your bus into the hotel and fix up your scratched face and hands. And now, decide what to do. Go to the police? Yes, probably you should. But you're not going to. Not just yet, are you, Van? Because you can't get that blonde face out of your mind. And you want to be sure before you do anything that will send her up to the gas chamber. That kind of thinking has gotten many a man in trouble, Van. But you go to bed and get a fitful night's sleep. Next morning, Sunday, you're up early, but there's nothing in the paper that you get with your breakfast. Nothing at all. You hadn't really expected anything. But when you get down to the desk, you find there's something in your box.
There's nothing written on the envelope. You say a young lady left it here last night?
Late last night. She told me to put it in your box.
All right.
That looks awfully green.
Yeah. One crisp $100 bill.
And no note? No nothing?
No.
I wish I knew your secret, Mr. Stevens.
Yes, Van. You wish you knew the secret, too, don't you? Now, more than ever. $100 to keep still, and it's pretty obvious there'll be more if you live up to the bargain. But play it smart, Van. Find out more about this girl. You don't even know her name. Catch a bus. Ride out along the beach to the last stop. Walk on from there till you spot the house sitting back from the beach. There's a police car sitting out in front of it. Better stop in at the gas station. Maybe you can find out something there.
Hi. What can I do for you? You run out of gas or something?
No, I was just walking. I saw there was some kind of excitement around here.
Oh, yeah. Lots of it. More than we've had in a long time. They found a body down on the beach this morning.
Oh, somebody drowned?
Maybe so, but he got a bullet hole through his forehead first.
Murder, huh?
Mm-hmm. Looks that way. Yeah, the cops been going through the neighborhood with a fine-tooth comb.
Well, they don't know who he was?
Oh, sure. Everybody knows him. Alfred Hamilton. Snooty young society guy. He lives not far from here.
Over in that house?
Where? Oh, Ridgely's? No. He used to be over there a lot, but he didn't live there.
Well, I noticed there was a police car out in front of that house.
Yeah, that's all part of the excitement. Not only is this friend of Ridgely's bumped off, but Doris is missing.
Doris?
Yeah, Doris Ridgely, old man Ridgely's daughter.
That's Ridgely, the art collector, isn't it?
Sure. You know, he's about the richest guy in town. Nice old duffer.
And Doris, his daughter. I remember I've seen her. Blonde. Isn't she good-looking?
That ain't the word for that, kid. Brother, she's a doll. She's beautiful.
Yeah, but rather hard, spoiled.
Doris? Nah, why, there ain't a nicer kid in town. Yeah, and she's missing, too. Lord, she might even be in the drink herself. Only her car's gone, too.
They think she murdered this guy, Hamilton?
Oh, how should I know what they think? Only, if you ask me, she couldn't have. She's too regular.
When was this guy murdered?
Oh, last night. And I can tell you exactly when. 10 minutes to 8 on the nose.
Well, how can you be so sure?
Because I heard the shot. 'Cause, you know, I didn't think anything of it at the time. But I did notice what time it was because I was just getting ready to close up.
Did you tell the police that?
Oh, sure.
Where'd the shot come from?
Oh, how should I know? It was just a noise. Maybe from the house over there. Maybe from the beach where they found him.
Tell me something. This is very important.
Yeah?
Was Doris in the house when you heard the shot?
You know, that's funny. The cops asked me that, too. No, she wasn't there early in the evening. But she came by and went in sometime. I can't remember whether it was before or after I heard that shot. Like I said, I didn't pay too much attention. You see, it was about the same time.
Well, thanks. Thanks a lot.
Hey, who are you anyway?
Nobody important. So long.
Now, how do you like that? Who do you suppose he was?
Now you're onto something, Van. You think you've got something figured, don't you? Doris didn't murder Hamilton at all, did she? She was covering for somebody else. And you've got to find her and bring her back. Why you, Van? Why should you get mixed up? Love, maybe? But anyway, where could she be? The police don't know. How should you... But wait. What was it she said about a cabin in the mountains? Yes, at Anderson Lake. Okay, Van. The bus station can probably tell you how to get to Anderson Lake.
Anybody here?
Yes, sir, young fella. What can I do for you? Got everything your body needs here at Anderson Lake. Groceries, notions, drugs, fishing, tackle.
I'm looking for somebody, Pop. I thought you might give me directions.
I'm the person to come to. Can tell you about anybody in Anderson Lake. Who are you looking for?
Doris Ridgely. She's got a cabin up here, hasn't she?
Yep.
How do I get there?
You don't.
Huh? Why not?
Wouldn't do you no good.
Well, why not?
Nobody there.
But I'm sure Doris is up here, and I gotta find her.
Well, if you've got eyes in your head, you wouldn't have to go to no cabin.
What?
If you'll just look across the street over there, you'll see her car in front of Jake's Cafe. She's inside eating.
Okay, Pop. Thanks.
Yes, she's in Jake's Cafe, all right. And you wait and watch until she finishes eating and comes out. And as she gets into the convertible, you slip around the other side and open the door.
Hello, baby. Nice day for a drive, isn't it?
Stevens.
Don't reach for your bag. I'll take it instead. And I'll just take a look inside, too. Just as I thought. The gun, you still got it. Well, I'll just keep it this time if you don't mind.
Look, Mr. Stevens.
Just a minute, baby. I'll do the talking. First, I'll give you this $100 bill back. Even if I had a price for this sort of thing, it wouldn't be 100 fish.
That's all I had last night.
I said even if I had a price. I don't. I'll keep my mouth shut until I'm ready to talk, or you are.
Makes you think I have anything to talk about.
Look, baby, I don't know much about this, but I know a lot more than I did last night, and mostly I know a good kid when I see one. If you're really in trouble, I'm sorry, but I don't think you are. I don't think you killed this heel Hamilton. I think you're covering up for somebody who did.
No. I'm not. I killed him. He was threatening me. He was threatening to tell something about me, and I killed him. That's all there is to it.
I don't believe you. All you did was try to get me to help you cover up somebody else's work.
No, my own.
Okay. So you're not ready to talk yet, so let's go for a drive, like last night. Oh, notice you got a bandage on the chin. I'm sorry I had to clip you. I didn't like the prospect of sharing that hole in the ground with that stiff.
Oh, you mean you thought I... Oh, no, I never intended to shoot you, no.
Well, how'd you think you'd get away with it then? Just let me walk away to tell the cops?
I don't know. I don't know.
Okay, keep your chin up. Of course you didn't know. You were mixed up in something you knew nothing about. You couldn't have killed this guy Hamilton any more than you could have killed me. So, come on, come clean.
I can't.
Look, whoever this is you're covering up for, they'll be found out eventually anyway. And probably they had good reason for what they did, from what I hear about Hamilton. And the jury will take that into consideration. But now you got to get yourself off the spot. And me, too. We're accessories to the murder now.
I know. Why are you doing this? Why did you come here?
Come here. Does that answer your question? No talking now. Come on, start driving. We'll be back in town in 2 hours, and we'll settle it all with the police.
Well, Van, feeling pretty proud of yourself, aren't you? The strong man of action coming to the rescue of the lovely lady. And she's grateful, you can see that. The way she smiles at you, weakly, wonderingly. But maybe later when it's all over. Stop dreaming, Van. You're almost there. You're back in town and driving down one of the main streets toward the police station when suddenly Doris puts on the brakes and you wheel up beside a squad car.
Hey, what's wrong, baby? Not a squad car. We want to go to the police station. What are you doing?
Officers! Officers!
Yes, ma'am?
Arrest this man. He's wanted for murder. Be careful. He's got a gun.
But that's not all of tonight's story. The Whistler will return in just a moment with a strange ending of tonight's tale. Meantime, let me ask you a question that's mighty important to drivers today. How many miles per gallon of gas are you getting these days? If you're among the great majority of drivers who don't know the answer to that question, then here's a point well worth remembering. For years, more and more Western drivers who keep close track of their gasoline mileage have been switching to Signal, the famous Go Farther gasoline. And what's more important, the switch to Signal has actually increased since gas rationing. And here's why. Although certain gasoline ingredients have gone to war, Signal's standard of quality still guarantees you the very finest gasoline that can be made today. And Signal still places the emphasis on mileage. Naturally, no company can promise you all the flashing performance you found in pre-war gasoline. And we can only hint at the brilliantly improved Signal gasoline you'll be able to buy after victory is won. But what you're interested in today is getting the most possible miles from every ration coupon. And for that job, you'll find Signal Go Farther gasoline your best buy today. And now, back to the Whistler.
Well, Van Stevens, that will teach you to trust a woman or to dream about love and such things. You have lovely young Doris figured for an innocent heroine, and now she's turned into a villainess and is trying to pin the murder on you. At the police station, you're both up in front of the chief of the Homicide Bureau, and you can hardly believe your ears.
Yes, they were both at my house last night. They left together. I heard a shot, and when I went looking, I found Mr. Stevens standing over Alfred's body, down on the beach.
But I tell you, I didn't kill him. It's all a lie.
I know you didn't kill Hamilton, Mr. Stevens.
But I saw him.
And you are a pretty clumsy one at trying to frame an innocent man, Miss Ridgely.
But... All right. I did it.
No, you didn't either. You might as well stop all this, because you see, we know who killed Alfred Hamilton.
Oh, no, he didn't do it. Oh, please, you've got to believe that...
Miss Ridgely, if you think it was your father who killed Hamilton, you're mistaken.
Mistaken?
Yes, because we have pretty conclusive proof that Hamilton's death was a suicide. And if you hadn't messed up the evidence by trying to destroy the body, it would have been much easier.
I don't understand.
I'll explain. When you came home last night, you found Hamilton on the floor of the study, shot through the head, with your father's gun on the floor beside him.
Yes, that's right.
You immediately thought your father had killed him.
But why?
Because Hamilton had been blackmailing Ridgely for years. That's how he lived. We needn't go into why, because the suicide closes the case, and it will never be made public.
Oh, thank heaven. But why did he commit suicide?
Because your father finally had evidence against him and was prepared to expose him. Mr. Ridgely told Hamilton that about 7 o'clock last night, then left him in the study and came down here to police headquarters to turn in the evidence. Hamilton feared exposure more than Ridgely did, and shot himself with your father's gun that he found in the desk. He was a pretty weak sister to try as tough a racket as blackmail.
And I thought...
You shouldn't have jumped to conclusions. We were called when your father got home, found blood on the floor, and you gone. It all began to make sense when we found the body, and the gas station attendant gave us the exact time of the shot. We knew where Mr. Ridgely was at that time. He was here. We checked back and found that you, Miss Ridgely, couldn't have arrived until shortly after the shot was fired. The condition of the wound almost proved suicide. And I have a report here that adds the last word. They've just found Hamilton's fingerprints on the gun that you and Mr. Stevens have been carrying around. So, the case is closed.
I can't believe it.
Technically, I could hold both you and Mr. Stevens on a charge of obstructing justice. But I suppose you've learned your lessons, and not much would be gained. So you're free to go.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
You will probably be called in for the coroner's inquest. But until then, Miss Ridgely, I've called your father. He's waiting for you at home.
Thank you very much.
Well, baby, it was nice.
I owe you an apology. Maybe now we could have that drink.
Look, baby, you're a nice kid. You're beautiful, fascinating, all those things, especially beautiful. But, baby, if you ever see me walking down the street, just go on by, please.
Next Monday at 9 o'clock, the Whistler will bring you another strange tale. The curious story of Death Marks the Double Cross. The Whistler is broadcast for your entertainment by the marketers of Signal gasoline and motor oil and fine quality automotive accessories. This program, directed by George W. Allen, with story by John Dunkel and Hazel Lytle, music by Wilbur Hatch, is transmitted to our troops overseas by the Armed Forces Radio Service. Bob Anderson speaking, and suggesting you let every traffic signal remind you, you do go farther with Signal gasoline. Yes, you do go farther with Signal. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Wait a minute. Have you heard the strange tales of the Whistler?
I'm the Whistler.
You cops are going to be on the scene of a crime instead of coming in after it's all over. Tonight, I'm going to do a little exterminating.
Sunday night, and again CBS presents The Whistler.
I, the Whistler, know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales, many secrets hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. And so I tell you tonight the story of the Double Cross. It is Christmas Eve in the big, lonely city of New York. Outside, the snow falls in huge floating flakes. Inside an apartment, young Joe Blake sits on the floor before a small Christmas tree with his 4-year-old nephew, Timmy. Joe's sister died 2 years ago, and for a while the child's father tried to look after Timmy. But being a detective lieutenant, the father, Steve, found it almost impossible. A year ago, young Joe had become involved with some hoodlums and would have gone to reform school but for Steve's intercession. Joe has kept out of trouble since then and has been living with Steve and taking care of the apartment and little Timmy.
When will Santa Claus come, Uncle Joe?
Well, I don't think he'll come until you go to sleep, Timmy.
How's he going to get in?
He comes down the chimney.
What chimney?
Well, I never thought of that. Well, maybe he'll come through the window.
They're all locked, Uncle Joe.
Well, I'll open one after you go to bed, kid. He'll get in. Don't worry about that.
Open the biggest one.
The biggest one? Why?
Well, I saw Santa Claus, and he's fat. And a pony is big, too.
Oh, I see. Well, I don't know about the pony, Timmy. Kind of scarce these days.
Huh?
Well, ponies are kind of extinct.
Well, I could keep my window open. No one would smell them.
Wouldn't you like to have a train just as well? If you don't get a pony, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Attaboy, Timmy. Well, you better go to bed now. It's after 11, and old Nick won't come unless he's sure you're asleep. How about it?
When is Daddy coming?
Oh, he'll be along soon. Come on, Timmy. You're going to turn in. There we are. Tucked in fine. Night, Timmy.
Don't forget to open the window.
I won't. I'll open them all.
Police call's on the other end of the dial, Joe.
Huh? Oh, hello, Steve. I didn't hear you come in.
Let me help you.
I wasn't looking for the police call.
No?
I just put Timmy to bed.
Why so late?
Oh, he wanted to see Santa Claus. He's going to be kind of disappointed in the morning.
How so?
He wants a pony.
Well, maybe you can buy him one, Joe.
Are you kidding?
No.
I don't get it. What's the matter with you, Steve? Something go wrong tonight?
Have you been here all evening?
Why, sure.
Haven't been out.
Don't I always stay with Timmy when you work late?
You didn't slip out for an hour or so while Timmy was asleep, huh?
No, why should I?
But you could have.
Sure I could, but I didn't.
Joe, when I got you out of that last scrape, I did it because I had a lot of faith in you. In your promises.
I still don't get it.
I was the one who got you that relief job in that department store. I vouched for you.
I know that. What about it?
Somebody opened the store's safe tonight. Somebody with slick fingers. Sensitive fingers like yours, Joe.
What? Why, I've been near the store since noon.
You sure?
Certainly, I'm not crazy. I've had my lesson.
I wish I could believe that.
I swear I haven't been out of this house. Why should you try to pin anything like this on me just because I'm working there during the holiday season?
I'm not trying to pin anything on you. Just has all the earmarks of your abilities to open a safe.
That's not fair, Steve. I'm through with that kind of stuff. I got plans. I'm going to make something useful of myself.
You're sure you weren't out of this place?
I swear I wasn't, Steve. I swear it.
Okay. I'll take a chance on it. I'm not on the case, but I heard about it. Now, look, they'll start checking on all the records of guys like you, and they'll probably drop around to see you tomorrow.
I didn't leave the house, Steve. I didn't.
Okay, but you got to have an alibi.
Well, Timmy was here.
Timmy's a baby. He won't count.
Oh, hello, Steve.
Why, evening, Captain. Come on in.
Yeah.
You know my brother-in-law, Joe.
Yeah, I remember him.
What can I do for you? Sit down. I was just ready to turn in, but sitting around reading for a couple of hours. Kind of drowsy.
Yeah? How long you been here, Steve?
Oh, I got off duty at 8. Been home since 8:30. Why?
How long has Joe been here?
Oh, he was here when I came in. He's been here all evening.
Hasn't been out?
Certainly not. What are you getting at, Captain?
Joe's been working mornings at Shelby's department store, hasn't he?
Yeah, that's right.
Well, their safe was open tonight around 9:30. They closed at 7:30. I thought we'd check up on the boys with sensitive fingers.
Joe? Why, he hasn't been out of the house. I'll swear to that.
You will?
Certainly I will. Joe's through with that kind of stuff.
Yeah? Well, then how would you explain this, Steve?
Why, where'd you get that cigarette case?
Wait a minute. Let's see that.
Sure. We found it beside the safe.
Joe, this is the case your sister gave you a year before last. I had your name engraved on it.
Yeah, but how'd it get there? I've never been near the store safe.
No? Well, I suppose you just lost it somewhere.
When did you see that case last, Joe?
Oh, yeah. I had it this morning. As a matter of fact, I hadn't missed it.
Do you expect me to believe that, Steve?
No.
Do you expect me to believe that you were here all evening?
No. You dirty little rat. You did pull that job.
No, I swear I didn't, Steve. I swear it.
You know what this means, Steve? You haven't been here all evening. You're lying. You're trying to furnish an alibi for Joe. Do you know what that means?
Yes, I know what it means. Sneaking little crook. I believed in him. Get him out of here. Get him out before I break his neck.
Steve, please, listen.
There'll be a hearing about you, Steve, in the morning. But Joe can't explain how his cigarette case happened to be near the safe. He remembers having lunch with a few of the old gang. Maybe it disappeared then. But nothing can be proved. So Joe is convicted and sent to prison for 2 years. Steve is discharged from the police force and goes into seclusion, his heart filled with bitter hatred for Joe. 2 years pass, and Joe is released, determined to make a success of his life regardless of his past. Steve has disappeared, but Joe meets Della Kenton, daughter of wealthy John Kenton. Della persuades her father to engage Joe as his secretary.
Guess who, darling?
Huh? Why, I can't imagine. But if I could, I'd guess it was Della.
Well, you'd guess right. Are you going to type all day, Joseph?
No, not all day, darling. I'll be through in a few minutes.
I've got a message for you. I knew you were busy, so I answered the phone. It was a man. Thank heaven. And he said to tell you that he'd located your friend Steve.
What? Did you get the address?
Yes, darling, but don't get so excited. Here it is. 454 East 17th Street. That's certainly a dilapidated part of town. Whom do you know who lives there?
A fellow I used to know. I've been trying to locate him for 2 years. Well, it is a sort of a cheap locality, isn't it?
May I go with you?
Oh, darling, I'd rather you didn't. I won't be gone long.
I hope not. And don't forget, Father is arriving on the midnight train, and he expects us to meet him.
Yeah, I remember. I'll be back soon.
All right, darling. I'll be ready.
So long, Della.
Just a moment. Haven't you forgotten something?
Have I? What?
Are you a married man?
Certainly not. That is, not yet.
Well, then don't act so much like one. Come back here and kiss me.
Oh, I'm sorry, Della, darling. I was so excited I forgot. Bye, dear.
That's better. Now you can go. Go on.
I won't be gone long.
I hope not, because I want to talk to you about Christmas.
Christmas?
Yes. We're going to give a Christmas party, and I want you to help me.
Yes, of course, darling. I won't be long. Timmy. Well. How are you, baby?
Huh? What do you want?
Why, Timmy, don't you remember me? It's your Uncle Joe. Oh, gee, it's good to see you.
Uncle Joe? Gee, Uncle Joe.
By golly, I've been looking for you and your dad ever since, well, for over a year. Where's your dad?
I don't know. Someplace, I guess.
Yeah? How long you been in this place?
Oh, a long time.
What's Steve doing?
I don't know.
It's almost Christmas again, Timmy. Remember that last Christmas when you wanted a pony? What would you like to have most this Christmas? Huh? How'd you like a bicycle or a pair of skates? Or... Hey, what's wrong, Timmy? Why are you crying?
I'd like to have a bicycle,
Say, what are you doing in bed at this time of the afternoon?
I couldn't ride a bicycle.
Timmy, what is it? Tell me, baby.
I don't know, Uncle Joe. I just can't walk.
When did this happen?
Last summer. First my foot wouldn't work, then my leg wouldn't work, and...
Oh, Timmy.
But I'll be all right pretty soon. As soon as Pop gets the money for the operation.
Of course you will, Timmy. You'll be all right in no time at all. Oh, that must be Steve now. I'll close your door for a minute, Timmy. I want to talk to Steve.
You'll come back, Uncle Joe?
Yeah, I'll be back a lot now. Hello, Steve.
What are you doing here? Who let you in?
I walked in. Door was open.
Well, it's still open. Get out.
I've been looking for you ever since I got out.
What for?
I wanted to explain things. I'm sorry about what happened to you, Steve.
I don't want any explanations.
Hey, what's wrong with Timmy?
Are you going?
You look like you'd been drinking a lot, Steve.
So what?
You wouldn't be living in a place like this if you were working.
I'm getting by all right.
What about Timmy's operation? Can you take care of that?
I will.
Well, maybe I could help, Steve.
Why, you thieving little rat. I wouldn't take anything from you if Timmy and I both starved to death.
Don't be a fool, Steve. I haven't got anything, but I may be able to raise some money.
How? Open another safe? Now get out of here before I throw you out.
You're drunk, Steve.
I'm not drunk and I don't need you. Get out!
Okay, Steve. Okay, I'll go. But if you don't care about Timmy, I do.
Now, look, Timmy's got to be operated on within 30 days. It'll take $2,000, maybe more, and I'll get it. I won't steal it the way you would. And I'll get it. Now get out of here before I brain you.
So long, Steve. I'll be seeing you.
Dusk has descended as Joe leaves the cheap apartment and drives to the palatial estate of his fiancée, Della. He has decided to ask Della's father to lend him the $2,000. As he turns into the drive, a man steps out from beside the gate and stands before his car.
What do you want?
I want to talk to you, Joe.
Who are you?
Freddie Alsop. You remember me, Joe?
What do you want, Freddie?
Mike Slavich wants to have a little gab fest with you.
Mike Slavich? Where is he?
Turn out your lights and turn off your motor.
What are you doing here?
Mike will tell you.
Hiya, Joe. How you doing?
What are you doing around here, Mike?
Want to talk to you. Mind if I get in? You've been doing all right since you got out, haven't you, Joe?
Well enough.
I'll say. Living in this big joint, engaged to old man Kenton's daughter. That's what I call climbing. You're the old man's secretary, ain't you?
Yeah, get to the point.
Old man Kenton's got a safe in that house. It's got a lot of rocks in it.
What about it?
We thought you might help us get them. You know the combination of the safe?
You're crazy. I wouldn't think of it.
We could change our mind. Couldn't we, Freddie?
Yeah, more ways than one.
Get out of this car.
You don't scare, eh, Joe?
No.
Well, we mean business. If that don't scare you, maybe something else will.
Think so?
We know a quiet little spot where no one would find you for weeks, if ever.
Well, a real gun. Shoulder holster and everything. We've come a long way since we were kids, Mike. Started out with cap pistols, and now the real thing.
Yep. All you do is squeeze it. It squirts lead instead of water.
How far do you think you'd get if you did squeeze it?
We've never been pinched yet. No record, no fingerprints, no nothing.
First time for everything, huh? Cigarette, Mike?
Yeah. Thanks, Joe. Oh. Get a load of the cigarette case, Freddie. Joseph from Della. Fancy stuff. Well, how about it, Joe?
Well, looks like I'm stuck. I think you guys mean business. What's your plan?
Old man Kenton's out of town. We walk in with you, you open the safe, take the rocks, and we all leave.
All leave?
We'll take you with us. We'll hide out for a day or so until they start looking for you. You'll be accused, you know.
Now, wait a minute.
Come on, get going, Joe. Out of that car and up the drive. Open it up, Joe. Quit stalling.
Okay. It's open.
Hand me the stuff.
There you are.
Thanks. Now, let's go.
Joseph, are you in the library?
Get out there and talk to her. Tell her you're leaving town for a few days. No monkey business. We'll be watching.
Yes, Della. I'll be right out.
Oh, where have you been, darling? We've got to meet that train.
Well, Della, I was... I'm sorry, but you'll have to meet your father alone. I got to run out of town tonight on business. I'll be back in a few days.
What? Well, when did this come up?
Just a few minutes ago. I'm going to drive.
Well, all right, darling, if you must. Will you be back in time for the Christmas party?
I hope so, Della.
Well, I'd better get to the station. The train will be in a few minutes.
Yeah. Goodbye, dear.
Goodbye, and take care of yourself, Joseph.
I'll try, darling.
As soon as she gets out the drive, we'll leave. You take my car, Freddie. I'll drive with Joe. Come on.
Now, 2 days later, the story of the jewel theft breaks in the newspapers. Joe Blake is suspected, and old man Kenton has offered a reward for the recovery of the stones and apprehension of Joe.
Gee, Mike, he's offering $10,000 for the recovery of the rocks and $2,500 for the capture of Joe.
I see. Well, we'll lay low for a few more days, then skip to Chicago and unload this stuff.
Why do that? You got a better deal right here in town.
How do you mean, Joe?
You'd make a lot more by collecting this reward than you would from a fence out of town.
You mean we go back to Kenton and hand over the stuff?
Why not?
Not a bad idea. We'd have to take you with us and turn you in.
Well, certainly. You'd have to do that to prove how you found the jewels.
What's your plan?
Oh, look. You guys are a couple of private detectives, and you read about the reward, see? You just happened to spot me and grab me. Brought me back to Kenton. You turn over the stuff, and he pays off. I'll make a break for the door. Got to take a few shots at me to make it look real, but you shoot wild. I get away. Then later on, when the coast is clear, I'll drop around. That leaves you in the clear, and I don't get locked up.
I think it's a nutty idea. What if it don't work?
Shut up. That ain't a bad idea, Joe. I'll take you up on that. So, Mr. Kenton, me and my partner read about the theft and saw this guy's picture and happened to spot him in this lunchroom, so we nabbed him. Well, here he is, and there's all your jewelry.
Yes, this is all here, every bit of it. Check it over, Della. See if your jewels are all there.
Yes, Father. Nothing of mine is missing.
Very well. I suppose you want the reward?
Well, after all...
I'll give you this check for $10,000 now for the return of the stones, and I'll withhold the $2,500 until he is booked by the police and locked up.
Well, okay, but we captured him. What more do you want?
I prefer it that way. I want to be sure that he's locked up, and if he gets out in 20 years, it'll be too soon for me. You certainly pulled the wool over my eyes. And when I think that Della might have married you, an ex-convict,
Can't always judge a book by its cover.
It doesn't seem possible I could have been such an utter fool.
You got a lot of things to learn, Della.
The sooner you get him out of here, the better.
Well, here's your check, and
So
when...
long, Della.
He's getting away!
Come back here.
Why?
He's locked it from the other side.
He won't get far. I must have hit him.
Call the police.
Never mind. We'll get him. That 2,500 belongs to us. Come on, Freddie, out this window. He won't get far.
Do you think you hit him, really?
No, I missed him deliberately. Shot high. Now that I think about it, I'm just a sap. That was our chance to get rid of him. So illegally. He knows too much. I don't trust him.
Yeah, but we ain't really cops.
So what? Any citizen's got a right to catch a fugitive. Come on, we're going to get that baby.
Joe makes a getaway and heads for a little hotel where he hides out for another day. Then the papers break with another story, and Kenton has increased the reward for Joe's capture. Joe studies this over for a while and realizes the possibility of Mike's double-crossing him for the additional reward. He slips out for a while, then returns to his room around 8 in the evening.
Who is it?
Open up or I'll kick it down.
Steve.
Well, so here you are, the rat himself.
What do you want, Steve?
What do you think?
Are you back on the force, Steve?
I will be when I get through with you. Because of you, I got kicked out. And now you're the one who's going to set me back in harness again. Funny how things work out.
Oh, you know about the reward, do you?
Yeah, I do. Once a crook, always a crook. I knew you'd pull something sooner or later.
How's Timmy?
He's just going to be fine in a few days.
What do you mean?
He can have that operation now.
Oh, good. I'm glad to hear that.
You're not half as glad as I am. And the thing that pleases me most is the way I'm getting the dough. Boy, this rap is going to send you away for 20 years.
So what?
Get your hat and start walking. And don't try that fade-out stuff on me, because I like you so much, I'd as soon plug you as look at you. Thanks, Mr. Kenton. Thanks very much. I wouldn't have come out so soon, but, well, this money is a lifesaver.
How's that, Bradley?
My kid, Timmy's got to have an operation, and I didn't have a cent. Has to be done in a few days, or he won't live. The check's a real Christmas present.
Mr. Bradley, what do you think they will do with Joseph?
Oh, he'll get 20 years. Two-time loser.
What a shame.
I had a lot of faith in that boy. So did Della. I just can't understand it.
There's been some others who felt that way.
Well, what did he have to gain? He was engaged to Della, and he could have had everything. And he was very stupid to do what he did.
What do you mean?
Well, he took a chance on his life when he escaped from this room. He knew those two men had guns. Good thing for him that the big fella couldn't shoot straight.
They fired at him?
The big man did, as he went right through that door.
Look up above the door. All 3 shots near the ceiling.
Yeah. Yeah, I see. You know, I'd say there was either very good shooting or he had a gun that kicked like a mule.
It wasn't a big gun. Snub-nosed revolver.
Snub-nose. Not a service pistol?
No, I'm sure it wasn't.
I may drop in on you in a few days, Mr. Kenton.
Certainly, Bradley. Anytime.
I want to ask you a few questions, Joe.
Did you collect the reward?
I did last night.
How's Timmy?
He went to the hospital this morning.
Oh, that's swell. Gee, I'm glad. Well, what do you want to know?
He didn't pull his job alone, Joe.
How did you arrive at that conclusion?
Who were those guys who captured you?
Said they were private detectives.
One of them was a swell shot. He placed every slug in the same spot, above the door, deliberately. They were in this with you, gagged to cop the reward that was sure to be offered. Otherwise, they'd have popped you in the doorway, you were to get away, and then all meet later and share the proceeds.
Yeah?
But in the meantime, they changed their minds, Joe, and decided to cut you out. They double-crossed you.
What do you mean?
How do you suppose I knew where you were hiding? A guy phoned me and tipped me off. They figured they had no police record. Nothing you could say would implicate him. They're safe. Why attempt to shield a double-crosser?
That's just what I figured those rats would do.
You might as well spill it, Joe, and determine to crack this case.
Yeah? What would happen if you cracked this one and another one besides? Set you up as a lieutenant again, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Okay. I was forced to open that safe at the point of a gun.
Tell me another one, Joe.
If you want to grab the other 2 guys, I'll make a deal with you.
A deal?
Let me talk to your fingerprint expert and get me out of this cell.
Are you kidding?
I want you to take me to old man Kenton's. There's a Christmas Eve party going on there tonight.
I wouldn't trust you across the hall.
It means just as much to you as it does to me, and probably more. I'll guarantee results.
Okay. What's your plan?
I'll tell you on the way out to the Kenton place.
All right. Hey, Sergeant, let us out of here.
Come with me, gentlemen. Father's waiting for you in the library.
Looks like you're going to have quite a party here tonight, Miss Kenton.
It sure does.
Here are the two detectives, Father.
Oh, yes. Come in, gentlemen. Come in. Close the door, Della. I sent for you men because you did a good job of capturing Joe Blake and returning the jewels.
Yeah?
I'm having quite a number of guests here tonight, and I've just received some disturbing news. Joe Blake has escaped.
Escaped?
Holy mackerel.
He may make another try to steal the jewels while we are occupied with our guests.
I see. You want us to see that nothing happened.
I want you fellas to stay here near the safe, and if he does come, grab him.
Sure. You won't have a thing to worry about.
Good. Come along, Della. Our guests are beginning to arrive.
All right, everybody, don't make a move.
Father!
Joe!
Lay your guns on the desk, boys. Thanks. Get over the other side of the room, Della. You too, Kenton. Things might happen.
What's on your mind, Joe?
Spread your hands flat on that desktop, Mike. You too, Freddie, and keep them there. Make one move and I'll drill you both, you dirty double-crossing rats. Forced me to open the safe at the point of a gun, and tipped off the cops where to find me. Because you were afraid I might horn in on the reward.
This guy must be nuts, Mr. Kenton.
Which one of you phoned Steve Bradley? Come on.
Well, I didn't, Joe. I thought you was going to contact
Shut
us.
up, you little dope.
Yeah, but he's mad, Mike. I don't want him to think I tipped the cops.
Shut up.
You did it, Freddie. You're the one.
No, honest, Joe, I didn't. I didn't. Please, Joe.
Open that safe, Kenton. I'm really taking those jewels this time. But I won't be bothered by Mike and Freddie.
Joe, I didn't do it, honest.
I'm going to place one right between your eyes, Freddie. Right between your eyes.
Joe!
He's bluffing.
Will anybody move? I'll open the door.
Hello, Mr. Kenton.
Hello, Bradley.
We traced Joe Blake to the edge of your estate. I thought we'd better look in for...
Just in time, Steve. Put up your hands and step into the room.
What goes on here?
The cops are going to be in on the scene of the crime instead of coming in after the crime's over. I'm going to take some jewels and do a little exterminating. But first, I'm going to make these guys do a little talking. I want to know which one of you guys tipped off Steve about me. Say something, Mike.
This guy's crazy. Says we made him steal his stuff.
That the voice you heard on the phone, Steve?
No.
What have you got to say, Freddie?
It wasn't me. I tell you, it wasn't.
It must be him.
Yeah, it certainly sounds like him.
I thought so. Right between the eyes, Freddie.
Please, Joe, don't.
He won't shoot.
Hand over that gun, Joe. Give it to me.
Oh! Hey, he did it. I told you he meant it.
You're crazy, Joe. You're crazy.
I killed a cop, so why should I worry about killing a couple of rats like you? Start talking, Mike. Tell him you guys forced me to open that safe.
You can't bluff me. There's no proof of such a thing.
No? All right, Sergeant. Check Mike's fingerprints on the glass-top desk. Step on it.
Yeah, sure.
Mr. Kenton, look in the second drawer of the safe. You'll find my cigarette case wrapped in a handkerchief.
What? By George, he's right.
I put it there the night I opened the safe. Let the sergeant compare the prints with the ones on the desktop. I've been near that safe since the night the stones disappeared.
What are you trying to pull, Joe?
You have no police record, Mike. I didn't want you to go through life like that, so I fixed one up for you. Remember the night you forced me into this? I offered you a cigarette? Well, you got a record now, Mike.
Well, Mike's prints on the desk check with the ones in the cigarette case.
And how about that photo of prints you found on that safe I was supposed to have opened several years ago? You brought them along?
Say, why, they're all the same. They all check.
Now you guys start talking. Go on, tell it all.
I'll tell nothing. I don't know what you're talking about.
Right between the eyes, Freddie. Right between the eyes.
Tell him, Mike. Tell him he means it.
I'll tell him nothing.
Joe!
Well, that finishes Freddie. Are you ready to talk, Mike?
Yeah, I'll talk, Joe. I'll talk.
You robbed that department store. You planted my cigarette case there. You copped it at the lunchroom, didn't you?
Yeah, that's right.
I had nothing to do with that job. And you did force me to open this safe, didn't you? My cigarette case proves that.
Yeah, that's right. I'll admit it. You're innocent, Joe.
All right. There you are, Steve. You can get up now.
Yeah, very nicely handled, Joe.
Hey, I thought you was... I've been framed.
Pour some water on Freddie. Joe was using blanks.
Hey, Joe. Joe, I'll tell everything.
Nothing more to tell, Freddie. It's all been told.
Well, that certainly leaves you in the clear, Joe. And, Joe, I want to apologize for everything.
Okay, Lieutenant. Apologies accepted.
Merry Christmas, Joe.
Same to you, Steve. And tell Timmy that Della and I will be down to see him in the morning.
Well, there you are. Everything worked out very nicely, just as everything should, but seldom does. But there's something I should explain about the person who tipped Steve off as to where to find Joe. It wasn't Mike, and it wasn't Freddie. No, it was Joe himself. It was Joe who phoned Steve, knowing it would give Steve an impetus, a new start in his career of sleuthing. And it really worked. And it saved Timmy's life, and Joe's too, for that matter.
CBS has presented The Whistler. Original music for this production was composed and conducted by Wilbur Hatch. The Whistler is written and directed by J. Donald Wilson and originates from Columbia Square in Hollywood. Next week at 9:30...
I, the Whistler, will return to tell you another unusual tale. Good night.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
And now, stay tuned for the program that is rated tops in popularity for a longer period of time than any other West Coast program in radio history. The Signal Oil program, The Whistler. Signal, the famous Go Farther gasoline, invite you to sit back and enjoy another strange story by The Whistler.
I am the Whistler, and I know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. Yes, I know the nameless terrors of which they dare not speak.
And now for the Signal Oil Company, The Whistler's strange story, Returned with the Spray.
It was a quiet wedding in a small church in San Diego, but everyone who counted considered it the most important social event of the season. Elliot Darby, the last surviving member of one of the city's oldest families, was being united with his second cousin, Catherine Peabody. You stand at the altar, Elliot, immaculate in your striped trousers and morning coat, facing the aisle that Catherine will walk to become your bride. Inside, you feel none of the nervousness attributed to bridegrooms, only deep satisfaction with the turns of fortune. You let your eyes roam over your wedding guests, most of them family friends. And suddenly, seated only a few feet away from you, you see her face looking up at you with a mocking smile. No, it can't be. And then you feel your knees buckling.
Somebody get a doctor.
How could she be there, Elliot? Her eyes mocking you, smiling at your shock, reveling in it. It takes you back, doesn't it, Elliot? Just a few weeks ago, really. At a meeting with your lawyer when he gave you the verdict.
That's about the size of it, Elliot. You're broke. Not very pleasant, but, well, there it is.
I didn't dream it was that bad.
Well, you still have clear title on your cabin cruiser. It might bring in...
No, I won't sell the Adventurer. Dad bought that for me when I was graduated from college. All of us have been in love with that boat.
Well, that's up to you.
I don't know what to do exactly.
From where I sit, Elliot, there are only two things you can do.
What's that?
Either find some suitable work or marry, quickly and wisely.
Well, Elliot, work's out of the question. And that leaves only to marry, quickly and wisely. It's obvious, then, that you think of Catherine. Obvious, too, that her father, Thomas Peabody, managed their money far better than you have the Darbys. So you turn to Catherine, arrange dinner with her in her home a few evenings later.
Catherine, this lobster is superb.
You've been very complimentary this evening. My dress, my wine, now my lobster. I just can't help it, but your flattery always makes me suspicious.
It should. You have every reason to believe I'm after your money.
Yes, I'm afraid I do.
And let's face it, it's partly true. But that's not the whole story, Kath. No, there's no point in pretending I'm hopelessly in love with you.
I know very well you're not.
But I'm not looking for that in a woman. I want someone I can be fond of and comfortable with. A stable person.
That's more or less my view.
In that case, Well, Kath, why don't we get married?
I should like to very much.
It's settled, then.
Don't kiss me yet, Elliot. I'd like to say something first.
Yes?
I learned very early in life that I'm not an attractive woman.
Oh, now, Kath, really?
Now, let me finish. The one thing I can always depend on is my wealth. And I intend to keep complete control of it, even after I'm married.
In other words, you're saying you don't trust me.
You nor any other male.
I suppose you plan to give me a small sum for cigarette money every week.
Now, that's unkind. I was going to appoint you manager of the Peabody department store at a good salary.
Yeah.
As for all your other faults, Elliot, you have a very good mind. A special talent for order and detail. A man of habit. Now, let's see. It's Wednesday evening. That means billiards at your club, promptly at 8:30.
Why, yes, that's right.
And I dare say you still take your boat, the Adventurer, on an afternoon cruise every Sunday?
Yes, I do, religiously. You're a wonder, Kath. You really do know me, don't you?
Later, when you leave her, you go to your club, but only for a while. Then you get in your car, drive around. And the more you think about it, the madder you get. If you marry Catherine, you'll become another of her possessions, her errand boy. You have to think, Elliot. You stop at a bar on the outskirts of town, and you do think and drink for a long time. You ignore the talkative bartender. You ignore everything.
Are you really as far away as you look?
Huh? Oh, no. No, not really.
That's good. Come on, let's talk. People call me Yvette.
People are lucky. My name is Edward. Edward Duncan.
Hello, Ed. Now, first we'll talk about you, and then we'll talk about me.
Oh, no. You have to start off first.
Oh, there's nothing much to tell about me. I'm just a small-town girl looking for a job, some friends. Nice friends.
Think you found a nice friend?
I think so.
Good. You sold on this bar?
Not particularly.
Well, let's get out of here, huh? There are a lot of other places. We'll do them all. Sound like fun?
Sounds wonderful, darling.
And that's all you remember, Elliot, until the bright midday sun awakes you. It's quite a shock to find yourself sprawled on the deck of your cruiser, the Adventurer, tied to the dock. You shade your eyes from the sun, look about you, and try to remember what happened, how you got here. With effort, you get up, stumble to the rail, and squint out at the dock. And then you see her, and suddenly you remember Yvette.
Hey, wake up. Quiet me aboard.
Of course.
Well, you don't look so bad. I guess the driver took pretty good care of you after all.
Yes. Driver?
Taxi driver. He could carry you. I couldn't.
Oh. I'm sorry I was so much trouble. How about a cruise? A short one this time.
Fine. That's all you have time for.
The sea air might clear your head, Elliot. You untie the mooring line, start the engine, and guide the adventurer effortlessly out of the harbor toward the sea. No other craft in sight. It's a beautiful day for a cruise, but you see very little beauty in it.
Sorry I gave you a bad time last night. I didn't mean to get out of hand.
Oh, that's all right. You'll have lots of time to make up for it.
Yes, of course.
You don't remember, do you?
Taxi driver? No, I'm afraid.
No. I mean, you don't remember that we got married, do you?
Married? Oh, no.
Oh, yes, I have the marriage certificate here, if you'd care to look at it, darling.
You stare at the marriage certificate Yvette holds out to you. So that's what happened, Elliot. You and Yvette were married last night. And you don't remember, do you? But she proceeds to fill in the details. You were married at 3 o'clock in the morning, a small town over the border. Then on the way back, the taxi Yvette hailed after she made you park the car because you couldn't drive. The driver who took her back to her hotel brought you to the adventurer. Now you really have something to think about. You followed part of your lawyer's advice. You've married quickly, Elliot. But how wisely. Your eyes wander over the marriage certificate again, and suddenly the name Edward Duncan leaps out at you. You married her under an assumed name, didn't you, Elliot? And Yvette doesn't know who you really are.
Now, look, Yvette, you've got yourself a bad deal, I'm afraid.
Really?
You're married to a man named Edward Duncan.
Well, that's the name you used, yes, but you're really Elliot Darby.
What?
Your wallet fell out of your pocket in the cab last night.
Oh.
Mrs. Elliot Darby. I like that. I like that much better than Mrs. Edward Duncan.
But the certificate...
The name on the certificate isn't important. I can round up several witnesses, the justice of the peace, the cab driver. They'll identify you as the man I married. That's all that matters, Elliot, darling.
Now, see here. It can't be, Yvette. I'm broke. Well, it just can't be, that's all. In the long run, it'd be much better for both of us if we got an annulment.
Would it?
I know it would. Since we both want to keep the whole thing quiet,
Who wants to keep the whole thing quiet? I'm not ashamed of anything I did. I've tried to be nice about this, but since you want to brush me
That's
off...
not the way to take it.
That's the way I'm taking it, Mr. Darby. And don't think the newspapers aren't going to hear about this. And don't think my lawyer isn't going to find out just how broke you are.
Now you're in real trouble, Elliot. If this ever hits the papers, you're ruined, and Catherine will never consider marrying you after this. Your ordered, efficient mind goes to work, and after a time, you reach a decision. A decision you feel is the only one you can reach. You slow the engine to an idle and go forward to Yvette, staring out to sea.
Yvette.
Leave me alone.
No, I've been thinking it over, Yvette. I'm willing to give the marriage a try. If you want to.
I'll bet you are.
No, I mean it. I have a hunch it'll work. Come here.
Oh, Elliot.
We're going to have a wonderful life together, Yvette.
I hope so. Elliot, don't hold me so tight. You're pushing me off.
There wasn't a boat in sight when you pushed her overboard. You turned for the shore and set the engine full speed ahead. It's over, Elliot. All over for Yvette. The next few days, you nervously search every edition of the newspapers, but there's no mention of her death. You feel better. Even if the body is discovered now, you're certain it will be beyond identification. And you're confident there's no way of tracing the death to you. You'd been married to Yvette in Mexico under an assumed name. So you're in the clear, Elliot. You're sure of it. Now you can go ahead with your marriage with Catherine. A quick marriage on her terms. And then at the wedding... The shock of seeing Yvette there in the church was more than you could stand, wasn't it, Elliot? And you fainted. Now, as you return to consciousness, a doctor bends over you. You sit up with a start and quickly look for Yvette's face. The seat where you saw her is empty. Your head clears, and you're sure now it was only a momentary hallucination.
Do you feel better now, Mr. Darby?
Yes, I'm all right, Doctor. I'm sorry, Kath.
Now, don't worry about it, Miss Peabody. Just a case of nervous exhaustion.
Are you sure that's all it is?
Oh, yes, yes. After all, Miss Peabody, you must remember marriage is a nerve-wracking experience for a man.
I don't know. How do you feel, Elliot? Are you well enough to go on with the wedding?
Of course, darling. I'm ready and eager for the wedding.
Coming May 1st. It's just 1 week away, friends. Yes, 1st of May is opening day for the big $10,000 Signal gasoline contest with 200 valuable awards. Imagine you behind the wheel of first prize, a Buick Super, in the dashing new Riviera model, swank as a convertible, safe as a closed car. Coming May 1st. Wonderful, wonderful prizes. 6 Packard Bell television sets with latest type black picture tube. Both table models and Packard Bell's unique Telecaster consoles that roll at mere fingertip touch to most convenient viewing angles. Then there's O'Keefe and Merritt's finest gas range with vanishing shelf and grill-evator broiler. Also 10 vacuum cleaners and 50 pop-up toasters by Westinghouse. And you can be sure if it's Westinghouse. Yes, there are 200 really worthwhile awards in the big Signal contest. Coming May 1st. Best of all, in this Signal contest, you don't have to buy anything. There are no box tops to send in, no tickets to save. So be sure to keep tuned to the Whistler for more details about the big, exciting $10,000 Signal gasoline contest coming May 1st.
After the honeymoon, you find married life rather pleasant, don't you, Elliot? Yes, you learn to accept Catherine's domination. Laugh off the occasional digs about it from your friends at the club. What pleases you most is your new job as manager of the Peabody department store. You like to run things with precision and efficiency. Yes. And everything is humming along smoothly until one afternoon several weeks after your marriage. Your secretary informs you there's a visitor in your outer office.
Mrs. Duncan to see you, sir.
Miss Evans, you know I don't accept outside appointments in the afternoon unless Who'd you say?
Mrs. Duncan. Mrs. Edward Duncan.
Oh, no, it can't be. Miss Evans, I don't want to see anyone. You tell her that
Just a minute, Mrs. Duncan. Wait, you can't go in.
Hello, darling.
Yvette.
Well, here I am. Returned with the spray.
How did you get back? There wasn't a ship or a sail in sight.
One thing you didn't notice. There was a buoy floating 200 yards away.
Oh, boy.
I hung on to it for 2 hours before a fishing boat picked me up.
Huh. I suppose you got me just where you want me, huh?
What do you think?
What are you going to do?
Besides ruin your name and marriage? Oh, I could have you thrown in jail for bigamy and attempted murder.
These matters might be a little more difficult to prove than you imagine, Yvette.
Not when I know where I can locate a few fishermen, a bartender, and the man who married us.
All right. How much do you want?
25,000.
25,000? I don't have that kind of money.
You married millions, darling. Or did you forget I was at your wedding?
Unfortunately, Catherine makes a careful distinction between her husband and her banker.
With you around, I don't blame her. But you'll get it for me, won't you, Elliot?
How?
That, I'm afraid, is your problem. I get the money or the satisfaction of seeing you thrown into jail.
Now, Yvette, if you listen to reason, I'm sure we can work something out.
Make it good, darling.
I'll give you a position here at the store. It'll be money coming in, just like an annuity.
A job?
The best in the store. I'll make you a buyer. Women's ready to wear.
Oh, a buyer. Well, I think I'd like that. How much does it pay?
$100 a week?
Make it 2.
All right.
50.
Now, look, Yvette, you can't...
$2.50 a week.
All right.
Then it's settled. You can put me on the payroll as of right now. Hubby, dear.
It was a way out, wasn't it, Elliot? A way to buy off Yvette. The girl you thought you'd murdered after your marriage to her in Mexico. Now you're going to be very careful to conceal your new employee from your wife, Catherine. Catherine is always rather finicky about checking into new people at the store, particularly those in important positions. And so you bury Yvette's name in the company books, and no one pays any attention to it. And then one afternoon, Catherine decides to make a routine inspection of the store.
You're doing a very good job, Elliot. Those new window displays are in excellent taste.
Well, thank you, my dear.
By the way, Elliot, I was speaking with Mrs. Cunningham on the second floor a while ago.
Mrs. Cunningham. Oh, women's ready to wear. Huh?
Yeah, she tells me that one of our new buyers sent us 50 suits that are just not saleable. Not to our clientele.
A new buyer?
Yes, Mrs. Edward Duncan. Who is she? What's her background, and why didn't you tell me you'd hired her?
Well, I'm sure I mentioned it, Catherine.
I'm sure you did not.
Well, it must have slipped my mind then. Come along, dear. We'd better step lively if we're going to get to that color television demonstration.
Oh, Mrs. Darby. Mrs. Darby.
What? Oh, Miss Evans, yes, what is it?
Mrs. Cunningham wanted me to tell you. She's waiting for you in the office. Mrs. Duncan is with her.
Thank you.
Catherine, what's this all about?
Well, I've arranged a little meeting, Elliot. You run along to the demonstration. I want to have a little talk with this Mrs. Duncan.
Well, Elliot, I finally met your other wife. That was quite a session we had in Mrs. Cunningham's office.
Yes, I
Talk about third degree. That wife of yours is an expert. Well, that's that.
She fired you?
That's right. What are you going to do about it?
Well, what can I do? Nothing.
I want $25,000, Elliot.
How do you expect me to get it? I told you I
don't
haven't done
care.
it.
You can tell your wife the truth. Maybe she thinks you're worth your weight in gold, but if I don't hear from you by tomorrow, I'm going to the police.
You spend a nervous, sleepless night, don't you, Elliot? Eliminating plan after plan. Until one key idea keeps repeating itself to you. Accidental death. Yes. It has to be something the police will consider a cut-and-dried case of accidental death, not worth any serious investigation. Finally, you work out a detailed and foolproof plan. And the next day, Saturday, you phone Yvette from your office.
You'll have the money?
Yes. You meet me at the Beach Cafe tomorrow night at 8 o'clock. It's about 15 miles out of town on the coast highway. Left-hand side of the road, and you can't miss.
All right, Elliot, but I don't see why you can't bring the money here to my apartment.
Oh, please, Yvette, I don't want to take any chance of Catherine.
Oh, you are frightened to death of her, aren't you? All right. Tomorrow night, Beach Cafe, 8 o'clock.
Sunday. It's a beautiful day for a cruise, isn't it, Elliot? And that afternoon, you board the Adventurer and set out to sea. You carefully follow the coast for 15 miles, anchor and row ashore in the dinghy. A few minutes before 8, you're standing in the shadows not far from the Beach Cafe, waiting patiently for Yvette to drive up. The money you borrowed from the office safe is tucked away in your inside coat pocket. Time is important, isn't it, Elliot? And you're worried. And finally, you see her car drive up. And as the headlights pick you up out of the shadows, you wave to her.
Well, what are you hiding out here for?
Well, I'd rather not be seen, if you don't mind.
All right, get in. You brought the money?
Yes, here it is. You can count it.
I don't have to. I know where I can always find you.
Of course. Well, what do you plan to do with yourself now that you've made a small fortune?
Oh, take a nice vacation. Then I think I'll shed my past. Divorce one Edward Duncan. You won't mind that, will you, Edward?
No. Ah, right on time.
What is?
The train.
So what?
So this...
Your fist catches her on the point of the jaw, and she slumps down in the seat. Quickly, you shove her out of the way and slide in behind the wheel. You turn off the highway into a side road and drive until you come to an unguarded railroad crossing and stop the car on the tracks. You push Yvette back into the driver's seat and then grab the envelope with the $25,000 in it and start running down the road. When you're sure you won't be seen, you stop and turn and watch the train round the curve and bear down on the stalled car.
Goodbye, Yvette. This time, you won't be coming back.
Prizes, prizes, prizes. So many prizes. I could use this whole program just to describe the wonderful things you can win in Signal's thrilling $10,000 contest. Coming May 1st. Second prize, for instance, is an Apex complete automatic laundry with 3 work-saving units. Apex automatic washer, Apex automatic dryer, Apex sit-down ironer. Then there's a Frigidaire Deluxe refrigerator with new humid air cold wall cooling. Frigidaire home freezer. Frigidaire electric range with the biggest oven of any household range. 5 solid gold case wristwatches by Helbros with 17 jewel movement. 5 makeup cases from Halliburton's famous line of featherweight aluminum luggage, filled with exquisite cosmetics by Anatole Robbins of Hollywood. 10 Packard Bell radios, and 3 O'Keefe and Merritt gas ranges. These and dozens of other valuable awards mean you simply can't afford to miss the Signal Gasoline Contest coming May 1st. So be sure to listen to the Whistler next Sunday for complete details and suggestions to help you win one of the 200 valuable prizes in Signal's big $10,000 contest coming May 1st.
It's over, isn't it, Elliot? Yvette is out of the way now for good, and you're safe. You row back to the Adventurer, take a leisurely cruise, and the following morning, as you always do on Monday mornings, you dock at precisely 8 o'clock. Now you've only to drive back to the store, replace the $25,000 in the safe, and no one will ever know. You hurry off the boat and head for the parking lot. And as you do, you see a police car parked nearby. A police captain steps out of it as he sees you, and he walks forward.
Mr. Darby?
Why, yes.
I'm Captain Cannon. Your wife told us you'd be out here.
What's the matter?
One of your employees was killed in a train crossing accident last night. A woman named Yvette Duncan.
Oh, terrible.
Your wife told us you had hired Mrs. Duncan. Might be able to give us some information on it.
Well, I'll help in any way I can, of course.
And we'd like to check the personnel records at the store, too.
The records?
Yes. Her application blank for one thing. We have to notify her husband or her parents.
Oh. Well, I think you'll have better luck reaching her parents. She told me her husband had deserted her some time ago. He seems to have disappeared.
Oh, really? Yeah, well, thanks. That'll save us some trouble.
Captain,
Yes?
this accident, where did it happen?
About a mile out of Crescent Cove. Her car was stalled in the train tracks.
Killed instantly, I suppose.
Yeah. Oh, this your car?
Yes.
Do you mind if I drive to the store with you, Mr. Darby? You can tell me what you know about Mrs. Duncan on the way.
Of course I don't mind. Just a moment, I'll unlock it. I can't seem to open the door. Oh, these aren't my keys.
Aren't they?
My wife's probably mine here somewhere.
Mind if I see those keys, Mr. Darby?
I know, but
Oh, thanks. The identification tag here shows license number 8Y5361.
So what?
That's the license number of the car Yvette Duncan was killed in. We've been looking for these keys, Darby, ever since we discovered that the ignition was turned off and the keys were missing from Yvette Duncan's wrecked car.
No.
I guess it's almost second nature to turn the motor off and slip the keys in your pocket when you stop a car. Isn't it, Mr. Darby?
Let that whistle be your signal for the Signal Oil program, The Whistler. And don't forget, if you'd like to win a new Buick, Apex automatic laundry, Packard Bell television set, Frigidaire refrigerator, electric range, or home freezer, be sure to listen to The Whistler next Sunday for complete details about the big $10,000 Signal gasoline contest coming May 1st.
Coming May 1st. Coming May 1st.
Featured in tonight's story were Bill Foreman, Hans Conried, Mary Jane Croft, and Mary Lansing. The Whistler was produced and directed by George W. Allen, with story by Meyer Dolinsky, music by Wilbur Hatch, and was transmitted to our troops overseas by the Armed Forces Radio Service. The Whistler is entirely fictional, and all characters portrayed on The Whistler are also fictional. Any similarity of names or resemblance to persons, living or dead, is purely coincidental. Remember, at this same time next Sunday, another strange tale by The Whistler. Marvin Miller speaking for the Signal Oil Company. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The Whistler.
I am the Whistler, and I know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. Yes, I know the nameless terrors of which they dare not speak.
And now, the Whistler's strange story. Fatal Action.
It happened suddenly. The motor ship came swiftly out of the fog bank, struck the offshore reef with a grinding crash. The startled crew yelled impulsive directions at each other as the sea poured through the gaping wound in the ship's hull. She heeled over fast, doomed, and everyone on board knew it. Most of all, Captain Ernie Hill knew it, as he snapped his orders with machine gun precision.
All hands, prepare to abandon ship. Load the lifeboat,
He rushed from the bridge rail, dropped to the quarterdeck, and continued barking orders. There was excitement, yes, but a minimum of confusion before the lifeboats swung out on their davits, dropped neatly into the sea, and began to pull safely away with their loads of men. And not until he was certain that his ship was through, headed for the bottom, did Captain Hill leave her. Moments later, standing in the lifeboat, he watched in silence until his ship upended and her bow disappeared beneath the waves. He shook his head.
Gone. She's gone.
Not much you could have done about it, Captain. Company will be satisfied you got everybody off.
Yeah, I don't know. It's rotten luck. This isn't the first ship I've lost this way. And the whole cargo.
It could have happened to anybody, Captain. A lot of uncharted reefs all around here.
Yeah, I guess so. I just hope the company sees it that way.
You're pleased, aren't you, Ernie, at the attitude of the crew? When you make your report to the company, it helps to get the backing of the entire crew. That you couldn't have saved the cargo. That you did well to keep from losing any lives. It's going well, isn't it? And a week later, when the excitement has died down, you're able to follow the next step in your plan, the lucrative step. You sell the cargo everyone thinks was lost with the ship, but which was never put aboard in the first place. For a while, you enjoy the luxury of idleness, spending some of your new wealth. Then, after a few weeks, you're assigned to a new motor ship, an inter-island cargo boat, the Prowler. And for 3 months, you're an exemplary captain. Not a single misstep on your part. Then one day, 3 months later, at anchor in Rangoon, you're alone in your cabin when the door opens abruptly and someone steps in.
Hello, darling.
Lucille,
Glad to see me, Ernie?
Oh, glad. You bet I'm glad. Oh, come here. Let me take a look at you.
You come here. I've traveled a long way.
The same old Lucille.
Not quite the same, Ernie.
No, that's right. You looked me up. Came after me. That's a change. Oh, you look swell, baby. Real good. Well, what are we waiting for anyway? Come here.
Ernie, I have missed you, darling.
Oh, I've missed you.
But you wouldn't think of writing.
Right? Where, Lucille, and why? I know you. When you say you want to think something out, well, that's the way it is.
You do know me, don't you?
Skip it. You're back.
Yeah.
You know what it means, darling?
What, Ernie?
The way it'll be with me, it's a feast or a famine, darling, like always. None of the things you always wanted. Only...
Only what, Ernie?
Well, I can't tell you too much, not now, but maybe the picture will be a little prettier than the last one I painted.
Really? Darling, you mean you have a sideline?
Maybe. Something like that. But never mind that now. Oh, it's been a long time, Lucille. I gotta have my arms around you. Gotta.
Please, darling, not just now.
What?
He'll be coming in to talk to you any moment, discuss our accommodations, what to do with the baggage.
What are you talking about? Who'll be coming?
Oh, I'm sorry. Didn't the first mate tell you? I came aboard with my husband.
Your husband?
Yes. You see, Ernie, I did think everything out. The future did look black last time we were together, and I did want things.
I see. So you got him, huh?
Mm-hmm.
You married him. And I might have known. But it isn't going any further, Lucille. I'll tell your husband this is a freight boat and there are no accommodations. Not for you two.
You know, Ernie, I think you're wrong.
Yeah?
Mm-hmm. You see, my husband is Charles Collins. His father owns this shipping line.
Collins? Lucille, you don't know what you're saying. You didn't bring Collins on board my ship.
Correction, darling, not your ship. His. And now, don't you really think you should be getting this putt-putt underway?
It's a terrible shock, isn't it, Ernie? Lucille came back to you, yes, but with a husband, Charles Collins, a man whose father owns the Inter-Island Boat Company you work for. And in spite of your protests, they're going to sail with you. You've got to meet him cordially, laugh, try to bluff your way through. You chat with him near the aft rail as the prowler moves out from the pier at Rangoon.
Underway at last, eh, Captain? I'm going to enjoy this trip.
I've had little chance to talk to you, Mr. Collins.
Oh, not Mr. Collins. Make it Charles, eh?
Okay.
I'm ashamed of busting in on you, insisting on going along. Should have cabled, I suppose, or written, but this wife of mine, Captain.
Oh, that's all right. I understand.
She wanted a sea voyage, and when she insists upon something...
Talking about me, Charles?
Well, you were in the cabin, Lucille. Captain, I understand you're acquainted with my wife.
Yes. We're acquainted.
My favorite captain. You'll like him, Charles. You'll find he's very conscientious.
And Dad must know a good man when he sees one. All the trouble he has running this line.
Oh, your father's all right. He knows his business.
Yes, I suppose. Well, if you'll excuse me, I'll start unpacking. See you in the cabin, Lucille.
In a few minutes, Charles.
Stop in for a drink before dinner, Captain.
Thanks. I might do that. Lucille, I wish I hadn't brought him on board this ship.
Worried, Captain?
Maybe.
About the sideline you mentioned.
That has nothing to do with this boat.
Oh? I thought it had to do with all the boats you command.
What are you driving at, Lucille?
You don't know? I'll enlighten you, darling. Your last ship, the one that struck a reef and sunk. That wasn't an accident, Ernie.
No?
No. You had to sink that ship to cover up the fact that our hull was full of cheap ballast, that you'd hijacked the cargo.
Oh, now, wait a minute.
You wait a minute, Ernie. I happen to know the facts. What I don't know is what happens next. Since it's too soon for another shipwreck, what are you smuggling, darling? What port do we put into in the dead of night? What's the signal, the arrangement? And most important, how much is the payoff?
You're out of line, Lucille. Way out of line.
Oh, no, darling. I know all about it. Every detail, except perhaps what you're smuggling. Something small, easy to handle, I'll bet. What is it? Jade? Ivory? Diamonds? Dope, maybe.
You've been reading dime novels, Lucille. You better close the book right now.
No, darling. You remember George?
What, George Adams?
Mm-hmm. Your old shipmate when you were skipper of the Asaga Maru.
What about him? You haven't seen him. George is in prison.
I know. And very lonely, too. The prisons do have visiting days.
You went to see George Adams?
Several times. I even told him some little white lies, just to make him feel better. I believe I said, I'll wait for you forever, Georgie.
Why, you cheap
Please, darling. Charles just might be watching from the cabin.
What do you want? What are you after, Lucille?
Half, my precious. 50-50 of the proceeds of your sideline.
You're being pretty foolish, Lucille. If I had anything planned, do you think I'd go ahead with it with your husband on board?
Oh, I can keep him busy. And you have got something planned, haven't you?
Maybe. Yeah. Maybe somebody's going to meet us at a certain dock.
Well, they still can, darling. I'll have Charles go ashore with me. I'll keep him away.
No. No dice, Lucille. You spoiled it for us. The whole deal's off.
No, Ernie. My captain. Whatever the deal is, it's very much on. You're not backing out of anything. I'll see that you don't.
It's going badly, isn't it, Ernie? Your profitable sideline is being seriously threatened. Until now, you've had it all to yourself. Only your first mate to pay off, and that for valuable assistance. Now Lucille is declaring herself in. 50-50, she said, and simply for keeping her husband, Charles Collins, ashore. Your ship, the Prowler, bears steadily forward. Jake, the first mate, confronts you near the aft rail and bluntly speaks his own views.
You've got to forget the whole bloomin' thing, Captain. Call it off.
How, Jake? How can we call it off? Pete's meeting us at the dock in Bouquet.
But she's brought that Mr. Collins aboard for no good. I say it's spying on us. Peeping. That's what it is.
Bouquet. So that's where it's to take place.
Mrs. Collins, Captain.
Get lost, Jake. I'll talk to you later.
Righto, Captain. Whatever you say.
Bouquet, that quaint little port village. You pick such romantic settings, Captain. For such nefarious goings-on. But in a place like that, it'll be easy to see that Charles takes me ashore.
Look, Lucille, you married your money. Why risk all our necks for more?
You're not Mrs. Collins, Ernie. I am. I'm in a much better position to know my financial needs. Charles doesn't give me a cent. He did at first, not now. Ernie, stop it.
Sure. Sure, but you gotta admit it's amusing.
Ernie, please, after we get the money, when the voyage is over, you can quit this ship. I can quit Charles.
No, cut it out.
Please, Ernie, darling, we'll have everything then. The two of us. I hate him, Ernie. I really hate him. Sometimes I think
You're lying. You're lying in your teeth. You don't mean a word.
Don't I, Ernie? Can you still say I don't mean a word?
Why, you little devil. You...
I'll get him off the ship, Ernie. We'll be in the village while you take care of everything, and then later...
All right. But you gotta be sure, Lucille. Get him off early. Right after we dock. In Bouquet.
Shortly after nightfall, the Prowler docked at Bouquet. Standing at the ship's rail with the mate, you watch the crew scramble ashore. You wait, your eyes glued to the door of the Collins cabin. Finally, it opens. Lucille and her husband step out, nod to you, and move down the gangplank.
Well, you were right, Skipper. She's kept her end of the bargain.
Sure, I told you there was nothing to worry about.
Coast is clear now.
Good. I'll go down to the dock. Pete should be there by now. We'll get this thing over with.
Need any help carrying it, Captain?
When it's jade the quality of this stuff, it doesn't take much of a load. Now go on below and get ready to go ashore and celebrate. I'll be right back.
Righto, Captain.
The dock is quiet, deserted as you move cautiously to your rendezvous with Pete. As planned, you meet him at one end of the dock, make a quick exchange of your jade for his money, and hurry back to the ship. The whole transaction takes less than half an hour, and you congratulate yourself. Smuggling jade is far simpler than sinking your ship, isn't it, Ernie? Back on board, you meet Jake, just coming back on deck.
Everything all right, Skipper.
Perfect, Jake, just perfect.
Fine, Captain, that's fine. Think I will step ashore now. That's celebration, you know. Come in.
Now, you run along, Jake. Tie one on for me, huh?
You're pleased, aren't you, Ernie? It went well. Very well. Now, alone on the deck of the Prowler, you watch Jake fade out of sight, and then turn and walk to your cabin. As you enter and turn on the lights...
Good evening, Captain.
What? Mr. Collins.
Surprised?
What? I thought you and Mrs. Collins...
In the village? No, we had a slight disagreement. I came back 15 minutes ago, slipped aboard during your transaction on the dock.
Oh, yeah. We had a small shipment for Bouquet.
Come, Captain, I know better.
What?
I know what's been going on, you see. Suspected you for quite some time, but I wasn't quite certain until tonight. Nice racket. Captain, been chiseling on the old man in one way or another for years, haven't you?
Oh, now, wait a minute, Mr. Collins. I don't know what you're talking
about. Don't get me wrong. I don't care. I don't care at all. As far as what happened tonight, well, I didn't see a thing. Not a thing.
Oh?
That's right. The old man need never know about tonight. And other nights, eh, Captain? You can go right on with your little sideline, only...
Only what?
You're cutting in a new partner.
Partner? You mean that you...
A night of surprises, isn't it? Frankly, I need the money, Captain.
Oh, sure. That's a big
I know
laugh.
what you're thinking, but the old man doesn't believe in pampering me. He wants me to learn the business from the ground up, just as he did.
Okay, so the old man doesn't give you so much spending money, but his own son...
His own son, yes. And there's something else. You see, he's never approved of Lucille.
He wouldn't.
Matter of fact, I don't approve of her anymore either.
So?
Didn't take me long to find out what she was really after. Money. Money, all she can get. I hate her. That's one thing I'm sure of. Someday I'm going to... Do you know her? And be better than I do.
Yeah, maybe I do.
What was her cut going to be for keeping her mouth shut? Luring me into the village tonight?
20%?
That doesn't sound at all like Lucille. Sure it wasn't 50%, Captain?
20.
Well, in any case, I'm not prepared to settle for that. Nor am I going to settle for 50%. 70-30, Captain. That's how we're going to split it. 70 for me, 30 for you.
70-30? Now, wait a minute.
On the other hand, a word from me to the port authorities, a wire to the old man, and... Well, you'd be lucky to get off with 10 years.
Suppose I told the old man you tried to make a deal. Suppose I told him...
He wouldn't believe you. Let's face it. Why don't you just play along like a good boy, Captain? I'm sure we'll do very well together.
What about Lucille?
Lucille? Well, I've completely forgotten her, old man. Yes, she's more your problem.
I see.
Do you? Well, then I can turn in, enjoy a good night's sleep. And as for Lucille, well, since she seems to be concentrating so much on you...
Now, wait a minute.
Really, she can cause you a great deal of trouble. She's out there in the village now. Why don't you talk it over with her? Possibly you can persuade her to get out of our lives. Permanently. Remember, Captain, 10 years in prison is a terribly, terribly long time. Good night.
10 years, Ernie. Yes, you'd be lucky to get off that easily. You pace the floor of your cabin, wondering what you must do. There must be some way you can work things out. Finally, you make up your mind. You've got to find Lucille, tell her what's happened, and get her out of Bouquet somehow. You hurry out of the cabin, down the gangplank, and as you step on the wharf, something causes you to look back. And there, standing at the ship's rail, Collins, a grin on his face.
Good hunting, Captain. Good hunting.
Your first stop in the village is Jess's Bar, a small, smoke-filled room crowded with men from the world's waterfronts.
Well, if it ain't the skipper himself. Hello, Ernie, me lad.
Hello, Jess.
Sit down. Have a drink with old Jess.
Next time, I'm looking for somebody.
Well, she ain't here.
What?
It's a dame, ain't it? Sure. Well, I ain't seen the kind you be looking for. Not in here, I ain't.
Red hair, wearing a white suit. Oh, sure, pal. She was sitting right here at the bar. Of course, that was a good hour ago. A guy was with her. I ain't seen him since.
Tall, lot of white teeth, grinning.
That's him. Only he wasn't grinning. They was having an argument, a real beaut, see? Had most of the customers watching them instead of drinking their liquor. I thought they was going to kill each other.
Your next stop is the Paradise Cafe, but Lucille isn't there. Then you try the Dutchman's Bar. After that, the Blue Whale, the Seaman's Club, but she's nowhere to be found. 2 hours have gone by, Ernie, and you're certain now that she's gone back to the ship. You're about to turn back yourself when you finally see her, sitting in a booth at Jin Lee's place. But there's someone with her, isn't there, Ernie? You recognize him as Frank Quinlan, the skipper of a small inter-island ship. You stand at the door, puzzled. See her hand him some money. Then she gets up. You step back out into the street and wait in the shadows.
Lucille.
What? Oh, it's you, Ernie. Just on my way back to the ship. What are you doing here?
Collins. He's on to us, sweetheart. Knows the whole thing. Come on, let's find a nice, quiet place where we can talk.
You grab her arm, tell her what's happened as you hurry along the darkened street. You walk a long way till you find yourself on a lonely stretch of road, a good mile from the dock where the prowler is tied up. It's quiet and deserted.
This is a desolate place. I wasn't paying any attention to where we were walking. We better turn back, head for the boat, huh?
This is as far as we go, Ernie.
What?
I knew where we were walking. This will do fine right here.
What's the idea of the gun?
My gun? The idea is I want you to hand over that money, the payoff. I want it, Ernie, all of it.
Oh. So that's it, huh? That's why you were having that little chat with Quinlan.
You saw me?
You're grabbing the dough and he's getting you out of here.
That's right, and you're not going to be around to tell anyone about it, Ernie, darling. I'm sorry it had to turn out like this. I really am.
Oh, yeah, sure. Now, baby, now I've got your gun, and I like it that way better.
Ernie, don't be a chump.
No, I won't, baby. Not anymore.
Lucille's dead, isn't she, Ernie? You look down at her, then at her gun in your hand, and realize that one big obstacle has been eliminated. And now there's only Charles Collins, Lucille's husband, back in the boat. If he were eliminated, there would be no one to stand in the way. As you hurry back to the boat, you know what you must do. Shoot Collins, put out to sea, and dump his body overboard. You move quickly, noiselessly aboard the prowler. No one's in sight. You move quietly along the deck to Charles Collins' cabin, Lucille's gun gripped in your hand. You open the door, walk slowly in, reach the bunk, and snap on the lamp on the table beside it. You've made a mistake, haven't you, Ernie? For an instant, you stand there. Then you realize you've got to get out, somewhere where you can think. Hurriedly, you slip out onto the deck, close the cabin door behind you, and move along in the shadows toward the wreck.
Just a moment there.
Who's that?
Sergeant Morrison, Bouquet Police. Who are you?
I'm Ernie Hill, captain of this ship. Well, what are you doing here?
I came in answer to a call from the dock watchman. He says he heard a shot around here not too long ago. You know anything about it?
No, I don't. I haven't been here.
Is your cabin the one you just left?
No, it isn't. It belongs to a passenger. The name's Collins.
You seem quite anxious to leave it. In something of a rush. I'll have to search you, Captain.
Hey, wait a minute. What's the idea?
I'll just take your gun, Captain. Now, let's take a look in Mr. Collins' cabin, eh?
Wait. We don't have to. Collins is in there, all right. He's dead.
I'll wager ballistics will show that this gun killed him.
Yes, it probably did, but it isn't my gun. I didn't do it. He was dead when I got there. He'd been dead for quite a while. You can see for yourself.
Maybe you're right. We knew there was something wrong when the dock watchman called us about the shot. We figured whoever did it must belong on this ship. That's why we've been waiting around.
You'll never believe me, Sergeant, but I didn't do it. She did it, his wife, Lucille. That's her gun. She killed him. They quarreled, and she followed him back to the boat and shot him.
And then she disappeared into thin air. And I find you leaving the cabin with a murder weapon in your hand. No, Captain. You were right the first time. We'll never believe you.
And so ends another strange story as told by the Whistler. This is the United States Armed Forces Radio Service, the voice of information and education.
I am the Whistler, and I know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. Yes, I know the nameless terrors of which they dare not speak.
And now for the Signal Oil Company, the Whistler's strange story. Smart Boy.
Carl Maxim sat waiting in the paneled outer office of Marty Randall Enterprises. The room was tastefully done, expensively furnished. At the lone desk in the far end of the room sat a tasteful, expensive secretary, a harmonious addition to the rest of the furnishings. She looked up, smiled at Carl, and nodded toward the door marked Marty Randall, Private. He returned her smile, got up, and walked into the private office, closing the door behind him. The small, squat man at the desk, Marty Randall, looked up as Carl entered, stared at him with bland gray eyes for a minute before he said,
Got the money? Right here, Marty. I just toss it on the table. Mm-hmm. 10 grand. 2,500 from Pete Baywood, 7,005 from Keeler. Want to count it? No, I don't have to. You say it's 10 grand, it's 10 grand.
Thanks.
I like guys I can trust, Carl. Remember that. Have any trouble?
They would moan a little.
So what'd you do?
Let them moan.
Good.
Got anything else for me today?
I surprised you, didn't I?
What do you mean, Marty?
10 grand's the biggest slice you ever collected for me, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
I didn't count it when you handed it over. That surprised you, didn't it?
I know better than to try to haul out a couple of bucks on you, Marty.
Yeah, that's what I mean. You've been with me 6 months now, Carl. I think I got you pegged. You're a smart boy. But I noticed something else about you.
Yeah?
You don't want to work collections all your life. Right?
You knew that when you hired me.
Sure I did. I need some smart boys. That's why I took you on. But you want to get ahead, don't you?
What do you think?
I want to see you get ahead. So I'm telling you, keep up the good work, like they say. And in time, you'll get yours.
How much time, Marty?
Huh? Who can say? You got lots of it, Carl. What's your hurry?
I'm in no hurry, Marty.
Oh, but you are. I can see it. But I know you're smart. And a smart boy takes it easy. He's willing to learn. He's willing to wait and take his time. Let his boss do his thinking for him. And...
Hi, Marty.
Don't you ever knock.
Sure, but like I told that dame out there, I knew you'd want to see me right away.
Okay, Joe, you're halfway in. Come on.
Hello, Carl.
You want me to leave, Marty?
Oh, stick around, Carl. Got the dough, Joe?
Sure. Here, $500.
Any trouble collecting?
You know me, Marty. Joe Roach never has no trouble. Like clockwork.
This all of it?
Sure, 500.
Where's the rest, Joe?
What do you mean, Marty? It's all there.
How much you keeping out?
So help me, Marty. It's there, to the penny.
You like to keep a little extra, don't you, Joe?
Marty, believe
10
me.
10 spot here, 20 there.
Just count it, Marty. I ain't lying.
How much? How much you holding out?
Not a cent.
How much, punk?
No, Marty, no rough stuff. I ain't...
How much?
Please, Marty.
How much?
You shouldn't have hit me, Marty. I don't like it. You shouldn't have... Okay. I kept out 50. I was going to make it up to you. But you shouldn't hit me, Marty.
Get out.
I was going to give it back to you next time you paid me.
Get out.
Okay. But I want to tell you, Marty...
Go on, like I said, get out and stay out. For a lousy $50, he's a punk. Well, Carl, you want to get ahead. You think you can be smart with guys like that?
How'd you know he was holding out on you?
How'd I know you weren't?
Yeah.
Same thing. Now, where were we?
You were saying I should take my time, Marty.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
How long till I can make a move up? When do I do more and talk a penny ante bookie out of a couple of bucks?
And when do you start getting more dough from me?
That's it?
That depends on two people, Carl. You and me. So, take your time, and you'll go far with me. Trouble with you, Carl, you worry too much. You don't know how to relax. Now look at me, I know how to relax. Gonna spend the day at the races. Say, why don't you come along? It'll do you good. Besides, I got some hot tips.
The races? Well, sure, Marty, why not?
Well, Carl, there it is. There aren't going to be any shortcuts to easy money in Marty Randall's syndicate. You're going to be an ordinary collection man for, how long, Carl? Marty says that's up to him, that you should be patient, bide your time. But you have other ideas, haven't you, Carl? You want money, lots of it. And if you can't make it with Marty, you'll have to find some other way. And then that afternoon at the track...
Hey, you won. See that, Carl? I told you I had this race figured.
Hey, by 2 lengths, Marty, and at 20 to 1.
Yeah, this is my day, kid. Let's see, I had $2 grand at the window. I bet $1 with Willie Burke on the side. 20 to 1, that's $60,000. Hey, you brought me luck, Carl. I'm going to the clubhouse and celebrate.
Hey, what about your money?
Oh, you can collect it for me.
Oh?
Here, here's the tickets. You know where Burke is sitting.
Okay, Marty.
I'll be at my table in the clubhouse.
Fine.
I'll have a drink waiting for you.
You watch Marty push back through the crowd toward the clubhouse entrance. $60,000, Carl. And Marty's asked you to collect it for him. Your mind is racing as you make your way to Willie Burke's box and collect his $20,000. Then you push and shove through to the ticket window. Another $40,000. Marty's money, but your way out, Carl. No more waiting. No more biding your time until Marty says you can move up. This is it, Carl. You make your decision quickly. Hurry to the track entrance, and then to the taxi stand at one side.
International Airport. And hurry.
It was easy, wasn't it, Carl? Almost too easy. And now 2 years have passed. Yes, it's been 2 years since you walked out of a racetrack with $60,000 in winnings belonging to gambler Marty Randall, your boss. You flew to South America with the money, stayed in remote villages where no one had ever heard of Marty Randall. And when you thought it was safe, you returned to the United States, changed your name from Carl Maxon to Carl Baylor, and bought a hotel in the small, select Sierra resort town of Ridgely. It's been a profitable investment, hasn't it, Carl? And Ridgely is almost as secluded and remote from Marty Randall as your village hiding places were in South America. In a matter of 6 months' time, you've become a successful, respected member of the community. And one of your best friends in Ridgely is Ed Hawthorne, the genial chief of police.
Well, Ed, hi, sit down. What can I do for you?
Well, you can tell me why the Sam Hill I ever ran for chief of police.
Oh, burdens of public office weighing heavily upon you?
Carl, when I was just a cop, I spent my spare time doing whatever I felt like doing. Since I've been chief, if it ain't a lecture for the ladies' aid, then it's selling these doggone raffle tickets.
It's the penalty you have to pay for high public acclaim.
Yeah, none of it isn't. Well, since you're chairman of the raffle sales committee, you'll be glad to know that I've sold 10 books.
10?
Mm.
Hey, terrific, Ed. How'd you do it? Use your badge to intimidate people?
I bought 8 of them myself.
Oh, I should have known. Oh, that's swell of you, Ed.
Nonsense. This was a fine idea of yours, Carl. A raffle to raise money for a kid's playground.
Oh, I just thought of it before somebody else did, that's all.
Don't soft soap me, Carl Baylor. What are you doing here, anyway?
What do you mean?
I mean, how come you picked Ridgely?
Oh, I like Ridgely, Ed.
Yeah, but a young fellow like you with a head on your shoulders, don't misunderstand me. We're lucky to have you here. But you could be going places. Instead, you settle down here in Ridgely, where nothing much goes on except during the tourist season. No daily papers, bad radio reception.
Well, like I said, Ed, I like it here. Nice and quiet without too many people shoving you around.
Well, that's Ridgely, all right. Oh, say... You hear about the new addition to the population?
Somebody new in town?
Yeah. Young widow. Just moved in the old Carlisle place up on the hill.
Oh?
Her name's Claire Underwood. They say her husband owned half the lumber in the Northwest. Kind of nice-looking lady, too.
Is she staying here for good?
Oh. Yeah, seems like. She says she wants to live in a nice, quiet little town. Say, maybe you two have a lot in common.
You smile at Ed, a smile that disguises your real thoughts. Thoughts about Ed's dullness, his plodding, slow-witted manner. Under ordinary circumstances, you'd never have made friends with him, would you, Carl? But hiding from Marty Randall changes all that. And Ed said something that interests you a great deal, hasn't it? The thought of a wealthy widow settling in Ridgely is very interesting. You decide to lose no time investigating Claire Underwood. That afternoon, you drive over to the old Carlisle place that she's taken, one of the town's largest mansions.
Mrs. Underwood?
Yes?
I'm Carl Baylor. I was just passing by and thought I'd say hello. Welcome to Ridgely. And can I be of any help to you getting settled?
Well, how nice of you. Won't you come in?
Thank you.
I'm afraid the place is still in a mess.
Well, maybe you could use some expert assistance.
Indeed, I could. You see, my help won't arrive till this evening, and I'm rather at a loss. Still, I hate to impose.
Oh, nonsense. I have a motive, you see. I hope to sell you some raffle tickets.
Well, I hate to spoil your crafty plan, Mr. Baylor, but your chief of police tried the very same thing yesterday.
Ed Hawthorne, I might have known.
I bought 2 books from him. But don't be discouraged. There's still plenty of work to be done.
Uh-oh.
There are some heavy packages in the hall that should be carried to the attic. The drapes haven't been hung. The dishes aren't unpacked yet.
What did Chief Hawthorne do here yesterday, anyway?
Well, he sat on a very comfortable box and gave me a thumbnail sketch of everybody who lives in Ridgely. For instance, Carl Baylor. He's lived here for some months, and the town is very lucky to have him.
They also tell you he doubles as my press agent? I'll bet he didn't mention our village custom either.
Which one is that?
When a charming newcomer arrives in Ridgely, it's the duty of the town's innkeeper, that's me, to take her to dinner.
Strange. Chief Hawthorne didn't say a word about that.
Oh, but it's true. Now, you wouldn't want to break a tradition, would you?
Oh, my goodness, no.
Fine.
You do your work very well, don't you, Carl? Marty would be proud of the way you're taking his advice, biding your time with Claire Underwood. For the next 2 weeks, you help her get settled, introduce her to your friends, and the two of you spend many evenings together. As the weeks pass, you're sure Claire's beginning to fall in love with you. And you'll take it easy, won't you, Carl? Play it safe. So that one day Claire and her fortune will be yours. And then one night, you return to your hotel after a date with Claire. You start through the bar on your way to your office.
Well, if it ain't my old friend Carl.
Well, who is... Joe Roach.
Small world, ain't it?
What are you doing here?
Sitting at the bar having a drink. Want one?
No, I don't. How about coming into my office?
You got one?
Yeah.
Sure, don't mind if I do.
This way?
Well, you got an office and everything. You the manager?
I own this hotel, Joe. Oh, and the name is Baylor, Carl Baylor.
Yeah? You know, you look pale, Carl. Real pale.
What brought you here, Joe?
Nothing. Just drifting.
Mm-hmm. How's Marty?
Marty?
Yes, what's he doing now?
Funny you'd mention Marty, Carl.
Is it?
He'd like to see you. He'd like to see you a lot.
He would?
I understand he's always asking about you. Nobody knew where you went when you skipped out with his money. Marty's willing to pay a nice piece of cash to know where he can find you. You know, Marty don't like me.
Yeah,
but I could work for him again. I could do it real easy. I just tell Marty where you are, and everything is hunky-dory.
Is that what you're doing here, keeping out of Marty's way, huh?
Yeah, only there's a difference. I can go back if I tell Marty where you are. Bet Marty will be real tickled to get his hands on you.
How much?
Marty will want to pay me something for bringing him the news. Marty can be real generous when he wants to.
How much do you want from me, Joe?
I'm your pal, Carl. We can make a deal. I won't turn you over to Marty. I'll stay right here, and you can pay me $500 a week just for staying here.
I can't afford it.
It's worth it to you, Carl. I'll be right here. You won't have to worry about me blabbing. Just $500 a week.
Now, look, All right, Joe.
Good. You know, you ought to thank me. I'm doing you a big favor.
Yeah. But get this. There's an empty room in this hotel next to mine. That's yours. Daytimes, I want you to stay in that room. Town pretty much folds at night. You can go out a little then. But keep out of sight and don't talk to anybody, see?
Suits me. I can use a vacation. Nice, secluded place.
I mean it, Joe. Daytime, stay out of sight, understand?
Take it easy, Carl.
Let's take a short break. We'll return to the Whistler in a moment. Stan Freberg here. The Radio Spirits catalog features thousands of cassettes and CDs of old-time radio. Call right now and Radio Spirits will send you their latest catalog absolutely free. Call Radio Spirits right now at 1-800-RADIO-48. That's 1-800-723-4648. And now we return to Bill Foreman as the Whistler.
Well, Carl, it's finally happened. After all your running and hiding, one of Marty's old gang has finally caught up with you in Ridgely. Joe Roach. You can't afford the $500 a week it will cost you to keep Joe from telling Marty Randall where you are. But if Marty should find out, it'll cost your life, won't it, Carl? And keeping Joe out of sight, unnoticed in Ridgely, is not a simple problem either. What would Claire Underwood think of your association with Joe and Marty Randall, Carl? And Chief of Police Hawthorne, you must be very careful and smart. You know that the next day when Chief Hawthorne calls on you.
Have a chair, Ed.
Oh, thanks, Carl. I will.
Something the matter, Ed? You look worried.
Carl, have you seen a stranger in town? Yesterday or today?
Stranger?
Little guy, thin, wearing a flashy suit. Looks like the racetrack type.
No, Ed, I can't say that I have. Why?
Well, I saw him this morning coming out of your hotel.
Out of here?
Yeah. That don't mean anything, of course, but he's the kind of fellow you notice, you know. I didn't like his looks. Something kind of familiar about him, too.
Familiar?
Yeah.
You think you know who he is?
No, but I've seen his face somewhere before.
Oh.
I guess I'm taking my job too seriously. But I don't like characters like that in Ridgely. You're sure he isn't registered at your hotel here?
Oh, I haven't seen anyone fits that description, Ed. Maybe he was just driving through, stopped here for a few minutes to eat or something.
Yeah, maybe. Carl.
Huh?
You sure you don't have something to tell me? Because if you're in trouble of any kind, I'm your friend.
No, Ed, I don't have anything to tell you. I'm in no trouble.
Okay, Carl. If you see this fellow, let me know, huh?
Could have knocked, you know.
Thought I told you to stay in your room daytime.
So I went out a couple of minutes this morning to buy some cigarettes. So what?
The chief of police saw you, you dumb dope. Yeah, and he thinks you look familiar.
So?
So that's what I meant when I told you to lay low daytimes. Every new face is a number one topic of conversation in this town, and the tourist season is over. I can't afford to let anybody not find out that I know you.
Okay. But this is worse than stir. Except for my $500 a week.
Yeah.
Say, that reminds me. I was hearing some interesting things about you at the drugstore.
If you told anyone you knew me, you're asked about me, so help me.
Take it easy. I was just listening. Didn't open my yap. But what I'm hearing, going around with a rich widow, they say. The town folks think maybe there'll be a wedding.
So?
So, if you're going to get your hands on some big dough of marrying this dame, let's make me cost you $1,000 a week.
Oh, you cheap little punk, so help me out.
Will you? You stand to lose quite a bit. If I tell Marty, he could really mess things up for you.
$1,000 a week, huh?
That's right.
For how long?
Don't rush me, Carl. I just got in town.
Yeah, and you're leaving tonight.
No kidding.
You can't be seen here, not even once more. The police are suspicious already. I told you that. The town is too small.
Well, I could go back to Marty. I don't know how he'd go for that $1,000 a week.
Oh, look, you'll get your $1,000 a week, but you're not going to stay in town here at the hotel. I have a cabin up in the mountains, not too far from here. You'll have to stay there.
How do I know you won't skip out on me while I'm up there?
How do I know you won't tell Marty no matter how much I give you?
Yeah. I never thought of that, Carl. Not till just now.
Yeah. All right, I'll drive you up to that cabin tonight, Joe.
You're sure of what you're doing now, aren't you, Carl? As you drive Joe Roach up to your mountain cabin, you're certain you've taken the one way out. Yes, Carl, there's too much at stake. Your whole future, your hotel, Claire Underwood, her money that you intend to marry. You won't risk losing that, will you? And Joe Roach is the one remaining link between you and Marty Randall. You're going to kill Joe, aren't you, Carl? It's the only way you can be sure that your past is dead.
Hey, this cabin is okay. Big windows, fine view, nice bed. Of course, it's a little isolated up here, but I think I'll like it fine. Hey, you got any booze? What are you doing, Carl?
You can see, Joe. I'm holding a gun.
Oh, hey, now, wait a minute.
You figured me wrong, Joe. You figured me all wrong.
Oh, please, Carl, look.
I'm all set, Joe. Own a nice little hotel in a resort town. Lots of miles between me and Marty Randall.
We can make a deal, Carl. Anything you say.
Everybody likes me in Ridgely, Joe. They respect me. I'm making good money. Pretty soon I'm going to get my hands on all the dough I'll ever need.
Sure, Carl. So you don't want no murder rap?
Marty'd never think of looking for me here, Joe, would he?
Look, you gotta...
So everything's perfect except for you. You could ruin everything. Just one word from you and I'm finished.
I tell you, I'll leave. You don't know what you're doing.
I'll never be able to rest a minute while you're alive, Joe. I'll always wonder, will he tell Marty? Will he keep coming back for money? Will he tell Marty?
Listen to me, Carl. You gotta believe me. You gotta believe...
Now I do, punk. Now I believe you.
Well, Carl, Joe Roach is dead, isn't he? And with him, you're sure that your past is dead, too. You're certain that Marty Randall will never find you and kill you for running out with his $60,000. With Joe Roach out of the way, you're sure you're in the clear. Free to marry Claire Underwood and her money. Free to live your life out undisturbed in the quiet little town of Ridgely. The gun that killed Joe Roach is still warm in your hand as you move toward his body.
All right, Carl.
Ed.
Put that gun down.
Ed Hawthorne, how did you find...
I saw the whole thing through the cabin window, Carl. Oh. I wish I hadn't seen it, too, believe me.
Oh, I guess there's nothing I can say.
Nothing except why you did it?
Oh, it was blackmail, Ed. Just plain blackmail.
I wish you'd told me you knew this man. This wouldn't have happened. I could have taken him off your hands, Carl.
You could have what?
I told you this guy, Joe Roach, looked familiar to me. And I told you I was suspicious of him.
Yeah, I remember.
I did some checking, then I set a wire. Tonight I got my answer. I was on my way to your hotel to tell you when I saw you drive out of town with him in your car. I followed you. Thought he might be troubling you in some way. And I wanted to arrest him.
You mean you came up here to arrest Joe?
Yes. For murder.
A murder?
That's right. A year ago, Joe Roach shot a guy in the back. A big-time gambler. Name of Marty Randall.
And now, stay tuned for the program that is rated tops in popularity for a longer period of time than any other West Coast program in radio history. The Signal Oil program, The Whistler. Signal, the famous Go Farther gasoline, invites you to sit back and enjoy another strange story by The Whistler.
I am the Whistler, and I know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. Yes, I know the nameless terrors of which they dare not speak.
And now for the Signal Oil Company, The Whistler's strange story. Warm Reception.
The settings seem usual enough. A train speeding through the night, winding serpent-like amidst the narrow passes and clefts of its mountain roadbed. And inside in the club car, everything was as usual, too. The low hums of conversation, a waiter moving among the passengers attending to their desires, the friendly arguments over who buys the next one. Bits of conversation like this.
Yeah, but you ought to see this country in the daytime, Jones. Beautiful, this Northwest.
I'd like to make it sometime. This night travel can get dull. Nothing happening.
Nope. Whole train's just one big canasta game. Nothing really exciting going on at all.
Nothing really exciting going on at all. No. Not unless one could peer into a compartment a few cars back. It's more than a card game there. It's a struggle between two men. A struggle over a night. And then the train lurches. The grappling gamblers fall. And only one gets up. A man named Greg Fallon. Yes, Greg, he's dead. Your card game is really over, isn't it? And you needn't bother to cheat anymore to win. You can take it all. But there's something else you better do, isn't there? You'd better take your suitcase and get off the train before the body is discovered. It's slowing down now, going up a steep grade. But you'll have to hurry, Greg. Hurry.
Hey! How about a ride, Mac?
Sure. Tap off that train?
No, certainly not. I thought it stopped here at the crossing. I wanted to get on. How far are you going?
Right away. It's a couple of miles beyond Twin Pines.
Twin Pines?
Mm-hmm.
Twin Pines, huh? That's just where I'm going, Mac. That's my old hometown.
Okay. Hop in.
It's been 10 years since I've seen Twin Pines, Mac. But I'm going to enjoy dropping in on those dear hearts and gentle people.
Yes, Greg, Twin Pines. It's been 10 years since you left, a short time after getting out of school. Twin Pines. Perhaps it's fate, Greg. You knew you were scheduled to pass through your old hometown, but you didn't realize you were so close. It might be just the spot you're looking for. It's almost midnight when the driver drops you off on the main street. Most of the stores are closed, but there's still the old hotel and Steve Giannacco's restaurant. You decide to drop in on Steve for a while, and you're pleased at the welcome you receive, not just from little Steve, but from several other old acquaintances you meet inside. 2 hours slip by, and when you finally check in at the hotel across the street, you feel a warm glow from the combination of spirits and small talk at Steve's. Yes, Greg. Settling back in the bed, you reflect that your surprise homecoming is a pleasant one. And somehow you're due for a change in luck. The very next morning, as you step from your shower, there's a phone call to suggest that your hunch might be right.
Hello.
Greg Fallon?
Yes?
Imagine after all these years. And do you know who this is?
Why, I'm not sure.
Mrs. Morrison, remember?
Morrison. Mrs. Morrison. Oh, sure. You live up on the hill. You were a friend of Mom's.
Friend indeed. Your mother was my very dear friend, Greg.
Oh.
And now that you're in town, I do want to see you.
Well, sure, Mrs. Morrison. I'd like to see you, too.
Could you come up to the house tonight? Say about 8 o'clock.
Oh, I think so.
I'll be looking forward to talking to you again, Greg. My, it's been 10 years, easy.
Yeah, 10 years. Oh, thanks for calling, Mrs. Morrison. I'll see you tonight.
Goodbye.
Bye. Old Lady Morrison. Loaded with dough, as I remember. Will I be there?
Jake, wait a minute. I'll walk along with you.
Huh? Who is it? Oh, Steve Giannacco's.
Where do you go, huh? Calling in Mrs. Morrison?
Yeah, how'd you know?
Old Steve knows what goes on in Twin Pines. Come on. I don't want to make you late.
Can we still cut across this lot?
Same as ever.
Oh.
You're enjoying being back, ain't you, son?
I sure am. Say, Steve, you meeting somebody?
Huh?
Oh, it's pretty dark, but I think there's somebody up ahead by the trees.
The shot from a gun. There was somebody by that tree.
Yeah. No, it's okay. They're gone. Close, huh?
But why all this? Some homecoming. Who would want to be shooting at us, Greg? At you?
I don't know, Steve. Haven't any idea. I guess my reception's getting a little warmer than I ever expected.
Do you believe in magic? Whether you do or not, here are some tricks that'll open your eyes.
The ingredients, 1 car, your car, and some Signal ethyl gasoline. Combine the two. Then jump behind the wheel and let your accelerator foot take over from there. As you pull away from the curb, you'll feel magic in the way Signal ethyl pep propels you forward. As you point your car up hills that used to call for shifting, you'll hear magic in the way Signal ethyl transforms pings into purrs. And when you start your car on cold mornings, you'll see it spring to life instantly, as if touched by a magic wand. Want to know the secret of this driving magic? Signal ethyl, the premium quality of Signal's famous Go Farther gasoline, is engineered to bring out the best in any car. So you don't have to be a magician to enjoy magic performance like this. All you have to do is drive into a Signal service station and fill up with Signal ethyl.
It's a puzzling, terrifying situation, isn't it, Greg? Your chance visit to your hometown after the accidental killing of a gambling companion on a train. Everything was going beautifully, with old friends welcoming you, showing pleasure at your return, until a few minutes ago, while passing through a vacant lot on your way across town to old Mrs. Morrison's. You were almost the victim of a mysterious gunman, weren't you? Yes. And now, arriving at Mrs. Morrison's, it's still on your mind as you wonder who tried to take your life. Mrs. Morrison smiles as you enter, rises to greet you, and then...
Oh, Greg, you are surprised, aren't you?
Why, it's wonderful, Mrs. Morrison.
Go on, meet them all. Talk to them. Your old boyfriends from school, your best chums, and even an old girlfriend or two.
Yeah, so I see.
You move about the large living room, greeting many of the guests, wondering as you do which one tried to kill you. Because you reason it must have been that way. Only Mrs. Morrison, Steve, and the people at the party knew you were coming here. It had to be someone in this room, because Steve was with you when the shot was fired. Someone, Greg. But who? You talked to them all, wondering and asking. And then Doris Edwards. Odd how you somehow end up in the garden with her, isn't it? Or is it so odd, Greg?
Well, Doris, it's been a long time. Huh?
Uh-huh. 3 husbands ago.
Free and clear now?
Quite. My last husband, Roger, got the flu.
Oh.
A very bad case.
He died.
He died.
Roger, huh? Roger.
Oh, you don't know him, an out-of-towner. Oil and bonds. He left me some money.
Oh?
I noticed you were puzzled by all those people inside. I mean, you almost seemed to be wondering why some of them were here.
Oh, no, I was just curious about them, I guess. It's been so long, I didn't know I had that many friends.
I don't think you have. I don't think very many of us have, Greg.
You know, Edith acted strangely, almost as if she was afraid of me.
Edith? Maybe you'd rather she were out here with you.
Oh, no, I'm sorry, Doris. It's just that
Oh, skip it. And if you must know, Edith acts strange all the time. Ever since her sister was killed.
Her sister?
Nearly 10 years ago. Just about the time you left town.
Laura?
Yes, George Winton's wife. She was murdered. They found her body behind the depot.
Oh.
People talked about it for years. I guess that's one date they'll always remember. December 2nd, 1940.
December 2nd? Why, that's the night I...
You what?
Nothing. Funny, I never heard about it. I didn't know Laura was dead.
Can't we get back on a more pleasant subject?
What? Not now, Doris. I really think I should go inside. Mrs. Morrison might be wondering about me.
You know something? I'm wondering about you myself. All right, come on. To be continued,
Edith.
What? Oh, Greg.
Leaving the party so early?
Well, yes.
Without saying goodbye. Oh, may I have this?
Here, what are you doing? Give me my purse.
In a minute, baby. Just want to have a look. Well, a 38.
Give me that.
Take it easy. One bullet fired. Recently, too. Why'd you try to kill me tonight?
Kill you? I don't know what you're talking about.
Oh, yes, you do, sweetheart. You got the idea in that pretty little head of yours I murdered your sister. Well, I've got news for you. I didn't even know about Laura, what happened to her, until a few minutes ago.
You're lying.
You knew about us, didn't you? About our little romance behind George's back.
Yes. Yes, and I know she was with you the night she was killed.
Well, if you were so sure, why didn't you tell the police? They could have found me. I wasn't hiding.
I didn't want to disgrace her memory. That wouldn't have brought her back. Besides, I always knew you'd come back. Someday.
You figured you could take care of me by yourself.
Yes.
You're wrong, Edith. The last time I saw Laura, she was mad but very much alive.
I'm supposed to believe that?
I can prove it. If old Mr. Mayberry is still ticket agent at the railroad station. Is he?
Yes.
Well, Laura was with me when I bought my ticket that night. And we never left the station until I got on the train. Mayberry knows that.
Oh, I see.
Here. Here's your gun. Still loaded. Go ahead, pull the trigger.
Greg.
Oh, sure. Now run on home like a good little girl, huh? Forget it.
You know, Greg, that was quite a party Mrs. Morrison gave for you.
Yeah, real nice of the old doll.
I must say I was rather surprised. I expected tea, got scotch.
Well, she likes her spirits. Say, George Winton still live out this way?
About 3 blocks from me. Why?
I was just thinking. Maybe I'll have you drop me off there, say hello.
Oh, no, Greg, I thought...
Only for a few minutes, baby. You can wait for me.
Oh, that's better. All right.
Surprised to see me, George?
No, not exactly. I heard you were in town. Now, here, sit down.
Thanks. I only dropped in for a minute. I just heard about Laura. Oh, quite a shock.
Yes.
Seems I was probably the last person to see Laura alive. Outside of the murderer, that is.
What?
Yeah, I had a date with her the night she was murdered.
You? Oh, then it was you.
Me, yeah. Sit down, George. Relax. I'm going to fill you in on some facts. Yeah, I'm the guy that she was playing around with.
Oh, why are you telling me this now? This the reason you came back to Twin Pines?
Uh-huh. I told you I didn't find out what happened to Laura until Mrs. Morrison's party. And I learned that Laura was killed the very night I left. Not long after she saw me off on the train. I got to thinking, George. I remembered seeing a guy hanging around the depot. You.
Me? Well, it's ridiculous.
No. I saw you all right while I was telling Laura goodbye, and I remember how glad I was leaving. I knew you'd have a scene with Laura. Apparently you did. A violent one.
No, I tell you,
Come off it, George. Laura told me many times you were beginning to suspect her. She even wrote me letters suggesting we change our meeting place. She was afraid you'd kill her if you found out about us. Yeah. She wrote all that down in her letters. I still haven't.
What are you going to do with her?
Well, I suppose I could turn them over to the police, huh? Tell them what I know. But then it just so happens I find myself temporarily pressed for some ready cash, George. Do you suppose you could advance me a couple of grand?
So that's it. No, I won't do it. You won't get a cent.
Bank opens at 10. Just slip a few bills in an envelope and drop it off for me at the hotel, huh?
Hello.
Morning, George. Just received your contribution. Thanks. And, by the way, you're still in the real estate business, aren't you?
Yes.
Good. I've decided to settle here for a while, so I'll need a modest little place to call home. Find me something, will you?
Now, look, I don't
care what the rent is. I'll leave that up to you.
All right. I'll see what I can do.
Good. You know, when I decided this morning about renting, you were the first man I thought of. Yeah, I'm giving you the business, George.
The following afternoon, you move into a small cottage on a quiet side street. It's not exactly what you had in mind, but George explains it's only temporary. And so you begin your new life in Twin Pines. In the days that follow, you find yourself spending more and more time with Doris. And then one evening, as the two of you are dancing at the fashionable Lakeview Lodge,
You know something, Greg? You haven't told me yet what you do for a living.
Haven't I?
The way you throw your money around. Say, you wouldn't happen to own an oil well or two by any chance.
Sorry, no. Disappointed?
Not me. I wouldn't care if you didn't have a nickel. I have changed, haven't I?
Well, I hear your dear departed left you with $100,000 in the bank.
125 to be exact.
Oh.
What are your plans, Greg?
Oh, I don't know. I'll look around. Maybe find something worthy of my varied talents here.
Oh, dear. I'd rather hope we'd move out of Twin Pines after we got married.
Married? Yeah, well, this is so sudden. I hadn't expected a proposal.
Well, you're getting one. How am I doing?
Twist my arm.
All right. Like this.
Oh. You talked me into it, baby.
It's fantastic, isn't it, Greg, the way things have turned out? The breaks that have come your way since your return to Twin Pines. First, George Winton, and the opportunity to shake him down for some easy money. And now you're making plans for your marriage to Doris, perhaps the wealthiest woman in town. Yes, things are going very well for you, aren't they? That is until one afternoon when you run into George on the street, and he asks you up to his office.
Well, George, what's on your mind?
Wondering how you arrived in Twin Pines, Greg. You come up by train?
No. No, as a matter of fact, a friend of mine gave me a lift. He was on his way south, and... What are you getting at?
Happened to bump into Fred Jessup last night. He's one of the conductors on the line, lives here in town.
Jessup? Jessup? I never heard of him.
Well, probably not. He's only lived here a few years. He was telling me about a murder that happened on the train the night you got here, Greg. Seems the police have a few leads on the case.
Really?
Yes. See, Jessup saw a man hurrying away from the murdered man's compartment. The man had been playing cards with the victim earlier in the evening.
Well, good for Jessup.
2 other passengers on the train told the police they'd been in the card game with the victim and this other man. They'd left them in the compartment quarreling.
So? What's all this got to do with me?
Jessup described the man to me. He can identify him without question. His description fits you perfectly.
Me? Come on, come off it, George.
Would you be willing to face Jessup with the police present?
Now, look, George. You're trying to hang something on me, and I don't like it. So lay off. If you don't, I'm liable to get sore, good and sore. Maybe I'll tell the cops about your killing Laura.
Maybe that's what I want you to do.
What?
Be a relief to get it over with. I don't suppose you'd understand. 10 years I've been living with this horrible thing that I've done.
You're not making sense. You stick your neck in a noose?
Yes, and I'd take you along with me for blackmail and murder. The murder of that man on the train. Oh, yes, Greg. I'd see to it you got what you deserved. You're to blame for what happened to Laura. If you'd only left her alone...
So now it's my fault, huh?
I want you to get out of town, Greg, tonight on the 704. If you're not on that train when it pulls out, so help me, I'll go to the sheriff.
You haven't got the nerve.
Haven't I? I'm warning you. This is your last chance. Get out of town tonight or you'll regret it, Greg. That's all I've got to say.
He means it, doesn't he, Greg? He'll turn himself in, and you too, if you don't leave Twin Pines tonight. Still, there's Doris. You don't want to leave her and her money. Back at the cottage, you pace the floor, wondering what you must do. By nightfall, you've reached a decision. You take the .45 automatic out of your suitcase, slip it into your pocket, and hurry downtown to George's office. The lights are still on. You hurry around to the parking lot in the back, and in the shadows, you wait.
Hello, George.
Oh, Greg. What are you doing here?
I've decided not to take your advice. I'll settle things my own way.
What are you doing with that gun?
I'm going to hop in your car, go for a little ride, George.
No, wait,
You're
Greg.
going to have an accident. I haven't decided exactly what it's going to be, but...
Listen, Greg, I was bluffing. I was just trying to scare you out of town, that's all. I swear to you, I'll never say a word.
Sorry, George.
You catch him as he slumps forward and drag him into his car. And a few minutes later, you're racing down the highway toward his house on the outskirts of town. As you near the train crossing, you hear it in the distance. The 704, Greg. In a few minutes, it'll round the bend, reach the crossing.
That's it. The train. Yeah, it's the perfect setup, George, for your little accident.
You park the car on the tracks, stall it with the keys left in the ignition, ease George in behind the wheel, and then hurry off into the darkness. 100 yards away, you turn and wait. A quarter of an hour later, you're back at the cottage, and your hand is shaking as you unlock the door and step inside. You stand there for a moment in the darkened room, and a shiver runs through you. The room is as cold as ice. You turn on the lights, and then the wall heater. Stand before it, rubbing your hands. Finally, when the chill has left you, you pour yourself a stiff drink. Settle down in the easy chair. It's done, isn't it, Greg? George Winton will never bother you again.
Hello?
Hello, darling. I'm just about finished packing. Haven't changed your mind about marrying me, have you?
Of course not. I ought to warn you, though, Doris, I'm only marrying you for your money.
Well, there's plenty of it, and it'll last us a long, long time. Oh, we'll have fun, Greg. Lots of fun.
Sure, Doris.
I'll be over in about half an hour to pick you up. Will you be ready?
Ready and waiting, baby. Everything is swell. Now.
From the outside, all automobile batteries look pretty much alike, but it's what's inside that counts. And inside new Signal Deluxe batteries is an engineering advance so drastically different, so vastly better. It has been called the greatest battery improvement in 20 years. I'm talking about Signal's microporous all-rubber separators, which hold twice as much acid solution between the plates. As a result, Signal Deluxe batteries assure drivers two big advantages. One, up to 35% more power for quicker cold weather starting, and to take care of the many electrical devices on today's cars. And two, such long life. Signal guarantees these rugged batteries for a full 30 months on a service basis. That means extra low cost per day. Even lower when you consider the trade-in allowance Signal dealers are giving for old batteries. And liberal credit terms are available. So play safe. To be sure of dependable, trouble-free performance now and for a long time to come, get today's extra long life battery, the Signal Deluxe battery.
The town of Twin Pines was shocked about the accident at the train crossing, about the news of George Winton's tragic death there. But hardly anyone, other than the sheriff, knew about still another tragedy at the cottage where Greg Fallon had been living. The cottage owned by Steve Janakos, who had been hurriedly summoned by the sheriff.
What happened, Sheriff?
Well, Doris Edwards came by here to pick up Greg Fallon. Found him in that chair over there, unconscious.
Unconscious?
Yeah. The gas heater wasn't lighted, but the gas was pouring out full blast.
Oh, my, that's terrible, Sheriff. I feel like it's my fault, too. All my fault.
Yeah, I've heard you've had trouble with that heater blowing out before.
Yes. That's why I told George Winton not to rent the house until I put in a new heater.
Uh-huh.
But George said it would only be for a little while. He promised me he'd warn Greg about the heater.
Well, doesn't look like he did. A man who's been warned about a gas heater blowing out doesn't leave it turned on full blast and go to sleep.
I shouldn't think so.
Maybe George didn't warn Greg. Maybe he had a reason for wanting him dead.
Dead? Greg is dead?
Yeah. Got a call from the hospital just a few minutes ago. Greg Fallon was dead on arrival. You know, Steve, it's kind of weird the way things work out sometimes.
What do you mean?
Oh, just this. Doris arrived here soon enough to save Greg's life. But she couldn't get him to the hospital in time. The railroad crossing was blocked because of the train accident that killed George Winton.
Let that whistle be your signal for the Signal Oil program, The Whistler, each Sunday night at this same time. Signal has asked me to remind you that for many boys in the service away from home, for many underprivileged children, for many families less fortunate than you, this Thursday will be a happier Thanksgiving Day, thanks to your gift to the community chest. Featured in tonight's story were Bill Foreman, Gerald Moore, and Marlo Dwyer. The Whistler was produced and directed by George W. Allen, with story by Adrian John Doe, music by Wilbur Hatch, and was transmitted to our troops overseas by the Armed Forces Radio Service. The Whistler is entirely fictional, and all characters portrayed on The Whistler are also fictional. Any similarity of names or resemblance to persons living or dead is purely coincidental. Remember, at this same time next Sunday, another strange tale by The Whistler. Marvin Miller speaking for the Signal Oil Company. Stay tuned now for Our Miss Brooks, starring Eve Arden, which follows immediately over most of these stations. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System. And now, stay tuned for the mystery program that is unique among all mystery programs. Because even when you know who is guilty, you always receive a startling surprise at the final curtain. In the Signal Oil program, The Whistler. Signal, the famous Go Farther gasoline, invites you to sit back and enjoy another strange story by The Whistler.
I am the Whistler, and I know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. Yes, I know the nameless terrors of which they dare not speak.
And now for the Signal Oil Company, The Whistler's strange story. Till death do us part.
Roy Layton's quarters in the cheap boarding house were anything but inviting. And from where he sat on the edge of the sagging brass-postered bed, Roy's view of the outside world was a dismal one. The assortment of unopened bills and collection notices in the nearby wastebasket held their grim message, too. They told him that he'd have to be moving on soon, change his address. The one letter he wanted, but had given up hoping for, wasn't there. Never would be, he reasoned. And the knock on the door, rousing him from his mental fumblings, could mean only one thing. The landlady and her oft-repeated demand.
I'm back again, Mr. Layton, to ask you once and for all, do you have...
The rent money. I know. Well, it's like this, Mrs. Fazackery.
I know how it is. I can see. I have eyes.
Then there's no use talking. You know that the minute I hear from my uncle...
You've been saying that for months now. The minute you hear from your Uncle Morton in Mexico. Well, I'm tired of that, too. Tired of hearing of an uncle that, for all I know, might not even exist.
Oh, you're so sweet. A real doll. I'm sorry about the rent. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'm going out to get a breath of air. Good night, Mrs. Fazackery. I'd appreciate it if you'd fix the latch while I'm out.
I'll fix the latch. I'll weld it shut. That's what I'll do.
As you leave the house and start walking toward Vermont Avenue, you're pretty sure that this time your landlady means what she says. It's tough, isn't it, Roy? Things never seem to go right for you. You'd like a drink, then decide you'd better skip it. Conserve the few dollars you have left in case your landlady carries out her threat to lock you out. Then you remember Angelo's, a second-rate cocktail lounge a couple of blocks away, where as late as yesterday your credit was still good. But once there, you find things have changed at Angelo's, too. Mac, the bartender, is even slower than usual in coming over to you.
Sorry,
And
kid.
when he does...
No dice. Huh? What are you talking about, Mac? I didn't even order.
Well, I thought I'd save you the trouble. Angelo says no more stuff on the cup.
But, Mac, I haven't run up a bill on him. At least not a big one.
Yeah, Angelo knows that, but he wants to keep it that way. I'm sorry, kid. I just work here. I want to keep on working here.
In that case, you better get busy and fix my friend a drink.
Huh?
You don't mind, do you, Roy?
Roy?
Roy Layton. That is your name, isn't it?
Sure. Only how did you know?
Oh, I know quite a little about you. Been checking up. What's his name?
Oh, Mac?
Mac, yes. Mac, you better get started before all your ice melts. Pair of scotch and sodas.
Oh, sure, lady. Sure.
Say, now, wait a minute. Why should a good-looking strange gal...
Now, Roy, don't go saying things you don't mean. Besides, I don't have to be a strange gal. Not if you know my name. It's Linda. Linda McKelvey.
So?
So, don't you think it's kind of pretty?
Maybe. Anyway, these drinks are. Set them down easy, Mac.
Yeah.
And since I'm drinking with a lady, trot out a couple of cocktail napkins.
Okay.
Thank you, Mac.
Skip it.
To us, Roy.
Sure. To us. Drink's okay.
Very good for a place like this.
You look like you could afford better. What brought you around?
You.
Me? Oh, sure. Now, look, lady.
Linda.
Hey, Linda, look, I'm just sitting here minding my own business.
But unable to do any, huh?
So that's my business, too.
And mine. Roy, I've been checking up on you for quite a while. And you fit my picture very nicely. And, you do need $5,000.
Yeah. I need $5,000. Oh, I get it. Santa Claus finally got my letter and he sent you to bring it.
Nothing like that. It's nothing altruistic.
Big word. You are out of place here.
So are you, Roy. I've got $5,000 that says you are. Going to listen to me?
How can I help it? Go ahead.
Roy, I'm used to nice things.
Mm-hmm.
To be crass, I like money. My share, I mean. Maybe even a little bit more. I guess I'm just not a very nice person.
Not many of my friends are. But I'm still listening.
Fair enough. Oh, how about going somewhere else, huh? My car's parked outside.
Okay, lady.
Linda. And you'd better get used to it.
It's as bewildering to you as it was to Mac, isn't it, Roy? This girl, Linda McKelvey, dropping into your life from nowhere. Talking in circles and buying rounds of drinks. You wonder when the dream will turn into a nightmare. When she's going to give you the name of the bank she once held up. But it's nothing like that, is it? And sitting beside her in the car, you finally get the complete picture. It's a little fantastic. You want her to repeat parts of it. And then it's all quite clear.
You really mean it? You want me to marry you, and you'll pay me $5,000.
Now, is it such a difficult assignment?
No, but...
But you still can't see why, huh? All right, I'll run through it again. As many times as you want to hear it, Roy. I've got to have a husband. A legal, honest-to-goodness man about the house.
And you've got to have him, me, by this certain date you mentioned.
Yes, my 25th birthday, 2 months from now. It's all simple enough. It's narrow-minded, opinionated.
And rich.
Very rich. According to his will, if I marry on or before my 25th birthday, I inherit over $250,000. And if I don't, everything goes to charity.
And you are your favorite charity.
I certainly am.
But why me, Linda? You could have lots of guys.
I don't want lots of guys.
Oh, now, wait a minute. You don't know me from Adam.
All right, Roy. I'll tell you the truth. I love someone else, but I made the mistake of falling for a married man, and his divorce won't be final for 6 months. It's too late to meet the demands of the inheritance.
Oh, that's different. You want to eat your cake and have 250 G's.
Well, something like that. Well, Roy?
I marry you, we make it look good, and then later we get a quiet divorce.
Exactly. You're $5,000 richer, and nobody's the wiser. Once I've got the money, there's nothing anybody can do about it. What do you say, Roy?
I say I wish I had a rich uncle. Mine, he doesn't even answer my letters. Yours leaves you $250,000.
Why, that $5,000 will give you a new start in life, Roy. And until we're divorced, why, you'll dress well and live quite comfortably in Mr. and Mrs. Roy Layton's apartment. Well, must I on bended knee?
Find the preacher, honey. I'll do anything for money.
Flatterer.
The wedding a few days later isn't what every boy and girl dreams about, is it, Roy? But the hollow words the pair of you speak are just as binding in a legal sense. And you drive off swiftly as Mr. and Mrs. Roy Layton. You even have a sense of elation in the new clothes you're wearing. And returning to Linda's top-floor apartment, 12 floors up in the best part of town, makes it complete. More complete than either of you expected. For as you step from the elevator and she opens the door to let you in...
Well.
What the devil?
No, Linda, dear, don't come in. He must carry you across the threshold.
Oh, yes. Well, Roy?
Oh, of course. Oh, great.
That's better, much better. And now we'll all just scoot right along, Mrs. Layton. We just didn't want you two to arrive without any reception at all.
Why, that's awfully nice of you, Mr. Knowles and Miss Prentice.
Not at all. I enjoyed it. Also romantic.
This is Roy. My husband.
Nice to meet you.
You'll forgive us, won't you, Mrs. Layton? We just wanted you to know your neighbors are happy for you.
Why, of course. It was nice of you all to think about it.
Well, we'll be running along. Good night.
Good night.
Good night. And drop in and see us any time, Mr. Knowles.
Good night. Wow. How did they get in here?
Mr. Knowles manages the apartment.
Oh. Wow. Incidentally, it's some layout.
As I told you, I like nice things, Roy.
Yeah.
You know that Miss Prentice? We'll have to watch her. She's the inquisitive type.
Hmm?
But wait. She can help us in a way. Her balcony adjoins this one. It won't hurt a bit to let her see us out there once in a while looking over the city.
My arms around you, a few fervent kisses. That the idea?
Just for Miss Prentice, yes.
Well, anyway, this beats stevedoring in Frisco, working in the Oklahoma oil fields, digging around Mexico when Uncle Mort was wildcatting.
Well, make yourself to home, Mr. Layton.
Okay, Mrs. Layton, I'll do just that.
It's all going smoothly, isn't it, Roy? Just as Linda planned it. As the weeks go by, you meet other people in the apartment. People Linda had met before she married you. They seem to like you. And most of all, they approve of the match. Linda assures you there'll be no trouble in having her uncle's lawyer accept it all as completely genuine. As the weeks pass, both play your roles well. And then late one afternoon, you hear some excitement in the hall and rush to the door.
Oh, you poor dear. You might have been killed.
I'm all right now. Really, I am.
You'd better lie down, dear, as soon as you get inside.
That fool, he wasn't even looking where he was going.
What is it? What's happened?
I'm all right now, Roy. It was nothing at all.
She was backing out of the garage. Another car hit her.
Well, thanks very much, you two, but please don't bother anymore. Roy can take care of me.
I'll carry you to the bedroom.
Now, you don't have to carry me, Roy. I'll be all right.
Poor dear.
Maybe I better call a doctor.
No, Roy, I'm not hurt. I'm just shaken up.
I don't think it's bad. It's only... Well, it could have been so much worse. Just think, Mr. Layton. What would you have left if anything really happened to her?
Yes, what would I have? Oh, it's a terrible thought, Miss Prentice. Terrible.
If rising prices have given you the idea that pennies have lost their purchasing power, folks, you haven't tried Signal Ethyl Gasoline. And here's why I say that. For pennies extra, you can enjoy the premium quality of Signal's famous Go Farther gasoline. But what a wonderful extra dividend those pennies return in driving pleasure. An extra you can feel and hear and see. Yes, with Signal Ethyl powering your motor, you can see your car step out front when the traffic light goes green. On Signal Ethyl diet, you'll hear your engine purr contentedly as you soar effortlessly up hills, where pings force other cars to shift. And should an emergency call for swift acceleration, you'll feel the way your motor takes hold with smooth, eager power on Signal Ethyl. When a tank full of this Signal super fuel is all it takes to discover the best performance your car can deliver, don't you think you owe it a try? My guess is you'll say Signal Ethyl is the best investment you've ever made in driving pleasure.
Miss Prentice's question planted an interesting thought in your mind when she asked you what you'd have left if anything happened to Linda, didn't it, Roy? In the days that follow Linda's near accident, you often ask yourself the same question. What would you have if anything fatal happened to Linda? And the answer is very attractive, isn't it, Roy? You'd have $250,000. As Linda's husband, you'd inherit her money. But there's an easier way than murder, isn't there, Roy? A safer way. If you can make Linda fall in love with you, you'll be able to share her money. It's worth a try. You plan your campaign very carefully. Carry it out with all the charm at your command. Then one evening, while the two of you are out dancing, you suggest a breath of air and lead Linda from the dance floor to the beautiful terrace outside.
May I have a cigarette, Roy?
Why, sure. Here you are.
Thanks. Thanks again. Oh, isn't it a beautiful night? I just love it out here.
Linda.
Yes?
Linda, I've been thinking about us. This little act we're putting on.
You've been doing splendidly, darling.
Uh-huh. Yes, the happy, devoted husband, head over heels in love with his pretty bride. Yes. Only now, Linda. Now it's no longer an act.
What? What do you mean?
Isn't it quite obvious?
You're in love with me?
Oh, so much in love with you, Linda.
No, wait, Roy.
I know. It wasn't in the bargain to fall in love, but I have fallen in love, Linda. I couldn't help it.
Roy.
Oh, now, look, I'm really not such a bad guy. I'm a good dancer. I wear my clothes well, in perfect health. Oh, I do have a few faults, that's true,
Roy, I'm not in love with you.
But you could be, darling.
No, Roy, please don't.
Oh, Linda, darling.
Let me go, Roy, please.
I shouldn't have kissed you. I know that, but
Look,
Linda...
we made a bargain. Now, let's keep it that way.
Oh, but Linda, please.
I mean it, Roy.
Okay.
I'm sorry, but that's the way it's got to be.
Yeah. I'm sorry, too. Very sorry.
She means it, doesn't she, Roy? And you're certain there's nothing you can do to make her change her mind about the divorce. There isn't time. Linda has told you the money from her inheritance is already deposited to her credit at her bank. And in a week or so, the two of you will be on your way to Reno and that quiet divorce. No, there isn't time to make her fall in love with you, Roy. But you decide there is time for something else. Next day, Linda leaves before luncheon to spend the afternoon at her lawyer's office, finishing up her affairs. Long after she's gone, you pace the floor of the apartment, searching your mind for a plan, a way to kill Linda, make it appear to be an accident. Early that afternoon, you're in the bedroom looking around when... Hello?
Roy?
Yes?
This is Amelia Fleming.
Oh, Mrs. Fleming, how are you?
I'm splendid, thank you. Is Linda home?
Why, no, she isn't. I don't expect her back until after 5 or so.
I see. Well, it was nothing important, really.
Well, I'm sure she'll be back around 5. Why don't you call her then?
You better have her call me. I'd probably call while she was in the bathtub.
Oh, but don't you worry about that. Linda generally takes the phone right...
Yes? Roy?
Oh, yes, Mrs. Fleming. I'll tell Linda you called and have her phone you.
Oh, that's fine. Bye.
You stand there for a moment, staring at the telephone in your hand. Then slowly you replace the receiver, walk back into the living room. A plan has suddenly emerged, hasn't it, Roy? A telephone, a loose wire, and a bathtub full of water. You've read of it happening, and you're sure there's no reason why it can't work. And by the time Linda returns shortly after 5, you've arranged everything. You wait until you hear the bath water running. Then you call out to her in the bedroom.
Linda?
Yes?
I'm going out for a few minutes. Fresh out of cigarettes. Can I get you anything?
Not a thing, Roy.
I'll be back soon.
No hurry. I'm going to soak in the tub for a while.
You walk down to the corner drugstore. Wait over a cup of coffee for 5 minutes. Then you step to the phone booth. But there's someone inside. You look at your watch and return to the counter. 5 minutes go by, and then 10. And then the booth door opens, and the woman who had been monopolizing the phone walks away. There's still time, isn't there, Roy? You're certain of that. Linda will still be in the tub. The phone on the stand within easy reach. When she answers it, the loose wire will pull away from the receiver and fall into the tub of water.
Hello?
Linda? Linda? That does it.
Slowly you walk back to the apartment. But instead of going on up to your apartment on the 12th floor, you stop at the manager's apartment and ring the bell.
Yes? Oh, Mr. Layton.
Mr. Knowles, I wonder if you'd do something for me.
Of course.
Well, our refrigerator's been acting up a bit lately. I'd like you to have a look at it, if you don't mind.
Be glad to, Mr. Layton.
I hope I'm not taking you away from your dinner.
Oh, no, nothing like that. Come on, let's go up and have a look at it, eh?
It seems like it's been running a lot more than it should.
That's so? Well, we just see what's wrong.
Yes, come in. Linda! Linda, you home, darling? Well, that's funny. She should be around. Linda!
Yes, Roy?
Linda!
Why, what's the matter, Roy?
Oh, nothing. It's just that you answered so suddenly, that's all.
Oh, good evening, Mr. Knowles.
Good evening, ma'am.
I asked Mr. Knowles up to have a look at our refrigerator, Linda. You know it hasn't been acting right.
Oh, hasn't it?
No, it hasn't.
Well, I'm awfully glad you're here, Mr. Knowles. I was about to come downstairs to ask you to call the telephone company. Something rather startling just happened. It scared me to death.
What's that, ma'am?
Well, I'd just gotten out of my tub when the phone rang. It was on the stand in the bathroom, and I picked up the receiver, and, why, the wire just slipped out. It fell into the tub.
Say, we better see about that right away. Good thing you weren't in the tub when it happened, Mrs. Layton.
Well, I should say so. I might have been electrocuted.
It didn't work, did it, Roy? And Linda is still very much alive. Somehow you managed to cover your disappointment, act properly concerned over the near tragedy. You've got to find another way now, and there isn't much time left. It's after dinner that the idea comes to you. Perfect, isn't it, Roy? And this time you'll make certain. While Linda is busy in the kitchen, you slip out onto the balcony, take a wrench, and loosen the bolts on the handrail. If Linda leans against the rail, your problem is solved. If not a light push, just the slightest jar will accomplish your purpose. And Linda's money will belong to you. At the sound behind you, you drop the wrench into the flower box and straighten up.
What are you doing, Roy?
Oh, nothing. Just looking for my cufflink. I must have dropped it here somewhere.
Oh, Roy, I meant to tell you. While I was downtown today, I made plane reservations for tomorrow. We'll be leaving in the afternoon, 4:00.
Oh, I see. So this is our last evening here.
I'm afraid so.
Well, I'm going to miss all this, Linda. You won't change your mind, I suppose. I mean, about us.
No, Roy. I won't change my mind.
All right. Well, say, how about a drink out here on the balcony, huh? One last look at the city of Los Angeles together.
Why, Roy, I think that's a wonderful idea.
All right, you just stay right here, Linda. I'll get the drinks. Our farewell drink.
There's only one accurate way to compare the cost of automobile batteries. Compare the cost per month. That is, the price of the battery divided by the number of months for which the battery is guaranteed. Measured by that yardstick, one of today's lowest cost batteries is the extra long life Signal Deluxe battery, guaranteed a full 30 months on a service basis. Think of it, that's 2.5 years. The secret of this amazingly long life is Signal's microporous all-rubber separators, which have been called the greatest battery improvement in 20 years. Because these unique separators hold twice as much acid solution between the plates, you get up to 35% more power for quicker starting, plus plenty to spare for your radio and the other electrical gadgets on today's cars. So before you buy any battery, get your Signal dealer's generous trade-in offer for your old battery, plus his convenient credit terms. See for yourself that it actually costs less per month to enjoy the quicker starting, the long, trouble-free performance of today's finest battery, the Signal Deluxe battery.
There's little question of the suspect's guilt. To Police Lieutenant Cosgrove, it was a clear case of murder. The victim had been deliberately pushed off the 12th-story balcony. Lieutenant Cosgrove knew that. And before long, he'd know the motive, too. As he paced slowly back and forth in the small room at police headquarters, he felt certain that a full confession was close at hand. Finally, he stopped pacing, sat down in a chair facing the suspect, who was sitting rigid and tense, trying to avoid the lieutenant's gaze.
Look, you might as well break down and tell us what this is all about. You know, Miss Prentice, who lives in the apartment next to yours, saw you push your victim off the balcony.
All right. All right.
Why, Mrs. Layton? Why did you do it?
It's a long story.
All right, take your time.
Perhaps it isn't such a long story at that. You see, I was born in Los Angeles. Lived here until a few years ago when I took a job in Mexico. And up to 6 months ago, I was secretary to a man there named Morton Layton.
Layton? Any relation to the deceased?
Yes. Yes, he was Roy's uncle. He died about 6 months ago. Before that, he'd been trying to find Roy. Roy wrote him several letters before he died, but Morton Layton never knew about them. I destroyed them.
Why?
Because I didn't want them to get together. And then when old man Layton died, I came back to Los Angeles, where I knew I'd find Roy and marry him.
And murdered him because you thought...
Roy never knew it. He never knew that he was a missing heir. You see, his uncle struck it rich in Mexico. He left him $250,000. I was trying to get that money for myself. As Roy's widow.
Let that whistle be your signal for the Signal Oil program, The Whistler, each Sunday night at this same time. Signal Oil Company has asked me to remind you that the USO, which serves as a home away from home for our boys in uniform, is one of the worthy services you help when you contribute to the community chest. Featured in tonight's story were Bill Foreman, Wally Mayer, and Gene Spaulding. The Whistler was produced and directed by George W. Allen, with story by Joel Malone, music by Wilbur Hatch, and was transmitted to our troops overseas by the Armed Forces Radio Service. The Whistler is entirely fictional. All characters portrayed on The Whistler are also fictional. Any similarity of names or resemblance to persons living or dead is purely coincidental. Remember at this same time next Sunday another strange tale by The Whistler.
Marvin Miller speaking for the Signal Oil Company. Stay tuned for Our Miss Brooks starring Eve Arden, which follows immediately over most of these stations. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
And now, stay tuned for the program that is rated tops in popularity for a longer period of time than any other West Coast program in radio history. The Signal Oil program, The Whistler. Signal, the famous Go Farther gasoline, invite you to sit back and enjoy another strange story by The Whistler.
I am the Whistler, and I know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. Yes, I know the nameless terrors of which they dare not speak.
And now for the Signal Oil Company, The Whistler's strange story. The Lady with the Knife.
It was only 3 in the afternoon, but the hotel cocktail lounge near the railroad depot in Omaha was buzzing with customers caught there between trains. In the darkness of the corner booth, Morley Carr sat with a portly gentleman in a salt and pepper suit. His name was Sam Wilson, and he loved to talk. Morley, on the other hand, loved to listen. Yes, in his kind of business, he often found it profitable to strike up an acquaintanceship with an overindulgent stranger in a bar. And the minute he saw the man in the salt and pepper suit, Morley smelled money.
China? Do I know China? Listen, mister, I know China like the palm of my hand. From Beiping to Hong Kong.
You spend a lot of time there, Sam?
6 years.
That's so.
Been fired off every English-speaking newspaper in the Orient.
Gentlemen, a pair of tall ones.
Ah, that's great. Tell him to get working on 2 more.
That'll be $1.20.
Oh, here, let me go.
No. This is my party. Here, waiter. Keep a change.
Thank you, sir.
Oh, now, Sam, you shouldn't have done that. It was my round.
Oh, forget it. I like you, pal. I like the way you talk. I like the way you wear clothes. Now, if I had the crust, I'd offer to buy that checkered overcoat you got on.
Oh?
Here, where'd you get it?
I got it in London.
I thought so.
Mm-hmm.
I could pick that check out of Times Square in the rush hour. Very distinctive.
What do you plan to do now, Sam?
Retire.
Oh, that takes money.
I got it. Right here in my pocket. Yeah, funny, isn't it? I beat my brains out for 20 years in the newspaper business. Never make a dime. Then, bingo, my card comes up. And old Sam has the key to $250,000 right in his pocket.
$250,000?
Sure. Just like the song. Let me see, how's it go? I'm always chasing rainbows, watching clouds drifting by. My schemes are just like... I don't feel so hot, pal. On my head.
Well, that's that. Waiter.
Yes, sir?
Hey, will you help me get Mr. Wilson upstairs to his room? Looks like the party's over.
It sounds a little fantastic, doesn't it, Morley? But it's worth looking into. $250,000, he said. And something about the key to it in his pocket. The waiter helps you get him to his room, lay him on the bed. And you walk down the hall a few doors to your own room, already thinking of the approach you're going to use on your new friend Sam when he comes around tomorrow. 10 minutes later, you hear voices and movement down the hall that brings you to your door. You open it quietly.
That noise. Wonder what's going on. Uh-oh. Came from Sam's room.
A girl leaves Sam's room, passes close to you as she hurries down the hall. You get a good look at her. Black hair, a pretty face, but hard. As soon as she turns the corner, you run down the hall. Sam's door is still unlocked. He's still on the bed, Morley, right where you left him. But now there's a knife in his back. A second later, you see the reason. His inside coat pocket, the one he patted when he talked about the key to the $250,000, is empty.
Dorman.
Yes, sir?
I'm looking for a young lady, black hair and a fur jacket. Did you see her leave?
Why, yes, sir. She got into a taxi only a minute ago.
Taxi? Which one? Do you know the driver?
Well, I don't know his name, sir, but this is his regular station. He ought to be back in a few minutes.
Thanks. How about it, driver? Did you see her?
Black-haired dame in a fur jacket. You know, it's awful hard to remember sometimes.
All right, here. Maybe this'll help.
Thanks. Yeah, as a matter of fact, I do remember now. Took her to a hotel on the other side of town, picked up her baggage, and brought her back to the station. She got on the 706 for San Francisco. Pulled out a half hour ago.
You got a good memory. Look, I'll be back in 5 minutes. Wait here for me.
Right. Where to?
The airport.
Some Whistler fans with whom I was talking before the program started said to me, "Marvin, we're not doubting your word, but you say such wonderful things about Signal Ethel. It's hard to believe any gasoline could be quite that good." Well, frankly, friends, I'm hoping you won't just take my word for it. I'm hoping you'll be so intrigued you'll want to find out for yourself. For instance, if you're skeptical when I tell you about Signal Ethel's trigger-quick starting, there's an easy way you can prove it. If it sounds too good to be true when I enthuse about Signal Ethel's peppy pickup, there's an easy way you can prove it. And if it seems too much to expect that Signal Ethel will let you purr up hills in high while other cars shift and clatter, there's an easy way you can prove it. How? Why, by driving into any Signal service station and treating your car to a tank full of Signal Ethel. When you bear down on the accelerator pedal and feel that sweet, sweet performance, my bet is you'll say that Marvin Miller was sure right about Signal Ethel.
Well, Morley, if there were any doubts in your mind about the key to the $250,000 Sam Wilson was prattling about, they're gone now. His body, lying on the bed in that Omaha hotel, that empty pocket in his coat, and above all, the lady with the knife, all tell you that it's real. That if you play it smart, part of that $250,000 is yours. That's why you're standing in the terminal in San Francisco now, as the passengers from the 706 from Omaha come down the ramp. A minute later, you see her, follow her to a cab, and hear her direct the driver to a hotel on Eddy Street.
Yes, sir.
Say, I heard a friend of mine was registered here. The name's Bradley.
Bradley?
Yeah.
Here, I'll check the guest list.
If you will, thanks. Take a look.
You don't seem to have a Bradley registered.
No. Not here, huh? Well, thanks.
Not at all.
Lucille Lacey, room 402. You saw it, didn't you? The last name on the register. Lucille Lacey, the lady with a knife. Directly across the street, there's another hotel. A small one, a little ragged at the edges. You take a room, then station yourself in the lobby where you can keep an eye on the entrance of the Brighton across the street. And during the next few days, you'll follow Lucille Lacey everywhere. But it's not until the fourth day that she makes a move that means something. A pawn shop on 3rd Street, run by a man you know, a man named Cardoza. You wait in a store entrance until you see her leave, then walk across for a word with him. A furtive, cautious man with a nervous habit of doodling on a scratch pad as he talks to you across the counter.
A little bit like old times, Molly. Having you back in town?
Just passing through, Cardoza. How's business been?
I'm getting by.
Oh? Just getting by, huh?
That's all.
Mm-hmm.
You, looking up all your old friends?
No, I'm here on business.
Big?
Yeah.
When?
I don't know yet. Can you take care of me?
Maybe, I ought to know more about this business.
Maybe I'll leave it at that for the time being. So long, Cardoza. Don't take any wooden diamonds.
Well, Morley, you know a good deal more than you did before. Cardoza's main stock in trade is jewelry. And this time it's $175,000 worth. At least that was the figure Cardoza was doodling on his scratch pad. It's the biggest thing you've ever run across. You're really careful with Miss Lacey now. Watch her like a hawk. And the next day you follow her to a shabby office south of Market Street. You watch the entrance until she comes out, and then hurry across the street and up a flight of stairs. Faded gilt lettering on a frosted glass door tells you who Lucille was calling on this time. Zach Chambers, private investigator.
Looking for somebody, mister?
Yes, I'd like to talk to Mr. Chambers.
The boss isn't in just now.
Oh?
You want to leave your name?
No, that's all right. I was supposed to meet a young lady, Miss Lacey. If she comes in, would you...
Lacey?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, she was just in. Coming back at 3 o'clock.
You think Chambers will be back before then?
He better. I haven't been to lunch yet.
I see. Well, look, if you don't mind, I'd like to wait. I haven't anything else to do.
Go ahead. You'll find a chair in his office.
Chambers?
Yeah, that's right. My secretary tells me you've been waiting a couple hours.
Look, we got about 20 minutes, Chambers. I'll get right to the point. I want you to do me a favor.
Oh, I'm not exactly in the habit of
There'll be a fee in it for you, of course, a good one.
Yeah?
You got an appointment with a girl at 3 o'clock.
I have?
Yeah, your secretary told me.
She talks too much.
It's all right.
Well.
No. It's nothing like that. I'm a friend of her husband's. She ran out on him.
Yeah. Happens every day. Why don't you stay out of it?
And this is different. She really loves the guy. She's just... Well, she just mixed up.
Aren't they all?
I promised him I'd talk to her, and so far I haven't found the opportunity.
Doesn't she know you?
No, that's what gave me the idea.
You're way ahead of me, pal.
I'd like to take your place, Chambers.
Huh?
When she comes here to talk to you.
Oh, now, wait a minute.
There's really nothing wrong. You know how people pour their hearts out to strangers, and I figured it'd give me a perfect chance to talk her into going back to her husband. Well, what do you say?
Oh, I can see your point. It seems like a neat way to get to her. What was it you said about money?
What's your usual fee?
30 a day in expenses. Only, this is a rather unusual case.
Can we make it 50?
Yeah, let's. What'd I do?
Where's your secretary?
Out to lunch?
All right, keep her out. Stay away yourself for a couple of hours. Oh, where can I hang my coat?
That closet in the corner. $50 for doing nothing. That's not bad. Of course, there isn't a chance I won't get...
Come back at 5, I'll give you the money then. That is, if she keeps the appointment.
Okay, pal. One more thing.
Yeah?
You're a very interesting liar.
You sit behind Zach Chambers' desk, thumbing a magazine, waiting. And then, just before 3 o'clock...
I'm Miss Lacey. your secretary.
Oh, I know, Miss Lacey. I've been expecting you. Have a chair.
Thank you.
A cigarette?
No, thank you. Mr. Chambers, I'm worried. I don't know exactly how to explain
Well,
it.
the first thing I'd do is relax, Miss Lacey. Certainly nothing can happen to you here.
I'm not so sure. There's someone following me, Mr. Chambers. A man. He's been following me for days.
Oh? Any idea why?
Not the slightest.
You know, of course, Miss Lacey, for me to be of any real help, you'll have to take me into your confidence.
I'm telling you all I know.
Did you, get a close look at him?
No, he's been too careful.
Mm-hmm.
But he's tall, about your build, wears a checked overcoat.
A check? Well, that should help. Just what do you want me to do?
Well, if you could find out his name, where he's staying.
That's all you want?
That's all.
Okay. I'll see what I can find out, Miss Lacey. Oh, where can I reach you?
I'm staying at the Brighton.
At Brighton, check.
Do you suppose you could have something on this by tonight?
Possibly. Will you be in?
Oh, yes, all evening. Oh, and how much will you want?
Oh, yes, the fee. Well, I usually get $30 a day in expenses, but you're asking me to work pretty fast.
I'm aware of that.
Okay, Miss Lacey, let's say $50, huh? That ought to cover everything.
20, 30, 40, $50. Okay, pal, all here. How'd you make out?
Oh, we had a nice talk. It's like I told you. She's a confused girl.
Oh, sure.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I'll be running along. Thanks for the cooperation.
Thanks for the fee. Hey, wait a minute. You forgot your overcoat.
Oh, yeah. Hey, you like that check coat, Chambers?
Yeah, it's a knockout.
It's yours.
Huh?
The lady. She doesn't like it on me. That's why I came here to tell you.
But, Mr. Chambers, you're sure it was the right man?
Well, how could I miss with that checked overcoat? Anyway, I didn't have to look very far. He came up to my office right after you left.
He followed me there?
That's right.
Who is he?
He's a pretty big guy, Miss Lacey. Name's Morley Carr. You ever hear of him?
Morley Carr. No. How do you mean he's big?
Oh, he's an international jewel thief. Anything that comes along has money in it. Big money.
I see.
You know, I'm beginning to think that $50 deal I made with you is too cheap. You may need some help, Miss Lacey.
I'm not asking for help.
What's he after? He tried to sound me out about you, or rather, buy me out. He offered me a deal.
Where does that leave us?
Oh, but I figured I'd talk to you first. Of course, he's coming back, and I have to tell him something.
You can tell him you're not for sale.
Oh, but I am. You don't have to tell me how big this is. With Carr in it, I know it's big. Too big for anyone to handle alone. You might as well admit that right now.
Well, maybe you're right.
Have we got a deal?
Well, something has to be done about Carr.
Why don't you leave that to me?
No, just give me some time. I've got to think. When's he coming back?
Tomorrow night.
Wednesday. Got to go one way or the other before Thursday morning.
Why?
Oh, never mind now. When I decide what I want you to do, I'll get in touch with you.
Okay. Oh, say, you mind if I take the paper along? I haven't read it.
I'm through with it.
Thanks. Well, so long, boss.
You're playing it close, Morley, but you're in the home stretch now. The newspaper from Lucille's room, folded open at the page covering steamship arrivals, with a check mark opposite the entry, SS President Grant, Pier 37, Thursday a.m. It's important to stay close to Lucille now. And there's a way to do that, isn't there, Morley? It's brazen, but it's sure. Early Thursday morning, you call her.
Hello?
Miss Lacey?
Yes?
Zach Chambers.
What do you want?
I just called to tell you not to worry anymore. That man in the checked overcoat, he's been taken care of.
What do you mean?
Just that. Your worries are over.
What did you...
Hello? Hello?
And that's what Gertrude said, Julie.
Oh, but that's very silly, Donald. I didn't say any such thing.
Oh, hey, what's wrong here? Operator.
Hello?
Operator, I was talking to...
I'm sorry, sir. I'll reconnect you. Hello? Hello, Mr. Chambers?
Yeah, somebody cut in on us. Did you hear what I was saying about...
Will you? Not on the telephone. Come over here. here right away.
Sure thing, boss.
You shouldn't have been so careless on the telephone, Mr. Chambers.
Why not? I might have been talking about a fuller brush man.
But you weren't.
Let's forget it. Well, you going somewhere?
Why?
Bags. All packed.
Oh, I just decided to move, that's all.
You, check out yet?
Not until morning, no.
Oh. Well, what about our deal? You decided anything?
I guess you're right. It's too much for me to handle alone.
You're smart. Hey, you gonna let your hair down?
Take a look in that desk drawer. There's something you ought to see.
Okay.
And you see it the minute you open the drawer. Sam Wilson's wallet. And on top of it, a baggage claim check stamped SS President Grant. You smile. Glance up at the mirror over the desk. Just in time to see a razor arm behind you. A knife in her hand.
No, you don't.
Throw me.
Not a chance, you little... Always a knife with you, isn't it, baby? Always a knife.
For a moment, you stand there trembling, staring at the body of Lucille Lacey. Then you walk slowly over to the desk, pick up Sam's wallet and the baggage check.
SS President Grant. B-102-38.
You have it now, Morley, the key to the whole thing. A baggage check marked with a number and the name of a ship. One more thing now. As you let yourself out of Lucille's room, you hang a sign on the doorknob. Do not disturb. 15 minutes later, you're waiting at the baggage window at Pier 37. The clerk looks at the baggage claim check, walks slowly past the rows of bins, and finally settles on a small black box.
There you are, sir. It just came in on the Grant. One portable typewriter.
A typewriter?
It's yours, isn't it? Let me look at that check again. B-102-38.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Thanks very much.
Seabrook Hotel, that's on Eddy Street, ain't it?
That's right.
You can't wait any longer, can you, Morley? As the taxicab weaves through traffic, you open the portable typewriter case on the floor where the driver can't see it.
Nothing here. Wait a minute.
You turn the typewriter over and get out your pocket knife. Poke at the bottom of the case. The point of the knife suddenly finds a soft place.
Here we are.
The lining comes off, revealing a cotton pad underneath. You pluck it out. And the bottom of the box seems to burst into flame.
Diamonds. Holy cow. What a payoff.
The automobile battery you buy this winter may have to last a long time. You can be sure it'll last if it's the extra long life Signal Deluxe battery, built to last up to 2 1/2 times as long as ordinary batteries. That's right, Signal Deluxe batteries are guaranteed for 2 1/2 years on a service basis. What's the secret of this amazingly long life? It's Signal's microporous all-rubber separators, which have been called the greatest battery improvement in 20 years. Because these unique separators hold twice as much acid solution between the plates, you get up to 35% more power from a Signal Deluxe battery. That spells quicker starting, plus plenty of power to spare for your radio and other electrical gadgets. Yet this dependable trouble-free performance actually costs less per month because of that 30-month guarantee. Even less than you think, for Signal dealers will trade in your old battery, and liberal credit terms are available. So this time, play safe. Go to a Signal service station for the battery you get and then forget for 2 1/2 years. The Signal Deluxe battery.
Well, it began with a hunch, didn't it, Morley? With a solid, sure feeling that the man in the salt and pepper suit back in that bar in Omaha had money. And it paid off on a dock in San Francisco when a baggage clerk put a fortune in smuggled diamonds into your hands. As the cab pulls up in front of your hotel, you know the important thing now is the time. That you have to be out of town before Lucille Lacey's body is discovered in her hotel room across the street. The lobby is almost deserted when you enter. A tired-looking gentleman is reading the paper in a chair near the window. And the clerk, as usual, is wrapped up in his magazine.
308, please.
Oh, yeah.
And get my bill ready. I'm checking out in 10 minutes.
Just a minute. Brady,
Yeah?
this is the man. 308.
Huh? What are you...
All right. Keep your hands on the counter. Take a look, buddy. Headquarters.
Oh, look. I don't know what you...
This the guy who made the call, clerk?
Yeah, the one the operator told you about when she called headquarters. Smart girl.
The operator?
Yeah. The one who was on duty when you placed that telephone call a couple of hours ago. Got kind of gabby, didn't you? Something about taking care of the guy in the checked overcoat?
Oh. Well, that was only a gag, officer. I was kidding. You see...
You got a queer sense of humor. A guy named Zake Chambers was found dead in an alley this morning.
You...
With a knife in his back. Know anything about it?
Knife? What are you trying...
And he was wearing a checked overcoat. The papers hit the streets an hour ago.
Oh, listen, officer. I don't know anything about it. When I called her, I was kidding. You see, I was...
Who were you kidding?
A lady at the Brighton across the street, room 402. Made a note of it right here on the register.
Listen, you gotta let me explain. I had nothing to do with killing that guy.
We'll get to that later.
Later?
Yeah. At the moment, I want to see how your girlfriend across the street took the joke about the guy in the checked overcoat.
No, wait a minute. You can't...
Come on, mister. Let's go over and talk to the lady in 402.
Let that whistle be your signal for the Signal Oil program, The Whistler, each Sunday night at the same time. Signal Oil Company has asked me to remind you that there's an easy way we can all help to make this holiday season happier for ourselves and others. Drive at sensible speeds, be courteous, and obey traffic regulations. It may save a life, possibly your own. Featured in tonight's story were Bill Foreman, John Daner, and Betty Lou Gerson. The Whistler was produced and directed by George W. Allen, with story by Harold Swanton and Joel Malone, music by Wilbur Hatch, and was transmitted to our troops overseas by the Armed Forces Radio Service. The Whistler is entirely fictional, and all characters portrayed on The Whistler are also fictional. Any similarity of names or resemblance to persons, living or dead, is purely coincidental. Remember at the same time next Sunday, another strange tale by The Whistler. Marvin Miller speaking for the Signal Oil Company. Stay tuned for Our Miss Brooks, starring Eve Arden, which follows immediately over most of these stations. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.